Right. So it's it's quiet, huh? So I guess I can monologue. Hey, can anybody hear me? Okay, good. So the floor is mine. Okay, so here's what I think about all that's in existence, right? So we got matter that bonds to other molecules. Let's just say, for instance, your phone. The material made of your phone bonds together and stays in the phone for uh, till it lasts, right? Your body as well. Your body is bonding together uh, with these magical bonds, right? Uh, is that Crackville in here? I heard somebody go off of mute. What do you guys think of yeah, how things are like bonding together uh to create something? Or what do you guys think of the whole bonding process? Because is it pressure that holds it together? Is it what's holding everything together?
I
Electricity.
think I think it's in the term bonding. It's an electrical bond,
There
yeah.
we got. Hey, we got the perfect guy to answer this. We got Kosho. So bonding is implied electricity.
No, but these are chemical bonds, which are typically almost always the electrons.
So you said, okay, chemical bonds, which are always electrical. Last time I
No, no, no,
checked,
no, no,
there are some
not always.
things that are chemicals that don't require any electricity or don't have anything
He,
involved with
No,
he said
electricity.
he said electrons and chemicals have electrons.
no. What I said was
Oh,
the
okay, because
bonds. The bond.
whoever
Most
just said
bonds.
that is a Glober, right?
Yeah, hold
Because
on,
he
dude.
said
What I said was
electron. The
No, I'm not a
the
Glober.
dude that said he said
hold up, bro.
No,
Hold up.
electrons.
no. Yes, I said
You're a Glober, obviously, right? Because you're
no,
No,
siding with
hold on a
Kosho.
second, man. Give
no.
me a
I'm
second,
not
dude.
fighting either. Hold on, Kosho. I'm a flat earther. I'm not a Glober. I'm not fighting anything. I told you what he said. Learn to pay attention.
Oh, okay.
I
He
know, but
said electrons. Christ.
okay. Yeah. So clear up because
All right.
what I said was I didn't say I didn't mean all bonds. I meant most bonds are they're basically a process of them sharing electrons. They're called covalent bonds, and then this is
Covalent
obviously
bonding.
due to
Yeah.
electromagnetism.
Okay. It's amazing how, like, just because you have some sort of definition of something, you can just write it away like you know everything involved with it. You were there in its inception. It's R&D. You know, you were on the board of whether you thought this was good or not, or whether to implement it, and if it's cost effective. All those big decisions that were put in place to make covalent bonding, just because you have some definition makes you some sort of fucking authority on this issue. But you're not, dude. Just because you fucking know how to memorize shit in the book doesn't mean you know the first thing of how it even happened. Much less if it's even real or not, because you never verified it.
No, you were
Yeah,
begging people to answer your question.
well, yeah. Okay, so you jump in
That's all I
here.
did.
Once I come in here, you got to talk over me, and I was ready to monologue, and you just want to just interrupt me. Um, yeah, it's fun. but I like how you have an answer for everything, but you don't know the first. Okay, when I say you don't know the first thing about covalent bonds, doesn't mean you know everything that is in a book about a covalent bond or whatever sort of bonds you think is happening. You just because you think you know like definitions and stuff doesn't mean you know the underlying like cause and like how these things formed and how they even exist.
If you don't want to
You
answer,
just
don't
don't.
ask a question.
Oh, okay, so so you're siding with the Glober here, and you
No,
verified
I'm side.
covalent bonding.
Oh, did I say that? Are you a dumbass? Can you listen to what I said? If you don't want to answer, don't ask a question. You asked a question. He merely tried to answer it. Now you're upset. What are you having a bad day, dude?
No, I'm not. I just think it's funny that once I ask a question about something, they just readily have an answer available, and don't you think that's funny?
You were pretty desperate for the answer, dude. You were asking persistently for an answer.
I wasn't desperate. I wasn't desperate at all. I was just fishing for somebody to bring their their 2 cents and think they have it all figured out, which you don't really. Because have you ever covalent bonded something? Have you ever made something bond?
I mean, actually,
Bro,
yeah, we
Do
all
you
have.
have
bro,
that power? Do you
bro,
have that power? Do you have
is
that
it?
sort of intelligence to make something bond?
Ask yourself now, Kusho. Is it worth it?
Yes, that's funny.
Is it? I mean,
Well, we
That's a good
tell
point.
ourselves that all these things are bonding together. Everything that's in physical existence, every car, every sort of thing you can think about has some sort of bond, right? Unless it's not in physical existence. If it didn't come together and bond.
I mean, what are we denying metallurgy now? Or
Did I say metals? I said all physical reality that bonds together. Yes.
metal is physical and it bonds. Christ.
Okay, that's just one specific example. I'm talking about
I
all
know
things.
I can't stand general comments. I like
Does
specific.
plastic bond? Is plastic a metal?
No, it's not a metal, but does it bond? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, because you have some sort of plastic piece that is one solid object and not multiple unbonded plastic quote unquote molecules.
how does this apply to the shape of the Earth? Can I ask that? Is that a dumb question?
It has nothing to do with it. It's simply the question that I brought up.
Thank
Does
you.
it have to? Does it have to do anything to the
No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it
of the
did.
earth?
I didn't say it did. I
Why are
asked
you
how
asking
would
that?
it?
That's irrelevant.
Because I wanted to. I'm just wondering what your point is, what you're trying to get at.
I'm trying to get at once I bring up about bonding, you get some smart Glober in here that tries to tell you that covalent bonds are the reason why things stick together and clump together and form solid objects. They're missing the whole point here of they don't know how this stuff actually happens. They can define it. They can give other examples, but have they seen it? No. Do they see the inner workings of how things are actually bonding? No. Do they have like, because everything that is ever been bonded has to have some sort of like energy, right? They don't know where the energy comes from. Is it endless supply of energy? Why does a plastic piece
You asked
decide to
me.
bond together? Why?
You asked me.
Can you
You asked
prove
me.
that covalent bonds
Hold on one
are
sec.
by electrons?
Yeah, 1 second, dude. Yeah, because you asked me if I'd ever covalent bonded anything. And the first example I thought of, on top of my head was, if you're burning hydrogen, in the air. Okay, if you're doing this, then you're adding energy, right? That's what the fire's for, and the bonding that happens is with the hydrogen and the oxygen.
What are you talking about, dude? Did you make any of this?
Covalent bond. Yes.
These are all readily available for you. You didn't concoct anything, bro. All this that's here, you didn't make it, bro. You're just pointing at it saying, haha, there it is. Now let me attach a word and then let me think that I know everything about it and I'll tell everybody what it is. And haha, I'll be smart. You don't know the first thing about how and why and where all this stuff came from and why it's happening. You don't know why, dude. You don't know how.
You're
See,
probably
there
right.
you go. Yeah, I know I'm right, dude.
I'll do better next time.
That's all you got, Kosho? Fuck, man. I have more hopes, bro. Fuck. You got nothing
That's
on
what Kosho has.
covalent
That's
bonds?
it.
Wise
Covalent
man once
bonds,
asked
dude.
me. A wise man once asked me, "Is it worth it?"
Oh, okay. I feel you. I feel you.
I mean,
he was pretty wise.
I mean, Cyrus, we can only demonstrate this, you know.
I mean, I
Because
can't
last
demonstrate
time
the
I checked,
theoretical, like the electron bond. I mean,
No.
we can agree to work within that convention, and the numbers work out. Yeah, but I can't prove to you because I can't see it happening, so I can't really show you the bonding process. But I can show you the
there you go,
byproduct.
man.
Nope, I can make
There you go.
a forged clump of steel, machine it, and hand you back a pistol, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you smash all those pieces of metal together and make them bond, or are you just slamming it with heat and a hammer and saying, "Wow,
Yeah. Well,
now I have formed something and shaved off some of the material, and now it holds a nice little shape, but there's some sort of bonding that's going on there."
It depends on the sensor strength I want of what I'm producing.
So I read once in a
The
chemistry
temper?
book. Oh, I don't know if I'm fucking looking or not. I'm on speaker, but I read once in a chemistry book that the nuclei is held together by something called atomic glue. I tossed that book out immediately, obviously. Atomic
There
glue
we go.
is
Now we get into atomic theory and isotopes and all that crap. All the globers, the things that globers give
that's
us.
quantum chromodynamics.
Yeah, I'm an atomist and a flat earther, so I do like atoms and molecules quite a bit. And you better not attack my molecule. Go ahead and attack the atom. You attack my molecule, you're going down.
All right,
Down.
I'm ready to attack. I'm going all in.
Going all in
on attacking molecules.
I got my headset at the job site. I'll be there in like 3 minutes, roughly 4 minutes, and I'll be able to.
You and I can have a little. I'll sit you down on my lap and tell you all about molecules.
Dude, I love molecules. They're great.
Have you ever seen one?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I'm looking at a bunch of my steering wheel. I'm not sure what kind of molecule this is, but it seems to be some sort of foam polymer. I'm not sure what Ford is using, but I'm pretty sure I'm touching molecules. I'm pretty sure I'm touching molecules.
Are you pulling off any molecules on your hands right now when you're touching them? Does some come off?
I could if I want to grind it down that small.
There's that many molecules, and they're
bonded.
sticking together like that.
They're bonded.
Yeah. They do stick together.
Fun stuff, guys.
Oh, hold on. All right, I'll be there in a minute. Hold on. It's gonna be. Okay,
This is
quick
great,
question.
man.
Quick question. Are you a
I don't
nitrogen
want to come
denier?
in here and I get you guys to disagree with me, and flat earthers and bar
Bro,
earthers
just treat me
turn
like a globe.
into.
Just pretend I'm a globe earther. I really don't care about the shape.
Yeah.
I like science. Like fuck all that shit. Like I'm not gonna lie about like science. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not cool. And I don't like others that lie about it either. But are you denying nitrogen in the atmosphere? I would like to know this because I've talked to a nitrogen denier before. Are you one of them?
Yeah, that was probably me. You probably talked to me,
No,
dude.
I was talking to Dances
Yeah.
with Wolves. No, it wasn't you.
No, that was me, dude.
It was
You're talking
D-Mock,
to me, bro.
motherfucker. It was
Oh,
D-Mock,
all right,
motherfucker.
no, it was Dances with
Hey,
Wolves.
no, hold on. Hey, listen, I'm a vitamin, mineral, and DNA denier, and
Vitamin
now I'm adding covalent bonding molecules and atoms to that list too.
Okay, can you repeat the last one? I was just switching my spot. You're a vitamin denier?
The molecules and atoms. I'm adding that to the list too.
You said something about vitamins. What about vitamins?
Yeah, vitamins aren't real. They're fake.
Oh fuck. Okay, all right. I take my vitamins religiously, so we're gonna talk. All right, give me a second. I arrived at
I
the
knew
job
you
site.
did, dude. I
You
knew
me.
you did. I knew you take your multivitamin, bro. I know it. Are you ready, bro, to go down to Chinatown?
This ought to be delicious.
Hey, just give me about 3 minutes though. I gotta go.
All right, you guys
I
go
gotta go
piss.
do something real quick.
I'm gonna thank Kusho for taking that so well, even though it was like a concept right after constipation, bowel movement. No struggling. I mean, this is just an abstract convention within which we work, and it seems to work through a application, industry, for example. So we can deny all the theoretical processes, but we can't deny the actual applied process of manufacturing, engineering, and industry.
All right,
So
I'm
you can
back.
say you can say that no, this material sticks together for a totally different reason, and I'm open to listen to your reason. But either way, it still works.
Let me try this. What's water made out of?
Oh, he said give him a minute. I think he had to take a potty break. I think.
Oh, all right, cool. Because I took a minute off. Anyways,
Roll up.
yeah, I'll roll one up in a second. Just let me organize my job site real fast and kind of line myself up because I want to start packing my tools out of here today. Let's see.
I'm in a shitty mood today. My day started earlier. I had to sift and rearrange the compost pile. It's been a crap
Crappy day.
Yeah, I had to get my oldest daughter, who doesn't even smoke weed, to roll up for me. Here, roll this up. I don't want to touch it. My hands are tainted.
Got shit all over my hands. So.
My dog came out of the woods after I get done, dude. Dig this.
No, I think Coach was going to enjoy this.
It gets.
I don't like to fight with flat earthers, but when it comes to that chemistry shit, I get pissed off.
Yeah,
I really do.
Look, my dog comes out of the woods, and he looks like somebody threw a bucket of oil on him. I'm like, what the hell is that? You know? And we're headed back to the house. So I reached down and touched him, and I was like, who the hell got oil on you? Because I wanted to smell it and see if it was oil. It looked like gear axle and oil and axle grease. And I went to bring my hand up to my face to smell it, dude. I didn't get 3 foot from my face and I already smelled it. I said, "Oh, that's not oil." No, he just he found a pile of shit somewhere and he rolled in it, and I think he went in the water and then rolled in the dirt to try and get it off. And he couldn't. I was like, motherfucker. So now I had to bathe him. He just smiled at me.
I'm just getting mine started right now, bro. It's going to be a long one. Probably leave here at midnight. But it is what it is. I want to fucking wrap this shit up. Got a bunch of grouting to do. I think I'll just start with that shit.
My daughter thought that was the funniest shit, dude. She said, she keeps saying, "Oh, that's not oil," because that's what I said. I said, "Oh, that's not oil." Like, man, no shit. Go make a meme out of it and post it on the internet, girl. Leave that alone.
I'm totally. I'm about to. Sorry for the flat earthers. I'm totally going to join the global Earth side on this upcoming debate about molecules.
Well, this is a non sequitur when it comes. It's a non sequitur when it comes to shape. It's just more about truth. I think that's how he sees it too. You know, he just wants to know the truth of the world. Well, the truth is just the best example of how we know what we know to apply, you know, manufacturing and industry processes, whether it's hand lotion or metal alloy.
A lot of flat earthers think air is water somehow, and a lot of them parrot that shit. So, you know, we've got to clean that up. Like, all right, this is not good.
Yeah, air is the
and
water.
Water are the same. So
water's above. Yeah, I'm not trying to insult people.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you come at it from a religious angle, you still have to satisfy it with science. You can't just be full religious, you know.
I agree.
But you can. None of my business.
Right. But I'm not going to debate a totally religious person. You go on with your beliefs.
Absolutely not.
You know,
that's your religion, and I got mine, and we're cool.
Because that just gets us into more. Oh well, it's just magic. You know, God did it. I don't think that's any way to understand a concrete reality or physical nature of the reality we live in. But hey.
Weed. Rolling up.
I'm just a country boy from northern Michigan.
Yeah, you know shit.
Right. Screw my education. I only know what I can apply and what I can do and what I have experience in.
All I know is air is not water. That's all I know for now.
Well, obviously air is not water, or else we'd be swimming around like fish. So I don't know who would fucking claim that something is something that's not. It's like if I look at a rock and I say, "Oh, it's a book." Well, obviously it's not a fucking book. It's a rock. Just like when you walk through the air, obviously it's not water because you're not a fish. You don't have gills.
Well, a rock could be a book and a clock because we could tell time, you know, from the rock, and we could write a book on all the information we could take from the rock.
You, sir, don't know the meaning of book or rock.
Yeah, book is they're made out of trees. So books and lumber are the same thing. There's no difference.
That was meant as sarcasm, bro. I mean, come
books
on,
and
man.
trees ain't the same thing either. Obviously,
yes, they are.
Or else I'd go into the forest. Or else I'd walk in the forest and I would become educated and read trees, but I don't.
Well,
I don't know what flat earthers you're talking to. I don't know what flat earthers you're talking to who think that water is air. But
I've talked to several actually.
That's kind of fucking ridiculous. There's no reason to have different words and different experiences for the same thing.
Well, I'm waiting for the vitamin denier to get back, and then we're going to have this awesome discussion about denying molecules and atoms and all that.
I don't know. I think molecules and atoms are just a model.
Yeah.
What we're actually doing is we're mixing fucking liquids together and getting certain reactions, and we're theorizing and creating models for what we think is happening in the solution. That's chemistry. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going on.
I'll meet you halfway. There is some water in it, but you go to like a desert where it's dry as shit, there's not much water in that air.
Yeah, and that's like saying there's some tree in a book, right? there's some water in the air, but the air is not the water, and a tree is not a book. So yeah, things can be composites of other things, but
Well,
to just
book is
completely disregard to completely disregard the definition of things will lead to the breakdown of communication, and thus you get the fucking babble garble fucking bullshit that we have sometimes on a
I can
server.
change
Semantic
that.
battles over nothing.
Well, I could change that. I could say there's information in the rock and not call it a book. There's information in the tree for those who are wise enough to
Right, but it's not
understand
a
it.
book.
No,
Anyone
it's
with
not.
common sense
By
could tell.
Your
definition,
computer is made out of rocks.
yeah, by colloquial definition, no, it's not a book, and we should use words, so we can understand each other that are clearly defined. Yeah, I agree. It's why air and
Yeah.
water are separate.
Yeah, so when people just say like air is water, I would say, well, do I float in air? Can I drown in air? Can I swim around in air and blow bubbles in air? Can I fly in water? Like, I don't know. People just fucking get like really confused on semantics for some reason in this server.
I can fart bubbles in the bathtub. Can I do that in the air? Well, oh, y'all gonna act like you don't.
That could probably fart bubbles in
Yeah,
the air.
yeah. These guys don't fart, Godric. They're gonna act like, oh, I don't fart. Yeah, okay. Too good for a fart.
Check with my wife. So a few hours ago, I was talking about like these megalithic structures that were built. Did somebody have a definite way of how they stack those boulders, those rocks, those stones?
There's no one
20
really good at
tons,
that, so
40-ton stones.
not that I know of.
Just a lot of slaves, right?
I don't know about that one either. I don't believe that. Doesn't mean I know.
The more slaves you got, the more big stones you can stack.
Yeah, they used to measure them in slave power. How many slave powers is your vehicle? Oh, mine is pulled by 10 slaves.
See, we have horsepower nowadays, but the Egyptians back then had slave power. They had the real shit.
Much better.
I guess it's more intelligent.
Yeah, it talks and shit.
Graham Hancock, is there any fans of Graham Hancock series on Netflix called Ancient Apocalypse? Talk about megalithic structures and not how they built them, but different ideas about an ice age that was happening 4,000 years ago.
Yeah. Have you seen Randall Carlson's work? Rogan had him both on.
No, is he
Really?
similar?
How dare you? You've seen Graham Hancock?
I'm not that well read. I got Fingerprints of the Gods. I got Chariots of the Gods.
So just listen to the podcast between Randall Carlson and Joe Rogan. There's several of them. One of them was Michael Shermer, Rogan, and Graham Hancock. It was great. That one was awesome.
Can you link something for us? I don't.
I can after I roll this joint. Yeah, YouTube.
Sure.
JRE Randall Carlson. There's I think 1, 2, 3, at least 3 episodes with Randall in there. Just listen to it. Great stuff about the like Noah's flood. If you're biblical. So great shit. That's why I like Randall's work. It really supports the one big flood thing.
Oh, this dude appeared on Graham Hancock's series, at least in the last one, this big dude with the beard. Yeah, that's what I know.
Yeah. That's due to the internet. The internet told Rogan, "Well, come on, got to get these guys together, Randall and Graham Hancock," and he did. So that's the power of the internet, man. It's cool. It has a voice.
I hope they don't take his channel down. Graham Hancock got banned from Serpent Mound because of his fringe beliefs.
Yeah, but the TED Talk, the band one. That's how I got onto him. The band TED Talk, and him and Rupert Sheldrake, both their talks were banned for obvious reasons, because Sheldrake was attacking the speed of light and gravity on stage, and how dare you do that? He's providing evidence to support his claims, and how dare you do that?
How dare you go
mean?
against the narrative?
How dare you?
He did that on stage?
People, yeah, dude, Rupert Sheldrake, man, and he's an academic. Shame on him, bro. He's an academic. He was telling people that 9.81 meters per second squared is not 9.81 meters per second squared. Changes. But we just agreed about it. Let's just fix it. So it's just a convention.
I guess
I heard there were some people.
I guess TED Talk's not going to allow flat Earth, then, are they?
What?
I said I guess TED Talk is not going to allow flat Earth, are they?
No, I don't think so, but how stupid the flat Earth model is, yeah, they would definitely let that one through. Someone like Kosho just, telling people how the world is not flat. Yeah, that's fine. You were saying something, Kosho? I didn't hear it, man. What were you saying?
Well, I don't remember, but I once saw a TED Talk about how this is the first time in history that most people who are masturbating are using their left hand. There's a whole TED Talk about that for some reason.
Really? That's what the fuck? Interesting.
Right, Kosho, and how does that get us to where we want to go?
What'd you get out of that TED Talk?
Tell me the significance, Kosho. You know.
Well, I'm ambidextrous, so it doesn't really apply to me.
So
can you write well?
Does that mean you go back and forth, Kosho? Is that what it means?
Yeah. All right.
That means he can do two girls at the same time. Is that what that means?
That is what it means, yeah. What were you guys talking about? I totally forgot what you guys were even talking
about. I'm waiting for the molecule denier to come back so I can sound like a fucking globehead. Oh, dude, yeah. I'm supposed to debate this guy right now about lack of molecules, I guess, or atoms and all that shit.
Graham Hancock has a Netflix series called Ancient Apocalypse. That's what I was mentioning about. Just came on.
Okay.
I love archaeology. Who's I took an archaeology class. You know who was recognized as the very first archaeologist?
No. First?
Wow, yeah. It was Thomas Jefferson. That's how they credited Thomas Jefferson as being the first archaeologist. Yeah.
Why?
But
why Jefferson?
Well, he did archaeology, amongst other things.
Okay, so he just dug. Is that what archaeology?
Well, no, there was those mounds here in America, and so I guess people didn't know what they were. He investigated it.
Okay. Oh, so do you think? I just to pick your brain. Do you think ancient Egyptians built those things by pulling fucking rocks with ropes and putting mud down so it's less friction on the ground and somehow lift it up to the top of your head?
That'd probably be the easiest way to do it. Sure.
I mean, yeah, but is it doable that way? But I don't know what do you believe? I just want to know what you believe.
Well, I once saw a video where this dude was he showed how it could be formed in a fairly short amount of time. I think there was 4 teams or 8 teams. 8 teams doing exactly the same thing at the same time. So they made like a symmetrical. They made each side symmetrically. So basically they were working. Kind of like the World Trade Center. When I saw them building the World Trade Center, they spent a day on every floor. I think is how they built it. So every single day, they built a floor. Um, and so yeah, of course you have to have the whole team, doing their part. So it's kind of like that.
Okay. Do you think they were primitive and shit? I guess mine.
Well, what do you mean by primitive?
No metal or no iron chisel motherfuckers. Like, do you think they cut all those stones with chisels? I got chisels. I can't fucking do that shit with chisels. Then they can.
Chisels made out of metal, right?
Well, yeah, but they said theirs were copper chisels, which makes no sense. Sure, because that's what we found, right?
Copper is a metal.
Yeah, I said iron. They say the Egyptians didn't
I see
have
what
iron.
You're saying. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, not metal. They had copper and brass and gold.
They also they had. We think of ourselves as smarter than people back then, but people who had less, I guess, less available, like kind of like we have the internet. They almost had to rely on themselves to know as much as they could possibly know. So they kind of had ingenuitive methods for doing all sorts of things that we kind of we use tools for now, like the way they would level the stones and all that type of stuff. They had pretty clever ways of doing all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, which I mean, we don't know what ways they use what tools. So I'm assuming they had some fancy tools too. Similar procedure process. Like that's I don't know, assumptions, right? It's all assumptions, speculations.
I think the Great Pyramid of. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm done, man. Go for
it. I think the Great Pyramid of Giza is beautiful. And some of the other ones are pretty nice looking too. But I'm reminded when people marvel at the pyramids and stuff like that, and then also, um, comment on how everywhere in the world decide to build pyramids. I think that if you had like 100 kids on the beach and you had a sandcastle contest, I think a couple good kids would build some good sandcastles. I think most of the kids would probably build basically a pyramid because it's kind of the easiest thing to build. So,
Yeah, but it's hard to
I
match all four like vertices up top. When you reach the top of the pyramid, that's where your alignment issues from the bottom really adds up quite a bit in the pyramid. So like your triangles, you got 4 triangles, right? The faces, they all have to line up top. Or if you're whatever a little off, the bigger the worse, obviously. But if you're a degree off on the bottom, it's going to be quite a bit up top. It's a big one. And those things of like the Great Pyramids of Giza, like they're like masterpieces of like accuracy. They're so accurate. Really hard to actually go up and keep those angles straight. You know what I mean, to each other, like those lines.
This is gonna sound off topic, but it's actually it's based on the same topic. But I was gonna ask you, do you think Pythagoras, because he came up with these geometric principles and musical principles, do you think that he came up with discovered these himself, or do you think that maybe he was a part of a secret society before he started his? Or
correct.
Well,
I'm a Mason, and I do believe the Pythagoras story, even though we know that it's a story. Yes,
But
I
you're
do
Mason.
believe yes, I have the Masonic origins of Pythagoras. Yes.
Can I ask you something?
aliens.
I asked this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked this to 2 other Masons, and they agreed with me. But I'm of the mind that Freemasonry is basically a continuation of Pythagoreans. Basically, like there's probably maybe there's maybe adjacent groups before one led to the other, but I think basically what eventually became Freemasons was a continuation of what
That's the story,
Pythagoreans were,
man.
basically.
That's how the story goes. I don't think any Mason can verify that. What I can actually verify and tell you like the stone guild, like it's a union. It was like a union of stonecutters. You know what I mean? Masons back in the day.
Right.
And like you know, like today we got you have different unions and shit. You know, it's the same thing, just like sort of a labor union sort of thing.
Slight difference.
Yeah, with more to it than that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what, because I thought about this a long time, and there's cooking guilds. There's like chefs are on this guild, but the masonry guild, they would be filled with people who would have to understand these geometric principles that almost nobody else would ever be concerned with.
And I don't think I actually think there's a lot of advanced shit that I don't know. It's not like those guys back in the days they have, and I don't know where it went. I like especially the cathedral shit. That's that era. The harmonics and the music, the tuning of the whole building. That's very advanced to be just a fucking basic stonecutter that knows a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and you can come up with that. That's kind of like either the simple knowledge is lost, or you're on some fucking mad shit. Like, or you had some advanced knowledge of how to tune the frequency of a building at many nodes. It's like, what the fuck?
Hey, the dude that wanted to debate me about vitamins, are you there?
I'm here, man. Oh yeah, I was talking. What's up?
Oh, that's you. Oh, okay. Hey, did you want to go to another room so these guys could continue their
no, dude, you guys are fine
about? Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't want to interrupt you, man. I mean, I just want
to. You're about to take the guy I'm talking to.
Yeah. So we can just talk here, man. Shit. So tell me about vitamins, man. How do you Let's just take vitamin C. How do you deny ascorbic acid? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
Everything that's claimed about it.
Like? Acidic?
Oh, dude, I just seen a snake. Oh, dude, I gotta. Well, hold on, man.
Okay.
Oh man, it's gonna die right here.
You just run over a cat?
A snake. He said, just saw a snake. Huh?
Yeah. It's dead. Fuck, man, it's trying to get warm. Oh, I hate when I see dead snakes. Anyway, sorry about that. So where were we?
Vitamins, vitamin C. Let's just stick with one vitamin at a time. We'll do vitamin C first.
Yeah, let's go for it. I mean, I hate to just, use Google as my, my authoritative reasoning, but would you like to do, I guess maybe we could nip it in the bud if I just have you Google one quick thing, if you will.
I have to. I mean, no. I'm sweeping right now and talking. I would rather stay hands-free. That way I'm not wasting my day.
I'll do it for you. This is what I'm going to Google. And maybe Kosho could let's have a third party do it.
Okay.
Google, not Jeremy. Kosho, you got your Google fingers on?
Mike, you there? Mike Smith. All right, anyways. He's not around. I'm sure he would Google if you wanted to.
No.
But okay, what do you want to Google?
Kosho's the biggest Googler here, dude.
I love Google. What is it that we're
ready?
Okay. Well, all right.
We're gonna Google. Is there any scientific proof of vitamins?
Scientific proof of vitamins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like experiments, like cause and effect relationships, stuff like that, right? That can attribute and verify and see on the molecular level, vitamins carrying out all these certain processes, right? You'd like to see that, wouldn't you?
Carrying out a certain process, such as, okay. So vitamins are just
whatever right? Vitamin C is claimed to do, because it's claimed to do a numerous things, right?
Vitamins, no. Vitamins don't do anything. Vitamins are chemical compounds. Do you agree with that? Let's just start on the definition of vitamin.
Oh, vitamins don't do anything. Okay, that's cool.
They're
I
chemical
I
compounds
agree.
that have a reaction. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting at, are they chemical compounds to you? That way we can talk.
So a reaction in doing something, isn't that the same thing?
When you say doing something, you give it like sentient nature. Like, I don't do that. It's reacting.
You don't get down with that?
Well, it's fine. It's the same thing. We're just using different terminology. It's reacting. Okay, cool.
So
But they don't
it does
do
something
anything.
then, right?
Sure, it will react with substances. Okay. Now,
So you're saying it'll only react, but it won't do anything on its own accord, right? Like it won't take it's the initiative to like carry out certain processes, right?
the
That's
initiative.
what
No,
you're saying?
your body does that. Like, so if you're gonna talk about the human body, this complex, but okay. Now I'm down with
Yeah,
you.
let's go
I
for it,
was more
man.
on broad
We don't
chemistry
have to run
basis,
away
but
from it.
no, because like you denied chemistry, but now we're into vitamins, which now have processes. So are you going to deny the process, like the reaction, or what is it that you're denying? Or
Okay,
okay,
so
is
real
vitamin
quick,
C ascorbic acid? Is this the
here's
same thing we're talking about?
scientific proof of vitamins.
Okay.
Decades of research has failed to find any substantial evidence that vitamins and supplements do any significant good. In fact, recent studies skew in the opposite direction, having found that certain vitamins may be bad for you. That comes from November
Big Pharma.
2nd, 2018. Huh?
These are the words of big pharma because they don't like vitamins because they want to sell their pharmaceuticals. So, okay, who funded that? Go ahead, dig in. Who funded the study? Who was it done by? Go, dig in. Let's rock and roll. Like, vitamin C, okay, vitamin C has been proven to cure scurvy. Yeah? So it's like, okay, we can do some experiments.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned
these are the powers of it.
Everybody here knows. Okay. You want to go?
So scurvy is the lack of vitamin C. Scurvy is not a thing.
You just made a claim. You just made a claim, right?
Yep.
About scurvy, and everybody here knows that I'm a scurvy denier. Okay.
He is a scurvy denier.
I don't know. Okay, scurvy is what happens when you lack vitamin C.
Hold on. Why
you deny that?
Why do you pipe up now, Kosha, when I ask you to Google something and you just fucking hide away in your little fucking shell?
He wants to listen.
I was in my file. I was in my file thing, and I don't think it lets my push talk work when I'm in my files.
No, you weren't. But you come back now to verify that I'm a scurvy denier. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know that. He was letting me know it. So what do you mean you deny scurvy? What is scurvy?
I don't know. What is scurvy? Have you ever had scurvy? Did you verify scurvy?
No, I've never been at sea that long to not have any vitamin C, I guess. So
you're saying it's only because of a lack of vitamin C?
It's well understood in the mainstream science today that it is the lack of vitamin C. So I don't believe in diseases like attack onto you. All diseases are a lack of something. What are you lacking?
Okay, look.
That's the symptoms.
Real quick. Okay. Give me 3 minutes, if you will, because my internet's going to go bad because I'm back home. But
okay. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. 3 mic. Give me 3 mics, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Sounds good, man.
And I'll debunk your scurvy.
Okay.
In the meantime, I made something cool. I kind of made it with. I'm gonna give a shout out to Gio because he kind of helped me make this. But I think it's fairly cool. Give me a second. Give me 6 seconds to be exact.
All right.
There we go. It's loading. Jesus Christ, it's gonna take a fucking second. Anyway, I'll run it over what it is while it's loading. I made this because like astrology, they have those astrology charts, and it
Yeah.
was during the eclipse. People, there's some crazy people out there, and some of those crazy people have a really hard time seeing the correlation between the phases and the eclipses. That one's not caused by the other, they think. But regardless, I wanted to look at the chart, the astrology charts, and make sure that, on the eclipses, they're, opposite. Because the astrology chart will give you the angles of the celestial objects in the sky. Like the azimuthal, I guess. I guess that's
Okay.
probably a better way to put it. Anyways, all I did was I took the image for the chart for the whole year, for each day for the whole year, and I just made like a cool little GIF that shows like the chart throughout the year. So it's kind of cool because you can see the zodiac move and then the moon move and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of cool.
Oh, all right. Are you dropping that in the text?
Yeah, it finally loaded.
Give me a second, and I'll take a look at it.
This is the entire 2022. I don't know if you're there, Gio, but you should check it out.
Scurvy denier. Yeah, that's awesome. Guy nailed it, huh? Scurvy. I detected that shit in the ether. He denies scurvy.
For a guy who says silly things, he tends to back things up all the time, which is just funny enough.
Yeah, but you can't back up because like the pharmaceutical stuff is really divided. Like on the globe side, it has nothing to do with flat Earth, but they're not unified on anything whatsoever. All you have to do is just do some basic research. And the funny thing is, the guy that discovered the relationship with scurvy, he also well, because I cured my diabetes by following that. So he's talking to a guy that reversed a so-called disease with fucking minerals, chromium to be very specific. So it's like, good luck. We're about to find out what's going on because we have good data. It's just not It's published. It's just not pushed by the media. Like nobody knows. In 1957, Dr. Walter Mertz, working NIH, discovered that chromium and vanadium, if you withhold it, it causes type 2 in mice. Also found to do the same in humans later on. But and after that day, no chicken ever got type 2 diabetes ever again on any farm because we supplement their feed. We stick that shit in there so they don't become diabetic because they do. So yeah, but you just have to find the data, right? It's not hidden, but the mainstream is not going to do that because they want to manage your disease with metformin and shit like that. They don't want to give you $3 worth of fucking chromium and vanadium. Off you go like a chicken. You're never going to get that again. They don't want that. It's not good for their pockets. So there's money behind all this bullshit. So like the whole pharmaceutical industry is like, I'm against it. Globe Earth, flat Earth, like way before flat Earth. So there's always, if you do some research, there's other data out there to support, the contrary to what they're saying. And it's by them, actually, all done and funded by them, but they just don't tell you when the paper gets published. They don't, advertise anything about it. Oh, look, this discovery. Nah. But if you Google what I'm saying, 1957, Walter Mertz, type 2, chromium, vanadium, bang, it'll pop right up. And that's what I did for my type 2.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sounds cool. Who are you talking to?
Kosho.
Oh, Kosho. Okay, cool. All right. So, I use my Google fingers again, and
Good.
I'm gonna Google another thing. So symptoms of scurvy, right?
Yeah.
Symptoms may not occur for a few months after a person's dietary intake of vitamin C drops too low. Bruising, bleeding gums, weakness, fatigue, huh?
Teeth fall out too and shit from scurvy.
So I was saying, weakness, fatigue, and rash are among scurvy symptoms. And then people may experience pain in muscles, whole body fatigue, fever, loss of appetite, malaise, bleeding gums or tooth loss, skin rashes or red spots. Also common are bruising, coiled hair, failure to thrive, irritability, muscle weakness, swollen gums, weight loss. Okay. So with all that said, if a vitamin deficiency is all that can make a person have all those symptoms, would you agree that a lot of those symptoms are similar to, say, a virus or say
Yes.
a bacterial infection?
Yes.
Would you say something like that?
Yes. Yes.
So can you equivocate that symptoms
Not all. Yeah.
can
Not every
have
symptom.
certain what?
I said I was just amending what I said. I said not all. Obviously, not all symptoms are like correlate with a virus or a disease. But yeah, they have similar symptoms. Yes, they have common symptoms.
Common symptoms, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
So like, okay, so back in the days of scurvy, did they know about viruses or no?
I don't. Well, when they discovered it, or the lack of the vitamin C part, or what do you mean? Because scurvy is the lack of
Do I
vitamin
have to
C.
ask the
So
question in like a simpler way so you can understand it? But
yes,
I'll ask it again. Maybe you'll get it this time.
perhaps.
Did they know about viruses in the 1600s?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you got it that time. This is pretty
Okay,
easy.
yeah.
So
Yeah, because you gave me a number.
they couldn't attribute those symptoms to a virus because they weren't thunk of yet. Giving you like a double entendre of think, and they thought and in past tense twice over.
Yeah.
They had pandemics for 2,000 years that they knew about.
So they did know about viruses then.
Well, I don't know what they called them, but they knew that there was a sickness going around. They knew that.
Call them
So you don't
demons.
know what they call them. They
Probably
people just
fucking
got
demons,
sick.
man. Like, okay, so keep going with the 1600s so we can get some.
So why didn't they attribute this to a sickness then? People were getting sick, dude. They were having symptoms of people having the flu and having some other. I mean, because all those you could attribute those to the flu too. COVID, fuck, dude. They attribute fucking everything to COVID. COVID toes, COVID tongue. Yeah, you got a fucking heart attack. That's COVID. Your liver hurts. COVID. Everything COVID, dude.
Yeah, but okay, that's I'm agreeing with that's absolute horseshit. The mainstream, but like diabetes, type 2, whatchamacallit, scurvy, stuff like that has been experimented on. We have like experimental data, right? With simple compounds, no
Scurvy?
vaccines,
You have
none of that.
experimental data on scurvy.
They do, yeah. They don't?
Okay, hold on. Wait. Before we get too far, because I just wanted to make this point. That back then, they didn't know about viruses. But if they did, and if there was a pharmaceutical industry, which you and I kind of see eye to eye, that the reason that they do these things are to make money off pills and stuff. So I'm glad we agree on that little point. But So they didn't have viruses back then, so they couldn't blame it on COVID or whatever, syphilis or nothing like that.
Right.
So they
be a
used
demon or possession or something.
No, they didn't even use that. They didn't even attribute it to anything. They didn't even have an answer until, and I'll tell you when. I'll tell you the story about it. It could be conjecture. It could be hogwash. Who knows? But the story is that the British sailors were at sea for a long time, went to Peru. The quinine bush, and it's actually on their money, and it's on our money too. The quinine bush. So they were gifted that. They were gifted limes, and also the British.
It's coming hard to understand you. Your internet. Yeah, you're roboting hard now.
You can't hear?
No, you're clipping out, and now it got really bad. So try to fix that shit real fast.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
All right. So what didn't you get though about the whole story about the British sailors
Start over after they sailed the bush. Like you came back and some bush, and like I lost what you said. What kind of bush was that, and who gifted?
Oh yeah.
them? Yep.
So yeah, they were gifted quinine, which is they actually produce hydrochloroquine from it.
Okay.
And it's also in a popular drink like gin and tonic for like the Richies, because they know about the medicinal purposes of quinine, because it's in and they call it a tonic, right? So anything toxic is good for you, and anything tonic would be poisonous. So, I'm sorry, it's vice versa. Toxic is poisonous, tonic is good for you, so healthy for you. So gin and tonic, right? Like they put it right in the name. And all these they put quinine in these mineral waters and stuff, which when I drink it, I can't even stomach it. Like my body. Have you ever drinking mineral water?
I reverse osmosis my water, and I exclusively drink mineralless water and supplement my minerals currently.
I love reverse osmosis water.
Yep, it tastes so sweet.
To me, it tastes the best, man.
Dude, yep, you can't drink fucking tap water. It's so salty. It's like, the fuck is this?
Salt, but wait, I thought salt is good for you because it's in every
Exactly. Just not fucking calcium. That's just straight up in your water in non-absorbable form. That will give you just straight up fucking kidney stones. So yeah, your water, you're stripping all the minerals out. Like I know both camps of the pro-distilled or against distilled water. I know all the rebuttals and all that shit because they're retarded.
You know all of it, right?
Yeah, because I've been drinking it for like 6 years now, and it's like, then I read some people like, oh shit, it's dangerous for you. I was like, what the fuck? I was concerned about my health. I was like, I'm drinking this stuff, and I feel so much better after I started drinking it. Spiritual awakening and all that.
So it's all about based on how you feel, right? But you have no scientific research of why you do the things you do. You just feel better, right?
Scientific? I'm not gonna look at my blood every time. I'm not gonna look at my blood every time I drink water, man, and shit. But others have, right? So all I wanted is the fluoride out of my water. Yeah, I wanted the fluoride out, so that's why I went with RO. It's economically feasible.
So you got an RO because you don't like fluoride because you heard somebody telling you that it's bad for you, right? But you never did any studies yourself.
No, it's a byproduct, and I know enough about chemistry to not put hydrofluorosilicic acid in my fucking water. That's it. When you look at the barrel of the material, it tells you everything on the barrel. So you don't want I don't want to fucking touch any of that shit. They put it in water. It depends where you're at. There's either like sodium fluoride, hydrofluorosilicic, or there's another one, I forgot which one they use. There's like 3 types. But it's like when you look at
There's 3
these
types of
compounds,
fluoride
it's
and
like,
put it in your water?
yeah. There's 3
3
different.
types
Depends
of fluoride.
Yeah, there's sodium fluoride. There's hydrofluorosilicic. Depends byproduct of what it came out of, right? So.
Yeah, I was looking into that too.
But you
the
deny
different
fluoride.
reasons why. Who said I denied fluoride?
That was the whole convo, like atoms, electrons, and not fuck electrons,
This
but like
is not the
atoms
whole
and
thing.
molecules.
I haven't begun to deny fluoride yet. Just wait.
Okay.
It wasn't fluoride. We're talking about scurvy here. So I don't know how this got to this far when we were trying to build on scurvy.
Well, we're supposed to talk about molecules in general, because when we take it to disease, there's conspiracy there. So we should avoid disease, because there's conspiracy there. And it's like, okay, so let's talk about something where there isn't like conspiracy involved. There's no money making involved. There's no big pharma and shit like that. It would be better. It would be, I think, a cleaner discussion where not many strings attached to like pure chemistry, or, just some more science.
I think we should talk about scurvy. Does scurvy have anything to do with conspiracy?
Scurvy, no, but disease in general, yes. They don't. The pharmaceutical industry is not for minerals or like vitamins curing anything. They don't want you to believe in that. So that's that's what they push, their agenda for pharmaceuticals.
So you're saying okay, that's why they do it. So, but do you have any scientific proof that vitamins do cure anything?
Yes, I do. I was talking before you came back, talking to Kosha about my diabetes. How, thank God, I was able to reverse my type 2.
Scientific proof.
No, scientific, diabetes. Yeah. Experiment. You want to experiment, right? Yeah, I'll give you who did the experiment.
Okay, listen, here's the thing. The vitamin C.
I'll give you who did the experiment.
Vitamin C doesn't cure anything, okay? Like the studies that have been done, and there's been a lot of studies that I could link to, show that it like high intake of vitamin C will largely prevent it, and increase your immunity towards certain things, but that doesn't there's no one says vitamin C cures scurvy. Vitamin C intake of vitamin C highly prevents scurvy. Okay, so there's no curing that vitamin C does. However, again, the studies show that it will increase your immunity on these random control trials that they've done. I could link a few, I guess, but it's I don't know.
It does depend on how you word it too. Like you can say, that's how I understand it. Any disease is a lack of something. So I don't think you get scurvy. It's scurvy. These are the symptoms of the lack of vitamin C. We call that scurvy. So obviously you supplement what's missing, symptoms go away, which means there's no disease. It's just a lack of. Yeah, go for it.
You had said you have evidence of your diabetes being cured, and yes. When I heard that, I wanted to look up a specific definition. Because it's called just personal knowledge, or it can also be drummed up to hearsay.
No. Well, you never let me finish to tell you where it came from.
Hold on, I'm not fucking finished. And when you look this up, and when it has to do with I know this is not like the authority, but when you look it up in terms of like the judicial system, and you look up, can a judge use personal knowledge? And it says in a trial, the judge can only use knowledge he has as a judge, not the knowledge he has as a private person. So the judge could have said, hey, I did have diabetes once upon a time. I was diagnosed, but then I started using this supplement or whatever you did to supposedly cure your diabetes. He can't go and judge off that experience. So basically, your experience.
Can you hurry up and finish so I can tell you what I'm basing it off? You're taking too long. I'm ADD. I have no patience for that shit. Don't give me a story. Just make it quick. That way I can support my fucking evidence. And it's not. I'm not depending on my person. 1957, Walter Mertz, NIH. Google that shit. Use your fucking fingers. You'll see it's not my evidence. I use their evidence to cure my fucking disease, dumbass. Just have to know where to find it.
Hey, don't start insulting me, dude.
It's fine.
That's not necessary, man. I never called you a fucking dumbass.
Okay, I apologize then, but I wasn't.
Do that to
You
me,
never let me
fucking
finish
puss.
so I could finish.
Fuck you! Don't do that to me, man. I don't appreciate that.
Go fuck yourself. Suck a dick. We can start this, so let's not go down that road. I wanted to tell you how I cured my type 2, but you just rambled on. It's like, dude, it's not my fucking evidence. It's the data from 1957. We know this, and that's why animals don't get type 2 anymore. There's solid evidence on it, and it's 2 simple minerals. That's all I did. So it's not so if I go to the judge, I'm going to present 1957 Walter Mertz, National Health Institute, not, you know what I'm saying? Not my fucking information.
How many times did he conduct this experiment?
Many. It was actually so he did it on chromium.
What was his control?
Mice.
He used it on fucking mice. We're not fucking mice, you fucking retard.
Yeah, it carries over to humans though. It's on humans. So yeah.
Cyrus, I'd like to hear. Yeah, good white's kind of trolling, trying to create shit. I'd like to hear what it actually is, though, Cyrus. So, what are the minerals?
Well, I apologize, bro. I know I am coming in hot because it is personal, but like, okay, please, anybody, Kosho, I need a globe earther to do this. 1957, Dr. Walter Mertz, because there's another dude, German guy, Schwartz something, maybe not Schwartz something, I don't know, Schmidt or something like that, working with him. Not the only guy. After he did that, okay, they followed it up. It wasn't Mertz. Somebody else, and the guy was working with Mertz on vanadium, because he did it on chromium, and the study showed that withholding chromium from mice, from their dietary plan, they all develop type 2 diabetes. And you supplement chromium, it goes away. It's an on-off switch. So, and there is a reason why, like how it works. There's a theory behind that and the mechanism, but we don't have to get into the pharmacokinetics of that. But we'll get into that later if you want. But then they followed that up, fellows of his, and they also discovered that vanadium will do the same exact thing, trace element vanadium. So chromium and vanadium was shown to turn off type 2 in mice, chickens, humans, and pretty much all like mammals. So yeah, no, it's essential to the insulin system of how it works. And it was always called adult onset diabetes before it was called type 2. And it's called also insulin resistance. This can help out a lot of people. Let's not deny shit that works, and there's good evidence for it.
So just adding those minerals at the proper dosage, just for some people, just resolves it?
Correct. If type 2, yes. Because it's an electrical signal inside of the cell that when you don't have chromium or vanadium, it doesn't go across, because you have an insulin receptor on the cell. And when the insulin binds to the receptor, it sends an electrical signal through the cell to open up and allow the minerals in, like proteins, fats, and all that. And when that signal is not there, the insulin will bind to the cell, but the door won't open. Thus, it's like, okay, your body, what happens is this. Your body senses your blood sugar is high. So it's like, okay, we have sugar in the blood. We need insulin to open up the cell, and we can consume that sugar out of the blood so you don't die. Cool? Awesome. So when you're insulin resistant or type 2, your body produces insulin just fine. Your pancreas is okay. Okay, your beta cells are working fine in the pancreas. That's type 1, that they don't produce insulin. But type 2, you produce insulin, but you get no response. Your blood sugar levels don't go down as your insulin goes up, because the cells cannot open up to allow that the sugar in. So by having chromium, it allows the electrical signal to communicate from the IR1 receptor, the insulin receptor 1, to the cell wall to open it up and allow the food in. vanadium and chromium are the trace elements that are responsible to this. So when you withhold it, that signal doesn't go through. So your body does not respond to the insulin that's being dumped. So what happens is your body keeps on dumping insulin until it actually breaks the cell wall. Then you lose fingers and shit like that. It's not good. Gangrene and all that stuff. That's because you're not responding to the insulin that you're producing. And that lack of response is chromium vanadium proven, 1957, Walter Mertz, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
So were they reversing it on the mice? Were they withholding it, letting the mice get type 2 and then giving it to them, and they were being cured of it?
Correct. That's exactly what they were doing. Withholding.
We don't know.
And how long does it take?
Or you can look up what they did, because it wasn't just Walter Mertz, but they followed up, like I said, with vanadium. And you could look up the methodology and look for the holes in it and shit like that.
To be taken like with meals and stuff.
I take a lot. I take about 300% of whatever the daily dose recommended, like what you're supposed to have for food, because all this it stems to the ground being depleted of minerals, because minerals can be manufactured, and that was the conversation we're supposed to enter. The debate was molecules, the denial of molecules, and different substances and shit like that.
Yeah, so you take like a supplement form of it, like
I take the form of chromium in my supplements. Chromium, I forgot, but you have another name for chromium tolerance factor, GTF, CTF, I think, or no, not tolerance. Yeah, glucose tolerance, something. Anyways, I have to look it up, man. But if you look up chromium and type 2 diabetes, you'll understand quickly that it's not a mystery. Like, boom, it'll come up. Information will come up. You just have to put those two together. That's it.
And then how long does supplementing it would it take for someone who, is
3 weeks? Took me 4 days, thank God, to get over it. But 4 days for me. Usually, Dr. Wallach, the guy that did the autopsies and all this information really comes from him, who's the most funded really doctor ever from the government, Dr. Joel Wallach, and he says about 3 weeks for most people. I was almost at a week, 4 days, so I'll just call it a week. So 2 to 3, for most people. Type 1 is different. Your beta cells are not working in your pancreas.
To my understanding of part of the type 2 situation, my understanding of it is that when people have very high blood sugar diets, lots of white flour and refined sugars and all that, which essentially abnormally spike insulin repeatedly. And when they do that over and over and over, which obviously in our day and age, people are eating, donuts and all the refined grains and sugars all the time, to where their pancreas gets, essentially it's almost like over secreted. Like it's excessively had to, create an insulin response for the massive amounts of sugar, of refined sugars that are hitting their bloodstream, to the point to where the pancreas, in a way, it almost becomes worn out. Like it can't actually create the insulin anymore. And so one way that I know people have reversed it as well would be just to stop eating all of those high sugar foods and only eat whole foods, basically, only foods that fruits are okay as long as it's in the whole fruit form, so nothing refined. And in some cases, people have been able to get their pancreas creating insulin in a normal way again, just from doing that.
Nice. That's type 1. There'll be type 1 if your pancreas is not working. Type 2, you're just not responding to the insulin. Exactly because of the refined foods and all that. Because chromium and vanadium, they're trace elements, right? They're rocks. What food do you find that in, right? It's in the ground. If you're lucky and you're eating food that was planted in the ground that's rich in these elements, guess what? You can have a long, good life. If not, you're fucked.
Well, yeah, interesting thing is that chromium, right, is the thing in your pee that makes your pee smell like pee. It's the heme of chromium in there. Isn't that weird?
What is it? Let me see. What
Well, like,
you know?
yeah,
This
the
like
yellow
the substance.
part of the makes the urea yellow is the chromium dilute in urine, which is like a heme of the chromium molecule, whatever the fuck
So it's
that
good
means.
to
Okay.
drink your
Okay.
pee then, right?
Piss.
Well, no, I mean
CO.
it does
Yeah.
factor that there's something in the loop here, you know. If you figure it's just an organic process, that's really interesting. That's some dope knowledge, though. Thanks for all that.
Well, I just googled this.
Hey, I wanted
The
to ask.
presence of urobilin or urobilin, a biochemical waste product generated from the breakdown of old blood cells. So they're saying the yellow comes from old blood cells breaking down. That's a quick.
Snacks. Hey, snacks. And you said the scientist Walter who? What was his name? Walter Bislin.
Mertz for
Walter
diabetes.
Mertz. Okay.
Mertz.
He had
MERTZ.
a high tech microscope, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Oh, so then how does he know all this knowledge about these receptors and cell walls and dumping of insulin and all this? All these operations
that came later.
that you described. Did he see these
didn't.
things?
That came later.
Okay.
The kinetics.
Seen it.
The pharmacokinetics, that told you that's different. But like that, he discovered that just the withholding of that will cause that. Now, the mechanism of why withholding that causes that, that's not him. That's other people. Talk about those later. Come obviously after he makes the discovery. Yeah, got to make the discovery first, and others will be like, oh.
It basically is something that's fucked up with
Get on it quick, man.
your bioconductivity, your and the signal, like it's an electrical problem, basically.
Yes, correct. It is actually electrical.
Like a short in the wiring system, right? Because and then like things like citric acid, like if you take a bunch of orange juice, like it'll spike it doubly. Like it doesn't just read the sugar. The sugar will trigger the meter, but also like citric acid will also trigger it too. So, but that also means that we've got higher acid, you've got higher bioconductivity going on. So your cells like are also releasing energy from vitamin C. Wow. Yeah. And the insulin just pretty much shuts down the signal, right? It's like an insulator.
Insulin is what triggers the signal. So, okay, we don't know yet. I shouldn't say nobody. Well, modern fucking, pharmaceutical stuff doesn't know why or how, I'm sorry, the body detects blood sugar levels. That's unknown. Okay? What detector, we don't know, but it detects somehow that now sugar is in the bloodstream. Cool. After sugar is in the bloodstream, it's like body's like, let's get rid of this stuff. What do you need? Insulin. So brain sends signal to the pancreas. Let's dump some insulin. Insulin dumped. Now the insulin is floating around, binds to the cell receptor. That's the IR1 receptor. Binds to that. After binding to that, this is where the electrical signal is sent via chromium vanadium pathway, or that's the trace element you need for that signal to go through inside the cell. After that signal goes through, door opens up, blood enters, blood, fat, protein, boom, enters the cell, off you go, right? Food, energy storage. So that's where the chromium vanadium like mechanism is in between. After binding to the receptor, the insulin, it will send the signal, right? So the insulin just binds to the receptor to tell the cell to open up.
Yeah.
But to tell it to open up, you need
just
chromium.
Pushing
vanadium.
a button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay. So So
it's a button pusher.
Right, because there's too much like open. There's too much glucose in the open system. Gotta dilate these cells down, or else we'll start burning too much shit or whatever. Maybe we're trying to conserve energy. Maybe, who knows? Maybe because the body's like, like long distance runners and stuff like that. All they need is a splash of Gatorade in their mouth and spit it out, and it's enough to tell their body to keep going on.
You guys are.
They don't actually need to
ridiculous.
consume the calories of it.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I'm sorry, guys, but like, just the stuff that we've been taught to parrot of how these things work, we don't really know how these things work, man. You're talking about receptors as if they're real, but they're almost like man. See,
I don't know how many people you know
I'm gonna
with this
get
condition.
muted. I'm gonna get muted because Gio for some reason doesn't like me. But Snacks, I just wanted to tell you one more thing.
Well, I actually will mute you if you're going to spread misinformation. I never said that.
Yeah, he didn't.
Hey, if I go on mute, I'm gonna go on mute now. Dude, I'll talk to you about this. Just not on this server because for some reason,
No, you don't need to. I'm totally
a misinformation.
Bro.
Hey, did he start it first, and did he continue,
Yes.
and did he get more?
No, I started the name calling. I got you. I started the name calling, Gio. So
and did you get dirty too? Did you start screaming at me first? So I
didn't scream. I just called
defended
your name.
myself.
I think the
No,
first
you
thing
started screaming at me, dude. What
you
what
dropped
the
the
fuck are you
F-bomb.
talking about?
Yeah, you dropped the F-bomb first, though.
It doesn't matter. We can just move on, man. But
Yeah,
I only had to speak
I'm not a
up because you got muted for that. You're now making up a bunch of slander and misinformation about me and all this other stuff that was not related to that at all. So you could just take responsibility for that and then just move on, and we can have a good conversation. It's not a big deal.
Well, okay, I'd like to have a conversation, but for some reason, you always have to mute me. I don't know why, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
because
if
you
I'm gonna
troll.
talk about something.
Yeah, you cause a lot of.
I think you're a good guy, though. Hey, Gio, I made something for you, my man. I don't know if you saw it already, but I did make it for you, so I'm going to post it.
You can present your thing, man. Like, I think this convo is interesting, especially when it comes to the human body. It might help people, maybe not. But I think it's cool. And I did start the shit show. I apologize. But yeah, we can move on. Like the promo, I don't
want to call anybody out, so I won't.
Oh no, I mean whatever, man. So you can like highlight where in the study, like what you disagree with, the methodology and stuff like that. What have they done that's like quackery? You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing.
Well, okay, look, dude, I just asked for proof from that Walt. You said, Walter Mertz is my proof. He has it. And then I said, hey, well, did Walter Merck witness this under a microscope? He said, no, but he came up with the idea, and that came later. And these are the ideas we've been taught to parrot.
That's a straw man. You asked me, did Walter word for word, remember this. You said, did Walter
Merck... initially, when I asked you, about, because I brought up the idea of personal knowledge, right?
I remember exactly what you said.
You cured your own diabetes. Finished. You cured your own diabetes, and then you said Walter Mertz is my proof because he's the one who did it. It's not mine. It's his. So then when I asked you, I said, hey, did Walter Mertz view all these? How come you're not muting him, Gio? Because he keeps interrupting me, talking over me, and clipping me. But you don't do nothing to him, dude. Just me.
I'm not. I'm trying to get you to ask me like specific because I remember exactly what you said, man. Word for word. Maybe I am muted. Let me check.
I mean, I wouldn't really. You were kind of jumping in and just sort of adding little things. It didn't sound like full blown clipping or interrupting to me, but maybe a little bit. I guess good. Go ahead, man. Good White tends to interrupt a lot as well, but yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's not like my intention is not to fucking clip him off. I like trying to have him stop to tell him, like, you asked me if Walter Mertz had a fancy microscope. My answer was, I don't know. So you can't add to that. Anything I said, no, that's all I said. Everything else after that is bullshit you're making up. That's it.
No, you're the one who said that he was your authority and the reason why you believe this.
Yes. And what part of his methodology do you disagree with?
He didn't witness any of the chromium. He didn't witness the chromium fixing the whole problem. He just has adding chromium, thus must mean problem fixed with my diabetes or problem fixed in mice with diabetes when adding these two substances. How is that in any way proof of fixing something?
You withhold it. So not just add it, you withhold it to see what happens when you withhold it. So then you add it. It's like plants when they're yellowing. Okay, carry on.
Similar example with how I talk about scurvy, right? Because they say, well, you withhold vitamin C and you get scurvy, and then I read off all the symptoms to you. Now I proposed one thing, and I was gonna ask you the same thing because I asked a lot of ballers these questions, and even flat earthers, because the flat earthers believe this shit too. It's like if you're gonna deny one thing, deny it all, or like hold criticism to it all. So in the example of scurvy, right? You withhold vitamin C or citrus fruit, and then you get scurvy, right? Those symptoms. But I proposed, how do you rule out any other thing that the citrus fruit is fighting against? Like I brought up the fact that perhaps there's a certain parasite in your body. This is just one example, but there could be many because we can't actually attribute because we don't know for a fact. But I brought up the fact that how do you know that the vitamin C isn't repelling some sort of parasite that was causing these symptoms of scurvy? Can you rule that out?
No, it's a cool idea. Can you provide any proof to that substance, like to that claim?
Exactly. Is there proof? Well, I claim and see where your body's freaking out. It's just a parasite allowed to thrive in your body because there wasn't any vitamin C there to repel them away.
Did you see those parasites? Did you see those parasites?
Did you see the scurvy being cured by vitamin C?
I said scurvy or like any disease, from my understanding, is a lack of something. That's the label we give to the lack of something. There is no thing that attacks your body. I don't believe in that.
Okay, so did you witness the vitamin C curing that scurvy?
Which was the lack of vitamin C? Like scurvy is what? Is a parasite or the symptoms? Yeah, they witnessed that it cures the symptoms, yes? Or no?
You witnessed it?
Me? I've never had scurvy. I've never had scurvy. Never had scurvy. I had type 2.
It's the same thing, dude.
Type 2. Okay, did I witness the chromium binding to that? No. No. It's like
then
if
it's just a story then.
A story that works. That's what I'll take it. Until proven otherwise.
There is some old homeopathic remedies out there that will repel certain parasites and even some certain bugs. Like certain bugs don't like cinnamon, or certain bugs don't like salt. So you keep
talking about homeopathic stuff, really?
Was I not literally in the middle of explaining something and I get clipped and nobody mutes the dude for doing it or tells him to stop? And Geo is listening close by, just waiting for his chance that I do it, and then he mutes me and says, you were clipping somebody. Stop.
It was another guy. Relax, man. It's all good.
No, but Geo's fucking on his hot finger.
No, I don't know.
I didn't know that.
I don't know that. It's knowledge. I've got no idea. I can ask Geo. Hey, do you have your finger on a what hot button?
Yeah, I just muted him because he's just slandering
Yeah,
and making shit
it's
up.
okay. I muted him. I took care of it. Don't worry about it. He won't talk about Geo like that anymore.
Just like,
It's ridiculous.
is it a showdown? Was it a showdown conversation? Was that? I thought it was like a open. My bad if I interrupted.
Bro, it is open, bro. It's not a 1v1 sort of thing.
You gotta prove
Like,
scurvy and shit. Go ahead and prove it.
no, man. Like, I always
What?
try to.
Oh,
If someone else talks, I'll shut the fuck up. Like, you know
that's
what I mean?
off in the
Like,
weeds to me. We're just talking about like sugar, insulin response. You know what I mean? That's like enough. Isn't that enough to talk about? Like, I don't know.
cool subject if you know talk about it. But
Yeah, if you had like proof and stuff, like witnessing some of these, like,
define proof.
oh man, I can't even fucking talk, man. It's kind of cool though, but you know that everybody else gets away with it, but not. You know, when I interrupt somebody, boom, I get muted.
Dude, is this how you're spending your time, man? We do the best we can with moderation. Sometimes mods are here to quickly mute. We can't catch every single interruption. If you're talking about what just happened, you were in the middle of speaking. Cyrus was a little bit jumping in. He wasn't completely blatantly interrupting you. He was kind of saying, yeah. The reason I think he did that is because he felt like you were probably misrepresenting what he was saying. Is you tend to go on these long tirades, and if someone's going to go on a long tirade where they're misrepresenting someone, there's the tendency for the person to not want to really let them just do a long misrepresentation tirade or a straw man. The tendency is to probably want to jump in and stop that. So it's kind of like 50-50. Like it kind of makes sense to not let someone do that, but on another hand, like it makes sense to have someone have their time to speak. So that little thing happened. He may have interrupted a little bit, and then now you're just going on tirades about the moderation and how we're unfair and how you get muted. Yeah, you interrupt a lot, and you cause massive disturbances on this server. You have from the beginning. So that's just a fact.
You just repeated yourself from what you said before.
Yeah, and
So,
you're repeating
you know,
yourself, going on and on, complaining that one person didn't get muted because he may have clipped you a tiny bit when you were misrepresenting him.
wasn't one. Another dude did it, and then before when I brought this up about 5 minutes ago, and then he just did it again when I was trying to just talk in general about, you know, how things, you know, we can witness them and have, you know, firsthand knowledge, or, you know, even, you know, different evidence of certain processes, and boom, you know, he does it again, talks right over me, and it's like it's hard to like convey your thought when somebody does that, because you know it's kind of, you know, it's just a blatant interruption, and you know it's not fair when if I do it, I get muted immediately. Well, when somebody does it to me, it just seems like, you know, the person gets away with doing that, and
yeah, it's just not true. I mean, you were interrupting him. I think the reason he got upset earlier is because you were chronically interrupting him over and over, and he couldn't speak. And so finally, I think that's what I heard. He was probably like, fuck you, man, because he couldn't speak. So you were doing it just repeatedly. You probably interrupted him 14 times, just blatant interruptions, and you didn't get muted. So what you're saying now is also a lie. You do it all the time. The only time you got muted is when you were screaming at him insults. That's when I muted you, because I had just gotten here and I was at my computer and heard that.
Yeah, that was for when he insulted me first, you didn't mute him. And then in my defense, when I defended myself, you muted me. But when you claimed that I was actually interrupting him, I didn't interrupt him, and that's why he got mad and started insulting me. No, he was only insulting me because I called him out that Walter Merck doesn't have any microscopic evidence of his theory, and that it's all just a story.
Actually, no, I
And then he
insulted you
started
before
yelling at me
Walter Merck.
about don't I know anything about mice and studies, and you know whatever he started saying.
So after this fucking monologue, have you noticed that I've been fucking quiet since I actually noticed I interrupted you? Did you notice that or no? Because you've been whining like a bitch. So just talk, man. Get to it.
He interrupted me when I mentioned. See, he did it again. I don't know. It's a quick one,
Maybe give up.
but it does throw people.
Give up.
What?
It's sad sometimes
You
we have
did
to
it
admit to
again
defeat.
too.
I'm
What
still
did you
quiet.
say? Dude, it's ridiculous that we're grown men and we can't even fucking have a civilized conversation with each other, man.
Dude, we're grown men and you're crying like a baby, dude. No one cares about who
I'm not
who
crying like
decided.
a
No,
baby.
just relax, bro. No one cares. No one actually
I'm
cares about
fine,
the
dude. I
whole
am
like mod
relaxed.
problem. It's fine. Let's get
Aren't
back
you
on
relaxed?
discussion. Yeah,
Yep, yep.
let's get back on discussion.
Sure,
Let's
let's
do it,
go ahead
man.
and talk about it.
All right. So, what part of the methodology do you disagree with? You asked if you had a fancy microscope. I can Google it and see. Go ahead.
Well, I asked, like, what kind of microscope did he see all these processes going on that he's describing? Like, you know, the specifics. I'm talking about what did he actually witness? Or did he kind of do what, you know, they did with scurvy and say, here's vitamin C or here's a lime, add some lime, no more symptoms. But there could be other attributions that could be the cause of that. So maybe, like I said, limes could have some sort of interaction with whatever, any other process like that was causing those symptoms. Because I'll tell you what, if we had scurvy, right, and it happened like, let's just say 10 years ago, I guarantee that they chalk it up to some sort of new disease. You know what? I'll even go as far as to say, if it happened now during COVID times, they would call scurvy COVID. I guarantee it. But instead of giving you a lime and not profiting off of it, they'd give you some sort of pill and profit off of it because they learned how to do that already. It's just the same thing. I guarantee that's what would happen.
I agree with you on that. But like, it would still be the lack of vitamin C causing the COVID scurvy, whatever you call it.
Well, how do you know that though? What if it's some other? There's so many other factors that you're not taking into account that lime could be doing. Like I said, repelling something. How do you know it's not repelling a parasite or that's something that's
100%.
causing these?
So, like the observation.
That's all I'm saying.
Like, we can just apply the simple scientific method to it and come up with just an experiment. Making it simple, you can't vary all things at once, so you can only vary one thing at one time and see if that fixes the thing, right? And if it does, we can dig deeper. How did it fix it? So you talk about the mechanisms, the kinetics. How does the pharmacology work in the body versus did it do it or not? Like the Walter Mertz and the whole thing, did it do it or not? It did. How did it do it? Okay, we can differ 100%. But does it do it? That's, you know what I mean? So like I'm at it works. I'll take it to cure my body for now and any other fellow human that wants, like, you know, that's diseased. And like the pharmacokinetics, I'll look into and I'll see what, you know, because that can always change. But, you know, as
Here's the
our
thing.
understanding.
Sorry if I clipped you there at the end. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
I don't worry about it, man. But
right on, man.
Let me say something, guys. It's very important. Please give me 2 seconds. Just put it out there that nobody's giving any medical information or medical advice, right? Just make sure everybody understands that. Yeah.
100%. This is just research. We're just this is research of the past. We're just providing people with.
Exactly. Check with your doctors if you need any medical. This is just talk.
100%.
Your logic, if it works, then it works. So we have some sort of understanding on that. Great. So, you know, but based off that logic, there is ways to cure. Like for instance, Wim Hof was injected with E. coli, like dead E. coli, and they had a controlled study. So they had a controlled study.
Go. I'm not gonna talk. Go. I was just saying I love Wim Hof. That's it.
So, dude cures himself with meditation alone, right? So, is there any possibility that how do you roll out that just by the thought of taking lime will cure yourself as well? Like if just thought alone can do it, can cure somebody's autoimmune effects. How can you not factor that in as well?
Like I said, you can't control for all those things. Like, so you're gonna have to. What are you trying to do? Like, that's the whole goal. Yeah. Like, what are you trying to achieve? If you're trying to achieve how is this working? Is it actually working? Placebo and all that. Man, it goes back and forth. But I'm an action reaction sort of guy. You got gasoline, you give it, a spark and oxygen, it's going to ignite. This is a exothermic reaction with oxygen. So that's just how I think of things. I understand mind like within matter or mind over matter, or why I call it mind within matter. That does have effects. It's been shown. How that works, I've got no idea. But yes, it's been shown to. There's enough evidence to be like, okay, cool, the placebo effect, that sort of thing. So there is that too. But I do believe in chemistry. I'm a hardcore believer in chemical reactions. If I inject you with poison enough, nanograms per deciliter, you're going down. Maybe Wim Hof can fight it, but I think I could still defeat him with enough poison. So I don't know.
There's actually people that will prove you wrong on that. There's people that take high doses of snake poison. Well, I mean, I know their body is used to it, but
yes.
They're tolerant to it. So maybe you can't count on those guys. But what about certain people that get bitten by a snake, and it's just their sheer will to survive and their mind control that allows them to survive it.
He's just
don't
like a
let themselves
psychopath.
die.
Yeah, and they're just like, yeah, bite me with the snake, and they're just like, just burn it off. Yeah.
I can call. Well, sorry, man. I thought you were done. Snacks
Let's
or.
take this for example: the guy that cut his own arm off and still lived. Like I mean, I don't know.
Like a poison,
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No, who has the ability to cut their own arm off, much less survive? That's sheer will to survive. Eye of the tiger type shit.
Maybe it's God. How do you know it's not God?
That's some Rambo shit.
There you go. There's another factor.
That's why you got to exclude God from science, because he made chemistry, he made nature. So by isolating stuff, I'm always trying to find out how it's like the mechanism which God made that it works, right? That way I don't have to be like, I use my mind to cure stuff and stuff. That's, what I mean? It's kind of becomes difficult. But I just stick to chemistry.
If your mind not doing it and just what you say something that a chemical is, but I'll put all of my money that you've never seen one basic chemical, like
one basic
like on
chemical?
a molecular level.
No. How tight? Like, what's your with what? With a scanning electron microscope, I've seen a guy actually kind of. I would say that's the closest to the atom that I've ever seen. Like the grid, how these spheres of gold holding each other right next to. They look like little balls, really arranged. So, seen that. Does that qualify?
Everybody's seen Xanax's little gold atom picture. We've all seen that.
Oh, it's not Xanax. No, man.
Xanax loves to demonstrate that every chance he gets.
That's not his, though.
I love it though. I have no problem with that. Like I enjoy that. I enjoy that kind of modeling of materials. I don't agree with the Bohr model of the atom, like subatomic, but the atom being a simple sphere and shit. Yeah. We don't have to extrapolate it to Earth and solar system. We can just stick with materials. Yes, that's fine.
What about transmission electron microscopy? You don't think we can view molecules with that? TEM?
Scan electron microscope?
Yeah, an
what sort of
electron.
natural?
Yeah.
Can you share the process of how they actually carry that out?
Yeah, they have to cover stuff with the metal.
Like they
whatever.
got to stain it, right? They
It's
stain
just
metal,
like
yeah.
oil
with heavy metal.
viscosity. Just
Yeah,
like
well,
oil,
stain it with. Sorry,
oil
go ahead, Mike.
viscosity, we actually add molecules so the thermomolecular breakdown under combustion and heat in a combustion engine is lessened and an oil lasts longer.
What sort of natural environment would you say that exists?
Petroleum.
Do you think that's some sort of like manipulated, conjured, altered reality? Would you say?
No, petroleum is natural product.
But burning
what
it
extent?
and
Fire is
okay,
natural.
I want to know where you stand. Okay, if I take hydrogen and combust it, is the byproduct water and heat, or is it not? In your understanding?
can you show that under a microscope?
No need for a microscope. Just a bunch of it together. No need for why do you need a microscope? I have microscopes. Like, why do you need a microscope here?
Because I want to actually see the process taking place. Because it's like smoke and mirrors. It's like you get a hydrogen, you burn it, and then you get water. It's like it's still a cause and effect relationship, right? Or like a correlation equal causation, but you don't know how or why, where, what, when. None of those. You don't know any of those. You just say, it's like monkey see, monkey do. Like it's so rudimentary that on a you don't know, like you don't have like a what's that sort of knowledge, like a what's the word I'm looking for?
First.
Direct.
No, not first hand. Like a
empirical.
Intuitive.
Empirical.
No, not empirical. Something that's close to you, right? Like what's the word?
Primary.
No, primary.
Oh.
God, never mind. It's not like I can't think of the word, and I lost my train of thought. I'm just saying, like, yeah, like the things we do to see what's going on in nature. It doesn't mean that we know these actual processes. Like, put water, boil water, and then you got steam, and it's like.
Yeah, well, we can watch it with hot springs. A lot of this is just natural processes that we observed and then tried to duplicate.
I don't know. Like you have to draw the line somewhere, because if you look around you, like we are like this concept has advanced our technology, so its application is good. It works. Now the theory, subatomic, all that, okay, but at some level of magnification, whatever you're seeing, you're gonna have to be like, okay, this is one chunk of material. I call that the molecule, right? Like, so I like molecules because they're easier to work with. Like, I like alloys and metallurgy. So when you read, like, when you have the concept of that and you can slice into the metal and see the crystalline structure that we like theoretically study, and not theoretically actually, but yeah, like the crystalline structure of stuff, it adds up. There is validity to what we're doing, 100%. But like the subatomic, I run away. I have my other electrical realm explanations for, and I avoid busting those out just to keep it like mainstream.
Can I say something real quick on this subject? I'm surprised you guys are still talking about it, actually. I was gone for like 2 hours and you guys are still on it. But
Yeah, science is in the business of making models with predictive power. That's it. But all the model has to do is be able to predict things. It doesn't actually have to be what's happening in reality. If I had a fucking fortune wheel, right, that you spun, and the fortune wheel would just come up with random sentences, but every time the random sentence was correct, that fortune wheel would be more scientific than most theories they have today. So, like, the model doesn't actually have to represent reality. It just has to have predictive power. That's all science is about, right? It's about explaining what happened, not why it happened.
Proper science
You're
is
doing yourself a
how.
disservice by not knowing why, dude. Like, just because you see water boil and you add heat to it and say, oh, well, this must mean this and that, it doesn't mean that you actually know why this water even exists and where it, you don't even know where it came
No,
from.
you're
Well,
right.
that's
But
you. It came from
what we
God.
do know is we can heat it, boil it, prepare food with it, wash with it, disinfect with it, boil eggs with it. Application is more valuable than you can sit there and ponder where the entire universe came from, where I take what knowledge I have and apply it. That's intelligence. And through application I'll have a better life and an easier life.
I
These are
disagree because, okay.
It's the applied sciences. Do you enjoy your stove, your microwave, your toilet, or would you rather go outside and shit in the woods like when we started?
Wipe your ass with a rock.
You like your home,
And here's the thing.
your
And here's the thing.
driveway, your
And
automobile?
here's the thing, dude. Here's the thing, dude. It doesn't matter if it's actually a microwave heating up your food or whatever fucking ether explanation you can come up with. The actual thing that all of us only know is that you put your food in the microwave, it gets heated up. All the other shit, the theoretical nonsense, it's only there because it predicts things, right? If it didn't predict things, there is no validity for it scientifically.
There'd be no microwave.
Microwaves are built a certain way. They've got parts that work in them.
Yeah, and we've learned most of this and applied it through trial and error.
You can take them out of there and make weird fucking shit from it.
Oh yeah, I can make
So-
some shit with a microwave.
Don't try to tell me the microwave doesn't matter.
Okay, look, here's kind of where
But
I'm going with this, guys.
Here's the thing though. You said the microwave doesn't matter, but
Damn,
what
dude,
if
I
it's
was literally gonna go and dump
real quick? Let me
totally
just
hijack
respond.
my fucking combo.
Yeah, but he
could
just
just let
responded to me.
explanation and
That's
wait.
fine, man.
Let me respond
at least
real
you guys
quick.
see it,
5
man.
seconds. 5 seconds,
It's all
real
good,
quick,
man.
because he literally just addressed my point, and I want to respond real quick before you come in. But here's the thing: if someone called it an aether wave, would you then say, "No, you're so stupid for not believing in aether and saying it's a microwave"? Like that's the thing. It could be a microwave. It could be an aether wave. It really doesn't matter what it is. All that matters is it heats your food up.
For me, it matters because I'm just a scientist, like in the state of mind. Like I just like to know how things work. So
Go
to
ahead,
me, it
good white.
matters.
Go ahead, good white. I just wanted to respond to that guy. He's giving a non-response back.
Good. Okay. Now, I deny pretty much anything the mainstream, all science gives me, and I just apply. Do I have proof of it? Did I see it? Did I witness it? You know, things like that. You know, that can't get too far either, because then, you know, what you guys are talking about, you know, applied science and trial and error, all that's all gravy. I get it. You know, so I do agree with that. But here's the problem. You know, you start talking about receptors and you start talking about cell walls, and you know, you get into these elaborate stories, and before you know it, you're conjuring up stories about space, and then you got people believing in NASA and that they're, you know, moonwalking, and it fucking just snowballs out of control, dude. And I'm telling you, this is how it started, man. These stories
Comes to the
about
human body.
Wow.
Yeah, when it comes to the human body, yes, dude. The whole story of DNA. Look, this is why I have a problem with DNA, man. I looked into it, and to me, it's all total bullshit.
Into it, bro.
Even the pictures, huh?
You looked in. Okay, that's cool.
So the first photo of DNA that they've ever got, Walter and Crick, it's called photo 51. It's the first photo of the helix DNA structure. But if you really look at it closely, it looks some sort of like it looks like what a magnet would give you, or like some sort of like coil. It looks like a coil. So that's why they called it a coil. And then they had the process to do this was how they actually took the photo is it's some sort of spectroscopy microscope. But yeah, they stained the actual cell. Well, first they put it in an acid bath, then they stained it with heavy metals, and then they exposed it to a high electron beam, and it took 62 hours for it to develop. And I'm thinking to myself, in what natural setting would we expect that cell and DNA to remain looking the same? It's going to be altered, man. You exposed it to acid, you applied metal to it, and then you exposed it to an electron beam for 3 days. Like, how could you expect your DNA to ever look what it actually looks like when it's operating in a live human cell? So that picture of that DNA, I can't accept that. And so based off that picture, they've built a whole theory around, dude, and a whole DNA story, man. That's why I can't ever get behind it. And then from there, man, this guy named John Enders, he went full clip and took the whole virology thing and just ran with it. He's one of the first, huh?
Virology.
Virology?
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you out, brother. I'm not ridiculing. You know the Glovers will attack the fact that you can't say it properly. Virology.
Virology?
Study of viruses, yes.
So then instead of saying virology, it's virology? Because I've never heard it pronounced like that, but I guess we can say virus instead of virus. Sure. Virus? So they're not viruses, they're viruses?
It's a preamble. VIR.
VIR?
VIR is a reference to virus.
Virology is virology.
Is the study of viruses. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
For that little history lesson.
I don't have to. It's not history. It's language, English. But I don't need the theory about DNA. It doesn't affect my life at all. Once again, I'll still be building shit. Still be making money. Still be selling services. Doesn't change anything. The applied sciences are the only things I wish to keep.
Same. I studied mechanical engineering. Like, I can't help you with the virology stuff, but I can.
No,
do you deny thermodynamics?
Not virology, bro. It's virology.
Virology.
Sorry.
I know. I don't know anything about
it. They jump on it. Do you know thermodynamics? Is that the only thing you learn in engineering? Christ.
Nah. I mean, no. It's one of the for mechanical.
How many laws are there in thermodynamics?
4.
What's the first one? Is it the 0th?
No, that's the 4th.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. See? You're welcome. See? I really did study it, But like, I can, if you deny thermodynamics, we can have a cool discussion too.
You know how many people tell me, Mike, 0 comes before 4.
Nah, fourth one.
I'm like, okay, dude. All right. I don't argue.
Hey, I just wanted to ask Max what he thought about the actual method of, they call it assaying, I guess, the assaying process.
Yeah.
About how so what do you think about that method? Do you think it's a sound method, or does that alter too much the natural environment of a cell to actually witness it. And it, like, okay, say I took you like from your natural environment, which is probably inside your house, snuggled up in your little bed in your nice little pretty pajamas.
Like, no, I
right?
disagree with you. I
More
would
like
just
at
go
work,
to that one.
mixing grout and cutting tile.
We just cut some
So what if I took a before and after of you
Immediate disagree.
outside mixing
Hit the disagree
tile?
button.
And can I talk? Because I'm trying
That's
to
all
ask
you're doing.
Snacks.
Go ahead.
Like, all right. So Snacks, if I took you from your natural work environment and exposed you right now and ripped your clothes off, exposed you to an acid bath, and then after that dunked you in a vat full of hot lead.
And he's talking
and
about
then after
Frozane
for
your
me,
ass.
right?
can I
Already.
finish?
No, but it's
Is
already
there any way I can
pre-flop
finish?
no. It's before you ever asked it. I said no. This is my answer. So don't ask me the question. Ask of someone else.
It's like, don't
I
even
clearly
finish.
don't have the patience to hear you fucking enumerate some bullshit. Okay?
Well, his first question was, "Can I ask you a question?"
Right.
And then he went to Fricazane your ass.
I love
But
scanning
I
electron
first asked
microscopes.
him.
So me,
No, I first hold
look,
on, Snacks. I first asked you about the assay process, and you said, "Yeah, I know about that."
is a steak after you cook it?
Did I say that?
You did, dude.
No, I don't even.
You
I think I
acknowledged
was
the
like,
assaying process.
and then you just jumped in with an explanation all ready to go. So
Well,
you can
the
just
whole
read
assay
read the
process
read the
of
room of your rights or whatever the fuck, because it's not to me. You're
was
just
me.
just
I said,
yammering shit.
Yeah,
I said
Cyrus
I know
said
the
I'm
process.
aware. Yeah.
If you rewind, is this Snacks that was talking right now? It wasn't Snacks. It wasn't that guy. That was Snacks.
No, it was Good White Light.
Oh, Cyrus. I'm talking to Cyrus. Sorry, Snacks.
Yeah,
dude.
you're talking to
There you go.
Cyrus.
Yeah,
There you go.
FFS.
Yeah, I'm not talking to Snacks. I'm talking to Cyrus.
Gee
Okay,
whiz,
Cyrus.
man.
The assay process.
Before you malign my name here, you can strip him
Dude,
naked and
you
whatever.
don't have to
kidnap
get
him. All right,
defensive
don't get
for
me into
trying
your
to talk
feelings.
to you, dude.
Just
You're not a diva, dude. It's
So
okay, man.
You're not Cyrus Snacks. Can we call you Cyrus
Snacks,
and then
you can be
ask you a
amiable
question?
and
you may call me that
it's an
colloquially
honest
between you and
mistake.
me. Good White Light, I don't think in good faith would want to do such a thing. Okay, continue.
It's just in good faith, dude. Forgive me for trying to talk to you, bro. You're such a diva. You can't have anybody talk to you.
All right.
I'm like that. So just deal with it.
Yeah, I've seen him do it before.
I just gave you the hand also. Like a
So
diva.
what do you think about it then, Cyrus?
Like coating something in
If
metal
I-
to see it with the electron beam? I think it
Yeah,
sounds
if I did the same thing to you, would you expect the before and after of your pictures?
Fuck yeah. You'd
to
see all the
reflect the same
pores.
thing.
I think you'd see all the pores in the skin and all the humps and all the valleys in the skin cracks. It would be awesome.
But you'd still resemble the shape of a human, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're just a dead one, a metallic dead one.
Why do you expect? Why do you guys accept the DNA image of?
Did you ask anybody here if they accept that? I just gotta ask because I can't stand it when
so do you
Glovers
guys now
say
that I told you about this process, now because you guys were all on board with DNA, but now that I told you about it,
How do
you
you
guys don't accept
how do
DNA?
you know? No. How do you know that we were on board with DNA? You never asked us.
I did. You guys are all for DNA.
No, you said, and how about DNA? I can't accept it. And we just listened to you talk. You didn't ask none of us
Oh my God,
anything.
we had a whole fight about DNA and science just earlier.
Oh,
What do you
I'll
guys
refer to
talking
what
about?
I said.
DNA.
What I said is
Yeah,
you could throw
Cyrus-
DNA out and it
Cyrus is
doesn't
all for-
affect my life, and I it's not an applied science, so I don't really need it. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about accepting DNA.
No,
I'm seconding everything Mike is saying.
Cyrus,
I never heard you.
Cyrus is
Well,
a
we never
chemical
talked about
guy.
DNA.
No,
Yeah, we never
it
talked
wasn't.
about
It
DNA.
wasn't talked about.
No, he's
See?
confusing his
Another
atomic
three
theory
witnesses.
with DNA.
Right.
Maybe
we're
that's the
talking about
problem.
like,
You're
atoms are not
weren't even
DNA.
here, dude.
And
Why are
for
you
the
even
record,
opening your trap?
And for the record, you never asked me if I accepted atomic theory either. You just went into we all buy into this shit. That's some Glover shit. They're the ones that you tell them what you say, and then they turn around and tell you what you actually mean.
No, earlier, let me clarify. Earlier, Cyrus said that he is a chemical guy and believes in all the science. And when I asked him about DNA, because we were talking about
all the science,
scurvy, and he said, "Yep, DNA too." Oh yeah, I'm all for DNA and vitamins and no. He wrapped them up all in a little
Actually,
ball,
he
and
said
then I said,
atoms. I heard him. He said atoms in
"No,
DNA.
dude, this is way after that. This is
I
way
never
after
said
that."
DNA, dude. I swear I never. If I said that, then I was wrong. I've never. Maybe you said it and didn't come through in the mic because I honestly never heard you say that, and I answered, and like Mike is saying that I'm not the only one. I think Snacks is saying that. It's like I'm not the only one that didn't hear you actually say that. So maybe it was your mic. And if you're 100%
No, you
sure,
said
because
you're
I'm
a
100%
chemical
sure.
guy, dude. You believe in
I love chemistry because I suck at it, but I love it.
Yeah. Now the
It's
problem is you assume DNA is chemistry and it fits in that category, and so by default we all believe it. I never said I believe
DNA
in
is
no
chemistry. What are you talking about? You're
I
telling
never-
me they don't look at DNA in a chemistry lab?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I said I never said I'm a chemistry guy.
Yeah, I don't think he's
said
addressing
mechanical.
you.
I said I studied mechanical engineering like 5 minutes ago. By the way, I never said I studied chemistry, but I do
That's
like
my
it.
that was my major.
I know, that's why we get along. All mechanical heads seem to get along because we think the same. Heat, pressure.
Okay, so give me your guys' honest thoughts about DNA then. After I just enlightened you about how they their process of how they actually photograph
Yeah,
it.
it's Good's white. I think they I don't know. Yeah, I could be on. I don't really know real or not, but like it seems to look a lot like that Kundalini thing that they're always hyping up. And I feel like, why would a thing do a double helix? Like maybe there is a double helix somewhere in our body, but is it really that important? Or are they just making it seem more important than it is because it looks like their Kundalini god or whatever?
You mean like a caduceus?
And also, yes, like a caduceus. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
Wow.
So they find so
I
they
don't know.
fucking they go into your cell, right? They cut it up. They find some parts that look like a fucking helix, and they say, "Oh, this is the most important part." When that's their fucking religion is all based around caduceus and fucking those two snakes coming up your kundalini or whatever. And also, I heard something like that the base pairs spell out Yahweh or something. Like when you have like, or not even the base pairs. It's like the side of the fucking helix has a certain like distance to where it goes like 5, 6, 5, 10 or something, which is supposed to be the same numbers. It's like Yahweh or something. And so, like, honestly, it could be real, but I think they just put a lot of bullshit in because I see the same bullshit predictive programming in this that I see on my dollar bill and that I see on NASA. So it could be real, but it's probably bullshit, just like NASA and the dollar bill.
Okay. I don't know too much about it. I love the scanning electron microscope though, so that's what I like about this whole thing. The tool. Everyone like drop out. Damn.
Nah, your internet broke.
What?
Your internet's broken. We're all here still talking, Cyrus.
Oh, okay. All right.
A crack villain ran in and stole my mic for a $20 rock, bro. I had to get the other one.
No. What I did was I beat the guy up who did that. And now I'm smoking his rock.
Oh, it's fucked up. I just didn't even see shit, but I felt a breeze.
Yep. That's what they all say. That's what she said, bro. That's what she said.
That was
Don't know
so
what I
fast.
said,
All I
cool,
caught
but
was a breeze, huh?
yep,
The Glimmer
that's what
Man.
I
that's
don't know
what
about
she
you
said.
guys, but
Like
if
me
you're
acting
outside,
like it's a
if you're
brag.
outside, I don't know about you guys. If you're outside working in the hot sun, a cool breeze is the best feeling on earth.
That's why I always rob people that are in hot countries. Yeah, man,
It was
definitely.
it was freaking snowing today. I don't know nothing about a hot breeze.
Cool breeze.
Cool breeze. Cool breeze.
Cool breeze.
Oh, I
Yeah.
There ain't
know.
no
I flipped it
breeze.
around.
Batman, you're like, you say all of that shit, and then I'm like, that's what she said. You're like, I only felt a breeze, and I'm like, yeah, that's what she said. Like acting like that would be a brag. All right, so women, all they feel from you is a breeze. Oh, okay. I'm like, fuck, I self-owned myself, and no one like picked up on it, so I felt like I needed to bring it to light.
Yeah, like you blew on it for a second, then you was done. That's
Yeah,
it.
well, just to be like, just to show my intellectual honesty, you know, I self-owned myself. No one pointed it out. I'll point it out. Then that's cool.
Oh.
You know, just so everyone knows that I'm an
We have
equal
a first
opportunist.
here. We have a first here. This is a new thing. Owning up to your mistake.
I noticed it. I just didn't want to crack you with it.
Well, yeah, like, so now what I'm doing is, ultimately what I'm really doing is I'm appearing to be someone who is legitimate, that has, I don't know, a modicum of, like, you know, honesty in me. And I'm only telling you I'm honest so that I can be dishonest at a later date, though, you know?
Kind of like all the people
And
who
you
got
won't
the
suspect me of
jab,
that.
right? Kind of like all the people who got the jab to show that they're virtuous and they care about you.
I'm
Yeah.
locking my doors right now, man.
Like that, kind of like that. Yeah.
I'm so virtuous. I participate in a system that doesn't allow you to eat food.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm so
like
virtuous. I'm so virtuous. I'm so virtuous. I'm so virtuous. I'm gonna go into a bar, and if I see you in there, I'll kick you out.
Bro, I'm gonna be so virtuous that when I'm done, no one's even gonna let you into a bar or even give you a fucking morsel of food. Like,
Hey,
yeah.
listen, if you two are starving, I'll take the bow and arrow out in the front yard right now and shoot you a wild turkey, man. Y'all can have a turkey dinner. It's free.
Oh, I'm moving. I'm moving to wherever this guy's at.
We're overran with wild turkeys up here in Michigan, dude.
Yeah, we are in England, right? They're called swans, and then the Queen said that I own them all, and you get 20 years in jail if you eat any of them. It's like, oh, okay, all right.
I'll tell you
Queen's
what.
dead. Well, the Queen's dead now, so I guess you can eat them again.
Well, she transferred ownership to the king. Yeah.
The next goose that
Fucking
attacks
faggot.
me or my dog when I try to go fishing, that motherfucker's going on the dinner table. I know that.
But I don't know why people act that like geese and like swans are like any different from geese. It's like goose tastes great. People are like, you can't eat swans. I'm like, yeah, no, you can get 20
Yes,
years
you
in
can.
jail for eating a swan. That doesn't mean, however, that I cannot eat a swan. It just means I'm playing with fire if I do. But bear in mind, I'm not claiming I've ever shot a swan and ate a swan. I would never
they,
claim to do that. That would be pretty dumb. But
Are they almost extinct or something?
I'll eat a damn swan. Fuck the queen. She ain't my queen.
even the ones in your country are owned by the queen, apparently. Like every swan is owned by the queen.
Well,
apparently.
what you gonna do?
20 years in prison for you too, bro. If you end up in our colony.
What's popping?
What's popping?
Your ass
Yeah,
better
man.
not come over here then.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you kill a swan in America, eat it on camera, and then send it to the king, and then you were to come to England, you may get prosecuted. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Like the Pope ran up. He rode up to meet the president in a Fiat. Did anybody catch that? In a fucking Fiat. He was like, "Bitch, we own the money system." And then he walked up the stairs, and they stopped for a picture. And everybody that was in the political system was lower than him, and he was standing on a higher step, and they took a picture. And this is all symbolic. They own the Fiat system, and they're also higher on the Masonic ladder than any political representative that we have here, which are in turn
the pyramid
politicians. They're
played
not
out.
nationalists. None of them are state nationalists. None of them are nationalists of the nation.
I like
Their
how the
What?
Pope
intern.
is standing
But
higher
you
than
got
everyone.
to realize the Pope
Observation.
is a super nationalist. It's just he's nationalist over the select area of the Vatican and the people that therein live in it. And you know they're the most
Vatican ain't a
national.
nation, though. It's not a nation.
Oh no, but they think of it as one. They've got their own passport, dude.
It's
It's
a
know
like
the
the
country. It's a
you,
country or a government, but it's not a nation. A
you
nation
know
yeah.
the
indicates it has
Listen.
a nation indicate it has a people, right? Like the
Right,
German people are from the
the
nation of
Vatican people.
Germany, right? Or the American people are from the nation of America. There ain't no fucking people from the Vatican, so like
Have
it
you
can't be a nation.
the Jesuits or the Catholics?
I guess yeah, you can consider all the but then you're breaking American law as a Catholic. If you're a Catholic in America, you're a traitor automatically. If that's the case,
No, but like that's kind of my point. It's like the Catholic Church are there. Like we've got a people, but not every single one of them is registered yet under our government. And it's like, well, it is because the government that they're registered under currently is one that you set up to pretend that you didn't have one, and then now it's kind of like, oh shit, like can we
have you seen
claim?
all that? Have you seen all that DC shit where they laid out DC and all those streets and shit? And apparently, like the guy who funded all of that was like
Yeah,
a brother or something, or like a fucking priest or some shit. And like with
Albert,
Georgetown, no, way before that, like in the 1600s, before DC was a thing, before America was a thing. The guys who went to DC, it was called Georgetown before,
oh
right?
yeah, yeah, of course.
That's why the university's called Georgetown, right over there. And that's why all the presidents who go to fucking Georgetown are like, I'm gonna go to Georgetown, but it was called Georgetown before it was called District Columbia. But the guy who built Georgetown and set up all that shit was like a Catholic monk or something, and he's doing all these big land deals and shit up there, and they call that land Rome on the Potomac because the Potomac is the river that runs through, and it looks like the river in Rome and shit. It's really weird, bro. You got to look into it. This is before America existed, before the revolution. This is like 16 fucking 50 whatever.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, the Catholics had been in DC before DC existed. Basically, they built it.
Well, yeah, and you're on about like the bird's eye view, right? Where we have carved out in the plot-based system, we actually have like shapes that never exist in land plots. But okay, that's one thing, and it makes like a pentagram, right? From above.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different fucking sigils that they made into the
Yeah,
streets of DC. But I'm just saying,
yeah,
like, before America was a country, before 1776, 100 years before that,
yep.
there was already a Catholic. I need to find this guy's name, bro, because he basically had all the land patents or whatever, and like sold it, and then, bro, there's like a whole thing. If I
Yeah, it's
find
like
a
a
link,
whole.
it's
Yeah,
fucking
if you
crazy,
find it,
bro. It's
what's your
literally
name?
fucking ridiculous. Noah,
I
yeah.
was like, no, that's it. What's your screen name? Is it Apocryphon? Maybe then. Who's
Mine's
he?
numptiness.
Yours Numpty, but Apocryphon, what's his actual name? Because I heard for some fucking reason the other day, like, I was trying to establish that you're Noah, right? Alright? And because I'm like, people keep saying Noah, and then I recognize a voice, but someone kept telling me Apocryphon was Noah, and I'm like, wait, I swear it's not Apocryphon, it's Noah. So it is Numpty, it's you. Alright, good.
Yeah, I'm the only Noah that I've seen on Discord actually. So
Yeah, like literally on the whole of Discord, dude. Like for real. I've never met anyone called that.
weird though, because like at university, bro, in my year alone, there was like fucking 8 other Noahs. But then it's kind of like a really uncommon name.
Yeah, it's one of what you call a generational name, where like I don't know, for some reason in the psyche of that generation of women that had the Noahs, like you know, like my name's similar too, bro. Like I've got a really uncommon name, and not many people call their child it. And but when I was at school, there were several people with my name, like spread out the years, and but like since then, I've never met anyone ever called the same name as me, ever, like ever, literally. I got a really obscure name. One of my names is known on Discord saying that, actually. One of my names is Roy, R-O-Y. It's like my nickname, I guess. Not my actual name. But that's what everyone calls me, Roy. R-O-Y. Even that name is pretty fucking obscure.
Here's the guy who set it all up. His name is Archbishop John Carroll. That's the fucking guy.
Fuck. Yeah.
That's way before fucking Albert Pike or whatever. Way before. Albert Pike was in the 1800s. This John Carroll guy is around in the 1600s. Archbishop John Carroll. That's the guy. Set up. He built the University of Georgetown. He set up the whole Rome on the Potomac fucking idea. Laid out That's the guy. That's the guy you got to look into when you want to think, oh, DC, federal, blah, blah, blah. Listen, Catholic Church extension. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, no, I know that, bro. Without a doubt. That's what I mean. The people of the Catholics are the Jesuits. Well, anyway, you ever heard of the Knights of Malta?
Yeah, the guys who run fucking, every time you look up, a CEO of a bank, it's current Knight of Malta. Fuck me. Every one of you fucking CEO, banker, owners is a Knight of Malta. All of you fuckers, every single one is going to be a Knight of Malta.
Have you ever heard of creating a C Corp, an S Corp, basically making yourself like a 50C13? You can do this.
Sole proprietorship or a corporation or a partnership, those things.
Right. So there's a way of, let's say, a family, right, or a group of friends creating a micronation, legally speaking, right? This is what the Vatican is. This is what the Knights of Malta are. This is why they, bankers, all seemingly come from the same place. None of them come from that place. They just end up getting citizenship at that place. Because if you make a lot of money, the best way to keep a lot of money when you make a lot of it is to have a micronation. Why? Because then you have a nation state that is is the entity in which provides your legality. And if that established micronation state has very good tax laws, right? You can save a lot of money, and this is what the Knights of Malta effectively is, right? So they've got their own passport, and this goes all the way back. Do you remember, Oliver Hardy? You know who Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy are? You know, Laurel Hardy.
I'm familiar. What are you talking about?
You're not familiar with Laurel and Hardy, the comedy duo, the black and white comedy duo?
No, I'm not that big into comedy, to be honest with you.
It's an old thing. It's a lot of Hardy. So Laurel and Hardy, they have an episode where effectively there was it's a wave of it that went on back then, late 1800s, early 19s. It's the men getting into these secret little societies and stuff like that, right? Affluent men would end up in these these knights groups, right, where they would become a knight of this place, a knight of Florida, a knight of this place, right? Well, the Knights of Malta,
all those knighthoods are underneath the Vatican, all the important ones.
I'm not saying it. I'm not making a claim to it being above or any of that. I'm just stating.
Okay, no, go ahead. I'm just saying I'm not making a counter either. I'm just it's a side point that all those Knights of Malta, Knights Templar, Jesuit, it's all underneath the Vatican, right? So it's kind of weird.
Well, it's because the Vatican was the original framework, or what you would. It was an archetype of this, right? They were the ones that carved out the structure originally. It's okay, you've got your group of friends that are of economical strength as individuals. You pull your resources together, but then what the laws of your country, do they allow you to really do the most damage or the most production, even as it were? What allows you
to keep the most profit, right? Because there's also tax. Sorry. Right. Yep. Go ahead.
Exactly that. So thank you. The word was fucked up in my head. So that's what they've effectively done. The archetype for that was the Vatican, way to keep the best amount of profit, the most amount of profit. And this micronation, we as flat earthers, I believe, really should be looking into starting micronations that include all of us guys. Like we should be trying to get ourselves in a legally speaking the most profitable position possible. We're already people that are going to be set apart, subjugated. Like while the law in some way still has a way or root of a mechanism that we can, keep maintain the most of what is made in our community, like we should do it without a fucking doubt.
I've got 2 points to make here. The first one is I really want to hear what you wanted to say about Laura and Hardy and the episode with the secret societies. So if you would be so kind as to say that, and then I'll make my next point.
All right, so literally all it is what we have, and it's funny because it's kind of like what we see is a snapshot of a period of time where the secret societies became like a mainstream thing, meaning like we see this episode of Laura and Hardy. They go to a meetup with all of their fraternal friends, either from college or school, whatever, right? And they're in this thing called like the Knights of Whatever Club, right? And like the wives are like, we don't want you to go to it because it's always seen as like a weekend away with the boys where they get really drunk. And it's interesting. It's kind of like the original weekend or night or weekend away with the boys, like that whole cultural thing that a lot of people are involved in, that started off as a pursuit toward men starting these micronations and secret societies. And then the tradition of it got continued into something different because not everyone could eventually create a little secret society that would be profitable. But if you look at that episode of them meeting up at like a hotel together with all of these affluent friends or whatever, I find that really interesting that we kind of have a weird fucking snapshot of like the process or inculcation into society of secret societies at a point where it was like socially accepted / what people were pursuing. It's just an interesting point. Watch the episode of Laura and Hardy. I forget the name of it, but it's the Knights of something is the name of the episode. I'll look it up in a moment. It's just a good thing to watch. It's just very strange.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to add that I've also seen something similar, but not in Laura and Hardy, but some decades later. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a cartoon named The Pink Panther. Yeah. So there were a bunch of characters in the Pink Panther that they were recurring characters. So there's the Pink Panther, and there is like his adversary, which is I think Inspector Clouseau or something. And then every now and then you would get the episode where the main character was the Aardvark. I don't know if you remember the Aardvark. There's an episode with the Aardvark in the forest, and they've made a lodge. I don't remember. They also give a number to it. So they are the brothers of the lodge, whatever, in the forest, and they're all singing together, and they swear in brotherhood and philanthropy and to help out their brothers, and it's fucking hilarious. It's really good.
No way. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Aardvark Lodge 208, 308, something like that. I can't remember. And then the other thing about the Malta that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Doctor, do you remember Charles Dreyfus was in that as well? So in the Pink Panther, right, we had Inspector Clouseau. We had 2 different Inspector Clouseaus in it, apparently. But yeah, so you've got Charles Dreyfus as well was in it. I can't remember who played. Yeah, Charles Dreyfus was in it. I don't remember who it was that he played though. I can't remember. Kato, that was it. You've got Kato, you've got Ant and the Aardvark. The Ant and the Aardvark.
Yes,
then you've
the
got,
Ant and the Aardvark. Yeah.
There you go. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, the Ant and the Aardvark was what it was called. Yeah.
Well, on the Malta thing that you said, I've been looking a little bit into that as well, out of curiosity, reading about how political systems used to be, et cetera, et cetera. So I noticed a few things. I mean, of course, history is something that has been fucked up with. I don't, expect much out of it. But what the geographic location of modern day Italy, right? So this was a kind of a frontier back in the day, with with a few very powerful and rich city states like Venice, for example. But all this was a frontier against the Ottoman Empire at the day. Assuming that mainstream history has pretty much got it, roughly right. So there was Ottoman rule beginning somewhere, outside of Vienna, pissing off the Westerners. And Italy, I think it wasn't really like it got its national identity, relatively speaking, fairly recent. So it used to be like the far west, well, the far south, the far southeast of, so-called civilized Europe of the day, where the Spaniards, the French, and maybe a little bit the Germans and the English were trying to establish as much influence as possible. So I'm not sure about how exactly the Knights of Malta came to be, because they kind of seem old. But at least if the map hasn't changed much, I mean the geographical features haven't changed much. Malta is at a very strategic point, because it's like choke point for the navy. So if you are like some Ottoman ruler and you've got a navy, I mean, and you wanna fuck with Europe, then you will have to pass through that strait. So maybe they began as an elite force or whatever, and then when they realized that, oh shit, we got so much power, why don't we just establish ourselves, and we decide how much tax we pay and whatever.
Yeah. Well,
but of
the
course,
Knights of Malta, it's not ancient history. They still exist today,
Yeah,
and they were founded. They were founded.
No, they do. Yeah, I'm not disputing.
They were founded during the
that.
Crusades. They were founded during the Crusades. The Knights Hospitaller, the Templars, and the fucking Malta Knights were all founded in Jerusalem during the Crusades.
Yeah, but the point I was like the modern day point I was trying to make is that you said before that it's the way to go to establish our own nation state and whatever. But here's the problem. I mean, if you establish your own nation, you're gonna get invaded unless you got allies, and you're not gonna.
You can create.
Yeah.
That's why a micronation is different, legally speaking. A micronation still has a municipality of the country or nation that is in as its protectorate, right? Because the micronation, the way that you do it is, remember that this is a piece of land attached to a piece of land. So to invade the micronation, right? Like it comes with, like, let's say Russia wanted to invade me and you live in a micronation and we live in California, right in the middle of California. Can Russia invade me and you?
No.
And that's literally the way that it works. It's like you don't even have to legally draw up any contracts to like provide the protection from a government for us. It's just that like you could be invaded. Don't get me wrong. You got no protection as well. That's a fact. But the way that you would do it would be that like people would have to technically put other people in danger that have an army. So like we would be dumb to make a micronation, right? Like let's say as a tax haven off of the coast of Greenland, for instance, right? We'd be too far away from England for it to be looked at like England would be attacked by Russia. Russia could just come out, do an operation. America could do it the next week. Like you're right, yeah. But if we do it in a way where, like I said, where like the Knights of Malta, the Vatican, how do you invade the Vatican? Look at what we had with Mussolini, bro. Like Mussolini had taken over the whole of Italy, right? And the Vatican still had the royal guard of Italy inside of it, and he had to invade it. He had to invade it. Luckily, it was pretty peaceful, and they realized like once you've got control of the whole Italian army, like this little army probably won't survive against the army in which in which it shares its land with. That will never work. Like, obviously, the Italian army is going to win against the Vatican army. But yeah, like, I don't
But it
think the
remained,
Vatican God were.
kind of remained independent, didn't it? Like, I think the Vatican kind of remained independent. It has some, what is
In
it? Some
some way,
guard, I
listen,
think.
yeah, so they kept their guard and all of that. It's just that they had to swear allegiance to Mussolini at the time. And people say, well, they swore allegiance to Mussolini. If they didn't, all of the guard could have been killed, but it would have been highly unlikely that he could have killed the Pope and everything, right? Once he was in power, however, like in the future, they were the very same people to say that Mussolini no longer mattered, which is interesting that a group that previously, a couple of years before, Mussolini muscled into a position to accepting him, right? Like that same group were the same group of people that deposed him and were like, no, you don't have to follow him. But that was because they were able. If he had destroyed them entirely, he may have stayed in power for longer. Because what he unfortunately did was allowed a organized sector of Italy to still exist, which through the Vatican, that's how us, the British, the Americans, got. Once Italy looked like they started to lose the war, right? That's how we got the internal members of the Vatican to say, no, you don't have to follow Mussolini anymore. We need a new leader, string him up, and that's what they did. And then they turned against the Germans. And it's like, yeah, like they did keep some autonomy because, and it was good for the Italian people that they did. If we listen to the narrative as it is, anyway, yeah, they were able to even affect Mussolini's reign because of it, you know, like, and I guess overall the point would be is that, like, yeah, these micronations usually are made up of the richest people in a society, right? And it's like, but do you have to be rich to do it? Like, I don't think you do.
Because that's my last point that I want to make. That even if you don't get invaded, how are you going to make sure that you are included in the world banking system?
Right.
Because, for example, Obama, what he did was one of the things he did was he weaponized SWIFT, right? He kind of what was it? I think it was a Persia that he excluded for a few nations. So he
it was
weaponized.
yeah, you're better off saying Persia because it included elements of places that aren't inside Iran. So yeah, literally Persia. Yeah.
Yeah. So he set the precedent, and now nobody can say that SWIFT is a worldwide banking system, you know, anymore. I mean, he officially divided the banks, the dominant banks of Earth in two, like the Western ones, which is, you know, the Vatican, whatever Western conglomerate, and the BRICS ones, which is, I think it's Brazil, South Africa, India, China, and Russia, if I'm not mistaken. So if you want to, I mean, yeah, how can you be like, how can you set up your micronation or your you know, loose brotherhood that has no particular, you know, land maybe as a legal entity is what I wonder.
All right, so obviously, and I get your point. It's like, you know, I guess, like, I get your point, but like I said, you just previously, what you would do is just use the already pre-existing banking system of the country that you're in, right? Like remember, this is only good while it works, you know, like, and I don't think you're meant to be like, I feel like creating the micronation, you can appear to be something that is in competition to the government. It's just literally like a legal framework, and you would need land to do this. You need a portion of land that the members of the nation all live on at the same time. You could look at like Waco, Texas, as like a very bad example. That's why there was a lot of attention toward what was going on in Waco, because they had created a micronation that
What is that? I don't know of it. What is it? What is that?
Waco was a situation that happened in America. It's the name of a place in America. There's probably someone in here from America that knows more about it than me. But
Texas.
How do you
Yeah.
spell? How do
it's
you
in
spell that?
Texas.
W-E-I.
W-A K.
C. It's a
Oh.
C. It's
Oh,
a
is it
C.
W-A-C-O? Waco.
Might be it might be a double C. Let me. I'm not.
Double C.
I think it's a single. I think it's single though.
In Texas? Is it in Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah, Waco siege in Texas. Yeah, basically, the FBI. There was like a religious group who were all living in a commune together in the fucking middle of the Texas, just fucking minding their own business, being super into Jesus, whatever they fucking do. Who knows? Basically, the government accused them of having like illegal firearms or something. And so they wanted to come and basically like invade the compound. And the people said, no, you can't do that. And so basically they had a standstill for like, fuck, I don't know, like, I think it was like 2 months
It was
basically.
a little while, yeah.
Yeah, it was like for 2 months they just surrounded
Yeah.
the area and tried to
So
starve them out and tried to like make sure they don't sleep and like would
what do they
shine
call their
lights and loud
denomination?
noise and smells and fucking weird gas canisters they would throw inside and stuff. And basically, like after 2 months of torturing the people inside, they just lit the whole thing on fire and let all the people fucking burn to death inside. And then they just said "freedom for America" and left.
What a bunch of wankers, those FBI.
Yeah.
Well, that's the FBI. Yeah, the FBI is honestly one of the most out of control fucking organizations in America.
But
They
So,
trample
the
all
thing they did
over
wrong
he's
was like I said, the thing they did wrong though was that they remember what I said. If you are to create a micronation, you cannot appear like a government. So what they did wrong was it was very apparent to everyone on the outside is that they
I
had a
mean,
similar level of firepower to the government,
he was
right?
also claiming to be the fifth iteration of Jesus Christ as well.
Yes, that also.
As the Koreshian Union, as the emissary of Cyrus the Great, from
So that
claiming Persian like right and heir power over the Persian Empire.
Yeah,
Also,
that was he claimed all of that. So like my point is like you can't create a micronation and then start saying that you're like ordained from God to rule the world. Is kind of my point. If you create a micronation, you better be quiet because you've annexed
there's a line.
yourself.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's a line definitely. And like so the idea of like the us doing this like Knights of Malta type deal ourselves as flat earthers, it'd be funny that we are the like next wave of secret societies, but that would be really funny that if flat earth ends up creating more secret societies. That's kind of what we began complaining about, but it's kind of like the only way that we can fix it is that we actually set up, because regardless of what anyone says, like people that are economically organized with one another over a large distance internationally, even like that will ultimately be the thing of tomorrow that will give people like it's a way of us having an organization similar to like what the Masons have got, right? Like but like because we've got the internet as the middle maker, like the mediator in the middle, we are not restricted by location, right? Like that's what the Masons, when they were setting up, they were restricted on their members based upon their location. That's why they created an international chapter and had all those buildings. Now a secret society doesn't even need buildings. So for people to think that like there isn't secret cabals that are being created every day toward the directive of people like in the future being ahead, like that's ridiculous. Like without a doubt there are more secret societies now than ever before. And I believe actually people and on the internet in general, all we're seeing right now, the economy, everything is an iteration of those secret societies effectively working in the open markets. And like, bro, if that is what it takes to get ahead, it genuinely is like people think of like one man ruling the world. No, it's going to be many men with an aligned goal that will rule the world. But how many does it really take? And so the idea of your goal not being rule the world, but your goal is live a comfortable life and safe, that isn't too hard of an attainable goal, or achievable goal, should I say. It's very attainable, based upon those, like I said, those goals being smaller, and understanding why you're doing it, and without there being like a reason behind it, like, oh, it's because we're the next big cult and we think we're God. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just feel like that's why people can't beat the system, is because it is a system, but no one's willing to create their own system. Like, we're all flat earthers, we understand they're manipulating everything, but like none of us are willing to go, okay, so how do we fight against that manipulation? How do we create the world in which we want to live in? And my simple suggestion is that we start looking toward our autonomy as individuals, and then toward an autonomous like goal as a group. We're saying that all these people are fucking liars and that they're cheating us out of money and all this crap. Like, we should really be like, I'm saying that people are not really sticking to what they're preaching. They're not living it out. We preach this shit, but we're not really talking about any form of a goal that gets us past what we're complaining about.
I agree with you, and I agree especially on the point that one can only hope to, like, help or quote unquote preach the truth to others or whatever, only if they understand the processes of their own mind, how it works, and are able to stand on their own two legs. So that's why perhaps also the education system is so full of shit these days. Because at some point in the past, the school became, transformed from the place where you learn how to ask the right questions. It transformed into a place where you are being told what the right answers are.
Yes.
And if you do not recite them word by word for word, next time the teacher asks you, then you get ridiculed. But if you recite them word for word, even if they're lies or bullshit or nonsensical or whatever, then you get promoted, you get rewarded, you get to be the best student. So I don't think this is by chance. I think this is by design. In a sense, it was maybe driven, maybe not like conceived at its totality, but for sure driven by the Industrial Revolution, where you need people to work on the factories, but you don't want them to be completely dumbass, right? You want them to be able to think a little bit, because a good clerk is much more valuable than just a work person that only does one thing. But if they think too much, then they're gonna be like, fuck this shit. Why should I be working at someone else's factory when I'm actually very much capable of, making my own factory? So there's the subtle means of control, I think, that and it's probably a question, like, it's probably a big problem for the controllers. How do I have students that are kind of clever but not too clever?
Exactly. Well, universities, universities are the best thing for that, because, like, while people are learning skills, right, we start to understand the fundamentals of systems as we learn. Mechanically speaking, we understand how an engine works on a fundamental level. As you go through that process, you maybe think of an innovation as you go through that process of how to make the overall process, because you're at the fundamental level, right? Remember? So when you don't understand the fundamentals of a thing, you can think of systems to add to the thing, fundamentally speaking. Remember, you can think of an overhaul of the system, and maybe it doesn't work. Maybe you understand engines so well that you don't actually look further into how you could change the engine, because you're less idealistic and you're more of a realist, because you're in, what you know about engines is very concrete. So you'd have to be a real savant at that point to find something that's an aberration from what works within an engine, to create a new system. But the problem is we need people to be introduced newly to a subject generationally, as they're aware of other technologies that the older generation are not, because now they look at this as a problem from a point of view that includes a fundamental change to the engine or an overhaul of the system, but it includes current technologies that are being applied and what they can do for it, right? So there could be a fundamental change, but it's only generationally. Each generation, you get a new generation of person that's able to look at the fundamentals at the same time as understand the new ways of changing something, right? I.e., whatever technologies were made, created, and then used in society in that generation, and what they were able to see, these new capabilities of these new technologies, and how they can cross correlate into a different field. But the university is great for this, because what the university gives people is the capability to observe, to categorize, and to record the whole process of someone learning the fundamentals of a system or a field, and that whole creative process that goes on in tandem that could create new technologies that would be, like I said, like revolutionary. And the problem is that they record every instance of people going through that process now. That's what a university is. A university is the ability to record someone coming to the fundamental understanding of a whole system, becoming an expert, and then you're recording the process of them being involved in that process. Bro, that is the best way to steal every new invention. You could steal inventions off of people before their brain has the ability to understand they're about to invent it. Because if this person's in college and they're studying something, they're in uni, they're studying something, then they start talking about something completely different, right? And they've written it down on paper. They just haven't thought about how it could cross apply to the other field that they're interested in, right? Well, they may think of that 10 years down the line when they leave. But I'm telling you that if there are experts watching it, if there are experts sorry, I've been talking a while, I'll finish now. But if there are experts, if there are experts watching that process and writing down the things that these people are newly finding out, the thing that in 10 years would have been their new invention, the experts that were reviewing their process while they were learning in university, those people, without a doubt, will think of the invention they're about to come up with in 10 years' time, because they had the other bits of info that made their new discovery important, right? That's what universities are. They're a monopoly on the next best technology to come out. That's all they are. You look at all of the top research in the world done by scientists. It's all done in a university that is the center of new invention, and these people pay to have their ideas robbed from them.
Yeah, you said it. You said it very well. Actually, I was I was about to add things, and you added them while you were talking. But I would also like to add, though, that this is the point that you mentioned, that when one becomes capable of what is it? Oh, what's the word? Sorry, English isn't my of breaking down, seeing the nuts and bolts of the whatever subject they're working on, but they lack the big picture. If they get an epiphany, that's where I would say that usually it's where you hit the wall. So this is where you would normally discover that the CEO of the big company or the university dean or the museum director, they're actually more like politicians rather than academics.
Right.
And they just join different cocktail parties than you know. And then you're just gonna be, even if you get a brilliant idea, you're gonna be getting a no for an answer. You're gonna be getting a gentle turn down, but you're not always. You're never gonna be given the reason why, and you would be puzzled. I mean, what the fuck? This is such a good idea. I don't. It doesn't make sense why they don't pursue this. And then maybe you will see it realized like 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Usually drawn as a patent out of a drawer of one of the super big players like Sony or what have you.
Well, that's why these big companies that have all these patents, and it's like, how does one company end up having nearly every patent in the field? Well, people say it's because people join that company, their new ideas get patented. No, They just steal no, that doesn't happen. You'd have loads of individuals who go, right, I'll go on my own and I'll create a patent like John Browning did, and then they had to pay him fucking royalties for every Browning automatic rifle that they sold after the fact, and they hated that. So guess what? You end up with the monopolization. Sorry, you're right. You're fucking so right. Yep.
So there is no. I think the universities, in that regard, their macroscopic role in society is more like one of like they got a double role. One is to retard, and the other one is to by laying down stuff like bureaucracy, etc. Which, if you're within the academia, I mean, after the years you accept it. You just shrug it off, and you're like, well, yeah, okay, the university is slow. Yeah, we got a lot of administration people. We got more administrative people than we got teaching staff, and you just learn to accept it. Whereas, in fact, if things were more research oriented, you could have a 10x or a 100x in progress, but you don't. And I think this is deliberate. And the second role that the university plays, like the second macroscopic role, in my opinion, is that of the gatekeeper, which it's pretty much the summary of what you said before, because they're sitting there. It's like a very fine and elaborate net to make sure that they catch all the drifting clever ideas in case they missed some, and then they just siphon it up. They put it on the secret bin by the assistance of the director or the dean or whatever, who's usually a sell-off. I mean, it has to be, because it's a pyramid structure in there. So it's really not as hard to implement as some people say. Oh, you mean everybody should be in it? No.
Like people. We should make this.
I don't think it's there to retard people, man. It depends on what you study. Not everything.
So we have to make it clear that what we're talking about, it doesn't require like a huge system of teachers, a whole university that has a secret agenda and secret role that that everyone knows about within the structure. No, we're not saying that. Like the university can exist, serve a purpose in which it does, the fundamental purpose that we think it serves. It serves that purpose. Don't get me wrong. All it takes is like a couple of bad actors in the right places for them to collect the data. We naturally save things. We save our work as we go along. We write our ideas down. We hand our ideas into our teachers, who scan the books and pages. They put it into a bigger folding system that's collected not only for statistics, but for like understanding of people's GPA and all of that. And I'm saying it only takes like an algorithm and a couple of bad people who have access to that for them to utilize it for what it is. That's all. Like, just to make it clear for everyone, we don't think every university teacher, lecturer out there is trying to steal your ideas as you talk about them in the uni.
Crack villain.
I'm done.
This is one of the things when you bring up the Jesuits. They're really big into education, actually, and that's one of their main. Yeah, that's one of their main ways of influence, is actually having universities in every first world country across the world. So yeah, I mean, if you want to start to look for the individuals who are corrupting education at a university level, just look for the JS at the end of their name title, and you'll that's where you can fucking start easily, and you'll find a lot.
Yep.
Well, I don't think of the university is to make money. It's a business, and the universities have to adhere to it's called the Qualifications Authority. And the Qualifications Authority set the framework and accept the applications for each individual course. And if they don't accept it, it's not in, regardless. And you know how much money the university can get subsidized from the governments as well, especially having international students when they have to pay the full fees. That's all it's about. I don't think it's about
normal business. No, but wait there. Let's look at every business other than university. Universities and colleges reside in a place, in terms of looking at them as a business, that is completely antithetical to all business ever. I'll explain. What is it that universities produce? What's the end product? Degrees, qualifications recognized either nationally or internationally. That's why we set these bars. That's how these things were given any value to begin with, is that they had some universal recognition over a standard that was taught to. Right. Problem. The production value, the production amount is the same number. One student, one degree per course, right? Well, degrees are becoming more and more expensive, okay? And the fields and expertise in which you can gain a degree for are getting far and far greater. So the cost is going up, the number of degrees given out is increasing every day, meaning they become naturally, innately, by their level of value, they become worthless. They become worth less and less over time, but they still cost more and more over time to own or to gain. Okay, that's not a normal business structure. The subsidies that governments have to involve themselves in fact, actually prove the fact that this isn't a normal government, a normal business. It would fail as a business without government and without an overall international board to keep these things valuable. It's not a normal business in any regard. The involvement in it via the community that it's in is huge comparatively to any other business. There's no other business that's like this. It's not a business. It's not a normal. In no way can it be called a straight up business. Like I just won't take that point. People make that point to me, but I just disagree entirely. The product that it produces is far. There are more of them in number. They're not because it's not like these things are becoming more valuable over time. No, they cost more to gain and become less and less valuable over time. But yet somehow this thing's staying how it is, and it's like, yeah, we can see with investment from people on the outside, investment from the community, that's how it does so, because there's a clear lacking in the product to profit ratio. there's a complete disequilibrialized system, and it makes no sense in a business sense at all.
Wow. Damn.
I'm just saying it's a point that people keep bringing up, but like, okay, so it's a business. Well, it isn't a business. It's a business that would have failed if it were treated like any other business. So like, why is it still there then? Well, it's still there. It's a symbol. It's actually a symbol amongst affluent people. Or is it? Or is it that when people go to university, that's when they join fraternities, that's when they are kept around the people of the economic strata in which that they are in. That's where the echelon, the upper echelon, continues to be around the upper echelon. It's a way of making sure that your rich children are only socialized with other people's rich children. It's a way of making sure that money marries into money. It's the same status quo. It's the excerpt that they needed to create in order that your children are not indoctrinated the same way that the peasants are. It's the way that they can go through the same system as the peasants that are being indoctrinated and controlled, so that they still will have the skills needed, that they can be separate from the control, but yet still work and coincide alongside the control. That's what the university is. It's the abolition of that system needed in order that the corralling of the rich people happens in the correct way. That's what it really is. It's social posturing, positioning in order that we can engineer a result that we want. The same thing we had years ago when we had kings and we had duchesses, that we would marry rich families married to rich families. It's a way of making sure that in society the rich families rub shoulders with the rich families and that they end up having children. It's just now it looks less controlled.
When you monologue like that, it's like the only way to talk is to cut you off. So I mean, I wanted to say something like 10 minutes ago, but
I'm happy to be cut off. Sorry.
Gone. It's all good. You're a good storyteller, man.
I'm sorry. When I talk, I end up doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, it has this aspect of being a means of stabilizing the status quo. But it's not just that. I mean, in my opinion, it also serves a lot of gatekeeping functions as well.
You can buy the books and educate yourself. It's a good way to go.
But you won't have the piece of paper that that says that you did, then you qualify. But yeah, knowledge is out there. Just go
Well,
run
have
to
you
it.
also noticed that the people who fucking graduate university now are fucking retarded? Like before, you actually had to, either be rich or smart to graduate university. Now, just any old retard can go, which is kind of interesting. It's like, oh, the
Yeah,
system's
nothing until
collapsing. Let's fucking grab as much money as possible from anyone we can. We used to just keep it to these people, but the internet's here, so we're not gonna be able to money grab for as long as we want. Considering information is basically free now, so let's just screw over these people as our fucking system collapses.
Dude, YouTube is so educational now. Like, it's way better than any uni. And you got lectures on there too from uni, so it's like, cool. Powerful. The internet is free now.
Well, I have to say the biggest business in Auckland City, New Zealand, is Auckland University. It takes up about 1/3 of the CBD.
See what I'm saying? And now the internet made all of that obsolete. So they better fucking screw over as much people as possible before their fucking shit's gone.
Yeah.
I also think too, it's kind of part of this widening thing. I think they're trying to induct us all into their secret societies, basically. You know what I'm saying? Whereas before, like, it was more, it was a secret, right? And they wanted certain particular individuals in it, but now they want everyone to be like a fucking orgy hound, fucking, like, satanic worshipping fucking Freemason. They want everyone to be, whereas before they only kind of wanted, like, higher echelon people because they didn't have control. But now that they have control of the top, they have to go down and work their way down and get control over every single individual.
What's that young girl? She's a rock singer, and she normally has like a bright, vivid green, lime green hair.
Billie Eilish? I don't know. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, yeah, Billie Eilish. That's the one. I just went to the new mall here, and every single shop are playing Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish. I'm not even joking. It's like literally every single shop, and there's hundreds of shops inside the mall.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know who that is, but I've never listened to a Billie Eilish song. I don't even know who that is, but I have a BitChute account, and so I always get these fuckers like, look at what new satanic thing Billie Eilish is doing. And so it's kind of funny that I don't even know the artist, never fucking heard a song by her. I know what she looks like from the BitChute, but it's just funny how I know who you're talking about, even though I've never even listened to the music. Isn't that crazy? Like,
Free Jeremy. Unmute Jeremy.
Germany is a CIA outpost.
Fucking so annoying.
Germany has
Literally,
been occupied. Germany has been occupied by America and Britain since the end of World War II.
No, I said free Jeremy, not Germany. Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
He's muted. Jeremy, yes.
So I'm like monologuing for like a half an hour, and then I don't even listen to what people are saying back to me. I don't know why people don't get that. Like, if I'm speaking to people,
see, I'm fucking trying to get Jeremy unmuted here. This fucking guy.
If I stop talking, that doesn't mean that I can instantly involve myself in another conversation, does it? It just means I'm no longer talking and I'm listening to what people are replying to what I said. But people in my household seemingly don't understand that I need to hear the reply. I'm such a wanker for wanting to talk to people.
Tell her to quit playing with your ears when you're trying to conversate, man.
I tell you, bro. Like, what the fuck?
I'm with you. I got company.
It's just annoying. Like, the 3 times today that I was having a conversation that I was actually enjoying or involved in, and then they're like, fucking, yeah. That's why I'm monologue, guys, because the moment I fucking shut up, I have to do stuff for other people. So, yeah. I don't know.
No, somebody else is going to break your conversation, break your concentration.
No, I'm not. Listen, it's just like, in the future, I'm just going to continue to talk and mute myself, and then, like, you know, apparently I'm not allowed to listen to people. It's like, fuck. But yeah, so in the live stream, I can't remember the name of the dude that I was talking to before I was so rudely interrupted by people in my real life. I don't know why they think they've got a right to talk to me, but no. What's the name of this dude that we were just talking to a minute ago? He's got a bit of an accent. I bet he's gone. Great. Fucking brilliant.
What? I'm not good enough for you, huh?
No, it's not
You need
that.
someone
No,
with you need someone with an accent.
You're
Huh?
here. I know that. Listen, I can hear that you're here.
Normal American accents aren't good enough, eh? You have to have European accent, eh?
Oh, hey.
Alright, so he's not here anymore, so alright, so you can see it at least. If you look at 50 minutes past the hour, I posted the poster from the poster of Laurel and Hardy. And it's called, the episode's called Sons
they're
of the Desert.
Yeah, they're literally in they have the fucking Islamic caps. Yeah, they have the cap on.
Bro.
What is that? The
That's what
Islam
I'm
cap.
saying to you. That's why it's funny when you watch it.
They're Shriners. The fizz. Are they wearing a fizz?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it.
Yes.
Yep, this guy knows what he's. Yes, the Shriners.
Yep.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
And it says Sons of the Desert. So if they're all Sons of the Desert, that makes them paternal. They're Sons of the Desert, so they're considered
Arabian
brothers.
team.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paternal means like brothers. You add order.
Yeah, brotherhood.
You got to order of brothers. Yeah.
So
I'm part of the brotherhood, so it's all good.
Oh man, you're just inviting people to say you're not high enough.
I know. Oh, it's all good. I'll go.
Wait there,
I'll get plenty of hate anyways.
You're inviting people to say you're a racist.
Sure.
You're part of the brotherhood, right? The AB, the AB.
Oh, hey, hotter odor, eh? Aryan brother, eh? It's not cool, eh? I prefer the Sons of Adam.
You smoke a joint in the most audible way I could ever imagine.
You like hearing that?
Yeah, that sounds. Bro, this guy has the life in fucking Michigan. He just fucking bow hunts animals and smokes fat joints. I'm signing up for the mini nation the moment it started.
I'm just waiting for the rest of you to start the shit, and then I'll sit back and say, hey, I got more guns than I can handle. I need more hands over here.
So you're trying to be an arms dealer instead of a soldier? Is that what you're saying, legally speaking?
No, I'm not gonna sell arms. If you want to carry one of my rifles, you're gonna have to plop your ass down here on the property and protect it with me.
Yeah. Okay.
This is where we make our stand.
Good save. Yeah, I agree.
and I don't discriminate against people because of a label they may have obtained on the internet. Good people.
What if the label is pedophile? Like those people definitely.
Well, if they got it on the internet, if I see proof and it's the end of the world situation, well, we're gonna need compost. So
I'm just thinking because like the internet, the way that it's going right now, to me it feels like we're 5 years away from any man who has anything to offer. Like they're just gonna end up being pedophiles for real. Like, and I mean for real. Labeled it, yeah, because they never let a good crisis go to waste. Like the whole Me Too movement, this Epstein bullshit. Like, if there's ever like a big pedo drive to like get all of these pedo politicians out, full well.
Listen, hashtag men have been shot for less.
Yeah, exactly. So I just feel like that as well. It's just like there's so much danger in that for every man.
Is ill Jupiter in the chat? What question?
What question? I read that at the exact same fucking moment.
Yeah, like so. What question? Okay, honestly and critically thinking, I can see Jupiter spinning with moons orbiting on the globe. This works perfectly. In Pizza Land, this is impossible. Which matches the observation? This is his question. How is it impossible? So it's a false dichotomy. Why would you even bother?
Hey, are you still smoking crack? Crack villain?
Sorry about that. I cut out. What's up? I cut out for a moment.
I'm fucking with you, man. I'm not good for you. Listen.
What happened?
I was just
Why
being
am I?
silly.
No, I know, but like, what led to that accusation of drug use? Like,
Your name? Oh yeah, okay. So, all right. You're a crack villain. Oh. Right.
you asked me if I was still smoking it, so I'm like, wait, did I miss someone say something? Nah.
Just fucking with you, man.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, you don't smoke it like it's in a joint, bro. Like, you hit the pipe and then put it away. Like,
Shit.
People are like, wait, what? I'm one of them. I'm one of them motherfuckers that smokes crack all day.
Dang.
You hear that about Charlie Sheen though, right? And then like he's like, I was banging. What's he said? He's like banging 8-gram rocks or some shit, and I'm like, bro, what the? Like the banging. I'm like, does that mean injecting? Because like in England, banging would be injecting, right? Fuck. Charlie Sheen was doing it big time.
Well, I'm going to tell you about living a life. Going to work and not smoking the pipe. It's hard to be a rich man, don't you know? If you drop out of work and start smoking blow. It's on you, MC. You looking for that D? Don't start twinking. It's going on.
Wait, when they say, are you looking for that D? Is that your bars or is that an actual song?
No, that's are you looking for that dope?
Oh, okay. Because for a minute, you sounded like you made something gay. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
You looking for that D? Don't stop fiending. It's going on. You don't like it? We'll play another song. I got rhymes you want to hear. I'll spit them every day of the year. You think you get it? I think you got it.
That
think
sounds
you like it, but you sure can't stop it, huh?
That kind of actually sounds like a threat of rape. If you say it again, right? Say it again. It's like, you looking for that D. If you don't like it, we'll change the song. and we'll just carry on. Like, wait.
Yeah, but it starts with the D. It's referencing the pipe. You're smoking the pipe, dog. So
get that.
you put dope in a pipe, Dopey. Come on.
No, I get it, but when I listen to the song, it sounds like it's more explaining rape. Like legit. I know that
You don't like it?
Pipe. Well, it's
like
not
the
that I
way
like
Joe
it.
can't stop it. Cause white
Yeah.
chick's so funky fresh, spitting rhymes in the flesh.
It's just that smoke and blow and rape are like pretty much the same thing, nearly.
I don't know where your mind's at. You're on that rape. I don't know.
Yeah,
I was trying
man.
to tell you to quit smoking pipe and go to work. Put the
Well,
pipe
that is
down,
never
brother.
gonna
Get some
happen.
sleep. Get some sleep.
Just so everyone knows, I don't actually smoke the pipe, by the way. Okay, so just as a disclaimer.
Only on the weekends, yeah, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't make enough money.
Smoking weed,
We
roll
have enough
that.
money, it's all good.
You wonder where Mike learned to act like that. Well, I was raised on a farm and we grew some weed. We roll a fat joint and smoke that weed.
Then we bought some wire wool, burned it off, washed up some crack, and we all got on it. Yeah.
No. I said I'm not a chemical man. If your drug requires a chemical reaction, I'm cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't call bicarbonate soda removing the hydrochloride base of cocaine really like a reaction.
If you gotta crystallize it, I'll be more specific. If it has to be crystallized, and fienders all around the nation suck dick for it, and I don't want nothing to do with it.
It's
And
more a
excuse my language.
reconstitution. It's actually the opposite of crystallization because we're removing the crystal called salt. So we're just freeing up the base of salt. So we're actually removing the crystallization part. So okay, I'm included in the smoking session with my crack. Cool. Let's go ahead.
You can call it freebase. It's all good.
Which is funny, right? Do you want to know? Like, I was in Gem Panda's server, right? And it was like the fucking funniest moment ever. And like, I feel this is still the reason why there's some of them Globers like me to this day, and they don't know why. They don't remember why, but this is probably why. And someone like one of the top Globers in there or whatever would like turn around and gave me like a challenge, right? Because basically we were talking about chemistry, and then I said about like, you know, I was basically talking about something that would be like a liquid that would quickly turn hard, right? And he was like, okay, he's like, you name anything in this world in chemistry that changes really quickly from a liquid to a solid. And it was just funny because like they didn't have any like prerequisite information to do a crack or anything like that. We weren't talking about drugs. None of that was mentioned.
You started telling them how to cook crack.
And then he's like, I challenge you right now. You name the compound element, whatever it is that is a liquid that can instantly be changed to solid. And I'm like, you ever heard of crack? And everyone just started fucking roaring, laughing, bro. It was fucking brilliant.
But doesn't it booger up, in between liquid and solid? Doesn't it booger up?
The point was, is that the point
I watch
was,
the movies. I watch the movies, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like you're talking about some real thing that goes on with a drug. I don't really know. All I know is that it's a liquid, and it goes from a liquid to a solid. And it's just funny.
Let's change the topic.
Yeah.
Guys, on your movies.
Well, that's what I realized I had to do with my name.
Who here hasn't seen Breaking Bad?
Oh, I love it.
Come on, man.
So good.
Everybody in all them trailer park dudes are like, we need a Winnebago.
I had to do it though that way battle mode. So many people would ask about my name and be like, "You're a crackhead." I'm like, "Right, okay, so right, what else do you want to talk about?" So it's kind of more like, "Okay, you're gonna call me a crackhead." I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, I am." What? Then this is how you wash it up at this temperature on this day. Like, what do you want to talk about? And then they're like, "Oh, wait, that insult didn't really work." Oh, fuck. and then people leave it alone.
There used to be a dude on 24/7 called Crack Rabbit. I swear that dude was the biggest troll I ever met.
I remember that account. Yeah.
Do you? That dude was funny though. He was funny.
Do you not get the joke? I'm like, I remember that account. Not like I remember that dude. The account, like as if I held it at one time and it was me.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're the Crack Rabbit.
Well, I actually have a couple. I've got like a guy on my friends list called Smackhead, another guy called Dope Fiend. I've got another guy called Smack Villain. I had to add that dude. A guy called the Bud Villain. I've ended up coming across people that have got like names similar to mine. I'm like, bro, I'm adding that dude. Whatever. I want to see if they're interested at all.
You get your name from all of the asses you violated, no?
No, man. It was from the time.
Oh, my buddy, you want a lubricant? Aisle 5.
It was from the time that I villainized your mum's ass, bro.
Man, Gio
Harry,
is
man,
gonna
Harry.
mute us all, and I wouldn't blame him.
Listen, it was
You
the
gotta
British.
derail the
Dude.
combo.
It was the British dude.
Damn it, Jimmy
Where is
Jam.
he, the British dude? The other guy with the accent. He's the nitrogen denier. Dances with fools. I want to talk to him.
Wait, who is the nitrogen denier?
Dances with fools. The guy you were
Oh,
talking
was that oh, for real? That was the motherfucker, bro. No way.
Yeah.
I remember now. Fuck.
I was hot micing, like I was making noise here, so couldn't really unmute. Still working, but not making as much noise.
Whoever's whispering, stop doing that.
Dances with fools. Hey man, come back in, bro. Let's have a nitrogen discussion.
Yeah, I don't know if you were there for a battle mod, but me and Cyrus, yeah, you weren't there. Me and Cyrus had this conversation with the guy that was in here a minute ago, the foreign dude, and he was like denying the existence of nitrogen, basically. It was fucking brilliant. And then we had that other kid. We had
Good
this
white
other
light. That good white
Nah.
light dude. I wrote his name down. I gotta remember that guy.
Dancing with Fools, and then what was that other kid that was saying? And there was another kid, yeah, who was like denying electricity, basically, like.
Oh, yeah, that one guy. A troll, sex troll. Yeah.
But I think he wasn't trolling though, bro. I feel like he believed that.
Oh, no, he's a troll, dude.
Are you talking
Everyone
about
is act-
D-Mock?
not everyone.
Are you
wants to
talking about D-Mock, the one who was is that the guy who was denying electricity?
No, no.
D-Mock?
Not
Did he
D-Mock,
say
nah.
No, we're not talking about that. We
Not
all,
D-Mock.
every
We
one
know
of
D-Mock.
us are familiar with the Mock.
The Mock, yeah.
Don't get
'Cause,
smacked
like-
with that Lincoln penny.
I'd much rather have D-Mock than Moyock. Like that.
D-Mock and Moyock have a rock off, bro. An ock off.
Oh.
Just an ock off, you know? Fuck. I really
Where
like
the
D-Mock
debates-
though.
Where are the debates popping though? Real talk, like.
Where did the what?
Is this the best server for the debate, or like the actual debate? You know.
What debate?
The
Like
flat
the C
Earth debate?
McToon, yeah, C McToon debate someone or some shit. You
Um,
know what I mean? Like, is this the best
I do,
server you
yeah.
guys think, or no?
I don't know, bro. Literally, this is the only server that I'm in really at the moment. Like,
I'm at quite a
'cause-
few, so any server is a good server to debate in, but it just depends on who the host is and who the participants are.
I can't
Yeah.
get in Discord at the moment.
That's
like,
that's
literally.
my question. No, like which place has the best participants and hosts for a debate, right?
None
Yeah,
worse
yeah.
than somebody who wants to
It
host
seems
all the
pretty good.
debates, but can't debate.
This is like the only VC I can join at the moment is this VC because
Really?
like Yeah. My laptop fucking broke, but I had previously loaded in to this VC on my Xbox, right? And you can use Discord on Xbox now. And for
What?
whatever reason, yeah. But like,
Wait, what?
it worked. Yeah, they've made it to where you can use Discord on Xbox finally. For whatever fucking reason, like that is fucked up on me. But like, I can at least load into this room, and then I can plug my headset into the controller, and then I can come into this one room. But like, I can't get up the interface to join somewhere else. It's fucking annoying.
That's a really good information, man. I didn't know that about the Xbox. But,
Yeah, man.
Hey, you hear me fucking talking while I play fucking zombies.
No
Well,
wonder your ass didn't follow any of them damn links I sent you.
Yep. Yeah, I can literally only get on here if I was to like go somewhere else, or you know what I mean, like for real.
I would
Yeah.
say right
I'm
now,
not being rude.
this is the best platform, like for a good, like high level discussion. I've been to a couple other ones the other day, and they're like noob discussions, really, in the flat Earth thing.
Yeah,
Well,
the
yeah,
other
there's
one.
also like
This is 24/7,
some that
but
are really.
yeah,
There's other ones that are really
I haven't been there.
biased their way. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go to Gempada, you can't mention one side without being called a retard. You go to 24/7, you can't mention one side without being called a retard. But like, yeah, it's like, how can you both can't be retarded in your respective. You both can't call each other retarded from your respective area, like cowards in your own fucking server, but not go to a neutral one and debate.
Right.
They're cowards, bro. The people who stay in the fucking very biased server, they're
So
cowards. And
I'm with Cyrus. I come here to debate. I go to other places to listen to formatted debates. But when the debate's over, what's up, Jeremy? They finally unmuted you.
We have our little hideout.
We got M Stone in here. He's a hell of a debater for the Globe side. If you guys want to have a go,
All right.
Wait there, M Stone. Wait, what claim are you trying to make?
Mark, come on, man.
So it's what, who, Numpty and M Stone?
We got the same initials. Come on, bro. MS.
Multiple sclerosis.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was about to say that. Good one.
My mum's got it, so my mum has it, so I was bound to beat you to the yeah.
What was I hot micing earlier?
Were you hot mic?
You just weren't saying anything at all.
Well, that's why I muted you. Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, you were.
You didn't.
Oh,
no,
see,
that didn't happen.
That's the prick that muted you, man.
You were hot micing
Stone,
Jeremy.
what do you say, Stone? You wanna have a go with it? You got some killer arguments, I know.
He's nodded out in his recliner with half a rum and coke in his hand.
He smoked all of his Stone.
Who else we got in here?
Clearing his nostrils.
We got. I mean, shit. I'll debate you as a Glober. Let's go. What do you want?
No, fuck that.
I'll debate as a
I'll be a Glober.
I'll go.
I feel like
I think I
half
make
the
a
Globers
decent Glober.
I'd make a better
Globers-
Glober.
I doubt it.
Half the Globers only come when Wits is in here. Kind of
So
weird, isn't it?
Both of you are on the ball?
Oh, nice.
Is that what you're saying?
What's up? Yeah, let's go. You take the flat Earth side.
We got Zanuck up in the house. Zanuck will have a go with you, Numpty. Is that what you want? You looking at having a go with someone or what?
Is Zanuck in here right now? Sorry, I'm not looking at my phone.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Zanuck is not in here. What are you on about?
No.
He's at the bottom of the list.
Okay. No, he's not, but alright.
Zanuck, where you at?
No, do I need to update my thing? Hold on, I'll be right.
Do I need to Jeremy acting like the list?
Well, let me tell you what happened. Well, time dilated at the location he's at.
Who's Jeremy acting
Not in here now. Yeah, my list might have been lagged or something.
No, it's time dilated, bro.
Yeah, bro. Zanuck wasn't in here at all.
It looked
Jeremy
like he was on our list.
Jeremy really wished Zanuck was here, but he wasn't.
What the
believe me, I don't.
Jeremy, I need to ask you. Wait, I need to ask this. This is fucking crazy. Why are you acting like Discord's VC needs to be like refreshed.
Dude, I had Zanuck on my list just now.
Fucking hell, really? Wow.
I
No wonder you
closed
got.
out Discord. I closed out Discord and opened it back up. He wasn't in here.
Must
Now
have
either you guys
I
ain't fucking with me left,
I
or
used some VC.
Nah,
No,
bro.
he wasn't here. No, they're not fucking.
Damn, Discord needed to be refreshed. So I don't know. We're working with 1990s technology here or something.
Well, no, it's funny that you have a lag of the imagery, because like every time I talk to you, it takes you like so much longer to reply than anyone else. Like I'll say,
I know. And then I go back and then listening to YouTube's, and there's no delay or lag at all. I know.
no, no, you're right. There is no delay or lag if you look at it on the YouTube, right? Like you're not going to detect the lag, because the only lag that you have is, let's say, every time you talk, we hear what you're saying without a doubt, right? It's just that when we hear it, usually it's like, so if I was to address you, usually it will take about 4 seconds or 3 seconds for you to reply, right? And I can tell that you're hearing everything correctly. It's just for whatever reason, there are moments in time where it takes a few seconds for you to hear what we're saying, you know? Like you don't reply instantly.
All right, we still got Stone in here. Numpty, are you looking to have a go with someone or what?
Stone isn't talking.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not. Maybe if I get to my laptop, I don't know. I'm down to have a casual little debate. Just outside here doing a little stuff with my trees. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Does M Stone have anything good?
He's got
I don't know,
fucking killer arguments, bro. He'll bury you.
Damn,
Yeah,
I want to see this.
I was talking to that Jesse guy last night. I think he has some. Have you seen that one before?
Which one?
When he takes like a water level that's like dyed red, and then he like puts it up, and then there's like a mountain in the background or something, or not a mountain, a building in the background, but the building is like higher in elevation than the water level. But then when he takes the photo, the water level appears to be above the building, and so he says like. You haven't heard him talk about this before?
Yeah, there's some kind of optical exponential effect that's causing things to look like they drop in the distance. Yeah, we know.
That's what I said to him. He was saying that people were denying science or whatever, but I was like, well, how do you know it's not visually lower than it is physically? You know what I'm saying?
They've never shown that the light is bending. They have a good argument for light bending down, but they've never actually shown it in reality. They have some kind of they can make some leaps and say it's bending down, but
it seems to me like it bends up when they do those laser tests, though. You know what I'm talking about? When they do the laser test over the lake, the laser
when they
seems
do
to
the
bend
laser
up,
tests,
which would cause it to look
when they do
more.
the laser tests, when they do the laser test in the fish tank, they shoot the laser, it bends down, and then you can look back at the target and you'll see the laser's lower, like you see it lower. They say it bends down and we see it higher.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you do it, not in a fish tank, but outside in an actual fucking area, and they shoot the lasers over the lakes, frozen or liquid, the laser bends up. So yeah, maybe in a fucking salinated tank it bends down, but do we live in a salinated tank? No, we live in an atmosphere, right? So
but you
I understand the salinated.
When you see it, I'm just saying when you see the laser beam and it's bending down towards the more dense atmosphere, you see the laser beam hitting lower. You don't see it hitting higher. They say it's bending down, but we're seeing it higher.
So like when you shine a laser beam through a tank of water, right?
Actually, yeah, you're right,
Sugar water, and we see it bend down, yeah. If you put like a target at the end of the water or whatever, at the end of the tank, are you saying that the reticle or the laser pinpoint will appear higher up than the line appears to deviate down? Is that what you're saying? Have we got that in an instance? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just saying that it appears to bend down, but but where we actually see the laser on the lake test, are you referring to that, Jeremy? What are you actually saying here?
Okay, I was asking Jeremy if he's seen Jesse's work, and Jesse's work is literally a water level with red
I'm
dye
asking that to
and a
Jeremy though.
building in the background.
I know what you're saying. I'm asking Jeremy though, like, because he said that we see the laser above, right? And I'm asking, like, above what? Are we on about when it's put through sugar water, the laser appears to bend down toward the bottom, and then someone stuck a target on the other side of the water tank, and we see it hit that thing seemingly higher than the where the laser is in the water because it seems to go down. Is that what he's saying, or is he talking about across a lake when we're doing a laser test?
Inside
Jeremy?
a fish tank. Inside a fish tank. I
Okay,
just ate a
okay.
chocolate. I just ate a chocolate weed thingy. Listen, inside a fish tank, they
Yep.
shoot a laser. It's going horizontal. They put the density in it. It starts bending down.
Yep.
If you have a little target or something, you see the laser beam hitting lower. You see it lower. They say we see it. The light bends down, but we see it higher.
We see it. So the point, the laser still hits the target, right? And where on the target?
The back wall of the fish tank. Just not. There's no target. It's just the
Right.
back wall of the fish tank. It
Okay.
hits it at a lower spot. We see it. We see the laser beam hitting lower. We don't see it go higher.
But wait, that would be where it would land if it's bending down. It would land lower, correct?
They say it's bent. They say it's high. You see it higher though. The Globers say light bends down and you see things higher. That's why we can see so far sometimes. How long have you been doing this for?
Very long, but I get what you're inferring. Okay, right. I get what you're inferring now. That, yeah, of course. That's kind of the problem that they have with the whole thing. What you were saying then, I believe you were making a claim that they, out of their own mouths, are literally admitting to what I've been getting them to admit for ages, right? Okay. That's why I'm like, wait, what do you not understand, Jeremy?
What are they admitting?
I'm saying what you just told me, right? Okay. I thought you were talking from their perspective of, right, exactly what they say out of their own mouths, okay? Right? But they don't say it in that exact way, because if they did, I would have shut up a while ago, because that's something that I've been trying to get them to admit for a long time. But if you say it in the way you just said it, they'll be like, well, wait, we're not quite saying it like that, you know. What we're actually saying is, you know what I mean?
They exactly say it like the light's bending down, but we see it higher. That's exactly what they say. However, in the fish tank, the light's bending down and we see the light hitting lower, not higher.
All right, I'm going to need to draw some fucking diagrams right now because this is fucking confusing.
It's not confusing. It's just, it's not confusing at all.
Who's confused right now?
It's not confusing at all. I'm just making
the
sure.
Globers
that
say that the light bends down. It's Crack's confusing everything. He's a noob.
And Jeremy, don't call me a fucking noob.
Sorry.
I'm literally not.
I'm sorry. I know. Listen, the light, the Globers, they say the light's bending down, but we see
what
things.
you're saying, Jeremy. Wait there. I want to make this very fucking clear because I will get a bit offended right now. I'm making sure that what you're saying, okay, to the people listening, to the audience, so that they understand it. Right? We can be in here all we fucking want. Right? We can know the ins and outs of all of this. Right? But some of the stuff that we say as flat earthers can sound nonsensical, even if what we're saying is accurate, right?
Hey, to everyone listening, and the whole audience, I'll make it real simple. The Globers say that. What's up?
I think what they're saying makes sense. I'm going to send you a picture of what I just drew.
Yeah, the Globers are saying the light's bending down and we see it higher. We see things higher. Light bends down, we see it higher. That's what the Globers say. Except when you do it in a fish tank, the light bends down and you see the light lower, not higher.
Yeah.
They'll say that's because you're looking at it in a side view. The light's not delivered directly to your eyes.
And did you see what I just fucking... Drew. I just tagged you,
Mike,
Jeremy.
Mike, even if
42
you were
minutes.
inside the
Man, listen, I'm not
even if you were
defending it.
inside the
I'm
fish
just
tank,
telling you what they say.
Jeremy.
even if you were inside the fish tank, hold on a second. Even if you were inside the fish tank, you'd look behind you to see where the laser's hitting. You think you'd see it be hitting higher than where it was previously?
No.
Yeah,
See,
no, of course not.
I agree with you, but they say that's because the light's not bending and coming straight down to your eyes, because it would hit your eyes at a different angle and it would appear to be above.
Yeah, do you see the thing that I just drew
No,
for you, Jeremy?
but there's no line of
42.
path.
Listen, I've fucking waited to fucking say this to Jeremy so many times, and his lag, I can't fucking tell when he's not talking and talking. I know he's definitely not talking right now, so I'm trying to say this to Jeremy real quick. All right? I've been trying to fucking say this for like 2 minutes now.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
42 minutes after the fucking hour, right? Do you see what it's the worst drawing ever, but that's what they fucking say when they say you're seeing things higher, right? Because as the light comes down towards you, you have to look up at an angle, and if you're looking up, it appears up. So like do you have a diagram you can draw that shows me how I'm wrong in this? Because
Again.
diagram makes sense to me.
He's not on about that though, is he? He's on about well, all right. So
well, yeah. Listen, me and Umpty are just pointing out what they're gonna say. That's it. So
yeah, but we're on about a path of light. So they're claiming light refracts, right? Then it bends down, then appears to be higher. So the claim that being applied to a globe, you being someone that's looking at the Chicago fucking skyline, for instance, right? That light that you're currently looking at, which would be the Chicago skyline, the reason that we see too far, according to them, right, is that light gets bent down, but then us as the observer, we see it where? Right in front of us. Well, how can something be behind a curve, refracted down toward us, but then still appear to be up in the sky? That makes no sense. Yeah, you're here, Jeremy. No? Alright. Have I lagged out?
Okay, make a horizontal line, have the light bending it down. The thing's going to appear higher, the globers say. However, we see that with the laser beam, we can see it hitting lower, not higher. I don't know what you drew. What's your dotted line and shit? Just draw something horizontal and have the light bending. You're going to see it higher if you have the light bending down.
That horizontal is the ground he's standing on, right? He's standing on horizontal ground. The light is, you know what? I could even, so here's the light, and the light is appearing to be above, like where the light appears to be is above where it physically is. Because as the light goes straight and then bends down towards your eye, you then tilt your neck back or move your eyes upward. And when you move your eyes upward, you're looking up, right? So it appears to be higher.
This is where you fucked up on McToons with this whole refraction thing. You almost had him, bro. You were so close on McToons. I was biting my fingernails. You're so close.
Yeah, I
you
need to
almost
fucking
had him.
I need to fucking
I
look
died
into
when
this
it ended. I
refraction
was like,
stuff
oh my
more.
God.
Jeremy, that's kind of annoying that you think you like calling me a fucking noob involved.
I didn't mean it, Crack.
Alright.
I didn't mean it. You were acting like a noob, though. But
yeah, I know, but like, I don't know. I wish I disagreed with you on something because I would debate you right now. Like genuinely, like I generally, I'm not really involved in this debate currently because, like, I feel like most of you motherfuckers are arguing about shit I was arguing about 5 years ago. So it's just a bit weird to be called a noob when I'm like objectively.
I was just fucking with you. I know. I was just fucking with you, bro.
I've been a flat earther for like longer than that.
I know you're not a noob.
Listen, I'm with you on that, Crack. I already left these motherfuckers laid in the chalk behind me, and now I got motherfuckers that just met me talking like, "You think you could beat this dude? You want to debate this dude? Ooh, we got this dude on our server. I got him and 30 more like him on my server. I'm bored with it. It's the same repetitive bullshit that's been answered 1,000 times. They just want to see how many damn times you're going to rearrange your answer for them.
Yeah,
All right, I won't take offense. I won't take offense. I would, yeah. All right.
Yeah, I don't take offense. I say it's your time. Your time to shine, buddy. You get up there and do your shot. You notice they don't call me out. They try to shut me up quickly or imply what I'm saying. Like FTF, all he did, he knows who I am. He's just trying to rearrange my point. My point wasn't that dude didn't do it. My point was you keep saying he's a professional and you trust a professional. Well, I pointed out he didn't do a professional job. If this is his fucking profession, why wouldn't he document that? That's the most
I can't expect people to know me here.
The most important part of the process, and a professional knows that.
To be fair, though, we can't expect that everyone would know us here either. Like, you know what I mean? Like the other day, like
hold on
here.
Crack,
Have you ever heard this?
I know you
have
guys
you ever
aren't
heard
new. I
this
was
statement?
just fucking with you, Crack. Like, I know you're not a new.
I know
new to
you.
this.
I know, Jeremy. He's just talking shit. But you guys ever heard the statement? A technician's only as good as his tools. A mechanic's only as good as his tools.
No, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Professionals know this. You know, you got a guy shade tree at home wondering why can't I get this valve in? Well, because you don't have the valve wrench. You don't have the specialty tool, and you're not a professional. So you get that valve wrench, and the valve goes in quickly. You're not frustrated. Mechanics are no longer frustrating, but that's the difference between a professional and a guy who just happens to have access to the equipment. The professional actually knows how to use the specialty tool. He was educated on that.
That's why I kind of got offended then. I'm like, wait, fuck, like calling me a noob at this point would be like saying, oh, by the way, Crack, like you don't actually know, like you don't know any of this shit, and it's like, I don't know, instead of pointing out being called stupid
Let's
at the
get him,
same time,
Cyrus.
you know,
Let's get him.
It's more like being called stupid is what I
didn't
mean.
understand because you were acting like you didn't know what the Globers say.
All right, bro.
Me and Cyrus will play the Globers, and you can be the flat earther, Crack. What's up? We'll machine gun you like Jam and Rumpus. You know,
There's nothing more cringeworthy to me than people pretending to be a globe earther. Right?
It's awesome, man.
I don't know.
Well,
I
the best.
You could do better than them, but yeah.
Well, an experienced person knows the difference between a question that needs an answer and a question that's built on abstract constructs and doesn't really need an answer, just needs identified as a false dichotomy it is. That's the real art to debate is knowing what you have to, and you don't have to debate, what you have to prove and what you don't have to prove.
Definitely, that is very true. Like the amount of times that I've seen people on debate servers that are a lot more structured than here, right? Where it's a very structured debate. People come into it, right, and what they end up doing is they actually end up providing the very information needed to destroy themselves. Like legitimately.
Listen, on a subject they didn't even have to fucking reply to.
Yeah, they didn't even need to reply to any of it. Now they've opened up a whole fucking but that's why I like being a truther, because I remember when I would see people actively making sure they didn't say words in order that they would have a debate with someone where they would make sure what was needed to be said that would destroy their position. And I'm like, well, hang on a minute. If you're having to hide information from your opponent so that they can't destroy you in a debate, that would probably mean that innately what you're dealing with might not be the truth. You could appeal and say that this was just a perceptional issue, that this information being acted out would make the perception that I've lost not actually lost. But there are some genuine cases.
Listen, if you pay attention to some of the best Glovers, the way they debate, when you come up with something, it's not that they try to give an answer for it. They try to make it seem like a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy, and I don't really have to answer it. It's not a valid premise. They attack the validity of the premise. And if more flat earthers would get up on that and say, well, let's talk about how this proves that rather than me replace it for you. Because, replacement is independent of what? Falsification
falsification
is
is independent of replacement. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't need to replace your dichotomy for you just because yours got destroyed. It doesn't make me any less true about the destruction of your dichotomy. It's just an ad hoc bullshit response. Well, we'll replace it. Well, I don't have to. I just destroyed it. You come up with a new one. You're the one who says you got all the answers.
Yeah, but they think of it in a materialistic sort of sense that, like, well, you've removed gravity being one of the things that's like a fundamental of the structure of the whole reality that they live in. It would be like me or you delete in their worldview, and like we could either say it's genuine or a tactic, but in this sort of sense, it's genuine in the sense or regard that if you or I were to instantly delete the legs of a bridge, right? The bridge legs are that which is gravity, right? If you were to delete the bridge legs, you would need to put a new system to shore up the bridge, right? Like, and that's the problem is that on some of the stuff we debate, they either hold it in a regard that
It's
is
not our
similar
bridge.
to the bridge legs. I know it's not our bridge. I agree.
Yeah, that's just it. We don't have to keep. We're trying to tear the bridge down, not keep supporting it.
So, is it a genuine issue with the Glober recognizing the categorical error that they made when it comes to exploring a new paradigm and keeping in mind that it's a new paradigm, like the categorical error that they did with categorizing the bridge legs as something that continue to need to exist if removed? Like they should never have made their world contingent upon gravity. We understand that, but it's a fundamental fabric of where they apparently live. So, like, is it them genuinely just saying no, the fabric of where we live will be destroyed and they can't fathom a paradigm outside of that? Or are they being dishonest in their tactics so that they don't have to consider a postulation that removes the whole bridge from the equation and creates a whole new system altogether that isn't contingent upon? Like, which one is it? Are they dishonest or is it the other one?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last of that. My daughter was
Are they dishonest? Are they dishonest and they are they dishonest and they are?
disingenuous? Yeah, it's
Well, no, but I
disingenuous.
mean specifically to the
Listen, so
example.
basically, what they're saying is we got a whole story and it's founded on this. If you get rid of that, then you got to replace that and everything else in our story. But your story isn't my story.
No, I get that.
Yeah,
I
so
get that. We've gone through all that over the years. I'm at the point where I want to know the parts of the debate that we've had over the years, right? The position that they took, was it either tactical or was it genuine? And that's why I asked that question.
yeah.
Was it a tactic for them to say, no, if you remove gravity, it removes the bridge legs, right? Removes the foundation. So therefore, that's why now I can no longer
Well-
fathom anything else that you say from this point. Or is that merely a tactic? Or is it really an intrinsic belief that the fabric of where they live is now ruined? The bridge legs that their world are contingent upon have been removed. Is that their position? Or are they just being dishonest and using it as a tactic so they don't have to look at our paradigm?
No, I think it's more that their paradigm's falling apart. But and this too, that they thought they've been brought up that you for everything you observe or see, everything you can think of needs to fit in little cubby holes, and they don't. Man, you can't be scared of the unknown. So we don't know that. Oh wait, okay, cool. So we're trying to build a concrete reality, not an abstract reality on the abstract construct. Because those abstract constructs can lead us so far from reality, and we don't even know it because they apply. They're applicable. We use them in industry, observation, this and that. But what the underlying, what we think is the cause, or what we think is the concretism reality, is so far from the truth that we'll never advance. We'll get to a point where we'll never advance past that as a mankind, as a race, human race. So they say flat Earth isn't good for science, but the truth is we teach kids who are failing science how to science. They probably go into school and impress their teachers. We coined that word in flat Earth. That started with me and Indio, that phrase, and a lot of people catch on to it. But falsification is independent of replacement. So it just dawned on me 2 years into this, 8 years ago, that I don't have to replace every one of these. 90% of them are false dichotomies anyway. Why do I got to replace a false
I remember
dichotomy?
the day.
Which
I remember
means
the day that
false belief system. So just because when I falsify it, that's just one less brick in your wall, and I don't have to
I remember
replace that
that day.
because I want your
Listen to
wall
this.
to wall fall.
So I remember the day, right? Me and Witsit were like trying to get the down low on fucking. Basically at the time it was geodetic surveying, right? So we had asked like you and Indio to come and like teach us because we were having a debate about it, basically, right? And like, so we quickly wanted to like go through some of the fundamentals and connect it back to what we already knew about geodetic surveying. Anyway, we ended up going through like the Godfather, like the Godfather of Geodesy, all of that stuff, right? But anyway, I remember that day; it was really freeing. Like you and India are like, by the way, falsification is independent of replacement. And like we went away from that conversation like freed a little bit because like after you guys had said that to us, me and Wiss, it was like, bro, how fucking good is that as a saying? Like falsification is independent of replacement. I was like, how
Dude,
freeing
I
is
don't
that?
know. I don't know if that really fully applies though, because when you're talking about the Earth, I mean, if it's not a globe, then it is something else. It doesn't mean you can't still falsify the globe, but people want to know what it
Without
is.
doubt.
So.
No. We're not saying that it doesn't mean. All I'm saying how freeing that moment was for me and Witzer because we were like, wait, we can just say when people are like, you've got to replace gravity. We don't need to replace gravity in the pursuit of truth. No, there may need to be in the. What we're saying is that we don't have to provide a replacement for us to falsify something.
Yeah, but I think you do in the pursuit of truth, though. You do have to replace it with what's true.
Listen, once you're freed of a false dichotomy, the entire human race is free to look at other avenues. So replacement is, that's something that's on the entire human race. I mean, not just one person.
Yo, so with how science works,
innovation comes from collaboration, not single great thinkers.
yeah. So like with how science works, it's kind of weird because they say they don't prove things, but then they come and say that being a globe is a scientific fact. So it's kind of weird how you have a fact without proving it, first off. And then second off, they say that their whole model is based off of falsification. So somehow, by finding out what's false, they find out what's true. It's kind of like order from chaos. It's just like, how are you establishing a bunch of hoods and then from that drawing a truth? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird.
They want to effectively state that we've got a board in front of us. It's a blackboard, and what we did right is the blackboard. It was colored in with chalk at the beginning, and what we did was that we removed everything that could be fake or false to such an extent and so rigorously and so applied that eventually what you were left out with was the only logical framework of what it actually could be. That's how much.
Like, I've heard globers say that it's like Michelangelo on the marble block. That each time they falsify something, they're chipping away another piece of marble, and that the truth of Michelangelo is going to be revealed. It's like, or are you just practicing order without chaos, bro? Like, there ain't no Michelangelo. You're not a fucking talent.
Yeah, I guess it's just at the end of the day, I guess it just depends on what you're asserting. Like if you're asserting the Earth isn't a globe for this, and that reason, then yeah, you really don't need to replace it. You're just falsifying that model. But if you're asserting that it's something else, then in that case, then
no, you're not asserting anything else. It's just simply something on its face can be false. Like something's either true or it is not. I don't need to present another true thing that in some way is synonymous with the thing that's false. How do we know whether something's even synonymous with the thing that's false? The thing that's false isn't even real. It doesn't even exist. How am I meant to give you something comparable to it anyway?
Well, listen.
Exactly.
Listen, though, Geo's right. Falsification is only one part of the process. We need to continue. We need to continue to look for the truth of what that is or that effect. So maybe we don't know what makes things go down, but we still need to figure it out. So eventually it does need replaced, but in the debate, in a debate sense, I don't have to replace your dichotomy for you just because I falsified what you brought. Just for the debate.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
that's like if like
see, I'm just trying to listen. You guys are like kids to me. And like, you're younger than me, you're the next generation, and we know blessings are multiplied through generational blessings. So this says, what I give to you, you will multiply, and it'll be greater in the next generation. And that's why I like Witsit so much. Everything I ever gave to him, the kid went deeper into it than I ever did. This is his only hobby. He doesn't quit doing this and then go in the barn and build a car like me. I quit thinking about this shit when I'm building a car, or when I'm running my company. He doesn't. This is what he does. So that he's a generational blessing to me. He's going to multiply it twice in one generation. And I'm trying to help people sharpen their debate skills.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like,
go ahead.
imagine I'll go real quick, but like, just imagine we're in a forest, right? And we see a shape in the distance. And someone says, yeah, that's definitely a bear. If we then get a little closer and see like leaves coming out of it, and we say, no, those are leaves coming out of it, it's definitely not a bear. And then they say, well, if it's not a bear, you have to tell us what exactly it is. Well, I mean, it's not a bear. We know that. We don't know what type of tree or vine or what it is, but we just know it's not a bear. Like, it has fucking leaves. It's very clearly not a fucking bear. And nobody can say it's a bear because we can see the leaves now that we got a little closer. And maybe I don't know if it's a alpine or a mustard tree or a fucking vine or a bush or a fucking weed plant. I don't know what it exactly is, but I can tell you for a fact, leaves don't grow on bears.
Yep.
Dude, listen, what you just said is like an Ojibwe proverb about patience with the father and son while they're hunting. And the son keeps demanding to know what it is right then and now. And the father says, patience, son, we'll know when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I thought he was going to teach an Ojibwe proverb at first. Like, damn.
I kind of felt like that for a moment as well. Very cool analogy, a good way of putting it. But one thing I want to make clear with falsifications independent replacement, I really thought about. I say we, but back then we really thought about this, and we thought it out, and we had the conversation we're having now. And what Geo stated, well, I agree with the sentiment behind what Geo stated is that if you are asserting something new, then you should start to look into it. But realistically and truthfully, I want to make that clear that falsification really truly is independent of replacement. And the reason why I say that is because no one is forced to replace something once they call out the past thing. That way of thinking, right? Like this idea, and that's what they want us to do, and we should definitely resist it. This idea that we can't falsify gravity or any of that shit until we've got a full-blown system to replace it. That would be the type of pressure that would force motherfuckers to create a new paradigm, right? Too quickly, and then they would end up lying or not really, crossing all the T's or dotting all the I's, right? So you could end up then postulating things to do with, I don't know, relative density as being the causality of why things go down. So, which is what previously happened, and there's circular reasoning. Relative density causes density, and vice. So the point is you do need to be patient because things need to be found. What we need to assert to replace gravity or the things in the globe model, they need to be the things that are completely true. That's what they need to be.
Right. I'm comfortable with saying when they say, well, why do things fall? I'm comfortable with saying I don't know.
Yeah, and I am too. And the point is I'm
ambiguity.
I'm
comfortable with ambiguity.
Exactly. The positive claim is on them. And they made the positive claim. This is why I don't call myself flat earther, any of that crap anymore, because genuinely I don't know what the world is. I know that it isn't a globe. I know that it appears to be flat. I know that it doesn't rotate or move. But like the idea that I have to like create some rigorous system with numbers attached to it and the ability because of that to start to predict things, like, no, I don't need to do that. We already have observation of the stars, their cyclic motions. We already have that written down. Like I don't really see. Do you get my point? Like, nah, I'm not going to be forced into like
another thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, another thing, trying to come up with quick replacements did just to our community. It ripped a hole in our community. You got people fighting over. You got people who are like, man, that don't work. They're not wanting you to come up. You're so worried about replacing their thing because You think if you can't replace this, then they're right and that's true, but that's not true. If you've already falsified it, you've falsified it. So when you're in too much of a hurry, it's not science either, and we're trying to tell people to stick to the natural method of science. If your science can't be falsified, there's no way to falsify it, then it's not science, it's a belief system. And if you're just replacing one fairy tale with another, then you're no better than the guy you're debating. Well, you should think about, what is your mission here? What's
There's
your
an
point?
element though. There's an element to what Gio said is very true in the sense though, Battlemod, that like the longer that we are without replacement, for these like things that are in their model, the things that the fabric of their universe is contingent upon. If we don't replace it quick enough, it looks like we're like truth seekers or people that are adventurers or people that are trying to chart new ground of what's understandable in terms of the fabric of nature itself. It's kind of like, oh well, yeah, you wanted to take on truth, but then like you just chucked it to the side and you didn't really care too much to look in any further. But so there can be like an element that it looks like almost, I guess that, yeah, that we aren't really pursuing truth, and like I feel like people need to adjust their perspective on that too. It's like, even if it takes me 200 years to give you the replacement, it might not be because of my intent to find the replacement. It might just be that it takes more than 200 years to even categorize and find out what this new thing is that is the replacement for the other thing that was falsified. The falsification isn't tied to the process, however, of the discovery of the new thing that replaces it. That's more, I guess, like the overall thing. And that is free in a debate. It is free in a debate.
They didn't build this model in one day, and they sure the hell didn't do it with 10,000 people on Discord. So it goes back to what how Numpty said, patience, boy. We'll know when we get there. Just people get anxious, and anxiety causes.
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Oh, it's cool. Anxiety causes people to act without thinking. You shouldn't. You're supposed to be the master of your emotions. Your emotions aren't supposed to master you.
Yeah, and that plays in perfect to end your thought that way, because that plays in exactly with what I was going to say, which is that I think part of like the trauma, in a sense, that's gone along with this globe deception is that as young children, we were told that they had it all figured out. It's a globe, and here it is, and we're going to they went to the moon and all this stuff, gravity, and that they're at the cutting edge. Whereas in reality, there's a lot more mystery to what the universe is, especially what the sky is, like what the stars are. There's so much more mystery. I think that's always a mystery ultimately, because I don't think we can go up there and get samples. But I'm just saying they kind of robbed that from us. Like they robbed the mystery and the discovery by just giving us all that information, the globe model and all of that. So I think a lot of people now, like someone who's 20, 30, 40 years old, whatever it may be, when they start looking into this, they are instantly just expecting that if we're going to deny that it's the globe, because it's like part of that trauma is they were told all the answers and that it was all figured out, that they somehow in their mind, it seems like if they are going to get rid of the globe, they need another thing to replace it, because that's what the original trauma was. Like, here it is. They were just given all this information. So then they're expecting, us or, people that are saying it's not a globe, et cetera, to just replace that, and that's not necessarily realistic. Like just to give them an entire map of the earth, right now, like stuff like that.
But we get between them positions. Go ahead.
As a father, it starts younger than that. See, when we take the binky away, we give them a teething ring. You know what I'm saying? So it's from one thing to the next. That replacement, that need for replacement. When you lose your baby blanket, you're probably getting a real blanket. When you lose the diaper, you're getting underwear. Everything gets replaced.
Definitely. And then as truthers, we have to like even ask ourselves what we actually are versus like what they expect us to be. And what I mean by that is that, like, Gio is a good and salient point that like falsification being an independent replacement. Like the idea is that if we don't falsify, the perception that's placed if we don't replace, the perception that's placed over us, right, is just another further form of control and strangling. It's like, well, okay, well then, you're not only are you taking away the my paradigm and the thing that, like you said, that is the trauma. It's based on, it's based on losing all of those things. It's like a whole shift, like you said, like it's everything, and it's like because we're the ones that mentioned that the story was wrong, we're gonna get it in the neck for the fact that the story was wrong, and just to mention on the fact that like that excitement that you were talking about with like all those little parts of it, it's like that is what kept us interested in the globe, if we were interested in it at all. The little parts that are attached to it, that's the excitement factor, and that's what's been sapped by it being removed and seemingly done by us. But like I said, it wasn't us, it was them that did this, but we will get in the neck for that. We will be the ones that are the origin point of the feeling of that pain. And I say that actually they did the same thing with God, right? Like they did the exact same thing with God. They have a way of manipulating, and I feel like that one's purposeful. Like create Santa, make sure all that creative energy and all of those different like exciting parts that are related to the belief in a thing that we don't see, and how real and fundamental that feels. Like not real and fundamental, real and palpable. How that feels real and palpable, but then we find out slowly that it isn't true, and I feel like that takes away the zeal and the excitement that we could have for God in a way, right? Like because it's a very similar structure, and it's like I wonder how the feeling with the relationship with God would be, the Creator, for a lot of people if we didn't have that whole Santa fucking story, like because that's a similar type postulation and setup. With the removal of the globe, I feel like there's something very similar. That energy you were talking about at the beginning, I can't categorize it the way you did. You said it better than me.
Yeah, well, when you tell children that's not Santa Claus bringing the presents, I guess they do want to know how the hell those presents got to the bottom of the tree every Christmas.
Well, son, your father works his ass off all summer long, and then he gives your mom the money, and your mom goes to the store, and she gets what you want, because that's all you're ever saying. I want this, I want that, I want this. So we know.
But it's like the person that falsified it is like that, like the one who gets in trouble for that is ultimately the mum. And I mean, the trouble is not in the sense of actual trouble. It's more like the magic is lost because of the mum, the one you trusted the most. It's like,
Ma, you lied to me.
Fundamental lie. That's a big thing.
Peter Cottontail my ass.
I'm like, whoa. Like, but with the globe, when that lie's shattered, it's kind of like, yeah, that's like everyone that's lied to you or everyone else that's been lied to. Yeah. Imagine with that. Go ahead.
People want the replacement because I think there's a lot of like fear. It's like having the rug pulled out from under you, like not only is it not a globe and NASA, it's all lies, all of that, but then it's like, oh my God, then what is the earth and where do we live and how is it created? There's all those questions. And I think when those questions come up, the fear of that is enough to get people to come on, give me all the replacement right now, because they don't want to have to deal with that.
Hey, I'm going to do a funny and point it out because I'm high. Crack Bill and talk till he lost his own place. He forgot what he was talking about.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Gio had to save him.
No, I remember. It's just I was looping. I was going to end up looping back, and I'm glad he over. Yeah,
I just want to say I'm happy that we could hit a topic that actually is so inviting to Gio that he has to chime in. I don't hear him talk much on his own server. And it's been good, brother. And we had this conversation before, you and I. But, the newer guys, they need to know. Maybe they don't ponder these things. They're just trying to be the winner of the debate. And they're off here trying to debate things that they really don't have to debate.
Pete Shea, for all of his, what would we call it? He's extremely, he's an eclectic / he's very he's a character, let's put it that way. But Pete said something earlier that was I believe was pretty true as well, and he was talking about how, and I don't want to say it in the way that he did. I think, Gio, I've made it clear already to you, and like I don't think that the Globers are shills that are being paid. That's clear, right? Like I don't think that at all. But what Pete said earlier was interesting, the structure of it, but not the accusation. The structure of it effectively is, we end up in here debating this topic, and because we're debating against the globers, it's like we get back to the fundamentals of the whole flat earth thing every time, and that's what we're constantly talking about. How do we ever progress and move forward, like type deal? And I thought that was interesting. It's very, very true, like what you're saying, Michael, you know, like
Yeah, that's why I'm inactive for periods of time. I read a lot. And a lot of times I just bookmark all these PDFs I'm sent or these citations and I read them. And I don't just want to read just the article. I'm going to read every person or source or any scientific method that was cited in the source. I'm going to read up on that.
look at the experiments, you know.
You know, me and Indio used to sit in voice chats and just watch videos, man, and read books and brainstorm on stuff, invite other people in the brainstorm. And these newer guys that are better at this, they should be working together to help improve each other's debate skills. Metal sharpens metal, you know.
Well, what's
You know,
interesting is like maybe it's a good thing we're having the debate again because, like, as well, because maybe the Globers are like a checks and balances. That's the thing that I was saying to Pete. Like maybe they're a good check and balance because, like remember falsification, independent, or replacement. Like it's good that we're not rushing through it, right? Like it's good this conversation is happening from the beginning and it's happening in a thorough sense. That looking at it thoroughly as you go through, logically, even does the laws of logic apply? You know, mathematical, even in a mathematical sense as well. It's a good thing. I feel like the math of the globe needs to be re-looked over by people. 100%. Like you can see stuff sometimes in the mathematics of the globe that like you can't quite fathom or put into words, should I say? You can't quite put into words what it means in terms of why it's wrong or the pattern that you notice in it. You can't quite, you know, I can't vocalize everything that I see in the math of the globe. Put it that way.
well, I thought that
What?
was one thing. If there was anything I could pass on, that's the one. And if you're on a topic that I might be able to help, you can ask me if I have information on. I got a lot of PDFs in the tower. So,
But that was interesting. Could you expound on what you said there about you not being able to understand things?
So I'm more talking about a way of quantifying what you're talking about, right? So if I were to notice a pattern or something like that in like a huge literary piece or series of literary you know, books that are to be read by like a group of psychologists that are learning, right? Like you see a pattern in it, right? And then the pattern would be built up of lots of excerpts from the chronicles in which you're reading, right? And then when you put these things together, you're like, whoa, fuck, this shows a whole narrative, or is the undergirding underpinning thing, and there could be an undergirding underpinning thing to it that wasn't its primary focus or its primary reason for its creation. And to try and define what that is, what that thing would be called, right? Like I wouldn't know what to call that. I wouldn't know what to call it. I don't know how to quantify what that process is, and then I don't know how you can empirically show the collection of these things to then draw it into a new narrative that you're trying to show, or a counter narrative even, right? That's more what I'm talking about. There was a guy in the past that I knew, right? You remember that guy battle mod called Gothmog or whatever? Gold. Is it Gothmog or is it Gold Swan? One of those names, and he was doing something really interesting.
It was
with
Gothmog.
yeah, so he was showing some really interesting stuff with the mathematics of the globe that was just like really strange, like not just repeating numbers, but like formulas that kept reoccurring, and like you could put the other numbers in sequence for each value. Let's say it was like the radius value of a different star versus the circumference. And like, you know, he was like running all this shit through the Fibonacci sequence, even through the Pythagorean theorem. And like, there was this fucking just weird patterns just kept showing up over and over again, to the extent where he was able to predict what numbers would come out of each new star that he would get. And it would be like, right, this star begins with this letter, and because it begins with that letter and it's in this part of space that's in this certain sector that has the beginning letter of this, and he would put those two together and they would have a numerical value. Then he would draw the numerical value back, and it would then he'll be able to tell you, without you looking at the radius or circumference or any of that they have said this planet is, he'd be able to tell you what that radius or circumference was based on information that has fuck all to do with the radius or circumference. And I was just like, bro, wow. You know, like, I don't know. That's more what I'm talking about. I just don't know how to quantify what that would be called. Is that good enough?
Sure.
What is your understanding of what the mathematics linked to the globe is, M. Stone? What are those math? What does it represent? How much do you know about it?
Oh fuck, that was a Glober that asked that. So he thought he had a gotcha.
A gotcha. Really?
That was funny. Okay.
Gotcha. I just wanted you to expound on what you meant there. There's no gotcha in that.
Well, I meant like you thought that there may have been a point of contention in what I said that you could like create a debate over, which is fine.
There's no debate, man.
I think he just wanted to keep you talking.
I'm fine with that.
You know the best way to win a debate. Let them keep talking till they give you what you need.
Oh, of course, yeah, definitely. I'm the worst person at debate ever.
Then attack it like a shark. What's up, Jimsy? Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Hey guys, glad to hear you guys. Hey, you mentioned Gothmoth. I remember he used to point out that the difference between the mathematics of the globe, and he also spoke about the actual mathematics of the shape of I don't know if the shape or the foundations of this reality, right? He said there was an actual math that was based on reality. He spoke about pi in your face.
Algebra. He created a whole thing of algebra based upon the fact that he had found these patterns, and he was effectively saying that was the true mathematical reality, and it fit completely with the Fibonacci sequence and Pythagorean theorem as well.
Like, I think what he was talking about was very underrated. Like, it was interesting. I didn't catch the whole thing, but it was very underrated in a way. But yeah, glad to hear that you like what he said, because I wonder where he is. I know his server got shut down by Discord, so I used to be in his server, but it got deleted, so gotta have to DM him.
Which is crazy that his place would get shut down. There's like barely any people in it, right? And like it's just like, do you know what I mean? Like that place to get shut down is insane to me, but it makes sense. The guy's saying some truth that like. I remember when QE first met him, and like QE instantly hated what he was saying. I'm like, right, I'm listening to this guy a bit more. If QE dislikes it, then I might like it. So no, but you know what I mean? It's more like that, like fundamental thing of like, wait, this sounds different. Get it away from me. That's more that flinch from QE. It's more that was. He probably would have loved what he was saying if he listened to him a bit more. But bro, yeah, I'm glad you liked him too, what he had to say. I took him aside, everything. I was like, I need to know more about what you're saying. People get bored of it, so let's go somewhere else and talk. Yeah, very good. Very, very good. I'd say he's like one of them, like a savant.
Yeah, it's a huge part of the deception, like the geometric transforms that can be done between a plane and a sphere in general, and how those have been, like even Euclidean, which uses a plane sort of ionosphere. Essentially, there's a way in which there's a deception involved with that as well. But there's a way in which they've used these, like you were saying, like there's like a sacred geometrical frequencies and mathematical structures and orders within this realm, and they've found a way to transform those and then apply them to a globe along with the model to make the globe seem more bolstered by something that it isn't actually bolstered by.
Yeah, like a backward engineering of like a fundamental thing in nature and reality, knowing that if you build something upon that, leave gaps in it, that eventually those gaps would be filled in by the users of the reality, seemingly reaffirming and confirming the nature of the proposition in which they attach the mathematics to, when actually the reason for this confirmational process that continues to happen was due to its basis being on reality. Yeah, pretty smart. Was it you that sent me this channel, right? I thought it was you, but I just checked our DMs, it's not there. And it's like called The Waters Above Crypto or something like that, right? And either you or someone else told me about it, and this guy is using sacred geometry, right? And like it's really interesting, and he's looking sacred geometry, and he's basically disseminating information in the stock market and stuff to do with crypto, and he's using mathematical formulas that are applied to the occult, and then using it like against them or whatever. I looked into a couple of his videos; they're pretty interesting. But yeah, that this idea of like a secret code of like initiation that they have that they can use to label different things in society, and I'm like, we know that they do that, so they've got to be doing it in real time, and now's the best time for them to do it, to have secret messages to one another. I'm like, that applied to the stock market. Like, I want to know, I want to find someone that's took it even further, or find like the true secret source to them doing that.
Bro, the market crash with the last lunar eclipse, the red eclipse. You saw the markets going red, completely red, everything. There was like a huge shutdown of one of the biggest exchanges in the crypto market. That was around the same night of the lunar eclipse, and it's been happening at multiple lunar eclipse, the red ones, when the moon turns red.
Yeah,
that's when the market goes red.
Yep. It says in the Bible that a blood moon is a warning not only to the world but to Israel, to Yasharel.
I have a meme I'll place for that. It's kind of globe based, but here I'll post it. It's kind of funny. It says to the moon, and then it's got like a chart crashing on it.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, that's a funny one.
I'll have a look in a minute. Was it you that told me that then, Gio, about this?
I just posted it. It's globy because it's got a globe in it, but it's still kind of funny.
That's exactly what happened this past week with the moon eclipse. Exactly that. You just gotta make the moon a little bit reddish, the way it looked.
I'll do that for you. Do you want me to do that, Jimsy? Should I make it complete?
It looks good like that. It's all good like that.
Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna change it. I don't like
But
it.
it's still a globy meme. I mean, I don't know. The markets might be kind of like happening in reality, right? Because the markets do affect the monetary system. But, you know, they have a reference to the globe. So you can kind of, I don't know. It's a funny meme. I don't want to mess it around. It's all good.
Nah. Sure. You've done it now. You've done it.
Well, it is interesting though to think how interconnected everything is, and like you said, with there was that huge market crash right when the eclipse happened, and eclipses are known for having to do with resets, like new beginnings, especially with the moon. Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse are a little bit different in their symbology, but so it was a form of kind of a reset in a way. It seems like within the crypto markets, at least, because of all that happened like a huge mix up. So, but yeah, it is fascinating to think about that. And also, a lot of these charts, they move in the Fibonacci sequence as well.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
like,
Yeah, this guy's looking at gematria basically, and wait, I'm sure it was you though, Gio, that showed me this YouTube channel. It's called The Waters Above Crypto. Like, are you sure it went? Wait.
yeah, it wasn't me, but I'm trying to think who it was. Was it New Perspective? Yeah, somebody had brought it up a couple times. I remember. I forget. Yeah, exactly who it was at the moment. But yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Okay, I could have sworn it was you, but New Perspective maybe. Then that would be the only person it could have been. All right, cool. Ha ha ha. That is cool. Yeah, I see what you mean. You would mess up this meme if you were to. I get you. Yeah, we could still change it a little bit though, make it more accurate.
So then, what's an explanation on a globe model as to why the position of the celestial objects would have effects like that on human life? Do they have one?
Refraction.
Well, if you actually look at the line that they drew,
I was going to say Coriolis, but hey.
Coriolis. Yeah.
If you can see the actual image there, though, right? What we have is that big red line. You see that red shift there, right? You see as it comes up, right, at a 90-degree angle, all of a sudden the red shift, okay, then we get a green flash, okay? The green flash would be the inversion of the light spectrum itself being split. Then we have a change back over to the red. The red, the part of the light spectrum is extremely penetrative, guys. Infrared light spectrum. We know this, right? It travels far, basically. So the infrared light spectrum is clearly the base here. So that travels it all the way to the Earth. And as you can see, it refracts down to the Earth. We see the green laser
I'll
bending.
believe that. Especially because of your accent. I definitely believe it now.
Yeah. The English. I always say that. I'm like, these two guys come in 24/7. They're like, dude, there's a fallacy where, like, if someone says shit,
how
in
does
an
the red
English
spectrum
accent,
go through water?
Water?
A bottle of water.
But you
Yeah.
heard about that, the Englishman fallacy, where, like, if an English guy says something, it's held instantly to be more true than what it is.
Yeah.
These two guys in 24/7 came in, told me about that fallacy, right? How it existed. I hadn't heard of it before. And then they proceeded then to ask me about everything that was fundamental in the reality of our whole nature in the universe. To get my opinion on all of these things, seemingly as if what I was saying was true, after being the ones who explained to me about this fallacy. It was just really weird. Everyone was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, Englishman fallacy. Okay, Englishman, can you tell us everything that's true? I'm like, bro, you just told me that. Okay. Fucking weirdos. Alright, blood moon. Yeah, I wonder what the globe's claim actually is. Like, so Gio, you know so we have the toroidal field of the Earth, right? We have that as a field. We know the electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, right? All of these different things. What's your postulation as to why the zodiac system, how that affects our behavior, and how much the weight do you really give to astrology in that regard? Like, what do you think is going on there? What's your thoughts on all of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a topic I could go deep on, but I mean, I'll just go just real surface level. But yeah, because I've been studying astrology for over 20, 25 years. In terms of actually even the graduate school I went to, we were looking at the position of the celestial objects in correlation with historical time periods and different famous figures, and from like through an archetypal lens, and seeing the cycles of these wandering stars and the luminaries. But if I had to try to sum it up in just like a quick little quick couple sentences, I would just say my understanding of it is that whether there is a causal link or not is another question. Like whether there's something actually, you know, like the position of Mars and it's, you know, sort of beaming its energy, or whether it's like more of a synchronistic system, like a synchronistic clock, like in the way that, like when you look at a clock and it says it's 12:30, it's not, the clock is not making it 12:30. The clock is just indicating that it's 12:30. So in the same way, the positions, like if you've got a, like for example, through the entire 1960s, from 1960 to 1972, we had a conjunction of Uranus and Pluto. And it was the only time in the 20th century that those two were in a conjunction. And the principles of Uranus and Pluto are completely correlate with the entire decade of the 60s. Like Uranus is the principle of revolution and rebellion and upsetting the status quo and the sort of revolutions that were happening in music and in counterculture and all that. And then Pluto tends to impel and intensify everything that it's aligned with. It impels it with a kind of a volcanic energy. And so you have this kind of volcanic energy of Pluto combined with the revolutionary energy of Uranus. And we had, you know, what happened during the 1960s, for example. And so looking at those cycles. So, I mean, would I say that Uranus and Pluto were beaming some kind of revolutionary upheaval energy? Not necessarily. I mean, actually, in 1965, there were more riots across the entire world than any other time in the 20th century. So right in the middle, right when that conjunction was exact, there were statistically more riots across the entire world than any other time in the 20th century. But I would more say that it's like the position of Uranus and Pluto seem to indicate the archetypal dynamics or the archetypal status of that moment. So rather than causing, it's more of like an asynchronistic clock system that seems to have a correlative quality.
So, but the correlation could directly be linked back eventually to, and again, I agree that it could be the correlation to, like, it could be as simple as a frequency that is placed out over this grid reference system that we have of an Earth in relation to the positions of the celestial bodies. Like, it could just be that the frequency that they gave out due to their position could have been a factor that every brain operated now with that present, which could stimulate this part of the brain and cause a higher propensity toward these types of behavior. Do you know what I mean? Like, So I guess that's kind of what you're saying. I just realized.
Yeah, I mean, I've been just mind blown. Like in terms of like, I don't even use that word astrology anymore because astro means like outside of the atmosphere. And so, you know, it's like that whole system of astrophysics, astro everything. So I'm not really a big fan of that term. And there's a lot of BS in what they call astrology. There's a lot of fake stuff. I call it like pop astrology, you know, the stuff that's in the newspapers and a lot of kind of interpretations that are not necessarily even very accurate or kind of just based on the person's own, you know, ideas or whatever, rather than what I would call like more of like a discerned, qualitative understanding of the actual archetypes themselves and how they actually express themselves from that core kind of foundational level. But I would say like from all of in terms of just my own, looking at my own chart, because you have your own birth chart the minute you're born, but everything keeps moving after you're born, obviously, all the luminaries. And so you then have what's called transits to your birth chart. So if you were born with, you know, Pluto at a particular degree, and then as everything's moving around, you're going to get things that are going to be aspecting your natal Pluto. So I've been looking at my own transits throughout my whole life and looking back my childhood and everything, looking at my own chart, my own transits, you know, currently, and just as I'm always tracking that, and then looking at so many other people's charts and their transits, then looking at famous people, historical time periods, all of those factors. I would say that from my perspective, there's absolutely no doubt that there is a very nuanced, creative, meaningful correlation with the sky and our lives on even very deep levels. Like even like a house has a chart. Like when the house was built, it has a birth chart. And like houses will get like water leaks when they get Neptune transits. Like, and Neptune is connected to water. It's like amazing, like how like even animals have charts. So there seems to be like it isn't just like one simple correlation. It seems to be like embedded throughout all. Like it's not only human life. It's even like the weather, the earth, is even
the gas cycles, and even there is some sort of I don't know, expression of the. It's some type of flow or input, and not just input, because I think there's a flow from the heavens into the system and out of the system, so it's like a flow of sorts, and there's an expression of that input into the system. So, like you're saying, the bird charts and whatever the timing of the luminaries, there's some type of expression, some type of coding into the system that is being inputted and expressed in the whole thing. Yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty interesting to think about, like, you know, the ether and how that plays into it. Like, you know, if we're in like a web, like a web of frequencies and systems, and what are the actual stars, and, you know, how do they link into like the electromagnetic, you know, flow within the whole system? And yeah, it's pretty fascinating. And to me,
I
also,
remember talking about. I'm sorry. Forgive me. We were talking about Gothmoth, and what he saw the electro-optical scans of the sky that shows kind of like this I don't know, this structure in the sky, the source of the sporadic phenomena, the sporadic meteor phenomena, and the 6 radiant sources in the sky from where all of the meteors come from. Like, I know I say meteors and some people get triggered thinking about rocks, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
The phenomena of sporadic meteors,
we can track.
those 6 radiant sources and the region of the sky, what the electrical, right, optical scans show. He described it, and when he saw it, he the first thing he said that's the shape of creation.
Yeah.
And that shape of creation is being inputted into the system and is being expressed in the reality that we see.
You can link it back to chakras even, right? Like these 6 energy points. Yep.
That point is, I think, it's a little bit underrated, that actually
Definitely.
these radiant sources that from where this phenomena happens up in the sky, it also has its own cycle. Like these radiants move. I think the sky, you see how the rotation of the stars, it has like the celestial north, and then it has the celestial south. It's almost like an equal opposite of itself in a sense, I would say. Like one is an in and the other one is an out, like a battery system, like a flow. Yeah, but the 6 radiant sources, it's a very underrated topic, and the observation of the electro-optical scans of the sky and what it shows, for me, it's pretty interesting. That I think it's related to what you're talking about the expression of the timing and the luminaries and all that stuff in the expression of it on people, on things down here. Because I think it's some design or some coding that is being inputted into the system that it's necessary for things to work here, right? Because what will happen if the whole sky stops and there is no input into the system? Will there be anything if there was no flow into this ecosystem? What if you turn off the light from the terrarium? You don't turn on the light anymore into the terrarium. Will the terrarium will keep going by itself, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's no, you just turn the lights off. No more input into the terrarium.
Right. So, okay. I see what you're saying, yeah.
I was gonna say, I almost think of this, the heavens is like the brain of this realm. Now, we could also maybe talk about like the center of the earth, perhaps. I'm not really necessarily saying it's like the brain, but there's a way in which like the heavens are. It just reminds me of like neurons in your brain. Like as a human, you've got your midway section, you've got your, then you have your head and you have your brain up at the top, and it's like all the little electrical signals and things going on in your brain. And in a similar way, I think of the heavens in a similar way, to where it's sort of like, it's like the dome of this whole realm, sort of like your head is the dome of your body, but the sky and the heavens above are like the dome of this realm. And whether it's a physical dome, or not really necessarily commenting on that, I'm just saying that it's like the positions of the luminaries and the heavens and the sun and the moon seem to be like almost driving the whole system in a way, or some kind of like a synchronistic clock system that is interconnected with like the weather, with biological organisms, with, you know, the earth, with us, and all of
It's
our ways.
in your face.
Yeah.
Like, I remember Godmouth saying that pi is in your face. The real imprint of the kind of like the expression of the design of things starts in your face. So it's literally in your face.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing I was going to say before about like the creator atheism, if people are atheistic, like what I've seen with the correlations with these, especially the wandering stars, like, you know, your sun, moon, and then Mercury, Venus, you know, all the ones that they call planets, is so nuanced and intricate and incredibly timed, like in terms of like cycles in people's lives, like different, you know, eras that they're going through in their own life, whether that's, you know, in various different things, financially, family based, all, you know, relationship, and also in their own personal emotions, their own psychology. It's so nuanced and intricate that the thought that these luminaries, these wandering stars, are in their own cycles, like they just have their own retrograde cycles, they have their own, basically the time period it takes for them to make a whole, like, they're all moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. So like if you have all the fixed stars are moving the fastest, and then Mercury, Venus, all of those are all moving slower. And so at some point the fixed stars will lap Mercury, they'll lap Venus, like they make a whole cycle, which is, you know, in the heliocentric model, they would call that one of the orbits. But so I'm just saying, I just to end my point though, is like they're all on their own cycles, like they're like gears in a clock, but somehow they're intricately linked with every single human being's personal life and the unfolding and all of that. Like the level of creation that would have to be done there is just mind blowing to even think how it's even doing that.
Have you noticed that when you're talking about the wandering stars, they're always in reference to the moon and the sun in a way? They're always kind of like in a transit, like I would say in a linear or parallel, or kind of like in relation, like you're saying, like a clock, but it's always the wandering stars, they're always in relation to the sun and the moon. When you look at the sky map or the I don't know, the maps of the sky, they're always doing something with the sun and the moons, because I would say there's multiple layers above, and depending on the angle and the movement of the sun and the moon, that's how you see the kind of like expression of the layers above. That is the wandering stars, in my opinion. Like multiple lenses or multiple layers. So yeah, they're always in relation to the sun and the moon. So there is something to that is very underrated, and we don't speak about it often because, you know, we talk about the ground mostly, but this is an interesting topic I like a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I remember I was speaking about it one day, and you were like, I was on a roll talking about it, like more like a flow of consciousness, and then like someone like interrupted, and you were like, shut the fuck up, like whatever Crack's saying right now, it sounds like really legit. And I'm like, oh, okay, Gemsy's into this type of stuff too.
Yeah, because sometimes people want to talk about this, and some people, let's talk about the ground, bro. We've been talking about the ground for I don't know how long. We're talking about the sky right now. Let's talk about the sky. Let's talk about the sky, and then we can move back to the ground. It's all good.
Definitely. No, but there is some truth, you know, held in it. Like even like as well, like with astrology and specifically, like there's like this idea of separation between that and like what the idea of Christianity, right? Most people call me a Christian. I don't call myself it, but like I follow what most people would see that as, whatever, right? But I feel like I don't feel like it's in contention with the Bible though, astrology, because it's like, okay, so what would Yah make as a system that would run cyclic in nature in the sky? The Bible talks a lot about the sky, the firmament, the different things and motions of the celestial bodies in regard to things happening here, either as a sign or a warning, as a actual figure, as a not a figurative, as a physical, actual living being referred to sometimes as like something that does have a correlation to what goes on here. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And like, why couldn't there be like, especially with our personality, this idea of and when we trace things, especially like meteorites from these like 6 energy points and all of that, I'm like, well, there's a cyclic nature there that we can predict and we can look at, and we've correlated it to our personality even. Like, there's got to be an innate truth in this somewhere, that this is a fundamental portion of our reality. We don't fully understand it yet, but like the globe seems to be everything that's leaning away from that truth. Do you know what
the
I mean?
globe
Like,
kind of points you to so how do you say, a solar centric no, heliocentric, solar centric. So they kind of take you to kind of look at the sun and kind of say the sun is the cause of everything, when the sun
yeah,
is one big piece of the whole thing, but it's not the only thing that is happening.
right.
But they telling you, they pointing out to you, oh, the sun, this is we are sun dust, and the air came from the sun. So they are kind of like pushing you to
Yeah,
believe that that's where that is sun worshiping. I will say people describe it as that. I heard it from other people, sun worshippers, right? And they telling you that the sun is the cause of the effects, when the sun itself is an effect that is being caused. Okay, the
mm.
sun is not the cause of the effects.
Yeah, yep.
The sun
It's
is an effect that we can
it's
observe from
kind
down
of like
here, and it has a
it's kind of
source.
like it's kind of like the same way that, like, yeah, the sun is an effect itself. It doesn't change the fact that there are symptoms of that effect. Like, there are secondary effects off of the
Mhm.
effect. One of the secondary effect would be sunlight, right? But the emanation of that sunlight coming from the sun doesn't disinclude the cause of the sun itself, that it too is an effect, and this is just a continuum of that effect. Like, like, I agree, I happen to agree. Focus solely on this one solar point, and don't think about all the other 360-degree space around it in all directions. Like, and that's why I like the idea of it being like layers, like this idea of like layers, and like constitutes your mind to think about it in a more correct way. Because when you think about all of these things, like stars as singular points with an immense amount of distance between each one in all
Stars as
directions,
other
right?
suns. They telling you stars are the same as the sun, and there's more. You see, they kind of confuse the whole thing by
Like,
giving it aspects that are away from the reality and from things that we can actually demonstrate. Because you can kind of demonstrate the effects that we observe above. It's just that the the size of it and the, how do you say, the scale of it is so huge that me myself, I cannot duplicate what is happening in the heavens above, but you can kind of emulate it on a smaller scale and kind of demonstrate something similar, the effects of the lights and the layers having lenses having similar effects, and the reflection of the light causing a kind of like a negative effect that I will say is the moon. The sun and the moon are pretty similar, and they kind of work in conjunction to each other. And when you take a photograph, like in the past, you remember those old cameras that you would get a negative, the negative,
yeah,
like
yeah,
you
yeah,
get
yeah.
an image of the actual thing, and you get it on a plastic thing,
Negative. Yeah.
yeah. So the moon for me is a negative of an image, negative of the sun, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like the yin yang symbol. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yep.
So you're looking at an image, and when people say, "Oh, you're saying it's not a solid object," yeah, it is. It's an image in a solid area of the sky on the ceiling, but it's
What you're
not.
actually looking at might
Yeah.
not be the solid thing. Yeah, like it could be immaterial thing based on a very material thing.
Bro, imagine looking at a plasma screen and seeing an image of something, but you're actually not looking at that something. I mean, you're looking at it like you're looking at a moon on a plasma TV, right? And it's
Yeah.
the moon. It looks like the moon, right? It's very similar to on a TV, on a plasma TV. So look at the sky, and you're looking at an image of the moon up on a plasma TV up in the sky.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
I got you.
at a
It's like a
bigger scale.
projector. It's like a projector, bro. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. Very, very interesting. Yeah.
And when you look at Venus and the other wandering stars, Venus has a very similar cycle, like with the lunar phases. Look at Venus, and when it's like near the moon, and Venus will also pass like in front of the sun. It looks like a black dot in front of the sun. But when it's near the moon, and the moon is having these cycles, Venus has a very similar cycle as well. So, like I'm telling you, like when you're looking at Venus and the moon, have you seen this photograph? I think you've seen it, right?
I don't know. I don't know. You have to.
Let me. I wanna show you real quick.
Who was it that was taking them photos back in the day? And like it was interesting because he put it into he used certain filters, solar filters and shit like that, right? And it ended up being that he would take photos of like Jupiter and its moons, and it kind of looked like you could see the negative, right? Like you could see like arms holding up the moons of Jupiter, right? Like you could actually see like a foundational fabric to what we were looking at in space.
Look at the text. Look at the text, bro, and look at the moon and Venus.
You want me to look at a penis? Wait there.
Wow. And Venus.
Come on, Jamie.
So think about the moon being at one, maybe on the ceiling that is above our heads, the immediate ceiling, or maybe one of the ceilings. I don't know how many. And then think about Venus being basically the same light or going through one of the layers above that, or another of the layers, and causing a similar effect, but at a different level.
Wait there. Okay, so what are we looking at here? I'm looking at Venus
and the moon, and look how they look, both of them next to each other.
Okay. Interesting.
They look pretty similar, but think about it like you're looking from the ground at the ceiling, but then there is another ceiling that is way higher or beyond. So you're looking at the light passing or the effect passing through multiple layers. But when you look from the ground, you're seeing you see both layers or the effect that is passing through both layers. Right? Am I in multiple lenses or multiple layers, and the light is going through multiple?
Yeah, I got you.
And you see how Venus and the moon have very similar faces?
It could even be the same fucking object, bro.
It could be the same thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you, but at multiple layers.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying it really could be the same thing. I'm confirming what you're saying. I wanted to say it without you having to say. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's just when you think about it, it's pretty obvious. Actually, I think this is why people in the past actually were able to kind of talk about these things and describe it very accurately because it was way too obvious for them.
Yeah, like as well, none of it was suppressed by like an undergirdling like fabric of reality, like the intellectual.
There wasn't so much bad information clogging your mind, so much BS since you were born, clogging your mind and telling you things are something different from what they are actually. You know, I don't think
Well,
there was.
okay, let's change it from clogging your mind to, because like that's like a conspiratorial type set of language that they love to like use against us. So like, not clogging our brain. How is it? We were like, it's hard to look at something on the and on its face value, know what the truth is, due to the fact that there's a alternate version of reality presented that disincludes certain ideas from even being talked about due to the very hyper and specific claims about the thing that we're looking at. You know, it's like they've asserted that these things are physical objects that are 100% here, looked at through this medium up to this altitude, then through a different medium that they say is this, all the way up to the thing. So it's kind of like people forget just that claim alone, that there's X amount of distance from here to the edge of the atmosphere, from the edge of the atmosphere up to the next celestial body. Just that alone is a very advanced claim of the specific medium in which we're looking through all the way to it. Like that instantly disincludes a multitude of things that we could imagine, or what we could try and quantify or even test. It changes how we would test even the things that we look at up there. Like it literally changes everything. Like it doesn't seem like much to say that, but it does change everything.
It also, I think it makes things more practical, like how things actually work.
Yeah.
And more. Yeah, I wanted to use another word, but
Well, people say that we're like that as flat earthers, or I don't like to call myself a flat earther, but like that's the best thing I can do at this moment in terms of how they see us, right? But they claim that we're the like mystical people, that like we're not looking at reality, all of that, right? Like, but to me, the globe really like relies upon mysticism when it comes to the sky and the celestial bodies. Like, and like you said, actually, it pulls us away from looking at things in a through a
more
lens.
functional. That's the word I wanted to
Yeah.
use. Instead of this dysfunctional, is more functional actually. The way it
Yeah.
actually works, the way you can actually build a machine or an electric system, you could actually describe this place as something that you can actually build on a smaller scale.
So like mathematics could represent it actually for real. You mean?
Yeah, and you can also build let's say an electric system like with a electricity, kind of like a flow of a current. Even the I have some yeah, I was talking about the terrarium earlier. That's a very simplistic, basic way of kind of explaining the system. You could have the light outside of house. You could seal the terrarium, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the air inside and the soil and some plants, and there might be some insects, whatever. And you could seal it completely and just have an outside light that is outside of the terrarium, and it will have an input into it, right? It's gonna cause heat into it, right? That light is gonna cause an effect, change of temperature, but the even the heat is gonna flow, right? It's not gonna stay in the system. So there is an exchange or a flow in and out of the system that you don't see, but you could kind of like demonstrate this kind of stuff happening, similar to what is happening at a bigger scale. That I think that's what's actually happening, especially with the sun and the moon, and also celestial north and celestial south. I think those are celestial south and celestial north are actually higher levels than the sun and the moon. I think the sun and the moon are kind of like the ceiling near to us, the input and output of the system, like an electric system. And then celestial north and celestial south are basically the same thing, but it's from the input of the actual structure that is up in the sky. The Gauss one, when he saw the electro-optical scans, he said that's the shape of creation. And no coincidence, the shape of creation is at the higher top layer of the construct. The source, the cause of the effects, but the cause of the effects that we observe from the ground is a construct, a build, a setup that includes multiple things. It's not just one thing, right? It's multiple layers and multiple things happening, including the ground, right? Including the ground, including the observer himself, us. See, I'm gonna mute. Gotta
You're
mute
right.
this.
Yeah, you're good. Interesting. Wait, I think you said it was Goth Smog who actually was the one that said that it was. Yeah, okay. Did you say that before or after? Like, I had mentioned him about, oh no, it was after. Yeah, you went into that afterwards and the different energy points. But it was Goth's one who actually said that. I wonder where he's gone. He had a good laser too for like laser tests. Because like I've got a laser as well. I thought it was a 5-watt laser, but I got lied to by the Chinese. It's actually only like a 2.2 watt, I think. And I'm not on about like a milliwatt laser. I'm on about like an actual 2.2 watt laser. But Goss one, he had one, bro. Gossmog, whatever, Gossmog, Goss one. He had one, bro. That was very good, very very good. I'll get the mile. Nice, I never, I know. I'll wait and see if you're coming back, but then if not, I'll pop off and maybe go and listen to some anime music. Cat, you alright? Oh my days, my cat literally looked dead then. Praise Abba Yahweh.
They can't run around a dead cat.
Oh, I'm glad you're alright. I literally, my heart jumped down
Are you
my
sure
chest.
it's alive?
Yeah, he is. Praise God. Yeah, man, he's alive.
And it would say so on food and the vet and all, but probably not too sanitary.
Not too sanitary. Nah, you're right. Definitely not.
You could get stuff though.
I could get stuff. Yeah, man. This little guy. Hello. Yeah, literally, like he looked like he was dead without a doubt. And I looked at his stomach and it was moving. And then he got up because he knew I was talking about him. Yeah. A bit weirdo.
Yeah, M Stone. I have just kind of a random question popped in my head that I was curious. What are your general thoughts on like spirituality, religion? Like, are you atheist? Are you religious? I was just curious because I don't think I've ever heard your thoughts on that.
I'm probably more agnostic than anything. I don't really subscribe to any religion, but I am spiritual. I do believe that I have certain spiritual beliefs. They're not really rooted in any kind of modern religion.
Gotcha. What are like in what way do you mean not with the creator, but in other ways, or with the creator of spiritual beliefs?
I don't believe in the Bible. I don't believe a lot of stories in the Bible. I don't take it as anything like a lot of people will take like Noah had a real ark, shit like that. I don't believe that. I think it's a book made by men. Well, it actually is a book made by men, but I don't really understand the what is it, the divine Trinity. I mean, and I've had discussions with seemingly well-versed Christians, and they seemingly had different ideas of that as well. Yeah, I just don't really subscribe to any religion specifically. I grew up. I went to as a child. I went to a couple of like a Methodist church a couple of times as a kid. And that's about it.
You think a book like the Bible could be rewritten by men today? I mean, we're much smarter, right? Technology and all that.
Wait, technology doesn't mean we're smarter. What?
Well, with using technology and how advanced we are today, do you think a book similar to the Bible could be written?
Of course it could. Why?
Well, then why hasn't it?
Because there's already one.
Yeah, that's not how men work. They always want to talk.
What? That's not how.
That's not how. That's not how humans work. They always want
Well,
to
it
talk.
has been updated quite a few times, hasn't it? The New Testament, the Old Testament. So you kind of answered your own question, right?
No, not at all. I said a separate
yeah,
book.
of course. No, don't use any. Don't think about it. You know.
Well, maybe you should think about it a little more before you say something.
I have.
Yeah, updating a book is not writing a book similar. Would you agree?
In this case, it was pretty much a lot of it was rewritten. Yes.
So you're saying a new Bible has been written, another book like the Bible has been written. They called it the New Testament. Or you're saying
I'm
the new
not
translation?
saying that. I'm not saying it's still the Bible, isn't it? I don't know. They still call it the Bible, but it's another version of the Bible. It has evolved, has it not? That was your base question. Why hasn't there been another Bible written? And I said there has. There's been
No, I said another book like the Bible.
Like the Bible. What does that mean? What is how do you think the Bible is its own
jump
category
out of
of
the
the book?
conversation if you don't know what that means. I'll just
The Bible fits in a category of books. There have been many books written like the Bible that have stories and passages in them. I don't understand what.
So you think there's many books that's been written like the Bible? Name one.
Written like the Bible. I don't know any ancient texts like what would they have Gilgamesh, stuff like that. Ancient texts, yeah, there's not many that are still around from that long ago. That no, but there's been.
Well, let's take your
very
example,
similar
Gilgamesh.
texts.
Yeah,
well,
Gilgamesh.
that's off the top of my head. That there's other, like let's say,
well, no, Gilgamesh is fine.
And whatnot.
Wait, you said they're not around anymore, right? So the ones that aren't around anymore that we don't have physical copies of, what are they named? What are those ones that we don't have anymore? The ones that we don't have the physical copies of you were just talking about. What are they called?
What?
What is the name of one of the books?
Bible, man.
No, I'm not on about the Bible. You said and it's not. This isn't. It's a genuine question as well. You a minute ago you made the statement, right? Which is like there are other books like the Bible, right? But some of them aren't around anymore, right? Like they're too old to physically be around. You don't need to know anything about the Bible. You just need to know the name of one of the books that are similar to the Bible that you mentioned a moment ago that aren't around anymore. That's all I'm asking. If you've got a name of maybe a couple of them, that would be great. I've been trying to find a book similar to the Bible, and it seems like you have one, or you know of one, but you don't have a physical copy. Go ahead.
A collection of short stories.
Well, you made the statement. Why are you annoyed that I'm asking about a statement that you made? Like,
You're
what the
making
fuck?
fun of your own statement. You're like,
What the fuck?
this is the
That was
strangest
weird.
conversation I've
Am I
been
making
in.
fun of my? How am I doing
Yes,
that?
you are. You were
How am I
laughing at
doing
your
that,
own.
Rocky? How am I making fun of my own
Don't make
statement?
it. Don't make it
You just
personal
did it.
now. You just did. I mean, we heard you. But
Explain
let
it
me
to
just,
me. Explain it
yeah,
to me then, Rocky.
I'll try to. I'll
Okay.
try. Okay. See, I think the Bible is special because it was written by many different writers, and it was many stories that coalesce. Right? They tell the beginning and middle and end by different writers that didn't know each other. You understand? From different time periods, lived in different areas, never met each other. And then when they collected all these stories and put them together, not only does the timeline fit, the narration, like everything comes together, right? And tells you a guideline, gives you a guideline of almost everything you experience in life. And you don't think that's special? That's fine with me. All right, I do. Now, I asked you if you had any other books that were written that
Are
were
we talking
similar.
about the King James Version Bible?
Just anyway. So then I
see, there's other
asked you if there
versions of
was
the
another
Bible,
book
man. Which
like
just
the Bible.
Yeah, there are more versions of the Bible in
You're
prior
not
earlier
saying that.
versions.
We're not on about that.
Y'all
like
carry
That's not
on.
the question.
You guys,
like
Rocky was almost finished with his thought. Can he finish his thought before being interrupted?
Yeah, so then I asked you if there was another book similar to that, what I just described, right? Another book that you would like or could suggest to me that was written by many different authors over many different time periods that told me a story that would relate to almost everything in my life and would tell me, you know, how to act, how to react, what to prepare for, that sort of thing. Is there another book like that out there? I haven't found it, is why I'm asking you.
I guess not, Rocky. You've got me on that one, man. There's no
All
other
right,
book
good.
like the Bible.
Have you ever read the Bible?
How about Hindus?
Yes, Rocky. I've read the
Yeah.
Bible.
What's your favorite verse, or what's your favorite book?
The second one.
What it was, Revelations or Revelations.
You like
13:12. What is it? The
My favorite book isn't in the King James Bible. It's Enoch.
Count the number of man for his numbers. Number of the beast, 600, 606.
Yeah, that's an American translation. Yeah.
What's the real translation?
Well, it depends. There's multiple ones. I prefer to read from the Apocrypha, Biblica. I mean, if you're going to follow truth, follow it all the way to the foundation. So I was raised
man.
I was raised Seventh-day Adventist, and we study Hebrew, Greek, Aramaic. We translate. We look at every version of translation that can be done. If you use a modern Strong's translator, you'll get modern definitions of modern Hebrew words instead of the usage in antiquity. So collecting older books it's a good thing. Depending on what you want. I mean, if you're satisfied with the story you got, then
yeah.
What M. Stone, you think flat earthers can't live good lives and raise healthy, productive children, be a member of the economic
I don't
system?
know. Can you? I'm assuming you can.
Yeah, we
You just
can.
can't figure out the fucking shape of the earth.
I don't have a criminal record. Do you? I fought in service. I fought in service to my country. Have you?
Yeah, I'll compare my.
I didn't fight. I was in the army. Go fuck yourself with that shit.
Have you ever been arrested?
Yeah, I hear you.
Have you ever been arrested?
Me? No.
No, the other guy that's so adamant that flat earthers
Well,
are.
I've never been booked. I've been detained.
I've
Yeah, I've
never
been
even been
arrested.
detained.
I've had warrants. So what?
No.
You've had what?
Warrants.
Oh, warrants? You have warrant out for your arrest?
I think he said
I've
once.
had warrants.
Yeah,
What the
once.
fuck is wrong
He's
with
been
you, man? I
arrested.
haven't been arrested quite a long time, dude.
No, I heard you. You said you've been arrested once. And hey, I wouldn't attack you. I'm not one of them guys that's proud to have gone to
I
combat.
wouldn't
okay?
care if you did, man. I could give a shit.
Well,
No, we
you-
were just making a point that
yeah, I'm not
you know,
going to
we're
put
all
myself
just
above
men.
you because you never
Yeah.
seen combat. Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I've never seen combat. Okay, thanks, bro.
Well,
No,
M.
the
Stone, like what do you
point
use
is
for
we're all men. Sorry.
Well, you said it, not me.
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, what do you use for your moral compass? Like how you treat others. Do you have any spirituality around that, or how you treat other people? Or
I was muted then. Like, why did he get annoyed? Sorry, Joe.
Wait,
It's
wait,
annoying.
wait.
You got annoyed, Batman. You got annoyed when you made the statement, though. You weren't saying it
I
that way.
know. Oh, hold on, man. Let him answer. Let him answer Gio's question. Go repeat it, Gio.
Yeah, and that be cleared up, though.
Where do you get your morals from? Your compass, moral compass, Mark.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. He's gonna disengage from the conversation when he thinks that
Bottom
like
of a bottle.
Why should I answer? Who? Why? I don't.
You don't have to
understand
answer.
why.
We're just
Why I
wondering where
would
you get your.
answer to you.
We're just wondering where you
that's
get
why
your
I wanted
bigotry
to
from.
clear up
Where
the
I
problem.
get my moral compass from?
Yeah, your moral
Obviously
compass
from how
because
I was
you're
brought
showing
up.
bigotry
but-
towards flat earthers.
Yeah, because you're fucking. It's a joke to me. You're wasting your time, man. You're
That's
like
why
you're
you're
in a
here. Because
delusional
we're
place.
just.
It's entertaining to see how you've gotten to
You
this
come here
place.
for
and you've
entertainment. You think
I
the
don't know
Bible
about
is
the
a joke,
rest of you.
and you come
I
here
don't
as a.
know about the rest of you, but I'm not a label. I'm a man. And I
Okay.
treat man.
You
I
can't
treat
figure out
man.
the shape of the earth. You've got
Yeah,
some
but
mental issues.
I
You've
can
got some
figure out.
problems.
I have couth. I know how to. I treat a man the same way I would like
Yeah,
to be treated.
but he thinks that you were
Yeah, if
taking
you
the
can't
piss
figure
out
out
of
the
it.
shape of the earth, I'm sorry. You've got
So
some
you know
mental
what I
issues.
said.
You
You're
need to take care of.
You've
an
said that like
unrefined
5
person
times.
with
You may
no.
have mental issues, sir.
Would you
So
like
what
to
I
hear the
said.
6th time, Rocky?
Well, if you want to expose your mental issues, you can.
I already
Oh,
stated
yeah?
these.
You think I've got mental issues?
Well, you
I
said
think
the same thing over and over and over again. Like, I mean, seriously.
Yeah, you
Like,
kind of did.
I mean, seriously. Are you
Yeah,
a valley
you're.
girl?
I think you're uncultured,
No.
unrefined, and lack respect for other people.
Wait, did he hear the answer to his question? He asked me if I was a valley girl. I said no.
I have a lot of respect for people that can't distinguish the shape of the earth, man. I just
think you
don't.
don't
It's
respect
really
yourself.
difficult.
I think you have so
There's
many
a
doubts.
predominance of evidence
If
out there.
that's how you give out respect, then guess what, motherfucker? You could be taken by nearly half the fucking world. You know that, right?
Listen,
so, like,
dude.
I could be taken by half the
Listen,
world. You know
stop.
that,
bro.
right?
You give out
Are you
respect
retarded,
on the
dude?
ship
Are
of
you
the earth.
hold on,
fucking
yeah, let's
dumb?
hold on, let's not descend into that shit. So
Yeah, don't feed into his crap.
So,
I'm not
So,
Did you not know I did
hold on.
Not know you could be taken by
No,
half the world.
you can't.
What?
Listen,
Alright,
no,
so
shut up. No, because now I'm being misrepresented. Descend into what shit? What do you mean by that? Both of you. Like, are you acting like I did? What did I say that was wrong?
What are you talking about?
It's just borderlining on headed
On
into a
what?
shit show. I don't know, maybe not, but
I thought you were like
I'm
maybe
curious as
saying
to
like
what the fuck you're
like what?
talking about. Bro. The half
I'm
of the
saying,
world. What?
oh my days! Wow. All I was saying,
Oh
I'm
my
not
days.
saying. I'm not saying it as in like as a threat, if that's what you thought I meant. Like I wasn't saying it in that way. I meant like taken by half the world. What I mean by that is if you give out respect based on something silly like the shape of the earth, right? I'm saying that you would be, you'd be vulnerable to people taking advantage of you and like tricking you and stuff like that. Naive. It wasn't like a threat. Like I hate this shit that people think that I would just threaten people or whatever. Like whatever.
Yeah.
It sounded like
not as a threat, as you were making a point. Like, he is being naive. He could be the one fooled. I mean, I admit that I could be fooled. I admit that I've been fooled, but there's no way in hell he thinks he's being fooled. Like, he's the smart one, we're the dumb ones. Is basically how he's presenting himself.
Well, that was my question, because he was saying that that these people can't
It's how you
decipher
present
the
yourself.
shape of the earth. Okay, so how have you deciphered the shape of the earth? How have you done this in an accurate way? What did you go about to get to such a solid place as what you know the shape of the earth is, that you can sort of act in a bigotrous way to other people that you think are wrong? So what have you done to nail this truth down that's so solid? Crickets?
Well, I've listened to other men, smart scientists.
Because that's quite a pompous position to come from, to be like, oh, God, you guys are so foolish. You haven't figured it out, as if you figured it out and it's so obvious.
And then it is obvious, man.
A lot of these professional quote
There's a lot of people. You don't even need science or math to even figure it out. Just the preponderance of evidence, and just the amount of people that would have to be involved in such a cover-up, this cover-up space. How many people would have to be involved in that? Plus gravity. People are faking gravity. You don't have anything for gravity. It's just so ridiculous. It's one of the most.
the exact
so much shit. You have to deny satellites. You have to deny orbital mechanics. You have to deny scientist after scientist after scientist after surveyor after all these people, man. And you come back to this little bitty 20, 30 people on YouTube that you found that are dumb enough to believe in the shit that you fell for, man.
Okay, that didn't really answer the question, though. So what have you done to discern the shape of the earth? That was my question. Sounds like you believe in a bunch of people, and
the effects of gravity.
You just interrupt me every time I speak. Do you know how to speak?
You asked a question. I'm just giving you an answer.
Right, but you should speak when the other person's finished speaking instead of right in the middle of them speaking. Then people who are listening could actually hear what's being said. So one of the things you said, I mean, the amount of people that would need to be in on the deception would be just the amount that would be needed. But I asked you how you discerned it, and you basically just were incredulous that you don't think a lot of people could fake it, and then you were just listing off things that are orbital mechanics and things. So that's how you discerned it? Like, how did you discern the shape of the earth? That's my question.
Okay, again, I believe that there's a thing called gravity. Gravity turns things into spheres.
Okay, and how did you come to that belief? What did you do to come to that belief?
I've seen the effects of gravity. I've seen how we measure it. I've seen how it's measured accurately.
Are you just talking about how fast things fall?
He's talking about space-time bending. He believes in space-time bending. Show me space-time bending turning something into a ball. He believes in dumb fuckers, bumbling idiots, bunny hopping around on the fucking moon, fucking playing golf and shit, bro. He believes any dumb shit people tell him to dunk.
I don't mind him doing that. Like, that's fine. He has his right. But to come here to a place that he's just coming to be a bigot, like, do you know what a bigot is? You've gone out of your way to click a button to come to a group of people just to be a bigot to that group. That's a strange
No, man,
thing,
I'm looking for truth, bro.
Yeah, you're lying now. Now you're lying. That's even weirder.
Yeah, I'm posting shit for you to look at. You won't even go look at it.
Like for example, if
let's find truth.
If somebody said to someone else, "Hey, man, your girlfriend's cheating on you. You're an idiot that you don't know your girlfriend's cheating on you," then it would make sense that the other guy would say, "Well, what's your evidence for that? Like, how are you so confident that you know she's cheating on me that you'll kind of make fun of me and put me down that I don't know that?"
That's not analogous, but go ahead.
Well, it is because you were saying that
Well, it isn't.
that we haven't figured out the shape of the Earth, and you have. So then that's the next question: how have you done so? And so far, we haven't gotten really beyond that. You kind of believe in a bunch of other things outside of yourself, and that you were
I
saying.
believe in gravity. I believe how gravity works. I've seen it in action. I weigh myself. I've seen things weighed. I see things
So,
pulled to the
are
center
you
of the
saying
earth.
we don't? You think we don't believe that things weigh? I mean, listen to
I don't
yourself, bro.
know how you get
Dig
around
it, you guess,
gravity. What you really don't have
but
anything
you
to
don't.
replace it.
Well,
So
nobody
things
ever
fall. You think
proved.
we don't believe
No,
things fall?
listen, who did the experiment that showed gravity causes weight? I'd like a citation, please.
Pardon?
Who proved with demonstration and experimentation that gravity is the cause for weight? Citation, please.
Okay, you win. I don't have a citation off the top of my head, so there you
You know
go.
why? Your key word is I believe. Those are the key words.
Okay, you're right. I've
I believe.
constructed some crazy belief system on around reality.
No, I didn't say you constructed it. You accept it.
I would have had to.
Beliefs
I
are
would have had to be
accepted.
delusional. Like,
No, just trusting.
look, if you don't think it's funny, it's okay. I feel
I don't
for you.
think
I
it's
really
funny.
do. If you
I
can't
mean,
figure out the shape of the
I know
planet,
you went to kindergarten and seen a globe. You just accepted the world that was handed to you.
no, that's not
Do
what
I think
happened.
it's
And I
funny?
don't know
No,
what you're talking
because
about.
we do trust our peers and our
NASA's
elders.
lying to you, bro. Then it's funny to me. You don't. You say you're looking for truth. I've tried to show you the
Yeah,
real
it's a
NASA
joke,
footage,
Brian.
not
Just like
YouTube
the
videos,
Earth is
bro.
spherical, and you're an
And
idiot.
you say you're trying to look for it, but you won't even look at what we show you. And I'm not trying to show you just random YouTube videos. I'm showing you NASA footage, but you won't look at it. So you're not looking for
Brian,
the
the
truth,
Earth is
bro.
spherical.
Because if you've seen
The
it, you
Earth is
wouldn't believe them
spherical,
bumbling
Brian.
fucking
It's
idiots.
gonna be okay, dude. The Earth is spherical.
You're spherical, man.
You live in a model, bro. You're not looking for the truth. That's a lie. If you're
We're
looking for the
trying to
truth, just look
rescue.
at what I'm trying to show you.
You,
Because you can't unsee it, bro. You can't unsee it.
You know the bottom of the bottle is always dry, right?
So I guess he's got no problem with me then, because I was brought up a flat earther. So what about me? Like, I'm not like some idiot that failed to understand the globe, right? Like,
You're a different kind of idiot altogether, huh? Good for you.
So
Are you
yeah,
looking to
exactly,
get kicked
right?
out or what? Like
No, he's cool.
you came here to be a bigot. Why are you trying to get kicked out? This is your entertainment.
He's
Don't
trying to
get
get
kicked out.
He's trying to, because he now realizes that he would have to try and back up maybe some of the bullshit he said. He can't do it. He's a little bit drunk. So he's like, wait, how can I avoid continuing to look like a dumb duck?
He's drunk.
Yes, man. Once again, you figured it all out.
I think he's scared of the truth, bro. I think he's scared of the truth, but deep down he knows what's right.
Listen, bro. They caught up. It was figured out a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look pretty sharp, man. I could tell.
Yeah, thanks, man. Hey, who's
Yeah,
entertained here? Is what the question
Well,
you
hey,
really have to ask yourself.
You always got when your paycheck's gone, you always got the deposit.
Dave, if you're mutually entertained, that's great, man.
Of course we are. Of course we enjoy.
Hell yeah! Did you bring snacks, man? I got the munchies.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, toilets on the left.
Well, you haven't
snacks on the
really
right.
answered. You still haven't really answered how you discern that the Earth is a sphere. You said you've watched things fall to the ground, but that still doesn't prove how things pull to a sphere. And you haven't even validated or backed up, because it started with you saying, "Oh God, you guys are so stupid. You haven't figured out the shape of the Earth." That means that you have just nailed it. You just you've been swishing 3-pointers from the 3-point line on the shape of the earth thing. Like M Stone is just shredding it. Like you got it nailed down so good that you can come here and subjugate us and just rip on other people that you think are so lost. If you have any validity behind that, then you would easily, within a nice 3 to 5 minutes, be able to lay down this dope truth that you've got that puts you in that position. Besides the sociopathy that drives that, but at least on a logical level, you should have something that actually backs it.
I mean, it sounds like he has common sense, but he's got to be scared to look at it. Man.
24 hours sun in Antarctica.
All of the
Let's talk about
hey,
everybody. Let him respond to what Gio said.
Pictures they
Yeah,
take.
yeah, please.
Himawari, the upside down moon in the southern hemisphere. What do you want to talk about, man?
Himawari admitted is an overlay on the.
You know what's interesting is Jupiter is apparently filmed upside down too. If you go look at north and south.
Show me the upside down Milky Way, bro. Show me the little dome Milky Way. Show me where it's a bowl, because it'd have to happen if there's a globe, wouldn't it?
Show you the upside down Milky Way.
Yeah, the bowl section that's like close to the Big Dipper, southern wise, where we see the Big Dipper in every orientation. We'd have to see that bowl, that dome in every orientation. So it'd have to be a bowl, right?
Brian, why don't we see the Southern Cross in the northern hemisphere?
You can. I can see Crux from fucking about 29 south
Southern
north.
Cross. Do you know where the Southern Cross is, Brian?
Yeah, with Crux. Yeah, Southern Cross. It's about what 25 south. 20 south.
Isn't it the Southern Crux? CURX.
It is, but
people say cross, but it's actually crux.
Yeah, at least we know what they're talking about.
He sounds like he has common sense. I just think he's scared to look into it, because if he thought about it for 1 second, he'd know that gravity's not going to cause gas to fucking.
Hold on. The two things he brought up were Himawari, so a government space agency giving him images was one, and then that the moon is viewed differently in the south and the north. That's the way you determine the shape of the Earth.
That's what I said. There were several ways. I said
the sociopathy.
There's all the space agencies and all their millions upon millions of data. There's satellite.
Hey, can everybody just let Gio and him go back and forth?
Orbital mechanics, around the world. Why do they see the moon upside down in the southern hemisphere? Let's see. Why again the southern crux? Why don't they see that in the northern hemisphere?
Well, we see it in Florida. You see it in Florida and Texas, apparently.
And
yeah, I'm in Florida.
Why do surveyors get over 180 degrees in their triangles when they do them?
They don't, bro. That's
a big one.
Dude, they complain about refraction with the black swan and then say they're getting spherical excess, bro.
You keep talking about surveyors. I'm actually.
But again, I'm not the debate.
Yeah, nobody.
When he says spherical excess, what's the distance of spherical excess? What distance am I going to measure spherical excess?
It doesn't
1 mile.
Matter. Listen, it doesn't matter, because civil servant survey and planar geometry, we don't measure that. Period.
Right? Does he even know how spherical excess is measured, bro? If you just looked at it, it's a joke on its face, bro. The refraction, how would they justify a black swan with spherical excess?
Before we start scattergunning, what we're getting to here is that this guy just said it doesn't matter. The debate's over after he was just pointing out things that everyone here's looked into and found contradictions in what his belief system is based on. How do you justify that, M. Stone?
Yeah, M. Stone, you get it.
I don't have to justify anything to you people, man. I really don't.
Well, if you're coming in here attacking us and calling us stupid, if you have, like Gio said, if you're swishing 3-pointers, and these are things we've already looked into,
what is this analogy of swishing 3-pointers?
For you to have the justification to come in here and insult people is the point. You don't have to justify why. If you want to believe it, that's fine, but justify you feeling the right to come in here and call us uninformed when obviously we're not.
Yeah, dude,
you're
really
uninformed, or you have some kind of mental illness. I'm not sure.
You didn't listen. You didn't look past.
Could be some combination.
You didn't look past the surface level when it comes to the globe. You've admitted that you didn't. So are you going to go and look at it again and let us know if you're a double retard, and if you look at it again and then still believe it.
He won't look at it, bro. I've tried to show him. He won't look at it. Besides the Earth being upside down, everything he just said was a fucking truth. Globe
Well,
killer.
think of how hilarious it is that he's doubling down on calling us a retard when he just totally outed himself.
I'll triple down.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny
this
because
dude's been outed for years.
Yeah,
you guys are just becoming aware of it. That's all.
He's been outed for a while.
I know who this guy is.
forever.
We all do.
I wish you would have just let Geo talk to me. I was enjoying that, but
I'd like that.
I just wish he'd look at the evidence, man, instead of just.
There's no evidence.
Come on, Gio.
Well, yeah, I was trying to see if we could have a conversation without it descending into shit shows and all that, all the name calling and stuff. So that's why I was trying to just ask him questions just to have an actual conversation.
It was good. You actually did. You said, "Okay, this is what your belief system's based on," and then you're coming in here. You're so confident with it. Did he leave? You're still here, M. Stone.
Conversation with M. Stone was the problem that I heard. Maybe I'm just your expectations.
Stone's still here, but I thought, we all thought that him or Ari was giving us pictures of the Earth, bro. We all thought. So we looked at the website, and they admitted that it's a fucking overlay. I mean, we all thought the same shit you did. You just won't give the evidence a chance. And besides proving the flat Earth, man, we could kill the globe, bro. Everything they're telling you is horse shit in some way or another. There's no globe scientists, bro.
It's such horseshit that it's surprising you would come in here and call us stupid for not believing.
Hey, Mark,
That's the crazy part.
Let's start here. How long have you been listening to Flat Earthers or hanging out in this community? Can I get that from you, brother? We've been doing this a while.
Well, we all know years. He's been here years.
You and I? Yeah, so this isn't the first time you've heard any of this. It's just you've never gave it, a specific address or a well thought out reply. All we get from you is ridicule. So we begin to wonder why. If we make you so miserable, then why come around us?
I never said you make me miserable, bro. It's entertaining. It's always been.
If you just watch, Stone, if you just watch, if you watch the 6-hour compilation, bro, the 6-hour compilation of NASA follies, bro, you can't unsee that shit, bro, and you'd question everything if you've seen that.
I get you're excited, but just
yeah. Right now, there's not a conversation because he can't be heard.
Well, I mean, we were kind of trying to get. I mean, it sounds like you were kind of listing off things that none of those things you verified yourself, but some of those things you mentioned, just sort of some of the bullet points of, as to these reasons. That
I understand how planes can do, 3 right turns, be back where they started from, in a triangle.
Great circle route.
I understand when you measure, we get spherical excess, just like we should. I understand.
No, we don't. No, we don't, bro.
From the
no,
bottom,
we don't.
Just like we should. I understand. We have satellites and stuff. We have all kinds of jobs created off these things that you think aren't real. You have no replacement for gravity. You have nothing. It's ridiculous. I don't. The only thing is, how did you come to this conclusion and keep this conclusion to yourself?
Can quantum mechanics work? Quantum mechanics work on a flat Earth?
I got taken.
Come on, man. Let him finish and then let Gio reply.
Oh, many of us did realize we were taken. We were taken by the globe. That was where we were fooled. So many of us have already been through that part of it. That's where we were taken.
Okay, well, come back to us when you can, maybe.
Gio, do you think it's possible that when the earliest philosophers of this world and mathematicians were subjected to their field of view and personal dome, if you will, and you could devise a pattern based on the observation of optics using a circle and sacred numbers, if you will, through that process you could develop a model But eventually, over time and thousands of years later, technology would end up to prove the Earth is not a spherical nature in the sense that it has a radius of 3959, but yet presents a paradoxical state. In other words, you can falsify the radius by having a 1 foot observer see farther than the geometrical boundaries of 1.32 miles due to refraction.
And everybody
Bro, he
was
believes in
lying
spherical
about it.
excess, bro.
Why?
He literally
Everybody was
believes in
lying about
spherical
the
excess.
effects
He
of
doesn't even know
gravity.
how.
That was a question for
Big G or
Geo.
little G?
You ever wondered
So, Big
why
G or-
bubbles in the water, why they're spherical?
Why
Our
isn't
blood is
everything
spherical,
Why do
bro.
you people put down
An
space?
an
You
apple's
know
got
they're
a
the
core
strongest
too.
objects, right? That's
and
what it would look like if everything, the force was pushing on every side.
Well, why? How come humans aren't spherical? Monkeys and cats, and everything in the universe
what?
spherical. Does gravity act on us?
Oh my god!
Well, you said bubbles. If gravity can shape a bubble, a tiny ass bubble, into a sphere, then it would wrap me into a ball.
It's not what I said, man. But I think we figured out why you believe FE.
No, I don't think we have, because there is no we, bro. There's only you and I, and we're individuals. That's the way belief is. It's on an individual basis, subjective to the person whose reality it exists in.
Well, the only thing he said that's actual evidence would be spherical excess, bro, and it's a joke, bro. They're talking about a couple arc minutes over fucking the shortest distance I've seen him do it is like 12 miles. That was Jesse and freaking what you call it, Jesse and damn it, I forgot his name, the other surveyor. But dude, that's a joke,
Post all
bro.
those FE experiments, right, Brian?
Bro, listen to this. No, listen to this. Hold on, let me finish, man.
Bro.
If you did that 5 times in one day, you would get 5 different calculations. And if you did it in
Go do
at
it, Brian.
sunrise or
Come back
sunset,
to Greenville.
you got to know how it works, bro. If you did it at
Dude,
sunrise
well,
or
go do
sunset,
it, dude.
you get spherical decess.
Go do
Literally.
it. Go do it, Brian. Get a perfect triangle.
Do you know how it works, bro? Do you know how spherical excess works? Because you just quoted it, and that's flat Earth proof, bro. That's not globe proof. They dug deep and fucking shot 2 theodolites at each other at a certain time of day, and barely got enough and added refraction to even give it excess. And if they did it 5 times in one day, they'd get 5 different measurements. So that's not proof, bro. That's globe debunked.
Yeah, and you said
Brian. Thanks for your input, bud.
We have no replacement for gravity, is it? I mean, once we falsified your theory, is it our job to? His replacement is, I mean, that'll happen later once we falsify your theory, but I don't have to have a new one right now just to falsify it.
Bro, he's confusing big G with little g. We all know shit falls at 9.8 meters per second. He's confusing big G, the fucking M1 over M2 over R squared, fucking with the planets and all that bullshit.
Plus, there are alternatives, and it's already been falsified. We don't even have to wait till later.
Mark just likes to insult people, and he never got into the in-depth argument ever to even give anybody an intellectual chance to display themselves.
Yeah, I'm not trying to change your mind, man. You want to believe in the silly shit? That's more power to you.
But it's the opposite. It's the opposite, though. We gave up the belief. Once you give up the belief in the globe, what do you have? That's the thing.
Yeah,
Once you give up, what do you think it is, right?
I heard what you said because I listened a long time ago, Mark. I know you're just here to ridicule people and entertain yourself, and I just want everybody else to know that they could give you their best Sunday dress, and you wouldn't bat an eye.
Well, I was trying to see if there was mutual respect happening, that if we could actually have a conversation, so I could understand how he's come to his conclusions, and just to be able to understand. I mean, he's here, so if he's here talking,
come to the conclusion that the Earth could possibly be something other than spherical. Just so we're clear on this, everyone here has come to this conclusion.
Well, you haven't considered that as a possibility. Is what the issue is. And if we're considering that possibility with good reason, and you're not considering those good reasons, then why are you here?
What are those good reasons?
If you're here just to ridicule,
it can't be a globe, bro. It's fucking impossible, bro.
Everything you believe, we've looked into. I mean, we've looked into the reasons you believe it. and we don't. I think that's why you're curious, or you're just mad that we haven't really decided that you're right, and that's the problem, I think. Maybe.
Again, I'm really not here to argue with you.
You know what's interesting?
In the
Did you know?
mechanism of madness here. I'm interested in how y'all came to these conclusions and how you stick to them.
Do you know how the 34 Christians that were labeled helping create the spherical model? There's 34 of them that I could list to you. They're all Christians who helped devise the globe model. Do you understand what I'm saying about them being Christians and devising the globe heliocentric model?
No.
So the reason why they had to devise the globe model is because they were a tiny person on a massive plane Earth, right? And how do we know it's a massive plane Earth according to our size, being that apparently we're 7 million times smaller, according to your own globe math? They would give you an example of the astrolabe. In other words, all ancients believed that the spherical dome the celestial sphere was as it describes spherical in nature, but they had to devise a system that would work on a planar surface. Now, why would they do that if the Earth is spherical as well as the celestial body above?
It'd be 10 times easier, I'll tell you that much. I mean, it'd be really hard to do that shit. Map it
No,
on
because
a flat.
they acknowledge, no, the astrolabe is if you look at the 1300s and stereographic projection of the astrolabe and what the Arabics did to adding to the astrolabe, they put a stereographic projection which is mentioning or mathematically describing the celestial sphere, but then in giving you a transpose from a stereographic projection to a 2D plane surface. Now, if the Earth is spherical in nature, why are you having to transpose it to a 2D image? Is it because it's locally flat? And if it's locally flat, at what point in position, if I have 10 astrolabes and we're 10 miles apart, are we adjusting for any physical curvature between those 10 angles?
In other words, how would they map a spherical dome on a flat surface? It's fucking damn near impossible, man. And
no, they
so
do it
just cover the
perfectly
ground
fine. They do
heaven.
perfectly fine with the astrolabe. That's what the stereographic projection is all about, is taking the spherical nature of the celestial bodies above and transposing it to a 2D plane surface. That's literally what they had to do. And why is that? It's because locally you're measuring straight lines and angles using Euclidean. So they have to take the they have to take the planar geometry and then transpose it stereographically and then make it work so that when you're using the stereographic projection of the heavens, you can translate it to 2D.
Well, that's what I meant.
So the interesting part is if technology has made the Earth flat in the sense that we can use instruments that show that doesn't match the apparent radius of the Earth, and you can use demonstrations that show it, it still doesn't answer the anomalies that we see in both models, which are sun angles, stars positions don't match both on both the Gleason's and the globe model entirely. In other words, there's discrepancies in both, right? Do you guys not agree with that, or do you think that the Gleason's map matches reality?
Dude, if you're talking about the stars, bro, you can't spin me in any direction and me see 3 different paths of anything. Stars, fucking birds, planes, clouds. If you spin me over in one direction, then everything's going to go opposite of fucking the way you spin me. Yet we're seeing fucking 3. The globe is impossible, bro. If you really stop and think about it, it's not possible to see fucking stars go in 3 separate paths, bro. That's not possible if we're spinning.
Well, see, the geocentric model is another coordinate system that puts us at the center of everything anyway. And Ptolemy's Alchemist is based on geocentricity, which is from the point of origin of the observer, there being the center of the Earth, and all the calculations derived from it. So you can look at reality and derive that coordinate system But again, it exists outside of the mind, right? And the paradox is that the Earth is planar, but it's only because we're really, really tiny individuals. And so we have to have alternate explanations of why we don't see curvature, but claim that what we do see is curvature. And this is where mathematics and abstract calculations come into play, models come into play. If there was an exercise to show you that either model was incorrect, in other words, the Gleasons and the globe, where would that place you, Brian?
Good question, man. Good question. I'm working on it.
So all the ancients assumed that the heavenly bodies are spherical in nature. Would you disagree with that?
That's another good question, bro. I have my own speculations. I like to think. I like to hear other people's ideas when it comes to heaven. Nobody knows. It's my honest opinion.
How do you
I'm
know
being
all
honest.
nations, Data? Isn't that kind of presumptuous of you?
No, what I'm saying is that there's exercises you can do using the one example that I present showing that it doesn't work on both models. But there's many other examples if you want to triangulate or look at your azimuth and the ascension of stars and how they work on either model. You'll notice that there's discrepancies in where the lines matter or where the lines match up if you're at two different locations. It doesn't matter if you're on a spherical body or a flat Earth. If you're measuring these particular star movements, there's definitely a discrepancy. But locally, if you're trying to navigate, you're going to be limited to a minute distance, considering the Earth is 7 million times larger than the average person, which means you're going to be using this 2D reference frame to calculate your apparent position. And you're going to have to use circles and radiuses and straight lines and angles to do so. But that's only because you're a small person on a massive, massive surface, right? So how do you find out what you're on? What is the next stage after you've exhausted all?
Yeah, but you're running too fast there. Hold on a minute. How about if you don't have paper or pencil?
You have ratios. So the human body is built on ratios, which is really interesting. Is because even people like Christian Huygens would use mysticism and sacred geometry to calculate sizes of the planets, which means the ancients devised from observations, from their reality, these ratios, whether it's the human eye to the thumb, or whether it's looking at the moon and holding a nickel to it and devising the ratio between the distance of the eye to the nickel, and then sacred geometry to tell the distance for objects, right? So there's all these philosophical assumptions and that are derived from these ratios that we've used from the human body, right? So Polynesians could use their hand to navigate.
Stop right there? Like that was a lot. Like
Sorry,
I like what you're saying, but my question about that is, if you want to know what the surface shape is, why would you take ratios and angles and geometry to something in the sky? Why wouldn't you measure, the surface?
Well, primarily because when you're looking up above, back in the day, you're going to have this field of view that's going to give you this impression, and it's no difference nowadays to somebody looking at the shoreline claiming that 6-foot observer sees the horizon due to Earth curve at 3 miles away. It's the same It's the same principle as Ptolemy would probably.
I didn't say look though. I didn't say observe. I said measure.
Well, we can only measure what we observe, so you should keep that in mind while he's talking.
Well, we use observations to use the
and
tools
it
that
appeared.
measure. Yeah, but the measure no. We can accurately establish by using stream up anything or create a tool. We can use the current tools and methods to measure the surface easily. Why would we do anything else?
That's the first thing I did when I heard about flat Earth. I took my auto level.
Well,
the first thing when I heard about flat Earth, I took my auto level to the coast and went. I was going to go like 3 miles, I went half that, but it just wasn't changing, bro. And Rakia's done better than that. He did it in the shallows, in the calm shallows, and fucking with lasers and shit. I used my auto level, but I didn't measure no fucking.
Small
I
portion.
think
a
that's the
large
issue.
area.
That's the issue with finding out where you are, and I just always like going back to Bernard Riemann because I look at these Christians as not malice or anything vindictive in helping design the model. It's the acknowledgement that there is a limitation to the tool, and the present reality cannot dictate where we live if we're using the same tools. And the same, and what helped devise these geodesic models are mathematical equations derived from Bernard Riemann and other mathematicians. The issue is that if you're going to look at our present reality, then it's going to appear to be planar because of the size of the person that's observing it, no matter at what height you go to, because that's just how massive the Earth is. And if that's acknowledged among all of these Christians who designed the globe model, not that they all openly said that, but the admission would be that we have a limitation in our present reality, and we need to find alternate ways to get outside of a reality to prove our existence. In the case, that's when you have pendulums. In the case, when you have abstract mathematics, or even the Haversine calculation. If you're going to have a geographical point position and then use a formula that's designed for that polar point position, then maybe you'll have 2 points. But over larger distances, you find the errors in calculations, just like the Haversine, do misrepresent reality.
They
Just
add
like
up.
if you were taking just like you take Pythagorean calculation, they all the distance is definitely where the error lies in the mathematics. Is the longer the distance, the error in the calculation. But we are tiny little individuals on a massive body. How do we figure out what we're on, right?
That's what I would say, bro. The ground is flat. We're right by the ground, and the sky optically looks kind of domed, like a mini globe or something, or mini dome. And but the higher you go, the more it flattens out, man. You don't see stars when you get up there, at least in the high altitude. You don't. And so there's nothing round to see. Like the clouds look in the distance like they're kind of going down. And we know that that's a common question, but we know the clouds aren't curving around the Earth at that distance. It's just the way perspective works. And I learned that. And then I didn't measure the Earth curve. So once I went out and measured the shit and didn't find the Earth curve, then the rest of my journey has been figuring out lies and figuring out the deception.
Alternatives. Yeah, well,
Let me say one
Brian,
thing.
that's one thing is it's close to when you're close to the ground, it looks more curved than when you gain altitude. That's a strange thing if it was a sphere. Like to me, that's strange. Go ahead, Essie.
That's depending on what you're told is the numbers or the rate. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. An object's sphericity has nothing to do with my
Can you let
optics.
Essie go?
Oh, my apologies.
No, it's
Yeah,
cool.
I kinda
Finish
cut
up
him
that,
off.
and I'll go after you. Respond, I guess.
I lost my train of thought now. As he's
Okay,
Sorry
so
about that.
no, it's cool. It's cool, man. We have all night, right? So Data,
I've been at the other channel, bro, since I think 12 o'clock or something, man. I've been going for 8 hours today.
I got all night if you're gonna help me clean stalls in the morning. Otherwise, I gotta go to bed sooner or later.
so Data, I took exception to what you said about every nation knew that the Earth this and that, right? And I was gonna bring up the Polynesians, which had no metal, no writing, no reading, didn't keep any records. They did it all in their brain. Yet they had a vast empire from that spanned from Hawaii, New Zealand, and Easter Island. If you draw a triangle there, they had all that, everything in there. They explored almost all the islands.
They probably could have ruled the world down though.
Don't you think over time, because of the grace of God and the constant that God is, the perpetual motion that God is, that is always the will be, don't you think that you could devise a pattern so that you could navigate safely? Because that's all history says, is that if I'm going to navigate, I need a constant. And even in modern technology, they have to make a constant out of the variable sun movement, right? That's why they claim the 15 degrees when it actually doesn't move entirely 15. There's a discrepancy in it. Now, granted, minute, but over a larger period of time, it's greater, right? So they have to
Yep.
always make these adjustments to fit a base zero frame of
Yeah, but hold
reference.
on, Data. Hold
You're
on,
just
Data.
saying
At
stuff,
30,
Data.
hold
How
on.
do you know what they did? How do you know about the
30
Polynesians?
degrees on
How
each
they navigated?
I'm just
on each
reading about
horizon.
history, and when you read about history and you read about the philosophy, whether it's Anaximenes or Pythagoras or it's
We're not
Aristarchus
talking about
or
Anaxiphemes. We're talking about the Polynesians.
Let
Data.
me get a word in real
so
quick,
no,
Data.
they still had the
Data, let me get a
knowledge.
word in
They
real
had
quick.
this. They still had the knowledge of the ratio of the human body.
You know how they
They're the one.
navigated?
How do you know?
Because they use the hands to navigate. That's
You
what
just,
was
hold on,
written.
man. Hold on. Let me back you up.
No,
You just said
no,
15
they
degrees an hour, but
put
hold on. 30
not.
degrees, when the sun gets 30 degrees toward either horizon, then it stalls and goes slower. And they say because of whatever, but that's 60 out of the 180 degrees, not traveling 15 degrees an hour, and everything in between it varies. So there's nowhere where it consistently goes 15 degrees an hour. That's crazy. But that's how it would work on a plane, basically, as it
Well,
would
the
stall
idea
during on the
the
horizon.
the idea is that you can still be geocentric sphere. You just have the sun body moving over, causing these anomalies, right? I mean, this is the idea of the alchemist and Ptolemy's work is the geocentricity of the calculations, which are equal to the heliocentric calculations, except for there's a slight different position between where Venus, Mercury, and Mars is. I think I have to go back and read that, but
How
that's the
about
only
if
discrepancy.
the Polynesians never heard about the Greeks? They
Yeah, but they
weren't
still had
discovered by the
they still
outside
had
world. Hold
ratios.
on, Data. Hold on. Let me just say one simple sentence and you can go. The Polynesians are known to be one of the purest races, and they didn't have contact from the outside world out of their triangle until I believe Captain Cook in the 1600s. So
Well, it's like the Haida Gwaii here in British Columbia, bro. They write depictions of what's written in the Bible as far as the dome and the firmament and the flat Earth, right? So what's with the Haida Gwaii here writing what's in Genesis, right? You've got a tribe isolated in northern Canada that's writing what's written in the Bible. So
I'm
it's
not
a little
disputing
suspicious.
that. What I want to get across to you, bro, is that they didn't have what you're saying. They didn't draw circles. They didn't have pens,
No, they had
pencils.
their finger.
They didn't
So
have
here's
paper.
yeah,
No,
but here's
they
the thing. Here's
No,
the
I'll
thing.
tell you what they did. Give
They
me
use their
30
hands.
seconds, bro.
They use
I'll
their
tell
hands,
you.
brother.
No,
They use
they
their
didn't use their
they
hands.
use their
I'll tell
hands.
you how they
Did
did
you
it,
know
bro.
that? Did you know that the
it's called
average man and
it's
the
called
average pinky?
Forget it. Forget it. Go ahead.
Listen, tell him it's called wayfinding. I read an article on this.
Yes, thank you,
So,
Michael. One of the ways is they use the waves. They use the winds. They use birds. They use
Yep.
all kinds of. They use the stars, of course.
At
Yeah.
certain times of years, there'd be swells in the ocean. The birds,
That's right.
the birds
Exactly.
go a certain way, so they're going to islands. This is a big triangle. They also used to put notches in their boat, and they knew where certain star patterns were certain times of year, and they could keep an angle of travel from this notch and keep this notch above that star pattern. And this one, the hull pointed towards that one, and they knew they were going straight towards that island because they
Now
made the
there's
trip.
a man that knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, they're called sky paths versus geographical paths of travel. It's celestial navigation mixed with how do you put it, like an acute observance of
rum lines.
how these systems
Listen.
interact with land. Yeah, it's very
We do the
interesting.
same thing now.
That
On
way
shorter
finding.
distances with clouds, like I'll pick a cloud in the distance and head towards it. I don't need to look at my compass for a long time. Like it just gives you a reference point.
That
We all know
wayfinding
clouds are moving, but
was
you can use them at certain times.
a great intelligence when men were traversing the oceans with canoes, man, with outriggers on them and shit. These dudes knew where they were all the time.
Do you know what's interesting though? You find in correlation beyond all cultures is the arc minute coming down to the ratio of the human hand, and apparently looking at the average man's pinky, you have one arc minute. And what is the correlation to the 1 arc minute over the surface of the Earth?
Distance.
There you go, right? So there's a correlation between that 1 arc minute ratio and over a distance of the Earth, right? So if you have a pattern which represents the 1 arc minute of the hand, and you can have a distance that matches that 1 arc minute, and it seems to be relatively constant. You can devise a navigation pattern from that 1 arc minute into degrees, and then from degrees you
Yeah.
can, devise a
You can
greater
even have
system.
an estimated time of arrival. I'm with you on that. If they know the path and how many arc minutes they know we'll be there.
Well,
in
I'm sorry.
six
It'd be
moons
degrees.
in a
Pardon me.
ton.
It'd be degrees. My apologies. I'm talking degrees. So the pinky would be
Yeah.
1 degree. My apologies. The fist would be 10
Yeah.
degrees. The hang loose sign would be 25 degrees, and then the other one would be 15 degrees. I can't remember 15. But your hand has these 10 degrees, 45 degrees. So for instance, if you took your hand and stacked it, so if you took your hand and lined it up to the horizon, the knuckle part, and then you stacked it, that would be 10 degrees. And you stacked it again, that would be another 10. So they would use these old methods of human ratios to determine elevation angles and distances with the human hand. That's what they
Except
write
every
about.
hand is different. Wouldn't it make more
Well,
sense notches on a
that's
vine
the
or
average.
something?
That's
They
an
knew
average. Well,
how
I
far
don't know what the notches, but the average man would be 1 degree for the finger, not 1 arc minute. My apologies.
Yeah, they could tell exactly where they would be by the end of the day when they wanted to stop too, if they had an open horizon. You know
No,
how
they're off
long you.
by they're off they're still off by miles. I mean, even the greatest
Well,
sextant guy
yeah, but
that
you
will
know how
will
long you
still be
can
off by 2 or
travel.
3 miles, and that would be a good calculation, even if you're off 2 or 3 miles using a sextant. So
Well,
this is just a ratio basic interpretation of observed reality, but the only way that's possible is due to the constant nature of the progression
Bro,
motion
my
of the hand.
odometer was off by 2 miles. I just drove about 200 miles, and my odometer was off by 2 miles, much
You
less
change the
of
size of your
navigation.
tire.
No, I didn't, but that's what I thought about at first. I think it's
Well, if
the mile mark.
your odometer is based on the ratio of the size of your tire, is it not? And if you change that,
it is.
you'll get
Yeah,
different
no, that's the
rotations.
first thing I thought
You
of, man.
you'll
I
get
think it's just the mile
less
mark.
or more. Like if it comes stock with a 235, that's what you should run for your odometer, speedometer, because
Well, I seen it jump, bro. The
your
miles jumped
odometer.
in 2 cities, bro. In 2 cities, the miles
Yeah,
jumped
that's an
at the exit.
odometer. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was my odometer. I think it was the mile mark.
If you put you think we got one of them wrong?
Yeah,
Hey, they
2
did.
of them. 2 of them. And where I just drove, I think there was 2 because the judge the exit, and that's where I seen
Man,
the fuck up, man. But it was just barely, like, gradually off a tiny bit, which tires. But then there were 2 spots where it jumped a little bit, and then the third one fucking corrected, bro. It was weird. Weird.
I've screwed up
A
mile
lot of
markers
curbing and
before.
turn. Look, there's a lot of curbs and turns and
Or
shit there. So
my
there's
crew,
no telling.
yeah. Say my crew is screwed up. I can't say I, but my company is. We've had to go back and move a certain amount of mile markers because somebody noticed it. You know, but
Yeah,
it's
shit
harder
happens.
than you. It's harder than you think.
Oh, dude, I was thinking, I was like, who the fuck could measure this, bro? Even over like 20, 30 miles, the road's curved. Like the longest straight shot was like about 5 miles. I was like, and I was pissed off. I was like, dude, can I get one straight shot so I could measure the
Yeah,
distance of these clouds on the horizon? And I was like, who could possibly fucking measure this, especially if there wasn't roads and it was just trees and imagine mountains and shit, bro. It's the best you could do is all you could really do, man.
yeah. The widest view back. You know, it wasn't long ago. It was in the hundreds, not thousands of years ago here in America. You know, unless you were on the Great Plains, you might not have had a perfect view of the sky. You'd be seeing out of a field in the middle of a wooded area. You know.
Don't be worried. You don't know what it is, and it's okay.
Hell, I'm not worried. I know I can survive here, bro.
In my roomie debate yesterday or Friday, I want to say that man, I pointed out to him that the flat in the globe is off. It's 1 degree off at 1,500 miles. So, but over 100 miles, it's off by feet, bro. And so how could you ever double check this shit? To be off by 1 degree, you have to travel 1,500 miles. That's 2 10-hour days driving 70 miles an hour for 10 hours for 2 days. or and then where could you double check these long distances? What continent could you check a 30-degree measurement? Like what continent could you check a 3,000-degree measurement, bro? You're gonna have to go out over the oceans, bro. And in the oceans, 1,500 miles wound up being 6 days traveling 10 miles an hour, 24 hours a day. So there's no way to double check these long distances, man. You just do the best you can and shit, I think.
Well, what do you think? But where did all the work at Ptolemy do? It was like 3 cities, I think. And in 3 cities, he devised the alchemist, which is the whole geocentric model that built the principle of the spherical nature of the celestial bodies. Is that how I understand it? Is that 3 cities he went to, devised the whole model from, and it's all the whole models not based on. It's based on the geocentric nature of the Earth and the development of the spherical nature. That's what Ptolemy did, but again, it's a small guy localized to an area using optics, developing the whole entire model from it.
Mental.
So if you're going to sit there and do the whole model of it, then you're not going to ever enter that paradoxical state of technology making the Earth flat.
Right. It's a model. That's exactly what it pegged down to in the debate. I told you, model. You know, they've got it. They've made it better and better over the years. And but as far as like checking this shit and proving it, there's no way to prove it in these distances, man.
Did you hear what I said? Ptolemy made a book. Ptolemy made a book to work on the spherical nature of the Earth, right? So so they had to be it had to be developed, right?
Ptolemy. The P is silent. It's Ptolemy.
I keep saying Ptolemy, but occasionally I might say Ptolemy.
I'm just high, man. My bad.
I'm just saying this is what they say in the books. I'm reading this right now.
Yeah,
to finalize,
I've read a lot of books.
To finalize the argument and just to understand the Copernican, the Kepler, the Brahe, and the Ptolemy model, and the amalgamation in the argument between geocentricity and heliocentricity, right? And the admission that you can observe both models to be equal in coordinates, but the paradoxical state is that you're a small individual on a massive body, Earth. How do you determine what you're on?
Yep. And you know the Globers always say, well, we confirmed the distance of the ground that we mapped out with flights, and I'm like, no one ever confirmed any distance ever with any fucking flight unless they had literally a spool of wire in the plane and the spool was let out as they flew, and then it was pulled taut once they got there, and they knew the length of the spool and they'd pre-marked out the lengths on it. And I say this because we have the drift of an aeroplane. Aeroplanes have to continually readjust to stay on course. We know that. That's obvious, right? We actually have the exact same thing for boats. We have boats having to, do the exact same fucking thing, reorient themselves relative to the direction that they're going based upon the compass. But and really the difference in flights one way to the other, right, depending on what direction you're going, and then the individual instances of flights and how long they take over a distance. We have a roundabout knowledge that if you go X amount of miles per hour, that it will take you roughly this amount of hours to go to a place. Yeah, right, we can know that can be true, but the exact distances between every location, point to point, emanating out in a 360 fucking degree circle, drawn again and done again, bro. This shit, there's enough play that the numbers could be entirely different. Even with the pilots that are flying it without them ever noticing. Like, it does. I don't see how people say that could confirm a distance, a flight. It can't. It can confirm.
If you have an influence between velocity, velocity, wind changes, directions, all those things, and you're going to try to say that the surface of the Earth can be mapped out as a 2D surface, well, that's wrong. That's why you can't find an odometer to match the distance between 2 points, because you're going up and down a hill. So, or going left and right along the side of the road. So if you're going to compare that to flight paths, the only way for you to do it is go over a larger distance, apparently, because when I am in pilot school, and I'm flying a distance of a couple hundred miles at 5,000 feet, I don't
adjust for any of the distance between 2 points to have any physical nature to it. But maybe at a distance of 5,000 miles, I would. But
Yeah,
locally,
but
at
if
this
you're gonna
locally at this smaller distance, it's not applicable, right? So when I
if you're
asked
gonna
that
check the
question,
distance, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Sorry, I
just
thought you
saying
were done.
when I ask this question of being able to count for curvature or spin at a distance of 200 miles, maybe even 500 miles, it's too short of a distance to calculate. So
Bro,
if it's too
over
short of a distance
69
to
miles is
calculate,
only
yeah.
10 feet of difference, man. It's like almost 10 feet, 9 feet of difference between flat and globe.
Uh,
So who can measure 10 feet without error, 10 feet over 60 fucking 9 miles, bro? That's insane, man. I mean, if you sat there and pulled chin, you'd have to have the straightest line and no ups and downs, no
well,
left or right.
apparently Cavendish based his calculation on a French guy who measured 13 angles, and out of those 13 angles, he devised a 1 degree 1 degree drop over 69 miles or 70 miles or whatever the 69 miles
That's
or
just
60
it, though,
nautical miles.
bro. They do
So
they do all their
he based it off of 13. He based it off of 13 angles. So
yeah,
would
dude,
somebody
there's more
would
than that in the local surveys, and they're all regular triangles, bro, laid down. Look at any state planar survey that's it's triangles, and they only measure like one side of every triangle. And
what if I measured 14? What if I measured 14 sides? Why is it 13 angles that I needed to measure to get 1 degree? What if I measured 15 angles? Why would I have to measure 13? Wouldn't that be an
to
odd
divide into
number? And
69 to divide into 69.
wouldn't that be it? Is that an odd number? How does that work?
You tell me. Does it divide it into 69 or something?
I'm just regurgitating what I read in about Cavendish and how Cavendish devised two devising numbers, which would be Aristophanes and this French guy who apparently measured it off of 13 angles to confirm Aristophanes' measurement.
But my point is if you're gonna just measure the continent or country, I mean over oceans, bro, you just depending on the model. So Craig Willem was right as far as going over great oceans, just depending on the model to tell you the distance you're going, and you'll get your speed by the distance the model says. But here's the thing. So over the United States, there's 69 miles. You know, the discrepancy between flat and globe is fucking a little under 10 feet, which is ridiculous. But over the whole continent, you're talking a error of about, you know, like 12 or 13 feet per mile over fucking 2,000 miles. Or, I mean, it's so small. I mean, it's so small of an error. It's ridiculous, man. I don't see how anybody could act like they've proven these
So were
long
they
distances. There's no
did they set
straight
up the
line in nature.
did they set up the argument then because they taught us as kids we could measure curvature standing at the shore of 3 miles, 16,000 feet?
Yeah, until you see and you look at this boat and you're like, damn, half the boat's missing. And then until you catch a boat with writing on it and you see that stenoline is fucking compressed into, you still see the fucking whole stenoline written on the boat. You thought if it wasn't written on the boat, you'd think fucking half the bottom of the boat's missing. Or you go there the next morning and you fucking see the horizon beyond the fucking boat. Realize, hey, this horizon is fucking optic, bro. And you argue with Globers and they tell you fucking, well, here's how much shit's looming because the horizon's always geometric. So they'll mathematically tell you how much something looms. And then we show them, we prove that the fucking horizon is nothing but optical. It's not geometric. It moves around. And they forget they even fucking told us for fucking 3 or 4 years how much things were looming mathematically. And act like they've been saying this shit the whole time that, yeah, we know horse shit. You're fucking lying through your teeth. You've been doing the math for 3 years on how things are looming above the geometric horizon. But we've been telling you for all these years that you're full of shit. The horizon is not a set spot. We showed Skunk Bay, how shit moves up and down. The amount shit moves up and down compared to their spherical excess movements is comical, dude. If you look into the spherical excess, man, and how it's done, it's comical that they're even fucking using this as a proof, bro. This is a globe destroyer. Spherical excess argument is laughable at best.
The last I checked, researching spherical excess, it's a byproduct of using a spherical triangle.
And they claim that
No,
it's due to the nature of the Earth. But again, if you're assuming sphericity of triangles, you would have a sphericity problem to begin with, because you would assume using this spherical triangle, the distance
let me tell you how it works.
points is arced.
Let me tell you how it works. So you take two plumb lines basically and 2 points, and so you know that any line, say if you're at one point 20 miles away and I'm at the other point, and we've got a plumb line directly above our head going straight up and down. Well, between me and you, okay, me and you measure at each other, or you could just do it one person and go to the 2 spots and mark it. But so no matter what the angle of the line is, it's going to add up to 180 degrees. Now, even if I'm higher than you, if you're looking at me and I'm looking at you, between the two, it's going to be a 90 degree, either 290 degrees, which is 180, or if I'm higher than you, I'm going to have a 92 degree angle and you're going to have an 88 degree. But no matter what, they're going to add. So just draw 2 lines straight up and down, spread out, and then draw a line in between them, perpendicular, that crosses them, and you're always going to get 180 degrees. So what they're measuring is the freaking is the arc minutes above. So, and they're always over long distances, bro, and they always have to include refraction to get their measurement even close. It's literally a joke, dude. If you did it 5 times, you see what I'm saying though? So if I was on a big slope and we were a little closer, I could have 95 degrees, and that would put I would have an obtuse angle, and you being lower, you'd have an acute angle. But so in other words, the 290 are always going to add up to 180, no matter what height we're at, and that's how it works. And they use the arc, they do the arc, all that spherical excess. But if you did it, you could never get 2 of the same measurements, probably ever. But 5 times in one day, you get grossly, drastically different measurements, and which is, it's a joke on its face, bro. That they're trying to use. It's globe killer.
You know, that's
Well,
not what we say
spherical
success is.
spherical triangles have been used in celestial navigation regarding the moon. Apparently, you still have to calculate for errors as well using the spherical triangle to calculate the moon using a chronometer.
You see what I'm saying though, Data, about the 290s? Like if we're directly at the same height,
You're talking
let's
about
say we're at.
azimuth. Are you talking about azimuth angles? Like, are
Well,
you
not
talking
really. No,
about?
no. The angle between me and you, yeah, it's like
So that's
reciprocal zenith angles, basically.
reciprocals. Okay, so I've never seen any diverging verticals in any calculation when it comes to maps or any transposition of getting rid of diverging verticals. So if you have a drop from horizontal due to slope, that's a rise over run calculation. So when do
Well,
you
yeah,
apply the?
kind of. Look, let's say we do it on flat lake, and so me and you are looking directly at each other at the same elevation. So my angle would be 90 degrees, from my plumb line and my line of sight, and your plumb line would be between you and your plumb line, you'd have 90 degrees. Okay, so if I was refracted a little bit upward, then you'd get like 89 point freaking 59 and like so many arc minutes and so many arc seconds, right? And or if I was refracting downward, then you'd get like a 90.00 in 1 arc second or some shit, whatever. See, but so that's what they're calling excess is, and they get spherical decess sometimes. If they do it in the early morning or the evening, they're going to get less than 180 instead of more than 180. That's the whole comedy behind it.
You're talking about an observation of 20 miles, and you're at a height of 150 feet or something. So you're looking at having a observation over a larger distance that would add
Right.
into more errors over the distance.
Exactly. Bingo. You got it. So the refraction is going to give you a different fucking calculation. It's going to give you a different amount every single time you do it. And that what I said, it was 12 miles. That's the and it was Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski, and where I don't know where Jesse went to. I think he's disappeared, but hopefully he's all right, no matter what he believes in. But most of it, like the old ones, the ones MC Toon shows are 80 miles in fucking mountains and shit, dude. And they're showing fucking spherical excess, fucking in the fraction of degrees and shit. We're fucking like 100 miles. But I'm like, dude, how could you even show something like that, dude? He
So
should be
Brian,
ashamed. He should be ashamed. Once I looked into it, bro, I was just laughed my fucking head off, bro. I'm like, I can't believe he's showing this low proof.
So just to clarify, there are people before him that used much more than 5 points of position. Like again, the French guy used 13 angles, 13 measurements to devise his 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. This is the ultimate.
You're teaching me that. I've never heard about that. You gotta teach.
Yeah, so if you read about Cavendish and where he got the radius of the Earth from, it came from 2 understandings. One is the verification of Aristophanes' experiment by measuring 13 angles by a French guy. I can't remember his name. I apologize, but it's definitely a French guy that did it, and it was part of the basis and reasoning for Cavendish to go on ahead and define or calculate the density of the Earth using the radius of the Earth.
Pierre Le Globe.
Based on that French guy's confirmation of Aristophanes. I don't have that great of a memory. I think it can be improved upon, and I'm working on it.
Did Mr. Sensible and them show Mage and shit, dude? After just arguing with us that that when we see a boat go left to right, this is just obvious fucking shit, dude. Besides the measurements, just look. You say you see a boat disappearing after 3 miles, and 10 miles, the fucking whole little boat's gone. But then a motherfucker on the shore, they've done this, bro, and it sees the boat go straight across. Hold on, go straight across left to right. So if you're watching the boat go straight across left to right, that should be obvious that fucking it didn't disappear due to Earth. If you're standing at one shore or another watching it go away from it. It's just common fucking sense, bro. Then they show, like Mr. Sensible shows Mage, they try and say, well, it's a fucking it's a circle of sight, so it measures out like that. And then he shows Mage and uses the same circle of sight to try and prove the globe. I can't believe he even shows Mage to anybody fucking on the fence, because dude, you get up high and it just flattens out, man. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, last I checked, the spherical nature of the Earth doesn't give a shit about our optics, although we have to see the nature of the Earth to be curved. The point of me stating that is that if the Earth is curving, it doesn't really care about our height above the surface. It will curve regardless of what height we're above. And if we were to notice anything like that, then it would be we'd be giants and the Earth would be really tiny. Or the reality is that we're really small and the Earth is planar, and we have to use outside calculations to reify the model, which means the mathematical equations used to describe it can eventually add up to predict what we see. But again, it comes down from just predicting the constant, the perpetual motion that God is the always and the will be, for us to even have philosophy of what we're observing to begin with. I like the conundrum. I like the paradox of the Earth being technically proven flat by technology, but the argument of all these earlier ancients knowing the Earth's a sphere because they're looking at their visual reference. I haven't gotten banned from this channel in a while. I'm highly suspicious. Just so you know, Brian, I sent you a video in the chat there, and it is the observation of the 120 degrees southeast sunrise on the ball model. Or pardon me, no, sorry, I sent you one regarding a glober who wanted to show
Did you?
you the. Sorry, it was the Globe channel I sent you. I just sent it to you. It's a
Did you
globally.
DM them to me?
No, I put it in the chat for you. I tagged you with your name and everything. But the
Okay,
video
I'll
that I
check.
showed, the video I showed you is called Sundials and Longitude, or Sundials and Latitude, one of the two. And the exercise is to show you that it doesn't work on a globe unless you take the gnomons and you make them flat. In other words, you have one longitude line that has no deviating verticals to show you the same shadow angles to produce the same time zones. So the video is not mine. It's of the Globers. I presented this years ago, and what I like finding out is people who believe in their model, right, which is fine. But then the contradictions that come along with believing in that model, when presented to them, they just don't want to just falsify their beliefs into understanding that not everything that is predicted with their reality is true to their reality. It's only in their mind that it is that reality, and until they falsify it, they stand for no belief at all.
Bro, just look at the fucking star trails, bro. Can't be a globe, bro. Like I said, if I'm
Listen, Brian,
hold
like
on real quick, I'll make it quick. If I'm at 25 north and I'm watching the stars circle above overhead because I'm spinning, okay. But then they straighten out a little bit south. I'm looking south west. I'm looking west toward the stars off in the distance, and they're starting to go different paths. Okay, that can't fucking happen, bro. You think that the Glovers think that the star trails is great globe evidence, bro? Common fucking sense, bro. If I'm moving, the stars can't go three separate paths. They can't spread out from each other or fucking. That's common fucking sense, bro. That's impossible.
put a camera on a wheel and make some string lines and see if you can get the same effect with something fixed in a position at a distance far enough away.
You won't, bro. You'll get if you perspective will have things convert.
Well,
So you'll get the exact opposite.
I understand you're locally on a 2D plane when you observe it, but there is one congruent observation: is that the celestial bodies above is in a spherical format.
Yeah, I'm just saying they can format and do whatever they want, bro. I mean, to me, it looks like there's two separate trails. Period. You know, and before it turns, before the other one turns, it has to straighten out. You know, just by nature of two giant circles. You know, you're going to have a point where they straighten out before they start curving off the other way. But perspective would have them do the opposite. You know, if we're really looking at them, really thinking them stars are curving around us, they should. I don't know. Go ahead, bro.
For me, the body of Earth is so massive that there would be no way for me to prove the nature of the sphericity based on this even the seven even if I believe the globe size to be 7 million times bigger than me, it's pretty absurd to even think that you can measure any sphericity being something that's 7 million times bigger than yourself, right? It would be just illogical to do so. So when you look at star patterns, it's the same thing. It's the assumption of what would happen either on a planar surface or a sphere surface. You still have an assumption on what the cause is. More importantly, why are they there? Why is the bodies there? It's not. Is it there to prove this? Is the bodies there to prove the sphericity of Earth, or is it for time, seasons, and travel?
Yeah, that's what it, you know. It's a clock. But here's what I get for cause. I've got everything from usually they just fucking don't even fucking acknowledge it and don't even answer. But then the ones who do will say most of them will say it's a fisheye lens, which then I show them the Google article from Astronomy Society explicitly using a rectilinear lens and showing a picture and talking about the three eccentric paths the stars take from the equator, and then so I prove them that, and then they say it's perspective, and then the other ones say that you know you don't have perspective in stars; it's actual measurement, light years away. So perspective doesn't play a part. They can't give me a straight answer, man. But like I said, most of them just fucking ignore. Say we're, you know, that's a great fucking argument, right?
Well, I can tell you there's anomalies in both models, right? And to assume that, again, I'm just going to reiterate where I've landed. It's because when I do look at the data and the information, both models conflict reality. In other words, there are discrepancies in both models, whether it's the sun path, the opposite rotations, whether it's star angles, or it's even positions of the sun. There's still an assumption of what your reality is based on the model that you choose. And from being in this argument for as many years as I've had, I now understand the ontological primitives of Ptolemy, Newton, Kepler, Brahe, even the Sun and Alima. You have to make an assumption based on a philosophy, and then from that first philosophy, you have to now say, okay, is there another philosophy? Is there another another angle or another way I can look at things? And if you look at man, how he's evolved, if you will, through society, it is that succession of philosophy. It is from Platonics or Platonism to Hellenistic. It's a combination of taking a whole bunch of philosophies to run a society. Whether it's I can't remember the string of them now, but man has always combined or added to his concept of reality. And what is the ulterior motive to that? Well, one is power and control. And if you can create a philosophy and a model that seems convincing enough, well, then you have power and control over that particular model who believes it, right? So what model do you want to believe? Do you want to believe a man-made model, or do you want to believe a model or do you want to believe in reality for what it is, and knowing that you can create a model from that reality based on how you view how you use that philosophy to view it? That's the fun part. Is what philosophy do you want to use to view the world you live in?
Yeah, that's why all the famous scientists have quotes saying that it's all a philosophical choice, basically. That they can
Well,
construct you a model
not
with the Earth,
necessarily, right?
Earth at its
Not
at the center. Go
Not
ahead.
necessarily. You had a major push over the last 80 years to devise a model. They like to claim that the spherical model has been around forever, which is fine. Maybe in upper class institutions they had.
Yeah, right, bro. That's why Columbus thought he was in India, dude, because they had a spherical model. What kind of fucking stupid horse shit is that?
Well, it's a great story, dude. If the argument is to bring about, from my point of view now, is that we have to introduce or interject something into society that brings about critical think.
No, bro.
And
No. That ain't what it is, bro. This is what I think it is. Is they don't want us fucking exploring. They don't want us fucking finding new lands. Look what happened when they found America and shit. Everybody flocked here from fucking everywhere, dude. And the same thing would happen if we found another continent. If we, bro, used to they say something like falling off the edge or some
nobody's
stupid shit where
nobody's
people
gonna
didn't travel.
commission.
Now they got people on a ball where they just travel in fucking circles, where there's
Nobody's
nowhere to,
gonna
there's nothing left to explore, right? They're just trying to keep people in place, I think.
Nobody's gonna be commissioned to do any added exploration unless you're already a billionaire. In which this case, I believe the Mariana Trench has been, or what's his name there from Terminator, who has gone and found out water underwater, right? You're going to have no commission to go outside and prove the main paradigm. It's going to be a billionaire or somebody rich on their own looking to gather their own evidence. So why would you expect anything to change other than the individual itself, himself, herself, to be first of all interested. Second of all, already have a disposition of antitrust, if you will, or what do you call it, skepticism. You're going to only gravitate to those kind of people when you talk about conspiracies or the whole everything being a lie.
Yeah, that's just my opinion, bro. But I seen that, bro. I think it was like Discovery Channel shit. I put it in one of my videos that lake underwater. That's fucking crazy, dude. And this dude's excited talking about he tried to dive down in it. He's just bouncing off of it like it was so dense.
Is anybody
And there was just a little shoreline with
is
little
anybody
waves
going to
rolling up on the edge of the lake. That was so weird, bro.
is anybody going to be
Yeah,
commissioned,
go ahead.
Brian, to go? Is anybody going to be commissioned to go down to Antarctica and do the ice wall
Is anybody going to be commissioned to do that? No, because at the end of the day, all the technology that we've advanced to has allowed us to devise a model based on that technology. But the conundrum and the paradox is that technology says two things. Empirically, the Earth is planar, and we navigate it as planar, but there's an apparent celestial rotation or appearance that indicates a other alternate explanation to the empirical reality of appearing to be flat and stationary.
Yeah. Anybody who acts like they know maps and all that, dude. Like I fucking I've told this before, but I want to say it again. It's short. In 2 miles, I got turned around. I turned off of something south, and this was a couple years ago. But I came right back out on the racetrack road here in Jacksonville, Florida. I came right back out like 100 yards next to the road that I came in at. And in 2 miles, I literally, anybody would get turned around and you would never know that you're coming back out the exact same way you went in. It just kind of turns and loops a little bit. It's just residential. In 2 miles, bro, on land, I've got 180 degrees turned around and couldn't that I fucking came out. And the guys I was with, couldn't believe we came out right where we just turned in. Anybody who acts like they know right where shit is, bro, to me, there's pathways and traffic areas where the planes fly and shit. They pretty much follow suit. It ain't like there's just road planes flying every fucking where on any of these air trackers. It's all just traffic basically in lines. Some of them straight, little curvy lines, and with the jet streams and the trade winds coming the other way. It's just, as far as anybody knowing for sure what this whole world is, it's a fucking arrogant claim. To me, it's arrogant to claim you, and especially you act like you know what the whole fucking universe. To say you know what the whole universe is, that's a fucking laughable joke to me.
You don't believe in God, then, right? Or do you believe in?
Of course, I believe in God, dude. How can I not believe in?
Okay, well,
do you not think it's knowable then, Brian, at some level? I mean,
I'm talking about a human.
For a human to be able to, that is a big undertaking. However, when you think about it, I mean, the people in power, as it were, in control, or assuming their control, as it were, like they have a pretty good idea, at least let's just say of the land that we're aware of, these continents. I'm not really talking about the beyond. I mean, I don't think they have anything on the sky. I don't think they know anything. I think there's just a barrier that they hit and that's it. I don't think they have any further. I think they've already gone up as high as they can, and it just shows what we see on the high altitude balloons, just a local planar thing. But I mean, they've been able to measure it with all the technology they have. And then with the military, like they have the real map of all the layout of the continents and stuff. So would you agree that, that they have quite a bit in terms of the physical layout?
Yeah, sure, man. They've got models and all that, but dude, you can every 90 degrees, nobody would know the fucking better, dude. When you're traveling over these great oceans, look, when you're traveling over these great oceans, then you're fucking, you're pretty much just a victim of your instruments, bro. So, pretty much they've got it as good as their instruments can tell them. Yeah, I think that the military's probably got better, more accurate maps. Like the UN map doesn't even match the AE map. If you look at it close, Australia is way closer to South America. I think that's probably more accurate to reality. But as far as what goes on out beyond, like nobody knows everything that's going on out beyond fucking Antarctica and shit, man. I think it could go on forever. It could be domed. I don't think nobody knows for sure what's going on with the whole world, much less the universe. That's my opinion. But yeah, they got it pretty well mapped out between the continents. But it could be. But who's really checking China and shit like that? Like Russia. In other words, if you turn China and Japan and Russia even a little bit, dude, then you got to turn Australia, and you're not really going to mess anything up as far as directions. Get the globe, bro. I just showed this in my debate that
they have the correct layout, though. Dude, they have the correct layout. They have to.
Check this out, though. From my location,
the globe model from it, they had to use the globe. They had to extrapolate to even from the actual layout. But I mean, they have all the drones and high out radars and all the equipment they need. Obviously, they know it's at the North Pole. I think they have a whole little city at the North Pole. I think that's
they might. They probably the North Pole could be way bigger, bro. If you think about it, and we'd never know. But here's my thing. So from where I lived in Sudan, I did this in the debate. This was my opener with Ruhif on its navigation. I have to start off north. I'm like 30 degrees north latitude. And from here to Sudan, which is by the equator, just barely above the equator, I've got to travel north on the ball to get there. And then so I said, well, let's see what happens on Google Earth. And I went down to about 10 degrees north, and I still have to start off maybe even deeper north to get to go south. I've got to head north, and now so then I went to 30 degrees south at 80 west to go to Sudan, and that didn't happen. It started off north. So you would think even on the ball, whatever, that if I'm going right there to Sudan, that if I'm having to start off north at 30, then at 30 south, I should start off going south, right? That's not the way it worked, man. You should check out the beginning of that debate, or just go to my channel, Flat Earth Test, and check out the beginning of that. The video is called Presentation, and it shows the lines, how they don't match up. And that to me is a problem, man. So I think their model is stitched together. To me, it's like patched. And I think there's anomalies everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a patchwork.
This is why I find it very interesting to write about, is because if there is a let's say an overall threat to the American citizen or the citizen in general, when it comes to the cosmology and it becomes a political threat, the idea that the maps and all that radar and that you use doesn't have any account for curvature in it would mean that there's one of two things: is that they acknowledge that the Earth is a distance and elevation information when you navigate, but it's only because over the distance that you're using it, it's very small, and that the anomaly over a larger distance is using the same calculations result in error. So you have to create another system to navigate, because putting pieces of maps together already classified as an errors already, even when it comes to low altitude topography. They claim they can't stitch the maps together due to the severity of the Earth. So if that's the case, they're always having to adjust. So if they're always having to adjust, at what point do we know the actual distances? If they claim even in the maths, they have errors in measuring the Earth.
Right. Well, that brings in the calculations and adjustments. Yeah, because they're even geodetic surveying is all about these calculations that they're fitting into their geoid model and the ellipsoid transforms that they're using to even create those models in the first place. And then they're using calculations. And then they're using
That's
calculations.
not what they say.
Stitching them in.
They say when they're making these high altitude observations over the surface of the Earth and they're stitching together, there is they claim issues due to Earth curve, right? But then when you look at the math, they actually use they use an algorithm to compensate for pixel distortion.
There you go.
And
I'm glad you said that.
And when but this is what the data says, right? So even when they're taking the information, it's still distance and elevation information, and they claim curvature is a result, curvature is a problem when they're stitching these pieces together. So they write a formula to compensate for it. But what they don't tell you is that when they're taking the low altitude images or high altitude images, there's still going to be distortions due to lens, and each edge of the film is distorted. Depending even if it's linear, there's still going to be distortions or pixelation problems. That's why they created the math for it. So when you say that they have all the distances and whatever, isn't that going to still be compartmentalized to each unit in the military? In other words, one individual is not going to have the complete entire map. It's just going to be sections of maps subjugated.
Yeah. When I said they have it, I was actually talking about sort of, let's just say at one of the higher sort of clandestine layers of it. At the base layer, you're right. Like what they're actually giving the military guys, like a lot of the civilian guys and all them. Yeah, they're all being given sections of maps, and some of those are even globe transform maps, although some of them are not. There's a mixture. But no, when I was saying they have it, I was saying like sort of at the top of the pyramid, if you will, like the ones that are actually getting all the data and compiling it. I mean, they have to. They're controlling and surveying all of the contents we know about with all kinds of equipment. They've got
that would have to be
high altitude. They've got high altitude cameras already covering everything right now.
That would have to be true if there was no such thing as espionage. But we know there's such thing as espionage, which means each government entity, unless they're all in cahoots, would allow observations.
Yeah, they're all in cahoots.
Okay, so if that's the case, then there is no espionage. Then there's no need for espionage if everybody's in cahoots.
Well, I think there's like still some of that stuff going on, but that's happening at different levels of it.
Okay, so if everybody's in cahoots, why would there be espionage? It wouldn't make sense to even espionage exist
Yeah,
if
yeah,
everybody
there
would
would.
have.
No, there
No,
would.
because no, because then it would be at a
I'm about
smaller
to explain.
level. There would be a smaller level then, which would be arbitrary if it's a smaller level, because it would be based on political, which would be based on wealth or transfers of wealth, depending on who is trying to do the political movement, and then using the espionage to move that political information. So you're looking
Right.
at you're looking at small compartmentalized pieces put together. So when you say military has evidence of it, or the elite has evidence to it, then you would assume that people like China, United States,
No, yeah.
Switzerland, name it,
Let me just say
UK, whatever,
something.
Britain would have everything compiled into one. And then if that was the case,
No,
then
don't worry.
there would be no secrecy when it comes to minerals. There would be no secrecy when it comes to resources. It would mean that a small few would have all of that out there, and I don't think that's entirely true just yet.
Right.
Well, I mean,
So, don't worry.
sorry. No, go ahead, correct. Go ahead if you were going to go. You didn't go, so I thought maybe you were not going to.
Yeah, I got on mute. So yeah, literally, like, and I agree with what you just stated. That's exactly how it all goes on, and you're right. Like, yeah, it is a lower system. The people though that are in and the cahoots part, it doesn't take the whole government, and you got to remember the royal system, so the bloodline lineage system, in which we definitely have in place, and that's really, we're talking about the higher tier militaristic commanders out there, right? That's all you have to do is you have to, and we see this even within the law system, the real tippy tops, they generally have a system, and I can't think of the name of it over there. I can think of an equivalent system over here, but what is it? There's a guy who's like a judge in America, and the way that they say it so that they aren't corrupted over time, but they have their position and they hold it for quite a long period of time in the American government. Yeah, maybe it's that, right? Like I feel like it's kind of like that, right? So in the military, when we have these people that are very high up military commanders that probably have this sole ownership over information, and they figure out how to disseminate and compartmentalize that information to people, so that the machine can still work, but that the machine doesn't figure out the way that the engine works. And really, and that's what military bureaucracy, I believe, a lot of the time is about, because for the military to be like bureaucratic in nature and for it to have so much red tape as the military does, and nearly in every nation, it's kind of weird. It's like the amount of it that exists around information, to me, shows that there could be an overall group that are in control of that information. And that's how it would take place. Like, both of what you have both said, I believe, can be true at the exact same time. They could all be in cahoots, while at the same time, while at the same time that the government doesn't need to actually be in cahoots at all. The number of people that I believe that need to be in cahoots for this to work, and even internationally so, needs to be a very small amount of families that have a huge lineageal line that is traceable, trackable to themselves, at least anyway, and those people are mixing with one another, and they hold these positions in military that are almost ancestrally handed down, right? And yeah, I just don't think it needs to be like there's no espionage there because of it. Like, no, like this.
I don't either. I think the only ones we know who are lying for are the fucking astronauts, and we've literally got them stomping on each other, claiming different fucking observations, like one after another, claiming different shit that they seen, dude.
Story
it's like,
time, yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
For sure. No, I just was gonna say this idea. You know how like in a movie where there's like some central some central intelligence, scenery, and they've got the whole map laid out in front of them. It's like a holographic 3D map. I just think there's at some part of the whole military complex, there's like sort of that sort of highest level of it. I was saying they're the ones that have the full map and layout of the land. And they're probably not sharing that with virtually anyone at all. Like, they're keeping that completely locked down. And then they give the military various versions and various sections of that. Sorry, I know I was kind of going back on before, but I was
Exactly.
just thinking of that idea.
I guess like the whole point would be that you end up at one point then thinking, well, why would there be espionage? Because then these people can just share with one another. Well, but we need espionage to happen for any of it to look real anyway, right? So, and I believe and I'm not saying they stage espionage to make it look real. No,
Why
there's
not?
an element of that. Yeah, because the intel collected on an operation is rarely read by the operator himself. And I remember,
They can
sorry,
plan
I
that.
sometimes make statements. I make statements and then I go against what I'm saying, but I'm doing that on purpose. So
I mean, they can plan that within the different intelligence agencies if they wanted to.
Exactly.
Because everyone's following orders in those systems. So you could have various different directives going on that are creating whatever dramas they want to create, whether it's for the media or, get a news article out of it or whatever it may be, or just.
Well, it could be so that your own military doesn't start to suspect you. You've got to realize the military needs to act as if it believes the narrative in which it's following. Meaning special forces guys need to go and kick doors in and get intel that apparently makes a splash overall in a bigger picture of a battle. But I'm just saying the bits of information could be handed from top tier people at the top of the military of two different nations to one another slowly. That could happen too.
In America, that's the Attorney General. They gather all the information and they make recommendations on it. They propose legislation. They issue a formal opinion. The Attorney General's office says. So most of our information, or the processing of all information and data in the U.S., is handled by the Attorney General's office, or the Attorney General oversees it all. All information.
At least what he's given.
What he's given, yeah. That's
right. Well, they're the ones that tell the president what they can do. Based on
that's
said
kind of my
information.
point. That's kind of my point, though, is that, you don't have this interface of every top military commander all sat in a room from Italy, England, everywhere, all just real time sharing info. It don't work that way. They're slipping shit to one another without a doubt. They've got an overall plan. The rest of the world is to act accordingly, meaning to act as if what they're living out is actually what everyone is being told that's lived out. That's the way it would be. It's just the majority of everything that's going on, espionage, all of that. That's because the lower military commanders believe they want to gain the intelligence and the intel edge over their current enemies or even allies, right? They still will want to do that, so they will make operations that achieve that, right? And any informational gained by a country may be genuine, or if it is genuine, it gets filtered through to the top commander in a military command, and they either discard it and don't act on it, or they decide to act on it. So it always looks legitimate what they do. And if they want a certain action to take place based on information the higher ups have shared with one another, they'll create an operation to go on. Create an operation, they'll do it, the guys will gather intel, then the intel after that is handed over to the next guy. That package gets switched with the actual intel. So really and truthfully, all of this stuff that goes on can just be organic, for real, and it only takes a couple of points at one time or another for stuff to be changed.
It's called a campaign. They start a campaign, whether it be military or political.
Yep.
Either way, it's still a campaign.
But this idea that everyone has to be I agree with you, Joe.
That's what Flat Earth is. It's a campaign, isn't it?
They're in cahoots, but really the amount of people that would need to be in cahoots is very, very small. It really is small.
I think there's a pretty good number overall, though. I mean, it's definitely in the thousands, I think, in total.
Oh, yeah, in the thousands, but that's a very small amount. That's what I mean. Compared to the billions, bro, that's
how many times we see references in the movie? Who's on this case? Top man. Who? Top man.
Top guy. That's true. Yeah, but who?
The X-Files.
The top guy.
then they go to a warehouse where some box is sitting on the shelf and nobody knows about it.
Well, I mean, if it's all run like a corporation, then it's all on a need to know basis, and there you got all your different levels,
Mm-hmm.
management, and all of everything else. And then when you get Family Line involved in that too, I mean, Family Line.
YouTube is not run by family. YouTube is not run by family. You don't think? You don't think people are all running
We run
YouTube? What?
We run
Not-
YouTube.
No, not yet. It hasn't gotten political yet. When Flat Earth gets political, then YouTube has something to answer for.
Well, no, I just mean when I say a comment like we run something, the same way that Discord in its advent and at its beginning was an idea, a set of code, a framework. And I'm just saying, like, its growth, more so than other platforms, the space and data in which it takes up on the internet. Discord is objectively just one that we see more of the makeup of it or interaction based on the framework than the data produced out of that framework is done by us, right? YouTube's another one of those.
Done by the
things.
conspiracy theorists, you mean? Because essentially that's the
No,
litmus test for Alex Jones. Is Alex Jones birthed after 2016 when Trump came in and Alex Jones came in? The literal programming of YouTube, the algorithm itself, intentionally was designed to even compound the conspiracies because more of the population wanted it because of the distrusted media. So you had to create content that would fill that if you wanted to make money and you wanted to produce advertisement for your clients. So wouldn't YouTube be directly responsible for creating videos in the nature to get more advertisement, more clients to make more money? I mean, that would be the motivation financially, right?
Give me a couple examples.
One second. Let me just get in quick because it was to me. I agree with everything you just said, other than one element, right? YouTube doesn't have to create any videos for that to happen at all. No, we create all the videos, and they set their parameters, margins, and algorithms accordingly, based on the interests of people at the time, based on whatever. And it's that simple. That's kind of my whole point. Is that now what they have?
Oh,
is
so you meant
rigorous.
we run this in the same way that you run the streets.
Exactly. Hardly at all.
I'm with you. But yeah, it is a new advertisement platform. Monetize your channel and find out.
I really want people to
while
understand.
you're at it, will you fill out a survey for me?
I just mean I want people to understand that when someone like Gio says they're all in cahoots, that just sounds like it sounds inflammatory to some people even because they hear, wait, my granddad, my mum, my auntie who works for the Interior Ministry of Defense, so they're definitely involved. So the moment we say they're all in cahoots, it's like we're accusing everyone, every person that we're saying this to, we're either accusing them or someone that they love.
Well, that comes down to
that
comes down to the definition of they are all in cahoots. Because when I meant they, I think Data had said something about the countries, and that's what I meant. All of the main countries are together at the highest level of it. But yeah, not everybody who works in government or all kinds of different positions are necessarily in on it. Not at all. I was just saying on the big picture, through the United Nations.
I'm not saying that you said anything to sound that way either. Like, you made it pretty clear what you mean. I'm just saying, I'm using it as an example. Like when someone like Gio says something like they're all in cahoots. Sorry, I didn't mean to pick you out like you said something wrong. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, in general, when we say this, because I'm on about myself even, I say that they're all in cahoots. It's obvious they're all working as a fucking, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying we have to, I'm just talking about why I went into the details on all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's good to parse out. It's good to parse out and define that, what we mean by that. But I think Michael's trying to get in.
No, I was just gonna crack a joke, but it's cool. I was just gonna pick on crack.
Yeah, I already knew that. That's why I spoke for him.
Well, I mean, I suppose okay, so if you have a core group of families, which a lot of people have talked about. Santos Bonacci actually did these videos where he had all these names, which he thought were the names of these families, and he had reasons to think so of what all those names were. So let's say you've got a group of families, whether that's 10, 20, 30, 40, however many that is, and then each of those families would have many, many people within them, just like our families do. You'd have all kinds of aunts and uncles and sisters and brothers. So if you have that core group, and then if they then, especially at this point, have control over the Federal Reserve, through the media, through big pharma, through big oil, and through the United Nations. After World War II, it seemed like that group got control of all the major countries. And then they've been going after all the countries they didn't have complete control in, which is what all these wars have been in the recent years, the last 20, 30 years. All been wars that they're just trying to gain more power just to get every little bit that they can and convincing us to go fight for that, which is a whole twisted thing in and of itself. So they've done kind of a slow, takeover of the world, basically. And at this point, it seems like they do have control over all of the heads of all the countries in terms of the head of the political, financial, etc. But then from there, there's various other levels of, really and then there's the whole civilian level, like everybody who's not part of their family or whatever, who was just born and got a good job and works and whatever. And of course, they wouldn't be in on it. But the ones that would be in cahoots would be that kind of core family or that core group that is sort of like the central energy within the whole kind of control matrix right now of the.
Have you ever heard of all the wars we had in South America for fruit companies and such?
Huh? You have to say that again, dude.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about all the wars we had in South America for fruit companies?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to point
longer
out
than 30 years.
the Vatican family is the Albordorini family.
Yeah. I was going to make a way of saying it, Gio. So the people and the families that you're speaking of, even they are not in the know. They're in the know. Do you want to know when? It's when they eventually they've gone to school, right? They're obviously going to be raised in a rigorous way, but it's after they've joined the Skull and Bones Society and they've gone through college. They've rubbed elbows with the other family members of the different families that they're eventually to marry into. That's just a way of the aristocracy. These secret societies, fraternities, top universities with paywalls. I was saying this earlier. This is the way that they make sure that their children stay away from the normies. Well, when concerning money, anyway. I mean normies. The poor, the peasants. They make sure that they only rub elbows with the people that they want them to. So that's why we have the paywall of the top schools in the world, and then we even have the top fraternity in the school, and then we have the secret societies that the people from those fraternities then join, and it's like entry levels each single time to an exam, and all of the motions of these people, all the way from a young age, all the way up to university in these fraternities, everything they do is recorded by an educational board, and they do this to understand their character, I believe, right? And school is more about teaching behavior to us than it is to do with information, right? It's about making us conform to a world that needs a certain type of behavior from us time and time again. That's clear what the English and American curriculum is for anyway. Is to teach the fucking craziness out of kids and make them be able to sit down in front of desks. But my point is that no one needs to be in the know until they're at the age where they need to start working. You have your family and your whatever's going on with your family between you and them. I feel like the father would then have to kind of be like, right, my son's ready at this point to be inducted properly. He gets explained all this stuff to him, and I genuinely think that's the level that it's at. And you in that family would know. My family are one of the most powerful people in the world. You can't go against them in any way, shape, or form. You would have seen the control that they have over literally the media as you grew up. All of that. You would have an inkling toward what your dad did and everything like that. But like I said, it wouldn't be until you got into the Skull and Bones Society and everything like that, and the rest of the board gets to look at your child, his information. Yeah, he's cool. We can let him in. And I feel like as well, these individuals probably they make sure there's a part of their backstory that adds a layer of deniability and unplausibility to the person. A discreditation type thing, as well as a way to get rid of them or to get rid of and to discredit. I imagine they have a backup system.
Oh, remember, if you screw us, you rape them 2 girls in college.
Right.
We'll turn you in.
because when people say why isn't one person come forward, I'm like, well, I don't think there are people that can come forward. I think it's more like the people that would know enough to come forward, without a doubt, are the people at the very top. I feel like they've done it for so long. The system's that rigorous now. I feel like they would have worked it to a
Dude,
very
it would
fine
not be
line.
hard to get various groups of thousands of people. You could get from all over the world. You could get thousands together that to do the scam that these guys are doing. There's tons of people that would do it in a heartbeat and keep it secret. Are you kidding me? To have basically what they have essentially on one level is unlimited money, which means because they're behind the Federal Reserve printing the money. After the Titanic sunk and then they got control over the Federal Reserve and then all the shit that's led up to after World War II. So especially at this point, they have complete control over the money, which means that anyone in this like proposed family would have basically bank accounts that have just infinite digits. So you can just buy anything you want. You want to go buy a $50 million yacht, buy one, buy two, buy three. And they have infinite money. And then they also have various control positions over governments and over all these agendas that they want to push. So the idea that they could be keeping it secret is not surprise at all. And I would go as far as to say you could pick different gangs, different groups, of all kinds of different stretches of humanity of thousands of people, and they would do the exact same thing.
Yep. Even if they were fighting in a war against one another, they would still never out one another because they're existing in a realm. Let's put it like a realm or a tier. They're existing in a tier where like you're unbuyable by anyone else because like the only people that could buy you would be of the same tier, and the only way they could buy you would only ever be something that could hurt you, nothing against everyone's interests, you know?
Well, there's no buying on the level I'm talking about. There's no buying like in the core kind of group of family who are in the bloodline. See, I also don't even think the top of this pyramid is human. I think there's actually a whole nother entities that are actually at the top of it that are non-human. But I'm just talking about the human level. The ones at the top of the human level are controlled by the ones that are not human. They're the most controlled. And yeah, they've had decades and decades to work out their system. And they're totally evil, so they'll kill off one of their own if they have to or torture them. So they have extreme measures to get these people to do what they want. And at this point, the family line is all absolutely falling in line. They have to. They control the media. They control the media anyway. So even if one of them like even did that, they would squash it in a second.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
It may even be, Gio, that it's a prerequisite that you kill your first child.
I don't think they do like killing their own family members a lot, but I just think if like they've had decades to kind of vet out the ones that won't go along with their plan is what I'm saying. Like it's that evil to where you have to go along with it. Like it's like a cult to the max to where, and they have their whole entities that they kind of answer to. So yeah, but I was just saying, but the ones in the family, obviously they're going along with it, but they also have that infinite money. They have anything they want. They can buy houses, yachts, airplanes. They can just live the way they want. So there wouldn't be any reason for any of them to ever say anything.
Yeah. Like, I guess like I believe the same thing as you in a way, because I think the people at the very top are in some way in league with demons, right? But like, are you on about like spiritual characters that are like what they gain from it? Maybe their own life, that like they live off of these people in a vampiric type state, or are you stating these are physical beings that are in control of that? Maybe they do spiritual stuff too, but are you saying these are physical beings? Because if that was true, like what you thought, that would be a real black pill. Because even if we could get to these fucking people and cut out this horrible system they're in, it's like, how advanced are these individuals in control of us? And
you guys heard of Gaia, right? You guys heard of Gaia, right?
Yeah. Wait there. I was just saying something to Gio quickly. Or maybe it's like the Skeksis in Dark Crystal, like they control everything. They're real, they're physical, but like they literally have no power at all, really, at all. What are you supposing?
Yeah. I'll just respond briefly. I mean, here's the way I see it is there are at the very top, if you want to call it the top, there are demonic entities, which are very real, very intense energies of consciousness. Those demonic entities are in the spirit world. I'm just saying the spirit world. There's more particulars to what I mean by that, but I'll just use it that way. They're non-physical. those entities have entered this etheric space during this time period that we're in, and those demonic entities are then foundationally embodied within I'll just call it another type of physical being, physical entity, not human. So okay, the way that humans have souls, like we have our human souls, and we all have that part of us that's nice and loving and friendly and wants to.
Yeah, no.
So and then, but these entities, these other actual physical entities that I'm referring to, they don't have any human soul at all. They just are those demons. Like those demons are their soul.
No, yeah, I got you.
And
like almost like the Nephilim giant type thing created by, you know what I mean? Could be its physical body almost, right?
Any
Like
soulless vessel.
It is.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's soulless only for that demonic entity to come through. And then those physical entities are the ones that are at the very kind of top, if you want to call it that, of this whole current kind of setup. And then they have a bunch of humans, like the family lines, which they have bred with, genetically altered, modified. You get into the blue blood, all the different things going on. And those family line members are very, very controlled by those demons as well. They're like the most, if you want to call it possessed, as it were, by those demonic entities, because it's through the bloodline. So it's literally through the blood, through the reproduction, and all of the practices and things that they do. So it's like those physical entities have gotten, the humans that are the most kind of bred with them, basically, and kind of modified to fit that demonic spirit. So that's why all those family members are so, in on this quote unquote conspiracy, because they're literally driven by that. And then from there, there's many levels going down, many levels down of octaves of humans that even like at the civilian level, people that are civilians, as it were, that were just born, from a family wherever, but they have some of that demonic kind of energy as well. So then maybe they're in the CIA or the FBI, or they're in politics, or they're in some corporation, and you get into that whole part of it as well, which maybe like Donald Trump, for example. Trump's probably not in their family line. He's not in their bloodline, but he's in there. He's kind of, he's hobnobbing with some of their, that level of it.
Let me just add very quickly. So to what you just said there, I don't know who's hot micing, but to what you just said there, right? Dude, that's fucking crazy. So like, I think the same thing, but again, with the whole thing of like people knowing or being in on it, like when you say like people in politics or that, remember guys, they don't need to know even that they're related back to these original entities at all. They could be picked out because they are part of that familial line. Maybe they're too far away to be in the know, but it doesn't mean that they can't be like, well, these people are predisposed to be more likely to be adhere to our agenda and are more nasty, violent, psychopathic. So like, yeah, like we'll make sure these people end up in places of power as well. Like it's just better to try and keep it in the family type deal, like that sort of thing. And then like interesting take, very similar to the way that I see it, to be quite honest. Very, very similar. Yeah, good take. I don't know the name of the guy a minute ago who tried to say something. I don't know if you know his name, Gio. But I interrupted him a little bit, but it's because he was like changing the topic a little bit. Dude, what was your name? Guy who tried to say something a minute ago, I sort of shut you up. Sorry about that. If you wanted to go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure who that was. Someone else was getting in, but yeah, right. But then you were asking me that one thing, and yeah, I don't know if he's still in the chat, but yeah, feel free to jump in anytime. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty intense. Like I think those demonic entities, they want out of this realm. I think this realm is like torture to them. So that's why I think they're trying to get out, and all the stuff of trying to blast like the firmament and all that is perhaps part of that, is actually trying to get out, because they're like from hell, and then they're in the middle. They're in the middle plane, like because if you've got like hell below and then the plane, the middle earth, as it were, the middle plane, and then you have the center of it, and then you have the upper, like the heavens. I actually think, I know this sounds so wild, it's like right out of a sci-fi movie. So these other entities, the ones that are not physically human, that are channeling these demons that I'm talking about, they literally came from the underworld. Like they came out of, like, I even think at the North Pole, like from the underworld, like they just manifested. There's like portals and shit there. So they literally came from hell, if you want to say, or came from, I would say the underworld, because hell is kind of has its own connotations, but they literally came from the underworld. And there's actually positive parts of the underworld as well. It's not all negative. However, some of the darkest, most negative energies certainly reside there. There is something about like the heavens above and the angels, and then, you know, the lurking kind of demons below. So yeah, I think that's where those other entities came from. Whereas humans, we come from the heavens. So like we're from the heavens on earth, and then those demons are from under, and then we're all like hybrids now in a way. Like
it's interesting.
Spiritually, like we all have like our human soul side, and then many of us have to varying degrees, you know, that dark or demonic side, which is part of that demonic entity. Usually people that have a lot of trauma, addiction, different challenges in their life, those demons can get more access, whereas some people don't have them as much. And that's how they're getting people brainwashed and deceived. And, you know, it's a whole system of doing that, of getting people kind of to be susceptible to those demonic energies.
So like you aren't like a Christian, but like to me, like I guess like actually, how do I put it? Identify more with your beliefs than I do a lot of Christians, because what you're talking about, it, to be honest, is more accurate to the biblical narrative than what a lot of Christians would follow. Like a lot of Christians don't know the Bible at all. I mean, at all.
It is, because he's got those from the heavens came down. He's got the fallen angels, the interbreeding,
Bro, he's got it all.
the hell. There's always going to be the underworld, you know, Shaul.
Right? The different layers, for real, bro. Like legit. Like you're just telling me my own beliefs, for real, without a doubt.
You're just, when you say spiritual entities, you're just saying angels and demons by another name. And they fell, the fall. That's simple. If they came from above to Middle Earth, they fell.
The Bible even talks about the ones at the minute, which is interesting. The Bible talks about the Euphrates River drying up, right? And when that happens, we have the 4 horses of the apocalypse that leave a chamber that's actually in the Euphrates River. Funnily enough, it's currently dried up. And funnily enough, there's a fuckload of chambers underneath it that look like jail cells. Are we in the end times? Is this revelation coming to pass? Has the Euphrates just dried up and the 4 horses of the apocalypse have been released from the abyss, from down under? Who knows, right?
Gio, you mentioned top of the pyramid, right? And I'm posting something in relation to that. This is an iconic image of the behind of the $1. You
The
probably
reptilian eye.
I thought you just said behind, and I'm like, wait, what are you talking about behinds for, bro?
What makes you think the 4 horsemen are coming from the abyss? You said.
I'm just repeating what's written in Genesis, Cyrus.
Yeah, but I don't think you.
Revelation. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I don't think that the Euphrates is totally dried up now. Did they find chambers?
But it's apparently exposing chambers underneath it. But I wanted to mention to you guys and people that want to know, talk about angels and demons, right? You know, in Revelations 2:13, it talks about Satan's seat on earth and where the location is, and God says, "I know where you sit." And God in the Bible gives the actual place where Satan's seat is. So it's Revelations 2:13, and how it indicates where the seat of Satan is based on a martyr that was killed there at the location. So they claim that Satan's seat, his position on earth, is where this this apostle died.
Sicario. Yep.
I'll tell you the name in a second. It is.
Well, I was just saying he was one of the Sicarios. One of the
it's his name. It's his name. You can research his name. It's basically he was a martyr and he was killed. His name is Antipas. So Antipas, Antipas. So if you research his name, you'll find out that he was killed in Apollyon, Switzerland. And God says that the seat of Satan is where this martyr was killed, which
I wonder
is
if
in
that's
Switzerland,
near
Apollyon.
I wonder
It's
if
very
that's
close to
near
CERN. Yep.
Satan's Bridge. I wonder. Well, yeah, because as well,
It's close to CERN.
right. I imagine it is, and I'm just wondering because if you heard of, you remember when they did the big tunnel drill through as well,
You mean
near
the ceremony?
CERN, the ceremony, right? That thing. So
Oh, where
where
Antipas died. Yep.
yeah, so where exactly that location is, there's like the old story, right, where the devil apparently resides in that hole, and this is a local story to that area where that huge ceremony is, and the devil exists and lives in that hole, and the reason he's in that hole is because that land was attached, like that part of the mountain was attached to the other side with a big like a rope bridge, right? And it was, sorry, it was unconnected or something like that, and then the people wanted to leave the land, and then a demon appears, the devil, and they make some deal with him or something like that. They make some weird deal with the devil, and they ended up tricking him effectively. They said that for doing this we'll give you this, which was that they would give him a vessel, one of their humans basically, right? And they had agreed to this, but he didn't stipulate, the devil didn't stipulate, should I say, that it was to be human. He basically just said a vestment of flesh and blood. They trick him, and effectively after that either they break the bridge or some shit like that. They break the bridge or whatever, or they send a goat across to him instead of the human. And yeah, then he's basically just stuck there, and he wasn't obviously able to do anything as a human to be able to walk off and leave. So he ends up just living the rest of his life out as a goat on the top of this cliff, and eventually dies, and then is caught back in the mountain. And it's like that whole story comes from there as well. And like now you're saying there was a martyr, that part of Revelation that always confused me. Not confused
Let me read
me,
the
but
scripture for you. I'll read it for you. It says, "I know where you live, where Satan has his throne. Yet you remain true to my name. You did not renounce your faith in me, not even the days of Antipas, my faithful witness, who
wow,
was put to death in your city, where Satan lives."
that literally has to be the exact fucking place. Yep. That's crazy, dude. That's really crazy. The person that spoke up, okay, the person that spoke up earlier when they were asking Gio a question. They said, "Have you heard of Gaia?" That's what they were asking, I think.
That's what I
So
asked you, if you heard of Gaia. So the new globalist religion, this is
is
the
Gaia,
other,
yeah.
the other conspiracy is to move us towards climate change and a tokenization of the land, sea, and water. They're going to move towards flat Earth and Gaia. That's the whole point.
Mhm. And like, I feel like they could move people a lot into a cult using this climate change, and obviously even like the idea of us traveling to different planets, guys. Like that is only being sold under this like stupid fantasy-esque type set of state of mind.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough for him because all of that's done around the globe. Like, remember back in the 90s, like, we are the world, and everyone's fucking singing, and there's globes everywhere. Everyone's got them on, T-shirts, and there's just globes all over the place on every, like, just every pamphlet, company, community, projects,
They
board,
can't
all
have the
that
globe.
shit. There's always a
Can they
globe in
have
the
the
logo.
globe?
So
Can they
like
have
they've
the
got
globe?
everybody like going with like the climate change, Mother Earth thing as a globe. So as it's more definitive that the Earth is not a globe, I think they're going to lose that whole like religion that they've built, like along with it. All those people, that whole kind of fake cult is going to go, and then they're
The
going to lose
United
their
Nations
control.
has a flat Earth map, brother. There's no Antarctica on the United Nations map. So you got it all wrong. It's backwards. It's the inversion of the globe. If you're going to take a model and represent a model of belief, but the church is going to take over with a new religion and a new 10 commandments, you need a new movement. It's no different than they did 500 years ago with the Roman Catholic Church, going from flat Earth or geocentric to heliocentric. It's the same principle, the same argument, and the same movement.
I kind of agree with that take, but maybe not in the way that it was like said, because I agree with Gio too. I just think that I believe there is a way of them doing a transfer, right? And
How do you
I feel
how do you fix the individual if the individual has nihilism at the heart of its belief? In other words, what you're moving
Right.
through and what you're doing is nothing and meaningless.
show
If you're
them the
gonna
great
if you're gonna create atheism to mock intellects, that's the best way to do it is to present a model that is based in a metaphysical or a philosophy based on something that's inside the mind rather than empirical reality, which is the globe, which would give a different impression on where we live and what it means to where we live and what we're capable of as a man. Which means if we're capable of more things than a man, if we're capable of more things than a man is able to do, that's based on magic and propaganda and buffoonery, then it's really easy to deceive the mind into creating whatever model or realm they want you to exist in.
She's fucked up. Good thing she's at home.
Hold on, Brian, you're hot micing, I think. Brian.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I reckon that you could. I feel like they could quite effectively remove us from the globe and put us onto a flat Earth as well,
And maintain the commitment and the you think they could?
Of course.
Yeah.
You know why?
I think it's going to be
You know
messy.
why?
I think it's going to be messy.
course.
I don't think it's going to work. I think they'll get some people. They'll get like everyone who got a percentage of who got the juice probably will be on board. You know, at least some of them. Probably not even all of them.
On be aboard for what?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what do you mean by that?
On board for what? Again,
For
the
if they
United
were able
Nations
to,
has- the United Nations has a flat Earth map, bro.
Hold on, to transition the global cosmological globalism sort of paradigm into one that would be a stationary planar Earth and still maintain that level of cult-like commitment that people have to it.
Well, of course it would be, because it would be emphasizing reality and stepping outside of the metaphysics. And the only way to treat the Earth the way it should be treated is stepping outside of the mind and presenting the reality for what it is. And the reality for what it is the overconsumption, over demand of materials that we need to survive in a Western society, let alone any other society created. So to stop that, you have to have the person get outside of their mind and look at reality for what it is. And that's what Flat Earth's about, isn't it? Is about the recognition that it's creation, which would be founded in the church and the movement of the amalgamation of the religious beliefs that are happening to create in what's called now the summit that's happening, not the Meru summit or the Flat Earth summit there, but there's Mount Sinai summit that's happening presently right now, where they're creating new 10 laws based on environmental sustainability. And the only way to traverse the psychology of somebody is to present reality founded in creation. That way there would be a level of respect for it and a level of monkdom or a sacrifice as a monk would do. And that's the idea of self-sacrifice in the new world, is you won't own anything and be happy about it because you're self-sacrificing for the environment based on creation, which is fundamentally okay. But it's not founded in liberty, and that's the issue with family. Is family is founded in liberty, which contradicts the whole movement of Flat Earth. But at the same token, it's the antithesis to globalism. So it's a beautiful, paradoxical mindfuck for anybody who wants to enter the debate.
I literally every time I got to listen to someone, I end up getting phone calls. I heard some of it. Well, there would be some kickback, obviously. Like, I feel like I thought about this and pondered that question a long time. What would happen if everyone found out it was flat? And like, clearly to me, they have such a control over the media side of it all that, like, over the next 2 years, right, after seeing people just like, and Witcher said this the other day, like, now if they were to say lockdown on the TV, you don't even need to tell people what to do. They would just do it, right? Like, I'm just saying, the amount of control that they've got over people in general, I'm like, it wouldn't take much for them to change up the narratives, for them to be able to become the heroes that are showing us the new world that was hidden from us. And in the excitement of all of that, I feel like whoever provides that excitement, that mouthpiece will just be like gold. They will, you know, their shit won't stink, bro. Like you could snort their shit and it would taste good. If you know what I mean.
Gio, were you about to say something? I thought I heard you about to talk, but I was going to say something too.
Oh yeah. I was kind of away from my mic for a sec, but I was listening. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I mean, there's a place for the real discovery of it all. Like that's what I'm interested in, and what's the most interesting to me is it being on that part of it. Now, but from the idea that they could take their current globe paradigm and transition it, I think that my sense of it is that, like, if they had to transition it to a stationary planar type Earth, it's such a shift that probably one entire generation would just not even go with it. At least most of them wouldn't. So there'd probably have to be time that would even have to unfold for them to even accomplish that. But it just seems to me like if they were to shift to admit that the globe was false, I think like it's definitely in their plans as what they see as a backup plan, that they're going to have to do. But I don't think it's that they actually have a very good plan for it. And I think if they have to do it, they're going to lose because Mother Earth will win out at the end of the day. And I think the globe lie is basically like, it's like their Achilles heel. Like they did this lie, but it's so big and it's such a strike against Mother Earth on such a deep level. And it's a strike against all of humanity on such a deep level that once enough people realize it isn't a globe, it's just completely over for their entire paradigm. Like they just will, I don't know. I mean, to talk about what actually will happen to them is a whole question in and of itself, but I do not think they'll be able to maintain control after this comes out. Like the lie is so big that it's also the thing that pulls the whole rug out from their entire agenda and their entire plans for whatever they want.
Don't you think that because the lie is so big that it actually has all that more potential for the motivation behind the new religion that they establish? Like the only way to get rid of an old religion is to build upon the lie that or supposed inconsistencies or lie that the old religion had. And this one's so huge. I mean, look, it's brought all of us together across the plane. You know, the entire plane is like bounded by this truth that we've figured out or that we've realized. And that power is so huge, and they must realize that. They've rolled it out like I've, talked about before for this other new paradigm that's even more to their advantage, unfortunately, because then they have all of us on one page as the one world order that's protecting us from the outer ponders or, excusing the lie because we had the treaty or, all these things go with that. They give them the excuse and then like, oh, psychologically, we didn't want you to feel trapped. So we gave you this fantasy, that kind of could be tied into it. Or they could have these people that are set up as fall guys that seem like the perpetrators of it. And then they go away and the new truth people, then are like, trusted because of this, the greatness of this reveal.
Yeah, they would have to. That's what they would have to do. They would have to throw parts of it under the bus. They'd have to be like, oh, NASA was corrupt and here's the reason why. And we're the new government taking over, or we're the new, the ones that we're the ones that put them on trial and did whatever, and got rid of them. So yeah, they would definitely try to do that. I mean, my sense
but what
of
about them saying that NASA wasn't corrupt, that the money was really going like to this whole defense of us for for the better good, and that's why we just put on a little magic show for you up there because we had to keep that going, and it wasn't really serious. You could tell we were playing golf and all that, so it's not like we were really lying to you in the way that we should expect that you'd believe. But if you believed it, I mean, maybe you're just a little inept. They could say it was secret funding for like a secret protection program for all of us, because of the outer ponders, and that's why Space Force is all about protecting us from the outer ponders, and we couldn't know about it because we'd live in fear, and they didn't want us to live in fear. So, but now it's come to the point where they're showing themselves, and that's where the UFOs are coming from. So we have to tell you the truth, and we're now we all have to be on the same page. I mean, they could come up. There's endless possibilities.
By the way, we've been underground fighting aliens from other ponds, and we're losing the war.
Absolutely.
We need your children.
Right.
We'll win.
Yep. It's such the perfect paradigm for them to take advantage of us even more, is what I've been trying to point out.
Give us all your kids, man. We'll win this war. We'll take over heaven, which is just another land on Earth.
And all they have to do is use the directed energy weapons. The directed energy weapons that most people have no idea they have. They could say, that, "Here, watch, this UFO is going to like knock out this whole part of the city and flatten it, just like they did with Paradise, California." And that maybe that was a test for what their capabilities actually are, just to make sure that they could do that. And then people would be like, "Shit, did you see those UFOs just fucking level that city? We got to fucking get on." Yeah, we need to do what the government tells us even more now, because otherwise it's our fucking ass.
Where's Will Smith when you need him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's. I think there's a lot of ways it could play out, and yeah, like, I mean, my thoughts would be they've already got the globe thing that they've pushed so hard. I mean, they've been driving this globe with such fervor. It's like clearly one of their top agendas, and with that, they then get this whole alien invasion potential because of outer space. So they built up outer space for all these years, and men on the moon and going to Mars to such a degree. They've got that as people think that is reality, that absolutely is real. And because of that, if they then use the directed energy weapons and said it was aliens, now people would really be scared shitless. And that could be part of the Project Bluebeam type of. So I'm just saying, my sense is that they want to keep the globe paradigm as much as possible, and then they want to start rolling out what all these things, like whatever the kind of, the next New World Order or whatever that they want to do, Agenda 2030, whatever it is. That's where we have to not let that happen as humanity. Because I think if that happens, they will drive us into extinction. I really do think the entire future of humanity is essentially at stake. So we have to
extinction.
Yeah. If they have their next New World Order thing, that they're going to genetically modify us to extinction. Like, that's a parallel reality. I don't think that's the one we're in, but like, that is the outcome of that. Because if they get
then they don't get to use us. They don't get to use us if we're extinct. Like, why would they want to just?
Well, because it's going to run out of control. Like, how what they're doing with the juice and all the things they're giving people, GMOs and stuff. It's basically a huge experiment at this point. They're modifying and putting so many toxins into the environment, and they're doing that for all kinds of reasons. But that's going to reach like a tipping point within nature, where if you get beyond a point like that, where things could just acceleratedly decline, and they can't do anything about it at that point. It's like
going in line with the alien agenda, right? And maybe pulling from some scripture, the city of God coming down from heaven. People think it's aliens, and they're gonna wage war against the Lord that's coming from heaven. Aliens, let's go fight the aliens.
Yeah, they'll present your
yeah,
Lord to you as a return, your returning Lord as an invading alien.
Yeah, they could even like totally simulate an Armageddon type situation where that there's being like some people are being like chosen, and some people are not being chosen, dependent upon their behavior. And you could have like good outer ponders and bad outer ponders, and it makes the threat so much more local and usable. If they keep the globe paradigm, they have to explain how these aliens came from other planets, and a lot of us are like never going to believe that. So to get everybody on the same page, they would have to reveal a truth that everyone's aware of, that gets everybody into this new paradigm with the new standard of like reality that we all can just prove to ourselves. Obviously we're not spinning, so right there we're all on the same page.
I think Butterman understood a little bit more what I was trying to say.
I mean, my sense of it is that I don't think they'll ever give up the globe. There's no way. It's just a matter of once enough people start and once certain things happen, especially certain measurements and tests that are going to be done in the field that are definitive. And once those are replicated by more and more, individuals and are even available for public display as well, there will be a point to where any just direct logical minded person would absolutely be able to verify that it's not a globe at that point. So once that occurs, my sense is that they'll still keep pushing the globe as much as they can. And then they're going to be carrying out, if they do some crazy Project Bluebeam thing or directed energy weapons or do some crazy weather modification or even like a World War III type thing. I mean, obviously I hope none of that happens.
Can the light last forever? Because the light wasn't here in the beginning, right? And the globe wasn't here in the beginning. And they created this out of whatever will they wanted, whatever agenda they wanted to push. but it wasn't here in the beginning. Will it be here at the end? The globe? I mean,
like what if like the whole plan from the start was that the whole globe lie was built to spill? Like they knew it had a certain lifespan, right? And they were going to not only because people would eventually figure it out, but because they wanted to plan the destruction of it, just like they do like with the ISS. That there's like a 33-year planned life of the ISS. Same thing with the trade centers. There was 33 years of planning, right? Like this is they're gonna build it and we're gonna destroy it. And this is the financial outcome of the whole process. And we have the whole thing from start to finish figured out, including the globe lie, in fact, could be the same way. And that the introduction of this paradigm, the building it, the funding of it, and then the destruction of it, and then the result, same thing with giving the solution to a problem that they create, just like everything else. So then they get the whole new world order, and we're across the plane from each other because it makes us feel more connected to be across from each other than around the world from each other. Like the whole psychology of it works in their favor.
Okay, you seem pretty into this. Is this something you think is the case, or is it just like an idea, or what?
I'm saying the only thing that makes sense, like when this all happened, like when a lot of like the polished videos for Flat Earth came out, and it was like on the table, and it wasn't like censored in the way you might think, because it's huge. That's a huge thing for people to be talking about. And then there's like the president's going down to Antarctica for these these people with power going down to Antarctica for these like emergency meetings and that kind of thing. There's been stuff in the media, lots of predictive programming, the moon landing completely false and so obvious, them showing us the harnesses on the ISS, like they're showing it to us almost blatantly, to the point where the only thing that makes sense in my mind is they're planning on destroying it in a planned way, like a coordinated collapse, so that they can benefit from the result of that. And that's the only thing that makes sense of why they would do that, because the paradigm they have is a better one. Like I was listening to IPS a while back, like when he first started, and he would, he totally would go back and forth with like, yeah, it's a rollout. No, it's not a rollout. Like almost like he knew something he wasn't saying. And one of the things he said was that the only
replace reality.
Like the only reason you would
version of
one of the things he said. One of the things that he said that I think that made me feel like he made that this is his thoughts about it, or maybe he knows something other people don't. But he said the only reason that you would intentionally destroy an old paradigm is because you have a better one in place. Ready?
Yeah, I don't think they have intentionally destroyed this one. I think they're bolstering it up with every inch of their might, and they're suppressing everything they can when it comes to any other paradigm. And then they're just distracting and dividing people. Like it seems like they're all about this one.
But they're just gaslighting us. I mean, why put the Tesla car in space and say, oh, it looks so fake because it's so real? I mean, those things are gaslighting me. If they really wanted to protect it, we wouldn't see any harnesses on the ISS. It would look way better. There would be so many things that like they're scientifically getting to that are not gaslighting. They wouldn't be talking about Uranus, took a pounding and all these jokes and the cartoons that are making fun of people that believe in the globe or that the moon landing blatantly. And then people in the NBA talking about it. Barack Obama saying we don't have time for a flat earth society. If he never mentioned it, people would have no idea this even exists, even if it seems like he's going against it. Bad press is good press.
I think that's because they're sociopaths and they get like a certain enjoyment off of like teasing people with partly the truth that they're lying to them about. It's sort of like someone like robbing a house and just walking in and being like, "Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just gonna steal all your stuff. No problem. I'm just gonna take your TV, your couch. Yeah, we'll just be a few minutes. It's good. We're just gonna clear out your house."
That's part of it. That might not be all of it, though. That might be part of it as well.
It's just, I think there's a little bit of duper's delight that they put Pluto on Pluto and stuff like that. It's just the way that they're kind of laughing at the masses in their own little twisted way. And I also think that like evil energy has to out itself. It's one of the things about it's just built into the nature of reality, nature of consciousness, nature of the creator, is that anything that has darkness or evil in it will out itself. They always reveal themselves. They're not, because truth actually lasts the test of time and truth is stable and solid, whereas lies and deception will always crumble, and just the nature of the energy of it. And so any lie or in that evil energy will crumble on its own. And part of that crumbling is either outing itself, like showing its face too much, which they do, by being either too bold or too kind of, too much in that energy. They do it that way. And
entropy
I
will continue,
agree.
or what?
To some degree, I don't think we're arguing. I'm not saying I'm right or this is what I'm just saying. This is a possibility. This is the only thing I could think is why they might do this. The other reason they might do it, besides the gaslighting and the Jupiter's delight, maybe
the
there's
other
a
one I was going
planned
to say,
discussion, right?
yeah, exactly. Well, there's like the Duper's delight, and then the other one I was going to say is that they also they kind of shoot themselves in the foot by making certain mistakes. Like I think what they did with the whole scamdemic thing, there were various mistakes in that. So I think that's another thing. Like when like evil or dark energy like unleashes like that, they also can make certain mistakes that end up like fundamental blunders, where they kind of trip up and then,
Either that or they're so intelligent.
Yeah.
Either
And then
that or they're
the
so
hero comes
intelligent
in.
that they use it. Yeah, they're looking for the hero. They're setting up the hero, the truth app with Trump and some of these truths that like some of these blatant lies Fauci put on the stand and in front of everybody on TV. I mean, they're like setting up the bad guys on purpose so that then they can. It's all about mass movements. It's all about motivating through the truth and the lies that are attached to that truth. I mean, they're very, very intelligent. I think these people are so beyond what we give them credit for, even though a lot of people think you give them too much credit when you say these kind of things. I think they have it planned out way ahead of time. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yep. I think they have a game theory situation going on to where, like I was saying before, like they can just click a few buttons, change the algorithm a little bit, and then know within a week or 2 weeks, if we then adjust the media to look for a certain case of a certain crime, and then with the filter of a certain demographic committing the crime, and then we go, okay, let's we want people from this certain location to start rioting in this location. How do we do that? Okay, we make these people believe that those people over there are doing this one thing, and then let's find the circumstances that we've got there. Let's then comb through using our algorithm every crime that happens, and then we'll build a narrative around a case that fits the best. And maybe within 3 weeks, they'll end up with a case that fits the best, and then they push that through the media, and then the people see that, and then that in itself has a knock-on effect too. Like it doesn't take much when you have like systematic control to this level. It doesn't take much for you to have organic happenings that are actually a part of a plan.
Yeah, because then people participate in it, and we're kind of the organic part of it, right? Like they knew that if this was released, that people were gonna. I mean, maybe they didn't anticipate as much of mass gathering that it's caused, and maybe they have had to adjust their plans or hurry their plans for their whatever outer ponder psyop or whatever they might do, and plus they
Dude, do you know how much that would be though, bro? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But do you know how much that would take?
They put out the ballers in. The ballers are here just to keep us like at bay for as long as possible.
No, I hear you on that. I hear you. Yeah, there's no doubt. There's a tremendous amount of distraction that there's going on and stuff. Yeah, and trying to just slow things down. But I mean, dude, right now the global. Okay, like in these communities where we're talking about it, it's very normal for us. Oh yeah, this glober or this person, this and that. Like we kind of because we're in the discussion. But 99% of the world they don't even have this in their mind. Like most people think of flat Earth, as we know, is just ridiculous or just foolish or not the case at all. Like they 100%. Most of them, obviously, not everyone, but a lot of these people are completely on a globe. For the mainstream system to somehow even broach this as being real, I think is something we'll never see in our lifetimes. They never will do that. They will go down fighting with the globe.
You might be right. So, but
I know you were saying I know you were saying that. So, that's just kind of my thought on it. Like, I think that I don't even think they can. Like, although the way they could do it, like I could get on board with parts of what you're saying in terms of like the idea, like maybe if like there was a generational shift. Like maybe if it gets to a point where they can't really roll out their NWO completely, enough of us are aware of things to where and woke up to things to the point to where, or awakened, I should say, two things that are at the point where we're aware of what's going on. and then but there's not enough of us to really kind of remove their power, but at the same time there's not enough on their side either. So if that kind of extended out for a longer amount of time, like on that kind of timeline, then perhaps there would be a generational shift. And then if enough of us are the ones talking about the truth, and if there's a generational shift, like that would be that's got to be like their plan B or plan C at that point, you know?
Or maybe it was their plan A. And like, they knew they were entering the information age. We're in an information war, and flat Earth is the nuclear bomb, and they plan on using it to their advantage.
I mean, they've basically put people in the dark. Like the amount of lies has literally, it's just like turning the lights off. That's why like the idea of like waking up is so fitting, because it's like you literally were in the dark and not aware of something in that sense. And just truth in general in today's world. So it really is on that level. Like it has to do with how many people become aware of what's going on. And at that point,
and the fact that it fits scripture, it works to their advantage too, because then they could be like, oh, okay, well now we can start using the Bible again to our advantage, and or our interpretation of the Bible, because obviously now people are going to start reinvesting in that mindset once they realize it's not a spinning ball. Then okay, scripture's real. Okay, now this is revelations and it's actually prophetic, and this happened for a reason, and now we're all on the same page because it's the new world order.
Right. So I agree with what you just stated. I think, in fact, like you're saying, flat Earth could be the nuclear bomb. Agreed. Like, what would happen tomorrow if most people learned the Earth was flat? Is and they knew it for a fact. Who would get blamed? Everyone in government would get blamed. Every government in the world would get blamed. They wouldn't think about the individuals at the top of the very tip of the pyramid, the individuals that have no face, the people that have no name, the people that are not carved out, people that cannot be effectively in a. If you were angry enough tomorrow that you wanted to punch the person that's involved with, the globe and the light, you couldn't punch them because you wouldn't know what face to find. So lashing out in aggression and anger, and in the current excitement of the new world to be found, the people who have the most organization in the world, the most money, they could quite easily be the people, and this is how I believe it would happen, Gio, that they would be the people that would continue control, because they would be the most organized. They would have seemingly the best system and mechanism to fuck the people up that have been lying to us, or to incarcerate or get rid of the people that have been lying to us. The people that are lying to us would be those people. Like, so we would blame the government.
Elon Musk is going to come in on a white horse and claim that he's the new government and he's going to save all the...
He could be like, well, I got into space. I realized that the Earth was flat, that they've been lying. I turned around and actually put a flat Earth inside of my... in one of his programs, right? It's like a globe Earth type thing, like Stellarium. He put a flat Earth model that you can use instead in that. It's like a game that you can fly planes and that around the planets and stuff, right? Ships. Well, he put a flat Earth model in it, and he could be like, well, I did that because I found out the Earth was flat and I wanted to work the stuff out. I found that out when I set a rocket up. All of these governments are fucking lying to you, and boom, like he's clearly being funded, if not by government, right? Which I imagine there are no ties directly. I don't know, but I bet you the people that are funding him are the people that are running the world. And my point is it wouldn't take much for someone to agitate it, drop the flat Earth nuclear bomb. The people that would get blamed would be the government. It would be the people in power right now, who are seemingly in power. No one above them would get done. They would be ousted.
What if it's the government telling us that? What if it's the government saying we were just trying to protect you for all those reasons I gave earlier? And if it's them telling us that, and then they have some kind of real, directed energy weapon out or scare to go along with it,
bro, that is such. It's just
I agree, but remember, my point isn't to show that though. My point is to show, regardless of any scenario you create, who do you turn your aggression to? Maybe it's not the government, but even if the government are the ones that tell us, who do we turn our aggression to? Is it the people in control of this thing from the beginning? No. It never will.
They're not worried about that. They're not worried about that. Our aggression.
I'm more making this as a side point because you made a good point for me to illustrate what I mean to Gio when I say they could end up back in control, even if everyone had the best revelation in the world. We figured it all out. Even us guys could end up under their control, because the people that are in control, we don't know who they are, and they will figure a way of grafting themselves back in at some point.
Well,
Maybe
the
they'll do
government
it
is
for other
like a hand wave, like an obfuscation. They will, if people decide not to listen to the governments anymore, people will go to the religion institutions, and they're gonna get some answers from there, and just do
Let's
what they've
say they
been
don't
told
even
from
go
the
there.
religion. Yeah. Okay. So the government is wrong. Let's go to the Catholic Church or whatever religion institution has the most truth. Or there'll be an institution in place that people will follow.
Or even if
Instead
it's
of the
not an
government.
institution, we'll see what we see in China right now, right? Like, even if it's not an institution, people will make astroturf movements very quickly that will become the new group. Like, they'll even allow me and you in, and we'll be involved in creating the structure of it. And every now and again, when we want to change the structure to something better, or as we're creating it, there'll be like a bureaucratic reason or a logistical reason that we can't fully make it how we wanted to. So, like, there'll always be like, but it could seem very organic, is my point. Like, we could be involved in the creation of a new hierarchy, a new system, but really we're just laying the foundation for these same people again anyway. Like, because
Well, they're gonna say, "Hey, you want to build a new nation? Okay, we're gonna give you the gold. We're gonna give you the resources. You just gotta take us as credit, and you gotta pay us back one day." Go ahead.
But I didn't even see it happening like that. I'm on about like a way of them laying low, where they seem like legitimately just malevolent like the whole time. Like, sorry, malevolent. So
benevolent.
Yeah. So, like, they could seem that way the whole time. Like, they don't necessarily have to assert themselves even as like the money. They don't need to be like, oh, we've got the money. No, they don't need that even. It just needs to be that they're in the best position when it ends and all the chaos ensues and all that's set and done. They need to be in the best position at that point and look like they come out of it the best. And I don't mean like unscathed, but I mean by with the war, by whatever it is. They just need to be the best organized. That's it. The best organized.
And they had, and the excuse is that they were trying to protect us psychologically or physically the whole time, and people will accept that, especially if they go along with, if they have some kind of like UFO directed energy weapon display that shows us what they were protecting us from. And then if they go with a dome idea, that's the other scary part. If they say it's a flat Earth with a dome, they could say the air is contaminated. Now you need to get in these little smart city domes to protect yourself from the air in the big dome and get us all organized that way.
Jeez,
Talking
man, I
about
never
the
thought of
energy
that
weapons. Talking
They're
about the
full of
energy weapons,
everything.
and do you think you know in history, like many cities and many big cities in the world kind of like burned all at the same time, or similar timings? Like back then, do you think they were using energy weapons back then? Like a bunch of cities were like laid down, like
You could
completely.
you could technically make an energy laser going back like, and I genuinely believe that there could have been people with crystals, with logs of wood, even with holes bored out of them, with little with a how do I put it, with a crystal that they can concentrate a laser through, with what's it called? I was literally talking about this the other day. A magnesium as a high temperature point like a high temperature point diode that you could then burn in the end of a bloody log from 4 miles away from a city, 2 miles away from a city, and you could probably set a thatched roof on fire with it. And I imagine you could have done that way before the advent of gunpowder, like legit, like no joke. Like a directed energy weapon is more feasible to me than making a gun. It's easier to do, should I say. The technology's older.
Yeah, there's evidence of that. There's a video I'll post that talks about that very thing by this channel called Divergent. And what there's
Oh yeah, they're good channel.
there was fires, and they called it fires, but there's massive destruction of a bunch of these cities around a certain time that like wasn't just fires. I mean, these things are just pulverized.
Yeah, I think there's the perspective that these directed energy weapons are actually very advanced ancient technology that the old world had before these guys took over, and they had them not for hurting anyone or for war or anything like that. They had them for terraforming the earth. So like if you had a huge forest of only trees and you want to build, palaces and beautiful places to live and all that, you do have to clear the land. So I think that those directed energy weapons were actually for that, like terraforming devices that were used to clear land. So they were never used to hurt anyone or anything. Now these people who have currently, the people that have taken over now, they didn't build those things. They didn't build that technology. I think they have the free energy as well from the old world. They just stole it. So even the directed energy weapon stuff that they have now, they may have advanced it somewhat with some additional tweaks and things, or at least figured out how to use it a little bit better.
Just modernized it.
But they stole it from the old world. Yeah, I think even like looking at Nagasaki, like a lot of these, and also like the Great World's Fair, everything that was happening like right around that late 1800s when there was major fires and destruction of pretty much all the cities across the world, like New York, San Francisco, Chicago, Paris, Berlin, just massive fires, massive earthquakes that just like literally brought the cities almost down to complete rubble. Then the only things we have left are some of these original architecture, buildings and things that we have in certain cities. It's like everything else was annihilated. So yeah, they very likely were using them for that as well. Like they stole the technology from the old world and instantly used it to torch all the old world and then rebuild this new thing that they've taken over, and started pushing all this fake science and globe deception and all of these, and then they stole the free energy, and then now they charge us for energy. So they've like enslaved us and make us pay for it with their money, even though they have the free energy that they took from the old world. That's my sense of it.
Today I was speaking to a family member, and he's a in-law family member, and he was talking to me about we were talking about some natural wonders in South America.
Like the star forts that look like circuit boards and the pyramids. Is that what you mean? Or other, there's a lot of power spots in South America as well. Yeah. Major vortexes, like Machu Picchu is one of them. Is that what you mean?
You want to? Yeah. What happened there? Did I go out or? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, Gemsy had said something, but then I think it was just quiet for a few seconds.
Well, I swear you were just talking. I don't know if I knows. On my end, like the last person I had talked was Gio. Like it seemed like you were talking for a while, and then it just like went dead. And I was like, okay. I got a phone call there.
Well, you might have missed what Gemsy said. Gemsy about South America.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, I missed it. Where are you, Gemsy, bro? But that's interesting that you think that too, that like they used it for terraforming the land, because I happen to think they definitely used things like that. Like people would laugh and be like, "What, you think they had lasers in the past?" I'm not saying they had lasers. What I'm saying, right?
Well, I think they did. They're beyond lasers. They're even more advanced than lasers. No, I think they totally had them.
But I mean, the word laser, right? That word, that's a very new word. So it has a whole lot of new connotations added to it. We fundamentally have to break down what a laser is and then explain it like that. Like,
well, this thing I'm talking about, when I say directed energy weapons, that is maybe not the best term to use because there's so many different interpretations of that. Because there are actually, I probably shouldn't use that term because there are actually directed energy weapons in the military, which are different things. Like, they use lasers and sound waves and all kinds of stuff like that, like crowd control and various different things like that. So, it's really not the best term to use because what I'm talking about is actually like a more advanced etheric manipulation,
like sonic blasts, almost, right?
Well, and like the Hutchinson effect, like what Hutchinson was able to do. Right. You can basically turns physical matter into dust. It literally dematerializes it, which is what they did at the World Trade Center. And so, if you were trying to terraform land, what would you want? Well, okay, you could go out there and cut the trees down one by one and, clear all the brush and you have to get rid of all the trees. But if you had something like this, you could just literally be like, just sweep it over the land. And I know it sounds kind of harsh to Mother Earth to do that to it. However, if you do want to have like, I mean, I think, you know, like looking at a lot of the ancient cities and what they had, I mean, clearly like they had cleared out areas. And so to do that, this would be a way where you would just be able to instantly turn everything. It's like dematerializing it. And then you could build on top of that. And then now these people in power have just hijacked. So I don't know what the best term for those kinds of like more of like a clandestine, etheric energy manipulation device, which uses partial like free energy technology to even do that, which is like Hutchinson was able to recreate a good amount, you know, some of those effects.
I was in Gems yesterday or the day before and brought him up, you know, and had to look up a bunch of stuff. They laughed at me, you know, there's a string holding it up in his one video. I'm all, dude, there isn't one video. There's bunches of videos. And as far as I recall, his shit got confiscated by the government.
Yeah.
And there's not one paper on him from any legitimate sources at all. It's all pulled. I looked up Yandex to try and go backward, you know, somewhere else to look around than Google. I couldn't find anyone that had taken it seriously anywhere.
Yeah,
there's a lot of that.
Yeah, especially back then, like before the internet, you know, when it was a little bit more like you know, you remember, I mean, back then it was like things were only on paper and whatnot. So yeah, it's like when they were able to kind of take, I mean, they still do it now. They kind of take people out and stuff. But yeah, back then, because it does seem like they did that. They just like wiped almost everything related to him.
He got Stan Myered, right?
Yeah. And the document I just, one of those comps that I made up for Michael Brenner, I just posted because he talks in there and a couple more that I'll post about this ancient runic system of writing, which is where all of our alphabet numbers seem to come from, he thinks. And it's basically like an interpretation of the ether and ether manipulation. And it's completely forbidden, according to him. So that could have a lot to do with it. The reason that they're like attacking the ether now, because it's something that if you did learn how to manipulate it, you could actually have that kind of power in each individual's hands.
I found this old shit on Ether yesterday. Get up here. It's called etherometry. Etherometry. Really heard of it.
That's a cool word, etherealometry.
It wasn't ethereal. Some post this article on gravity and anti-gravity and the disruption of gravity by this David Pratt guy. Fucking excellent. Like, God, I pulled a lot of language out of it. And both of these I came up with when I was looking up Hutchinson effect yesterday, the day before. They were both pretty cool links. I've been burning a lot of time.
Yeah, I heard the reference. I was listening to some other talk, and they were talking about the ether people as Etherians, like that. Like they're that was like their way of referencing it, I guess. And then there was something about like Trutharians, is what we might be in general. But the ether and the manipulation of that is like totally like the key. It seems to some degree.
This
and
was
not only for good but bad, maybe, right?
This is from the International Society of Friends of the Etherometry.
Nice. Oh, yes, FA. I like it.
What?
What?
Well, yeah, I mean, like the first question would be, do they have those devices or those like directed, you know, those really more advanced, like the type of things that can like turn, it can like take metal and basically make like without even making it hot, it can take metal and like twist it like a pretzel, but it's not even warm to the, it's not even warm. It's like cool to the touch.
And Tesla did that, right? Didn't he like put like a device on a building and show how it could just like, the frequency can just like destroy the whole building?
I looked into that a little bit more. It's harder to find. Like, it doesn't seem as valid as some of the other stuff that he did. Like, in terms of like, I don't know. Like, I sometimes wonder whether or not they like tried to cover up his stuff by like making stories like crazy out there stories as well. I don't know.
Maybe that's the one that's buried so well with the subterfuge
Or it's
attached to it, so that it makes it seem less likely, and it's actually more likely. Who knows?
That's what I mean.
That would
It's like
that would be huge if someone figured out how to do that. They could go around destroying buildings, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much
you
what
could do
they.
something
That's
on
what
that,
they.
yeah.
That's what they did with the World Trade Center. Yeah.
You
And they
could
did
even
it with these wildfires. So I think they have a couple different devices. Like one of them seems to like turn material into dust. Like it literally just dustifies physical matter. But then they seem to have another one which creates fire, like maybe more of like a directed, like a laser type thing that actually creates very, very abrupt fires. But it's more like a microwave form of fire, like an
more
like
like it
induction.
happens like a flash, like
Yeah, it's like
instantly. Like
yeah, it's like more of an induction of the ether rather than like a lighting it on fire. It's not like just
That's
lighting a
what a
match
nuke
or
is.
whatever. It's more like a microwave that's able to just instantly like light everything up basically. And when they use them together, you get those like quote unquote wildfire, like some of those events in like Northern California and these other areas where you just see an entire neighborhood down to nothing. Like there's not even like the bathtubs and the toilets made of porcelain are not even standing. It's unbelievable. It has just
that's unbelievable.
torched everything. Yeah, it is.
Like,
It's almost
I
funny. It's
thought
not
that
really funny,
too.
but it's like out of a Terminator movie. It's insane, but that shit that really happened.
No, yeah, because they literally like I saw some of them images and like there are literally no bathtubs at all, or like like anything ceramic, like literally like there was a place that like like you got like ground tiles in your back garden or whatever, right?
Check this one out. Yeah, I just posted one.
Yup. When the forest fires forget to burn the forest. Yeah, right? Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like some
legit,
kind of
bro.
like an induction device that it doesn't really light shit on fire, because if it lit shit on fire, then all this other stuff would be like all of that
on fire.
Yeah. And like check this one out. It's like literally they selected which houses they aimed it at. I mean, look at all the grass is fine. Like you're telling me flames just jumped over all that. The flames jumped from the green trees onto the green grass and then somehow just torched an entire house all the way down to the rubble. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. There's another one I'll try to find that has like one house singled out amongst like a bunch of other ones. It's crazy. Like somebody got their house just taken out and yeah, leveled without bathtubs, without pipes, nothing. Like, and I heard that this was also having to do with the people, that property owners in the Paradise area. They wanted to do like an underground railroad continuation to reach the LA area, and that was in the way. And they the people weren't selling, so their option went with leveling their house and like, okay, now you're going to give you a great price for just your plot of land.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been terraforming Northern California. The thing, like in California, they can do it here because they can blend it with wildfires, because this area gets wildfires. Even though they're pretty minor and they're really only on occasion, and they don't jump into cities and stuff. Like they just might burn an area of the woods and they're easily stopped. But these things were not easily stopped. They were insanely stronger. Like even the firefighters were all saying it was just the strongest, fastest growing fire they've ever witnessed. It was totally overwhelming. They couldn't do anything about it. That's not normal. Normal forest fires will never get to a city. They can put them out. That's not a problem to block them. But these were just, it's like people said, that just came in, just instant heat, instant uncontrollable fire. So yeah, it's but I think that they do it.
No trees, and the trees weren't burned, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
There's no way that it could have been that.
Exactly. But like I think they do it in Northern California because like this is the tech center of the world. Like Twitter and Google and Apple, all those companies are in Silicon Valley. And so basically this Northern California area, like that whole San Francisco and the kind of, north and the surrounding areas, have become a major focus for, whatever you want to call it, the NWO or the controllers, like all those guys, because since it's the tech center, it's one of the power center controls of the world at this point. Like you got London and the banks there, you've got like Los Angeles with Hollywood, and then the tech center in San Francisco. And so it seems to me like they've been doing these terraformings here, partly because they can say it's wildfires, and then just like you said, yeah, they're terraforming and taking certain land and areas that they want to set up, probably in the future, bases or because San Francisco is going to end up being one of the smart cities, so they want to have areas around it that they can control it from. And since it's the tech center of the world, San Francisco, they need to control that way more than they need to other areas, certain other cities. I mean, New York's another big one too. Of course, there's a lot of control there, and they've already had that under going for quite a while. So yeah, if they're using them to terraform, then they're literally using them for what I was saying, I think originally they were actually designed for, but they're not doing it in just taking brush and trees away. They're actually taking out people's houses. Entire
it's interesting. Like the evidence for this is so completely blatantly there, and it's hard to even get some out, truthers or flat earthers even to accept that this is the case. Like, have you ever had that? Like, where you're showing this to even people that are aware of other things, and they're like, "No, that's not. It was fire," or they don't want to even acknowledge that this is happening. Like, what do you mean that it was leveled? There's trees there. There's people melted into their cars. It was like all the info is there for people to see, right?
I'm a big denier on the directed energy weapons.
There you go. See what I'm talking about?
I am. I know the way fires can be random. Plus, when there's a house saved, there's a house saved. They can only save one house when they get in those situations. There's only one truck,
but how does a fire level the house with the bathtub and the piping and everything just completely vanished with the trees right next to it, Dan?
That does not seem possible. I've never heard of a vanishing tub.
Then how are you still a big denier after looking at the evidence?
I've never seen a vanishing tub.
Well, what it is, in my understanding, is that there's certain effects that I look for evidence with what we'll just, if we use that term, directed energy weapon. But I'm not talking about just like a one the military has. I'm talking about like an actual, like almost like a free energy level ether manipulation type of a tool. But there's a couple of things like, okay, there's certain things that we notice with the temperatures, like wildfires are at a particular temperature and they're within a particular temperature range. And for example, porcelain has a certain melting point, and the melting point of porcelain is way higher than any forest fire has ever produced. And we see like the porcelain, like bathtubs and toilets and things are just completely leveled. In fact, yeah, like some of them are like actually melted into the grounds, and then other ones are just gone. Like they're just like they're like dust.
Are you a Leo? What are you, Gio? I'm sorry, man. I know, just coming in on a tangent because I'll send you a screenshot of what I was googling. I was googling melting point of porcelain, and you just fucking talked about it. So I was like, huh? Good on, man. In the ether, picked it up.
Nice.
Now, even in
I
ancient,
am. I'm a Leo. I'm on the cusp of Leo and Virgo, but depending on which zodiac. Is that what you said, Leo? Yeah,
that's what I said.
Yeah. Well, in the tropical, I'm on the cusp of Leo and Virgo, but on a sidereal, I'm a Leo.
Did you ask that because if his sign's the same as yours, then you could have connected on the ether level more?
No, it's not. I'm not a Leo.
Oh.
Yeah,
but is that the reason you asked that? Is that why you asked?
Kind of. I don't know. It was fucking weird, He's like, he was saying exactly what I was about to say, like unmute and fucking say. It's like, oh, wow.
Is that part of what astrology hints towards, though, Gio? Like, where if you're like a similar sign with someone, you might have more ability to connect through telepathy or some kind of intuitive connection.
Well, There are a lot of aspects that seem to lend to that. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. It's a whole topic in and of itself. But yeah, there are a lot of different. I mean, like just having the same sun sign as someone, that is a certain type of resonance. But especially if you start looking at what's called synastry, which is looking at two charts or more combined, then you can actually start to see which alignments two people may have, like two individuals, you know, what actual alignments that they have. And so like having synastry aspects with someone else, with like Mercury and Neptune, for example, if you're talking about like mental telepathy type stuff, because Mercury is the mind, it's the mentality, thinking, writing, talking, everything related to the mind is Mercury. And then Neptune is it's a multi-leveled archetype, but on one level it represents like sort of the dissolving the boundary between like psychically and energetically between beings. So it has to do with like the spiritual world, the psychic world. And so if you have that Neptune archetype with Mercury, the mind, and then you have that in synastry with someone else, you both have a very strong Mercury Neptune combined alignment, then that's where something like telepathically type connections could be more, can channel through.
Is that synastry with the SIN or SYM, like symmetry, like symmetry?
Yeah, it's SYN, synastry.
Like synergy. Yeah.
Yeah. Synastry. I could write it in the chat, but
you know how to read. You know how to read charts.
Yeah, I've been working with charts for about 20 years, 25 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Cool, man. Well, we'll do a session or something one day. Like it's this bullshit. Like I don't understand it. Like I don't know what to do with a chart. No idea.
You should
Yeah, like, I
repost
know
that
just
site that you told me about too. That you recommended for getting a good reading of your birth chart, your rising chart, and all that. If you remember what you were, there was a bot in here you were trying to fix too. Did you get that fixed or figured out, Gio?
Yeah, there's a bot. It's called there's a bot on here that can be used to pull up charts. Yeah, there's just a little issue with it because they changed their command system and they're starting to use these like Discord / commands. So I have to look into that.
That's what I was asking about. Did you figure it out? No? Yeah. Oh, that would be cool to have that in here again.
Yeah, I'll get that. Yeah, I haven't done it yet because I have to basically check all the other bots. I think the only option to let everyone use it is to let everyone use / commands, which then means people can use / commands on the other bots. So
I see.
I think that's the only way to do it. I could make sure all the other bots, like people wouldn't have like admin, permissions. However, they still might be able to bring up like help menus and stuff. So not that really matters too much, but because I think that's the only way to do it is to like give the permission that everyone can use / commands, because the bot that brings up charts, it's called AstroBot is the name of it. The actual name of the bot itself. But
and you said it uses the same platform that the website also uses that you referred me to at one point, or is it a totally different thing?
AstroBot is just its own. It's like a Discord bot for pulling up charts.
Oh, okay. Did you find it pretty accurate? Like what you would recommend?
I would say it's the best one for Discord that I've seen. Yeah, it was quite good. I mean, for a Discord bot, it's pretty amazing. Like the way it works is that like each person has their own control of all their own settings. So like everyone has their own bot. Like there isn't really like admin settings necessarily. Everyone just has their own connection to it. So you can change the settings yourself. Like you can go into the menu and, I want the chart to show this, or different styles of it, different like tropical versus sidereal, different zodiacs. You could have different aspects on it. There's all these options. So that's pretty cool.
I used to watch, or I would go on his website, Hutchinson, way back when, man, like more than 10 years ago. This outdated like website, from the 90s. And I think the best like knowledge I picked up on his cool apparatus was like he was using like a 3-axis Tesla coil, similar to what I showed you in perspective, the cosmic induction generator. That's like the 2-axis. So Hutchinson used another one, and then he just played around, from my understanding.
Oh yeah, that's right. I should find that video.
He's familiar with the works of Dollard and shit like that. He's pretty smart.
So what do you think, Cyrus? Do you think they have devices that can dustify matter? And
I like the work of Judy Wood, man. I hope they don't, man. But I think the ancients, for sure. Just my belief. I think they were a lot more advanced, way beyond laser. They had the laser 5.0 or something, whatever that was. And it was just more energy efficient. None of us, burn all this fuel to live and all that shit. And the World Trade Center stuff, yeah, man, where'd they go? It's like, where's the concrete and steel, man? It's like,
yeah, the material not there. Yeah, the actual physical material was not there to correlate with the amount with the buildings. Like, where did they actually go? Yeah. And there were these massive dust clouds that were hanging around New York City for like weeks afterwards. They even showed like a satellite footage of it, and it just was this massive, almost looked like a demonic cloud, like just this massive, like just cloud of. And so, yeah, like did the towers get dustified into the air? Because the physical matter is not actually on the ground after they fell, or not nearly enough of it. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Got no idea. It looks like it turned into powder and spread out. I don't know. Because where's the material? If you stack all those floors on top of each other, it's like quite a bit.
Firemen were saying no phones. Everything fit in buckets. There wasn't anything bigger than the front face of a phone.
Wow.
Certainly goes against a pancake theory.
Yeah, it does, right? Right. So where are the pancakes at?
Yeah.
Pancakes. Like, okay, where's the stack of pancakes? Can't find them.
yeah, because I mean, there's an amount of rubble versus number of floors for a building, like an average when buildings fall like that.
Yeah. You can take that and multiply it out and see how much rubble we're supposed to get. Prediction, yeah. Use it to predict. Use that model, like controlled demo.
But even if you compressed the floor, the entire floor, let's say the roof and the roof comes down to the floor, and the whole 11-foot story becomes, let's say, 2 feet, you still need a 400-foot tall pile.
Right.
Even if each floor compressed into only 2 feet.
Yeah, dematerialize something. Advanced shit, man. They're maybe testing it out and it was like perfect and they evacuated the buildings, weren't trying to kill anyone. Like, let's try this shit out, and insurance scam while you're at it. I think all the people in the building weren't meant to be in the building, because I think these guys don't try to kill anyone for, I think, karmic reasons. I don't know. It appears to be that way. Not totally sure, but it appears to be that way. Yeah.
But there are certain effects, like we were talking about in the fires in Northern California that correlate. Like another one is these cars that the tires are totally gone, and then the rims are like look like they're pulled into the ground and then about half melted. Like the rims and even the whole car, like the base of the car, looks like it was pulled to the ground and then melted into the ground. And like the temperature that forest fires reach is not enough to melt metal, like the metal those rims are made of and the cars are made of, is not enough to melt them like that. And that effect was also seen at 9/11. It almost seems like this device, in one idea, it's actually grounding the car so strongly because it's made of metal that whatever this effect is causes massive grounding with metal, and it makes it pull into the ground even more. And perhaps there is also like a heat quality of the metal melting. Now, of course, if there was only heat, even if it wasn't pulled in the ground, if there's only heat, but the thing is that the rest of the car isn't melted. It's only at the ground level. You know what I mean? Like it's only at the rims will be like half melted, but the rest of the car is not even melted at the top.
I hate to say that, but I mean, when you want to make like a blast furnace, or if you were working with ancient, metals and swords and things, in order to get something hot, you had to blow it. You had to use a bellows, to get it hotter than normal.
Yeah.
So there's no telling with a strong wind and a consistent wind underneath a vehicle how hot it can get. I mean, I'm saying there's no telling, but when you're talking about standard temperatures, you're not talking about wind-blown super flames. That's how they get things hotter, by adding, oxygen under pressure. Air under pressure makes it into a torch. So I'm not discounting that wind alone can make a standard fire into what we would call a torch. I'm just guessing. I'm not.
Well, but then the evidence shows that it was something more than that because it was so massive. I mean, like the kind of thing you're talking about randomly happening, it's kind of like the pancake theory being probable.
Well, these are like Judy would call them the toasted cars. And another interesting thing about, and it's not only the metal melting like that, there's other qualities to it that are very strange, where parts of the car are like not impacted at all. Like if a car catches fire, like there's a lot of, we've seen a lot of cars catch fire, the way that they burn, and these are not like those. They're very different.
I hate to say it, but you're describing the direction of the wind. If the wind was coming one way, it would torch in the other side of the car. I mean, I'm serious. It's not. 9/11's different. Missing materials different, but superheated fires not that crazy. Fire jumping around's not that crazy. A house getting saved is not that crazy. Certain stuff there isn't crazy. Fires are crazy to begin with, and embers and firestorms, and then they create their own wind. I mean, it's hell. But I don't know if you can stick to, fires burn at this temperature. I'm not sure. Probably not. I mean, that's how they make fires hotter for, how would they make fires hotter for metalworking and glass blowing and such? They've always done it by blowing air across, I think, to make things hotter than, what are we talking about? Normal 5, 6, 7, 800 degrees, like what do they say, jet fuel? I'm just trying to put something logistically in there, besides,
okay.
The two subjects don't belong in the same subject. That the fires and 9/11, where there's missing material, it's not the same,
Are you like saying, I'm not sure, I'm asking, like the 9/11, was it due to the jet fuel?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Thermite? Is that the Is that what you're going with, or what's the best one that you found?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, I mean, I subscribe to that too. There's like evidence of it.
So when you look at that, and you look at the way the relationships were with the insurance companies, and you look at the medical business and the insurance companies and everything that got disrupted during 2020 business wise, and the legal ramifications and lawsuits of contracts not being able to be filled. What a fucking nightmare legally. I just can't imagine. I forgot why I mentioned that, but I just think that the overall the insurance companies, when you talk about who's in on things, those are huge decisions, whether or not they're going to pay on this storm, if it's called natural disaster or not. Seems like FEMA kind of does every other storm. They kind of do nothing during one and then do way too much during the next one. Kind of like first nothing, then overkill. But it seems like the insurance companies would have to be in on some of this. Basically, because on a daily basis, they're dealing with what I'll call real life, real life expenses anyway. So
yeah, after looking at some of the details, I just posted a video by a Plain Truth. He keeps getting his channel taken down, and he did like an extensive, a lot of extensive videos on this Paradise city that was just like leveled with the porcelain gone completely, and like trees standing up right next to it. The direction of the wind doesn't really satisfy all of it, Dan. You have to really look into it to I know you're not like necessarily arguing against it. You're just trying to propose like a possible natural way this might have happened, but it really kind of, when you look at the evidence, just like with 9/11, there's no explanation that really satisfies anything.
This is Jamie Lee, right?
I forget his name.
Shelley did a whole bunch of interviews with some firemen. This was like her claim to fame. Paradise Fire.
What did they say?
Just a bunch of fishy stuff. Just like the same, same things you're saying.
So why is it that you're you're not really taking the stand against it, but you just haven't looked into it yet, or what?
I looked into something else. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that same area was where that dam was. Forget the name of that dam that had a failure up there. It's the same name as that TV show. The Seth MacFarlane space show. Well, anyway, there was a big dam failure, like around the same time. I gotta look it up. And I looked above the dam on Google Maps, and they had clear cut the mountains behind it. So the dam failure, the overfilling of the lake, was due to poor management of the deforestation. And you could see it on the map. And I'm wondering if that's part of what Gio was saying, clearing that area, because if that dam went, it would have cleared out a big path. Orville Dam, you remember? Or problems with Orville Dam? I think that's right by Paradise.
I don't know, but what does that have to do with like the use of whatever they're using to create this construction? Doesn't
I
make
was
any
talking
sense.
about insurances, and we were talking about motivation for clearing space. So I just wasn't. I was trying to associate them.
Yeah, some of those cars though, Gio, you're right. Like that doesn't really. There's like supposedly, I mean, the reports are that there was like people just turned to ash inside their cars, and then like warped metal and You know, all that with trees standing right next to it and all that. None of it makes sense with a regular fire when you really look into it.
Definitely a lot of strange things. Yeah, a lot of bizarre physical expressions that, from what I've researched, it looks like there's evidence of it at 9/11. There's evidence of it at the Oklahoma City bombing, which also had the toasted cars at the Oklahoma City. It also had like the shape of it was like cut out in the building, which we've seen that in 9/11 and even in the forest fires where there's like houses that are literally cut like in half and stuff like that, where only half of it is fried to the ground, the other half is fine. And at Oklahoma City bombing, like the entire, like a huge center section of the building was just gone. There was a little bit of rubble at the bottom. And also at the Oklahoma City situation, there were bathtubs that were sliced in half. So what kind of bomb, like if there was a bomb, they said it was a bomb, like, you know, in like a truck in the basement or whatever, or in like the under the building, you know, how would that actually like just dissolve a bathtub in half? So yeah, it was pretty interesting to see the porcelain effects at that as well, at that event. And then also at the fires in Northern California and also some other places. We've even looked at some of like Nagasaki. I mean, that's even going on a whole nother level of it in those earlier times. It looks like some of the similar effects. It's not quite as clear in those, but there's definitely some indications of it as well there. Like just the annihilation of like all the physical matter. It is freaky to think that they have this, but the thing is, if they start doing some alien invasion shit with it, and if we know they have it, then we can just be like, oh, dude, it's just you guys, you know?
And I don't know if I'm cutting out because I'm in the garage now here, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that it could be like, you know, that even with all like, you know, World War II or any of these other wars in general, you know, that this is always the presence of this alien / pounder technology is pretty much like make everybody succumb to the, you know, the realization that this is going to go one way. And then you know, the people that are doing it, whether it's us,
you are roboting now, bro. You can hear me. Yeah, you're roboting hard. Hard robot.
That was a good prediction. Yeah, so this Orville Dam thing was only 17 miles from the Paradise Fire. So it might have been part of the same clearing the paths.
And what happened at that dam?
They had a structural failure because it overflowed, and then I looked it up on Google Maps, and you could see how they cut these huge triangle deforestation logging cuts in the mountains above it. Probably so like they had mismanaged the logging, and then caused flooding. See if I can. Probably still looks like. Man, they cut the shit out of the mountains above. And they're like, gee, we don't know what happened to the dam. And it's like, well, jack shit happened to the dam. It was the mountains that couldn't hold the water anymore. I'm looking. Yeah, here it is. Wow. It's fucked up. Okay. Sure. Oh, I could probably just send you the link.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like what I was saying is just that they could have, you know, used the power of this destruction to control the world all along, obviously, and end world wars, or you know, all the world leaders could be well aware of this.
Are they just using it in world wars and calling it bombs, or maybe doing
Well, that's what we get.
a mixture?
Yeah, that's what we get. But the world leaders realize it was something more than that, and then they succumb to the, whatever decision the outer ponder / alien agenda is, because that kind of display of power you don't fuck with,
I mean, I love how you just say outer ponders. It just flows off like this outer, as if because dude, I mean, I appreciate like like your passion, your excitement for it is exciting because it's like, but like to think that like that's just like that the president's gonna get on the news and be like, well, guys, the outer ponders are coming for us.
Right? They've kind of like, Dan will tell you in the old group of people that they used to mention outer ponders just to get me on the call. Like they'll know I'm listening and they'll be like, outer ponders. And I'll be like, someone say outer ponders. And I'll come in because they're kind of kidding me in the same way about talking about it so matter of factly.
Are you kidding?
But it does seem like there has to be outer ponders.
I have the outerponders.com, the outerponds.com.
Oh yeah, Dan went off on this.
Outerponders.com and outerponds.com. I made a game called the Outer Ponders series, known as TOPS, TOPS, the Outer Ponders series of games, where there's everything from the game called The Dome is the Home, where you first identify all the continents and then where you live, and then it turns into a shoot 'em up game where you got to fight the penguins to get out. The International Police Squad, IPS, the Penguins, and so,
yeah.
So
I talked about it so much, I had people convinced, like Dan, that this is about what they're gonna do. It makes perfect sense, and other people were like, I'll post some of the memes people made in like this one I always post, and then there's some other stuff that people went off on, and the whole idea, regardless if it's true, is a great sci-fi idea, and there's got to be movies made that are depicting these outer ponders now as a more realistic option for where the aliens come from.
Well, that's kind of when you think about like Middle Earth in Lord of the Rings, that's kind of what it is. Like you've got like each of those areas, there's like the elvins, and there's all these different areas, like different, seems like massive stretches of land separated by waters. So I mean, it's hard to say exactly because obviously Lord of the Rings is more just like a mythical story in that sense. However, it has that same vibe to it where you have like an entire certain race of people and a whole other ones. And some of them are kind of friends, in a way, or they're maybe willing to be allies, but they probably didn't really have to because they were just living in peace and harmony. But then there's that whole takeover of the evil eye at the center of the world, that evil demonic thing, the Sauron or whatever, which then was unleashing all this war upon them and all that. So then you get that whole story. But I was just saying that in a way, they're all like trying to kind of defend their land from these kind of out beings from, seemingly outer lands from wherever they're at. Like the hobbits were just chilling in their place. They didn't really care to be fighting, with anyone else, or like, you know what I mean? They just were. So it's like each of those groups was kind of in their place.
Yeah. And Middle Earth was just like the center of like the center pond rather than inside the earth necessarily. Right.
Well, I think Middle Earth, I mean, that goes deeper into like what the J.R. Tolkien's original. I mean, there's even deeper myths that the Middle Earth is actually real and actually exists. But I mean, that's a whole other.
What's this on my hard drive? New Perspective Sings. What's this?
What?
New Perspective Sings, parts 1, 2, and 3.
Oh shit! Send that to me. That was at the party, huh?
You can tell me all you don't believe you won't, but I'll get my little on so many times now.
That was fun. Yeah, we had a jam. I just started kind of just improvising. But yeah, the outer pond seems like that's the case as far as their description of what Atlantis was and everything too, right? With like the center and then like the the water and these kind of rings that went outward. And there's a bunch of people like kind of jumping on that bandwagon too with some of these maps that they're coming up with outer ponds, and some of the planets being represented as ponds like Mars and Pluto and all these places could be like actual lands or ponds. And that some of the money that they're doing, like they say they're going to Mars, but they're actually going to an outer pond, maybe, is the idea. And maybe they could even excuse the funding for this, like, yeah, with all this stuff about like how we're going to survive on another planet was really building the materials to how we're going to survive in these outer ponds, or get there, or any of those kind of things could be totally revealed to be that instead. And it localizes everything, it makes it more real. And even if it's not real, it could be, their perfect excuse and the next perfect psyop to make a direct threat that doesn't have to explain how a being came here and worried about our little planet that's trillions of miles away. It takes lifetimes to get to. See, all that just like is washed away with this reveal, even if it's not a real reveal.
Well, okay, so in terms of outer ponders, how could they exist if we've never met them? What do you think about that?
Maybe.
Because it's kind of the same argument with aliens. Like if we're really in on a globe in outer space with billions of other planets, like really we've just never met them. We're just here alone this whole time. Like no one's ever. And then you get into like the idea of alien encounters. But like I'm saying, in terms of outer ponders, what ideas would you have if that's the case? If there's beings that are on land, I mean, I assume what you're talking about when you say that is that like we have the continents we know about, and we have all the kind of humans that are living here. Everyone that has a citizenship and a passport and all the bullshit. We're all living here. Now, if there's other land that the people in control have, like in the South Pacific or something like that, I assume you're not necessarily talking about that. Like that would just be like private land that they have, and they don't even tell us that it exists. I assume what you're then talking about would be something beyond that, where you're talking about like beyond Antarctica or something like that, where you're really going far out, where there's like another sun circling, like either another ring or a whole nother circle sun, something like that, where there's a whole nother world, right?
Well, yeah, it's the same kind of psychology that we go through when we think we're on a planet in an infinite universe. And the deduction is that we couldn't just be the only forms of life. There has to be other planets with life on them too. Well, if we are on a plane, possibly infinite, then why would we assume that there's only one sun and one moon for the whole extensive plane? Maybe these are just like little systems, like a bubble wrap type thing, where there's maybe even a firmament for each of them, but we're separated, and maybe through like some kind of submarine passage we could get to these outer ponds is the idea. And that would explain the USOs, like the ships coming out of the water and stuff, and like all those things. Either whether it's real or not, it could just be us that's planting these kind of ideas to make that seem real. Even if it is real, maybe we can't get there and they know about it, but they're going to like psyop us with the idea of it, because it's like the perfect deduction. Once you realize you're not on a ball, then where does the plane end? Where does even if there was a dome or an edge or something, or like a perimeter, why would we assume there's not more of the same beyond that?
It's an easier infinity than space, and a vast ice plane is, at least it's not stupidly expanding. It's just we don't know about it. If you scroll up,
they would be ancient ancestors, right? They would just be us from the past that have divided into these ponds, and then they've totally built that narrative up too with ancient aliens, and that people are accepting that. So it's like the perfect transition to like, oh, our ancient ancestors were the ancient aliens, and aliens are just from outer lands, and there we go. I mean, most flat earthers accept that that's possible. And then if they ever tried like a fake alien invasion from outer space, we'll just be laughing at it. And they know that. And there's anybody that's clued in will be laughing at it, right? So then they only have the people that are just totally dumb to some kind of outer space religion. And if they want to get everybody on the same page, they make it seem like possible, even to us,
If you guys scroll up in chat to 15 minutes ago, 9:52, I was posting all kinds of Outer Ponder shit. New perspective. My question to you is: there's no way, man, he could have made that video.
Oh yeah, that is weird. We talked about that.
There's just no way.
Yeah, I know that. I agree. Is that still available? That video?
That's up here. I just put it 9:52.
Oh yeah, yeah. Watch that video because there's this guy that was in our group that just never really had too much to
He never made
add.
any content, but him riding his
No
bicycle
content.
or doing
Yeah.
drinking beers and lifting weights or doing push-ups. I mean, the guy never
Right. Yeah. He was a funny character.
and he came up with this as if it was.
Oh yeah, I just made this video. He's the guy that when you hear Sack on here, does a great impression of him. Like he's kind of the guy that we all reference without other people and groups knowing like why it's so funny. But he had kind of like a simple mind that was saying funny things without knowing it a lot of times. But anyway, yeah, this video can't be his, but check it out. It does give it kind of a great depiction of what these outer ponds might be, or the idea of it. I can't find where you posted.
9:52. There's like bunches of images in a video. Picture you.
Yeah, it makes sense that this would be the scenario they could go with as like a possible solution to being being like the perfect marriage between the UFO thing that they've always just pretended to hide, right? They've been creating it the whole time, right? So why are they making this like something they're pretending to hide, and then why are they revealing it now, right? And then the other thing is that they had that disclosure project come out like right before 9/11. You remember that with Dr. Greer and like all these military officials and employees that were talking about seeing these UFOs, and they would testify in front of Congress about it. And one of the things that I noticed when I went back and watched some of that is the guy that talked about the 57 different species that are living amongst us as we speak. To answer your question about why we never met these people, he says they would look just like you and I, right? But he said the only thing that might distinguish them is that they could look at, they could have their eyes closed and touch something and know what color it is, and those kind of abilities, right? And then he added something very important. If this is the psyop that they plan on going with, he said we just don't have any. We can't reason that there would be another planet that might produce the same biological species looking so similar to us. Like, why would he add that in if they're trying to push this like aliens from other planets idea, and it's all like just to make us think there's aliens? Then why would he add that very special distinction that doesn't make sense that beings looking just like us would come from other planets? So it was kind of like saying that we think they come from around us here on this plane without saying it. So as far as meeting them goes, I mean, yeah, they could be amongst us right now if it's real. Even if it's not real, they could say that they've been amongst us the whole time. They're just us from, another pond. And then they wouldn't have to worry about alien costumes or, trying to CGI a bunch of stuff. They could just be like, this person's an outer ponder, and look how he dresses, and check out the green screen behind him that makes it look like he's in another world on this plane. It's a perfect psyop. And it's probably true to some extent.
It would explain white people anyway.
Yeah, it could explain the different races. Like, we all come from different ponds, and that's the reason we look so different. It just answers too many questions for like what it might actually be and what they might actually say it is, regardless of how true it is. And yeah, and then like I was saying before, like when this was all coming about, and we were talking about flat Earth and how it seemed so obvious, like I couldn't understand why they would allow it, or that if there was shills in the game, why would the shills be in the game? Like, what are they leading up to? Like, and then they had like, John Kerry and Obama or whoever else, like, rushing off to Antarctica for a special emergency meeting, and I thought, oh, they're gonna tell us the special emergency meetings with the Outer Ponders, and they had to meet them in Antarctica, and then here it is. Here's the new thing. I thought they were gonna bring it out like way, way before. I'm surprised that they would even fool with this as a thing to psyop us with, or kid us with, or gaslight us with, because it seems so obvious. Like they're not going to be able to hide this. Everyone that looks into this is going to be able to see it right away. So the only reason they would do this is because they have a better paradigm planned that works to their advantage even more. I mean,
Can someone say alien viruses?
Yeah, like all the bad shit could be blamed on the Outer Ponders too, and then there could be benevolent Outer Ponders that are saving us from the bad Outer Ponders. I mean, it's just like there's so many things they could psyop us with. I mean, the scenarios are endless. But if they try that with aliens, then they have to be like, okay, there's an alien from this planet and this galaxy, and then it comes from this. And so many of us are so laughing at space travel and all the CGI already that'll never work. That'll never work. But if they introduce it as, oh, this is the new paradigm with this new truth that totally makes way more sense to everybody on a common sense level, things you can prove to yourself, we're obviously not spending. Now we're all one world. That has to, they'd have real-time gods, with these flying ships from other lands that are just us. Then we could be like, oh, now we're reasoning with these Outer Ponders because they're human, but they have this hold on us. Like the idea of the internet, the whole thing about the internet that might have they might have realized is that it connects us all information wise, and they can't create these scenarios about other countries and just totally completely fabricate it as much as they used to be able to, because we can find out from people living in that country that it's not what they say. So the idea that now that they could have these other lands beyond what we know of, that they can totally make up every single piece of information about without us being able to know about it because the internet doesn't connect to it, is to their advantage. Like that's the perfect way to go, right? Because the information is now worldwide and it's not as easy to just fabricate everything.
I'm pretty convinced that Amelia Earhart and Admiral Charles Lindbergh, who were both private aviators at the time of the first circumnavigation, I think they're keys in the flat Earth story. Really get a feeling that they're a big part of the story. Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart, both. Because he went on, I mean, he had a really weird life, really super weird life. And the army wouldn't let him join the army, so he ended up going to China, working as a mercenary, basically. And supposedly told them how to trim his their carburetors in flight to get better distance out of their fuel range. But I think he was using regular navigation and not the Great Circle. And I think that's how he crossed the Atlantic as well. And it's an interesting aspect of it to think about the first aviators that weren't connected to government. And they both had troubles in their lives. Pretty sure it's related. I'm pretty sure their story is a flat Earth story.
Yeah, that could be. It just gives them the excuse. I mean, like the reveal of this truth just means that they can just have a heyday right now and do whatever they want, because there's no. At some point, they could just use this reveal to be like, oh, now it all makes sense and we can forgive you because it was all about the Outer Ponders, or it was all about this thing that was coming up. But it's like they can just take advantage of everything they want because they have the scapegoat already in line to give us at some point. And the fact that we have the blue beam technology, and again, the technology now is meeting the ability to create this new paradigm so easily.
Sure is wide open. The possibilities there, sure, like wide open. Hey, speaking of scripts and possibilities, imagine how much work they've done on footage, or not, on this moon mission.
What's that? You mean the one that they're gonna try to make us think that they can actually go to the moon?
If they were faking it, they've got a lot of footage ready to go. And if they were going to blow it up on the pad, all the artists would know because they never worked on the moon mission stuff. You know what I mean? There'd be a tell in there in the inside community of all the animators and artists.
Yeah, but they would. Yeah, they're all under some kind of non-disclosure agreement anyway. So, but yeah, they've got the technology also to keep the space idea going for a lot longer, with the technology to make it seem like like all they have to do is do a real Hollywood depiction of it that makes it look real. Like they could totally revive the space travel idea and make it seem a lot more believable if they wanted
That's a
to.
good point. I never really thought about that. I mean, they tried with the way the moon looks now, kind of silver and shiny. I mean, like the way the Earth looks. I mean, looks kind of, they're going to say it's higher def, but it's definitely like silver and shiny now, as opposed to full of Earth colors.
Well, when you think about it, it's almost to our advantage if they keep going in a way. Ironically, if they just continue the space lie, because we already know that that's bullshit and we can keep laughing at it. But if they go with the outer ponder thing, a lot of us are going to not know how much to believe or not believe because it fits with the paradigm that we realize, might be the case.
I don't think there's one group in charge. I think that they fight over stuff like this.
I
that's
doubt
the
that.
holes and gaps.
I don't know. I'd guess that's not the case because we are all on the same page with this pandemic. The whole world shut down the same day. I mean, I think there's definitely a word on high, a council of men that definitely have control over all the countries and everything that's happening to some degree. I mean, there may be like squabbles amongst the factions, but I think that there's definitely seems like there's a one world order already under certain regulations that they can control. I think that's what the monolith stood for. In fact, in 2001: A Space Odyssey, I think that's what the monolith is. It's the monolithic government, media, entertainment / corporate takeover that's been in existence, and that's what it is. The monolithic control over information and our reality in general.
That's cool. That movie drives me nuts. So that's as good as an explanation as any.
Yeah, and then his participation in possibly everything that was significant up since then, with the moon landings, possibly even 9/11 if he's still alive. Some of these things are directed by that same group of people that are giving us the entertainment, truth through entertainment, and lies through news and all that. The predictive programming is crazy, like that. You seen that ad, Dan? That ad with Matthew McConaughey, that he's in a hot air balloon and he's got the space helmet on, and he's like, space, the final frontier, and then he's doing like this whole space narrative, and then he goes, nah. He takes off his helmet and he's in a hot air balloon, and he's like, we got to worry about what's going down, what's happening down on Earth. And it was the total predictive programming of, this like, okay, we're not going to fool you with space anymore. And then at the same, and that was played during the Super Bowl as well as another one right at the same time with Kyle McLaughlin, or not Kyle McLaughlin, the other guy from I forget his name, but anyway, he was talking about this HD TV or something, and walking through, and they show astronauts on pulleys on strings as he's walking through it, and then he walks in front of the TV, and it makes it look like the astronauts are in space, like a blatant call out to faking space right there during the Super Bowl. Two major ads running at the same time. They're showing us how fake it all is and how we should worry about what's here on Earth. And then there was other commercials like that one with Siri a couple Super Bowls ago, where they have that woman that's in the past, and they're talking about, like, if someone says, "So what's new?" And the woman's like, "Well, the Earth is flat," but they get away with it with both interpretations because she's so, primitive, and it's back in the day, she might actually think that, but the way she said it is so matter of fact. And there's just been tons of nods towards that. Even the NBA players coming out and talking about it. Shaquille O'Neal, he's a Mason. I mean, he's not saying that on accident. He's not saying it because he thought, oh, I'm just going to fuck with people. I think those things are very, slowly being injected into the narrative that we can eventually accept this idea.
Very hard to say for me. I still think Mark Sargent's Mark Sargent. I got.
Well, why would they put him on TV? Why would they pay any? If they really were all about protecting the space narrative forever, why give any attention to it? Right? It's not because we're just so, such a large group that want to know about this now. Like, the best way that they could hide it, if they really wanted to keep the space narrative going, is just to ignore anyone saying anything about it. But they feed into it. They put a thing on Netflix, even if that's supposed to be a hit piece. It wasn't so bad that it made it look like these people are completely crazy. They could have totally made it look bad. They could have had like a school shooter be a complete flat earther and like build his whole thing up and then have him be like some criminal. They haven't done that. They could have done a lot to make us more criminalized and, outed, and made it seem like we're just like a complete threat to society. Then they haven't done that. Why?
Because we fit the ridicule. They can go after the gun people for that. We fit the ridicule rule. They can laugh at us, and there's value.
They're not laughing at us. Most people that look into it realize we're right. So it's too risky to do it that way.
But I mean, ever since the Obama mention, I think that was the predictive programming. Don't listen to them. Don't listen.
Yeah, but what they wouldn't have, no one would even know about it unless Obama mentioned it. That was the big clue in that people even thought there was a flat Earth society or any of that. People didn't even realize it existed until he said it 5 times. And the way he said it, some of the wording, if you go back and listen to everything that he says, he's like, some people might think the world is flat, and that might be newsworthy. Like, he didn't say, like, and then the whole thing with Trump coming back with the truth, and then Flynn, what's his name, came out total flat Earth. He's that guy's not. He's got a lot of people that listen to what he says. That was actually scary because I thought, okay, now they're gonna just totally tie in flat Earth with the QAnon shit and make us seem like crazy in that way, but they haven't used it that much yet. They did tie us with the vax deniers.
Pretty
but not
heavily.
like over the top. Not over the top.
It was over the top. It was. We're dangerous, anti-science. They're calling us anti-science.
Right, but now that there's a lot of people that realize that, and there's going to be more and more that realize that we weren't told the truth about that. So tying it in with that might be to their advantage if they wanted to eventually reveal this and use it.
I don't know if we can believe anything anywhere.
Obviously, yeah, no. can't. I'm not saying we could believe it. We would believe it. We're not going to believe the outer ponder scenario, even if we think there's outer ponders.
Yeah, but see, it also comes down to like who proves it. Because I mean, it's kind of interesting. Like, and for whatever reason, they were able to get the globe lie over onto people. But what's interesting is that now that people are so into that mindset, for them to come out of that and to come onto a stationary, planar, flat Earth, dome realm, whatever, in that sense, like the ancient just cosmology understanding since the dawn of time, just that the ground is the ground, it's the foundation. You've got the X, Y, Z. What I'm saying is that for someone to come to that conclusion, they are going to have to go through such a process where, I think overall they're going to want proof of that. And so if you're saying that the people in power are going to reveal it in some way, they would then have to prove it. But if someone else proves it and they don't, well, then now it's pretty obvious that they were not authentic about revealing it and that they're just co-opting and trying to damage control.
But people have proven it. We've all proven it. It's obviously not a ball for tons of reasons. And if it's not a ball, it's flat, right? That's not really like there's like proving it, the whole thing is flat, because we don't know what the whole thing is. That's not even like really even an option. Like, we can't prove. How are we supposed to know what the whole thing is?
You mean the universe?
No, I mean the Earth. Like, even if a group of outer pond, or not outer ponders, group of flat earthers went out and showed shit that here's the perimeter. We're showing it to you. Here's the firmament. That's not proof. It's just people saying it. I mean, even that could be fake. So like the fact that people can prove it to themselves just by realizing that the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you're not, says it all right there. All they have to do
I think there's maybe
logical statement.
Yeah. Well, this is why SE Montreal, he asked people like, what is proof in that sense, to you, so because there's definitely different variations of that in terms of what people might, but what I would say is that I don't think we do have full validation yet of the surface of the Earth.
No. But
full
we know it's not a ball, though. We're very, very sure it's not what they're telling us. If it's not a ball, then what? It's got to be flat. I mean, it's not like we're talking about a pyramid or, you don't have to define the whole thing to realize that it's a planar surface, just like we all experience.
What if it's planar sections that are just rendered by your consciousness when you go into that region?
That's another idea.
And everything else is just through consciousness. Like right now, we're just talking through voice. But
that's more metaphysical.
Your world, it is more metaphysical, but it's like your world is not rendered for me right now at all. It's rendered for you, whatever environment you're in, the room you're in, all of that. You're rendering that in your brain, but I'm not even rendering it. But we're just talking like through the ether directly.
Yeah, and that they may play with those ideas. They may just give us a bunch of different scenarios, and they may just let it be like this alien invasion could be interpreted as the outer space or outer ponders, and they just don't know, and they're not trying to give us a definitive answer, because then they could just like play us against each other still with this argument of where they came from.
It seems to me that the only options, if they expose anything, it's to continue to hide God. Otherwise, they'd expose it as being God.
Well, they might use that. They might say it was God, and here we go. Now, the chosen one was Trump, and he has a connection to God, and God's the outer ponders, or God's this, or they could just play with all kinds of ideas.
Trump is the outer pond God,
right?
Oh my
and that's
gosh.
where Jesus came from. That's why Jesus, so you get to go to the outer pond. If you continue your existence, then your ethereal being gets to go back to the source that is actually a real place here on earth. And that's where Jesus came from. Here's the second coming.
So you're
all
saying
only
if you have a high enough social credit score, of course.
Right. There you go. that type of thing, right? Heaven and hell. Heaven outer pond, hell outer pond.
You get to ascend in the
Right.
new world religion where they left the globe behind and
Right. Everybody's
Oh, you know
lining
what I
up
thought
for
too?
their judgment in reality. It's not just like a soul judgment. It's like in this reality, now we're going to line up and be judged.
You know what I thought too is the idea that they would say that they are God.
Yeah, sure. The outer ponders. That's where they come from.
That they would reveal it and then essentially say that they are the creators of it.
Or the lineage of the creators. Yeah.
That probably happened before. That's why we have the gods in history. Probably happened before. Who are you guys? Look, I can make fire. Whoa, you must be a god. Yeah, well,
Right. Yeah. Magnetism. Yeah.
people are in the U-Haul here. I'll be back in a minute. And the 12 of you camp out for a while. Use up
Right.
some resources. Right.
It's just such an endless possible, psyop. The potential is crazy. I mean, if they don't, it's their best move, regardless if they use it or not. I think they've thought about it, and this seems like the only thing that makes sense that they would, if they rolled out flat Earth, that's the only thing that makes sense is why they would do it, because they have this new perfect, endless supply of psyops in their pocket to use to present with the new technology that they can then, present to us or use on us.
Robot Jesuses. Your own personal robot.
I just think that in any way for the people in power right now to reveal that the Earth is not a globe is such. I mean, that's just like a sword to the heart in the dragon. That's it. Like, there's no more getting past that. Like, the dragon has been slayed. I mean,
that's why they have to get ahead of it, though. That's why they have to get ahead of it and do it.
I just don't even think they
make
can.
it their review.
They might think they could as like a backup plan, but I think that the globe is so foundational to like the entire world right now. Like, it's taught to children as the foundation. The very government through NASA and all the rest of it has been backing 100%. They've been having on all the news stations, oh, look at this James Webb telescope shit, claiming that they've been taking billions of dollars from people, literally billions upon billions. It's so much money. It's such a huge thing that they've claimed, and it's so integrated into our society and who we are, that if this were to come out, I can't see any other way in which it would not foundationally change humanity on multiple levels. I think ultimately for the positive, because I think the truth always sets us free, and the truth is always good and always positive. So, but however, that doesn't mean there won't be some turmoil as well. And essentially the old system, the evil parasite starting to lose its power and lose its grip. And it may lash out a little bit in some moments, which is sad to think that they might, who knows, like with the directed energy weapon stuff or the fake alien invasion or World War III shit. I mean, I don't think that's going to be anything that's going to like take out massive areas of Earth, but unfortunately, I mean, we already know that stuff exists, because they've done World War II and World War I and all that anyways, but I hope there's none of that, of course, but I don't know. These guys are pretty wicked, and they've already got all these people willing to fight in their militaries. So it's kind of all, unfortunately, the cards are all aligned for those people to go along with probably a lot of stuff they're told to do.
But if they do use it, it's like almost the worst case scenario for us when you think about it. Like if they say it's outer ponders and they revealed the flat Earth, and then they're still in power, they have the perfect excuse. They can say it was to protect us. They can say the funding was for something else, and they have all of that, and that's why they're privatizing it so that it's not the government thing now. And I heard they even on Facebook, for the Space Force's Facebook, has flat Earth memes on it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about that. Like, could they somehow start to claim that there was like a corrupt part of the government? And they're taking them to trial, and they could maybe set up a whole fake trial with crisis actors and, make it a whole thing. All right, guy, we're getting rid of the evil and cleaning up the swamp and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
But honestly, that would
it gives them the excuse to take advantage of us all the more up until that point. Like they could just like totally like run rampant because they have that scapegoat in their back pocket ready to use.
I like that narrative. I like that storyline. I think the creator has created that because I think there's like infinite parallel realities that all exist. simultaneously. So yeah, there's no doubt that is a reality. I don't know that it's the one I'm headed into. Well, I would say it's not the one I'm headed into, is what I meant to say. I don't think that's the one that's in my kind of timeline, as it were. However, that is an interesting outcome if they were to do that, to just reveal it and then out NASA and try to out all the space agencies. Then what? They'd have to like really throw Elon Musk under the bus, right? He's been built up to the wealthiest man in the world, and he's leading SpaceX. So if they went that direction, they would have to he would have to be just the low of the low at that point.
Well, like somebody said earlier, he could he could be the star of it and be like, yeah, I realized it was fake. That's why I put the Tesla car in space and showed you how stupid it was. I was a big part of you figuring this out. Yeah. So they could spin it however they want. Like, think about it. Okay, if they're able to get
all
Trump
into
back,
space, though. I mean, he's already completely come out in his professional life that absolutely they're going to space. It's all real, the whole night, So I mean, he's full bought in. He can't reverse now without his entire integrity just being tanked.
well, unless he says it's all about the reason it's privatized now is that the people that are in the know are actually going to these outer ponds, and that's his connection.
That's the real space.
Mars is a place to go to, literally.
Oh yeah, they went
think
to
about
Mars.
it. Nobody's going to get on it. I think 9 out of 10 people that actually were thinking they're going to go on a spaceship to Mars. As soon as they get in the ship, they're going to chicken out. Nobody is brave enough to do that. Nobody. Even if they think they are and they're totally convinced that this is a place to go, nobody wants to go there. But if they make it out of pond,
you got to use your best Arnold voice. Nobody's going to Mars.
Nobody's going. No, but think about it. Like if they see it as a paradise that's already set up with buildings and places to go. Like if they see it as a vacation spot, then they'll get people to go, whether it's real or not.
I think they're just going to ride out the fake empire until the wheels burn off.
Could be that too.
Like they're just going to run it into the ground, and the lies are just going to be exposed more and more. I think they're going to slip up more and more. Some of the events they're going to pull in the future, I think, are going to be some huge mishaps. So you know how they've pulled a lot of this shit off so perfectly? Like, pretty much. Like JFK, when you think about it, it's pretty shoddy, but I mean, it's still pretty good. It convinced most people at least. And then you've got the moon landing thing, which, believe it or not, did convince people. I mean, I think back then that was like different because shit on TV all looked fake. So how would they have known, really? You know what I mean? Like everything was so fake back then on TV. Like the acting and the setups and stuff was just so obvious. Like nowadays, it's way more photorealistic. But back then, and so I'm just saying, when they saw the moon landing, most people were like, "Oh yeah, I guess they're on the moon." And there were a lot of people that even didn't believe it then. But I'm just saying they pulled that one off pretty decent considering. And then 9/11, they pulled that one off considering, like, at least to what their plan was. I mean, obviously, a lot of us see through it and there's a lot of questions, but it did seem like they pulled it off quite well. And then the scamdemic thing, not so good. That was kind of a little bit of a mess, whatever they fucked up on that. I don't know what they did. I think they changed routes in the middle of it, but that's a whole topic in and of itself. But that one, I think, was a pretty big blunder. And now they've got a whole different situation on their hands in terms of people's mindsets and just the way that, the juice thing, the way they pushed that so hardcore, like enough people were like, why is this being pushed like an infomercial with such a ridiculous, and I know some people went with it, but I'm just saying a lot more people were questioning, like, why is this so coordinated, and they shut the whole world down in a coordinated way as well. So I think there's a lot more questions now. And so whatever events are coming up, I think they have even less of a statistical chance that they'll pull it off in any way that's going to be very convincing.
But they know, like, they planned 30, 40 years ahead, 50, maybe 100 years ahead. So like they knew possibly even when they did the moon landing that they were going to like eventually reveal this and use this as a way of like gaslighting us or revealing a bigger truth and showing how fake it was. But I think they're sophisticated enough to even like know that the pandemic, the way that they did it was way over the top on purpose so they could have their Fauci fall guy and all of that's like way already planned, like way ahead of time. Like they knew that. It's not about like whether we actually buy it or not. That doesn't mean anything to them because all they have to do is just state a statistic of how many people bought it, even if nobody bought it. They could just say 99% of the people have believed it, and then people will think that's the case, even if they are not believing it themselves. They assume their neighbor did because of what they said on TV. Once they have a control over like the major source of information, they create the reality no matter what people think. They don't pull off anything based on what we do or don't buy. They just say we bought it. All they have to do is say that we did, even if we didn't, because people are going to go along with what they think the majority is. And they use that. They use the reveal of the truth to package something else. Like why would they put Fauci on TV being questioned about this if they really wanted to protect the truth? Or why would they go over the top with it in such a blatant way when they didn't need to? And then it makes it seem like they have to like balance it and make it seem like we still have a say. Like, oh, okay, yeah, we didn't buy it. They couldn't get away with it. And then, like the voting thing, like, and not to get into that subject, but they have to make it seem like our vote still counts. So they do this whole thing with Florida with the hanging chads and the recounting of the votes, like as if that.
Yeah, dude, that's probably not
anyway.
to even brush.
Sorry. Yeah,
Honestly.
you know what I'm saying though. Like all these things.
I hate to
very
even have to
detailed.
say that, but yeah, YouTube's just bullshit.
But all these things could be like very fake, a fake on top of a fake, right? So that seems like we still have power. That's the other thing. They have to keep the illusion alive. And ironically, it might be the only thing that we have to our advantage is that they somehow have to keep the illusion going. Because if they give up on us buying the illusion, then they're just going to flip the game board and do some kind of weird, crazy shit that might be really bad for us. That's the ironic part about it. It's almost better for us if they keep these scenarios going rather than go with the outer ponder psyop, because then that's like a real fucking bad thing they could use as a way of making it even worse for us. So I'm saying this is great. The fact that we can see through it without all that. The fact that we can see through it now is as good as it gets, maybe.
I actually agree. New perspective. I think you're unequivocally that's the best take. For real, that's been my understanding for the last few years. I got all my ideas of being a revolutionary really out of my mind. Realized that it's probably best that we stay exactly where we are. And I'm glad that Eyebrow leaves now when he comes in and I start talking and then he leaves. I'm glad about that.
Yeah, thank God.
And not that I want to push him away, I just mean that like he doesn't enjoy like trying to do that troll thing to me for some reason. I just find it funny. Like he will talk to me, but I just he's the only person that's a global coming here, and I'm like I'm gonna oppose him every time.
Yeah, I'm sick of that. It's so stupid. Like go along with the consensus. It's better to be right as wrong as a group, as long as you're a group.
It's the weirdest laugh ever, isn't it? It's like
it is.
I hope it was me or you anyway that scared him away.
I call them out whenever I get a chance.
Mm-mm.
Anyway, but yeah, it does seem like that. They hate that we. They hate that we know that we see through it. That's the worst for them. That there's a certain group of people that can talk to each other that see through the bigger psyop, and that they're not using that to their advantage. Like it'd almost be worse if they did use it to their advantage, because they could then define what flat Earth is, and then we'd be still fighting them. And people would be like, "What are you talking about? They told us the Earth is flat. What are you complaining about?" And we'll be like, "No, they're saying it's this, and it's not. It's still not what they're saying." And like it'll be so ironic if that's the situation we're put in.
What would be funny is like, because they can't really do anything to us and they can't kill us, they can't, you know what I mean? Because we're constantly saying shit where like, if we were to like die in a weird way, like people would be like, he was the one guy right there that everyone knew. He did say that type of shit is what would happen.
Right.
And I just find it funny that like this is like I was thinking, how could they like punish all of us in some sick sadistic way without harming us? And I was like, bro, imagine getting fucking like kidnapped, right? You wake up on a private jet that's like really, really, really nice, nice private jet, and you end up going to some like crazy location, right? You get there and they just show you like all of the fucking shit that is out there. They just show you it all. They give you access to it all. You're like chilling in the underground fucking base, bro, smoking a joint. Like you just wake up and there's a cognac and a joint there. They come and get you. They take you to this big fucking room. Looking at shit
like you found the key, like okay, you figured it out, you win,
bro,
you get to be a part of us now. Like that's the other thing. Like I thought about like what about
not like that, bro.
Have you ever seen that Saturday Night Live clip?
I'm not finished. It's very. I'll clean it up quickly. But basically, the point is that they show you it all, right, and like you experience it for like as a prisoner for like about a week, and they just make sure they show you that they vindicate you to the best degree, right? And then like you just wake up back in your own fucking house, like, and you never hear nothing from them ever again. No evidence of it. All you've got are your memories, and it's just like that's all you've got.
That's the scenario that we've heard about with the UFO people. Sometimes they're like, "Oh, I was taken to this, and I was shown their lands, and then I was put back in my bed."
But imagine the funny bit is the reason they did it is because they were already into aliens. So the only guy that ever gets abducted is the guy that previously told everyone that people are being abducted. So
right, and it'll always seem crazy because like the story has just got to be completely so beyond what people will believe that they don't mind him saying it because it's beyond belief.
Bro, so me and you, Geo, Witsit, all of us, we all get kidnapped. And they fucking show us the flat earth. And we've all got a story we got to go back to the Globers with to be like, right, guys, you're not going to fucking believe
right, like exactly. Now these people are all like, yeah, the psyop is that we've been shown the truth completely, and they'll never believe us then because then it's just too out of the ordinary. It's too extreme. The story is too extreme to ever believe. So we'll instantly be deemed crazy because of the truth of what actually happened to us. That'd be.
You want to know the truth? I'm trying to give them the idea to do it because I'll be honest, I'm okay with that happening. Because I'd be okay with just being vindicated and being quiet. I'll be like, all right, cool. Check me.
Well, I've thought about like, what about the outer ponders that are listening to us, right? Like, there's actually a benevolent outer pond. Like, they end up like, okay, these people deserve. They figured it out. Kind of like the Star Trek, like the
Team
Prime
7.
Directive is like they can't reveal themselves unless we realize that they exist. So if we set a beacon out with a call to the outer ponders to help us from this overlord, that this society that's so destructive, and then we get to like, we get the golden ticket to go there and live 3 times as long or whatever. But Geo, what's the Saturday Night Live thing you were talking about?
Maybe that's why they don't want no one to go to Antarctica or anywhere near it, because they might see them and then they might see us if we're over that way. Anyway, continue. Sorry, Geo. Go ahead. I didn't realize he was trying to speak then. Oh yeah, fuck, I did interrupt him, yeah.
There was one Saturday Night Live skit where the aliens that came were all women, and they had cured all kinds of disease and war.
No way.
And aggressiveness, and as part of their way to tame men, their eyes had moved down to at the end of their
no way.
Because guys have been staring at their tits so much they couldn't get their attention. So evolution had moved their eyes out to the end of their.
That's absolutely brilliant.
So they're doing a press interview, and they're going, "Well, we can save your planet," and the press is asking questions like, "When it gets cold, can you see better?"
that's okay. Oh, bro, I watched this like weird program years ago, right? And it had New Perspective will clearly know what it is. I reckon he's a type. Anyway, it was like weird. It was like they had like sexual organs, and they were like in these seats, right? And it was like some weird like group in all in these weird seats, very sci-fi-esque, very like spaceship room-esque looking. This location. Anyway, they had these like things that remind you of like, I don't know, like a vagina attached to like a tube, and it's got like buttons on it, and like I don't know what really happened in it. I just caught this like one scene. I know it was my mum watching it, and I've always wanted to see it since. And it was like information mixed with like the idea of like pleasure and the sex. It was really weird. The people in it look very like 1950s, 1960s maybe, like, the clean cut nuclear town type deal to it as well. The women look like that, like their cuts and their hair and everything. Oh, what was it called? I thought I had more details, I'll be honest, in my brain that I could bring out, but I don't.
I really want to hear what Gio was going to say about the Saturday Night Live thing, but also I just put a couple of them in the live stream that talked about the pandemic and the way that we might laugh at it. Like, they're actually, like I've said from the start, like if they have to have somehow of telling us the truth in a way on Saturday Night Live to keep the illusion going. Like that's the mark of like, okay, now they're gonna tell us the truth in a kidding way, and they have to keep the illusion going that way. And they totally do with those two I just put in there. Like there's some product called Always Positive, and another thing where they're talking about the thing at the, the tests at the dinner, and it's really uncomfortable. Like, and then, right when this came out, when the lockdown happened, they had that Pete Davidson saying only flat earthers are going to be, on the streets tonight, or like that, like basically tying flat earth directly to the people that might be aware that this is a scam.
Could you tell me this quickly? I'm going to play the video. Can you tell me if it's coming through my mic? It shouldn't, but it did somehow the other day, and it's a headset. But just let me know, and then I'm going to try and mute the mic locally on the microphone and tell me if it continues after or not.
Worn down, sick of the endless grind at work, exhausted by your family, desperate for some.
Can you hear the video?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Does it sound like literally like I'm a bot playing it?
No, it sounds pretty good.
That's what I mean, like a bot. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird, bro. I've ended up with a headset that's wired to where if I play a video in Discord, it plays through my thing. That could be quite fucking useful.
Yeah, that's good actually.
I know.
As long as you're not like on the air playing some kind of funky porn in the background.
Yeah, obviously not. Wait there. So if I mute my mic.
Peace and quiet. Then ask your doctor about COVID.
Could you hear it then?
Yep.
Perfect.
Bro, even so, if I mute myself, you guys can hear it too. So if I mute my microphone, so it's definitely an internal thing because I'm muting the microphone. In fact, let me remove it altogether.
By simply getting COVID, you're guaranteed a 5 and sometimes even 10-day vacation from all of life.
Could you hear that?
Yep.
So yeah, I pulled the mic out of the headset. It's literally feeding what's on my screen through the audio. That's pretty fucking cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, that's awesome. Like I can obviously stop it pretty easily if I want to. Just
weird. I want to hear Gio's Saturday Night Live reference though. Still, and by the way,
he went on mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crack, I sent you a DM recently. Did you get that?
I can't get into my DMs right now. So.
Oh shit, that's weird.
Yeah, I can't. That's what I mean. I don't know whether it's yeah. No, that can't be the reason why. No, I can't get onto my DMs because I think it's because of the scroll thing. On the left hand side of your thing, your Discord on desktop. Well, you can scroll up and down, right? And then that's how you do that or whatever. I couldn't scroll up, and then now I just left my keyboard to like run out of battery or whatever, as well. So I'm sort of stuck like here, in a way. There's a couple of things I can do.
So you can't see the little like
I
bubble
could click
at the very top where you click on it, all the names come up.
No, there's not one there. That's what I mean.
Weird.
I'd have to scroll with the wheel on the mouse to go. I could click on your name, though. I could click on your name, click message, right?
And then you can get to it.
But if I do that, for some reason, I can't get back to the server.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. I just got to get. Yeah, I'm sort of stuck here. I'll look at it in a little bit though. I'm charging up my phone right now. I just can't fucking move off of this thing because I fucked up the other day and then I couldn't even get into a server.
Gio, are you still there?
Why don't you bring the virtual keyboard up on your computer?
Because it doesn't have a scroll wheel on it anyway. I already did that. So it won't let me scroll it up the icon list, and usually there's a button at the top that will say new, but it ain't there, so I can't click it to get to the top.
Yeah, but if you've got your
And then
virtual
if I
keyboard up,
do go to
you
the
can
top anyway, I
you
won't
can
be able to
click the
scroll
up
back
arrow
down
to
to it.
scroll up. Can you not?
No, it don't work. I can't get the
Oh.
cursor to go onto it. I know what you're on about. I can't
Yeah.
get a cursor to go onto it. To then I've tried doing it with a mouse and then following it on. It won't work. And then if I click on the top to go to the very top, then you can't scroll back down. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm alright. Oh shit! Why did I put that?
I got a phone call. I'll be back.
That was weird. All right. Highlander, where'd you say you were from again? In Scotland, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, but where in Scotland? I mean, I know it's Scotland. I'm just saying, like, where?
I'm actually in the Isle of Lewis at the moment.
That was it. Yeah, you were telling me you were, like, before.
Yeah, but my actual home and my partner and that are actually in a place called Thurso, which is the very top of the mainland.
Yeah, it's like the furthest point north you could go, isn't it?
Almost. Yeah.
Other than the island, right?
Yeah, and I'm on one of the islands in Outer Hebrides because for work reasons.
Cool, man. What do you do as a job? Do you work in, like, natural gas or something?
No.
No? Alright, fair enough.
I actually work in hygiene.
I don't believe that. You're a right dirty fucker. It's a joke.
Yeah, I actually work with some pretty dangerous chemicals.
Yeah? What do you work
Yeah.
with?
Chloroform, acid.
Cool.
Yeah.
You know, it's super easy to make chloroform. Oh, Crystal's here. Yo, Crystal. What up?
No, it's not the. It's chloroform, not chloro. Yeah, there's no O at the end of chlor. If you see what I mean, it's not that stuff that you put on your face and knocks people out.
Oh, that's what I was on about. That's easy to make. I thought you said, you
Yeah,
said
it's-
chlorophyll. Or did you say?
It's chloroform.
Chloroform. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's spelled the same, but it doesn't have the O at the end of chloro. Yeah. So
Chlorophyll. I get it now, yeah. Give me literally 1 second. Right. Sorry about that. So, Crystal, Since you're here, go on, do your British accent for me. Alright, you bloody wanker. Go on.
Blimey, alrighty. Bellend, who do you think you are? The Queen's King? Bellend?
Why do you say that's a British accent?
It's fucking.
I was told to speak the Queen's English.
It's fucking brilliant.
That sounds like a cartoon character.
I love it.
It's an English accent.
It's pretty. I don't know if it's anything I've ever heard an English person sound like, but stereotypical, like an image of, an imagination of, just the best impression of a satire, stereotypical English person that exists is what Crystal can do.
It's funny.
What you say, bloody bad? Do it again. I don't know. I love it. With that inflection in it, yeah.
Shut up! I'm trying to cook and I can't do it.
I should have fucking recorded it so I can have it on a soundboard. Like, I can't even record it. No, I literally can't.
Oh, those are good.
I'm not even skilled enough. No, I have got the skills, just not the equipment. Sorry, how was that?
That was good. That sounded like a character, like from a cartoon series or something.
Right? Exactly. You get it. Did you not think it was English enough for you, Highlander, or British?
No, it's definitely an English accent.
Just really out there, right? Like,
I just think it's funny when people say it's a British accent.
What is it?
There's so many different accents in Britain. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, there's so many different accents just in England alone. Really.
Hey, pal. Definitely. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's fucking crazy.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. There's like my blood. Like, I'm Scottish, right? Anyway, I'm not English at all. Like, I love it when people start slagging England off and that, and I'm like, yeah, I agree in it. I just agree with people. The Americans like to do that occasionally, but yeah, like, England has the weirdest and largest variation from north to south of accent. Like, it's insane the amount of variation. In the accent. If you compare it to like a landmass the size with a people with a population the size of America, like it's even uncomparable to that. Like, America's accent different from south to north is really minimal comparatively.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching a video where this guy was saying, let's say, for example, we could travel back in time. Yeah, he said even if you went back to just the times of Shakespeare, we wouldn't be able to communicate with those people because the English language is so different. It's fucking mad.
Yeah, that's
I can do
very
two
true.
American accents.
Go on. You are American, aren't you? I'm joking.
No,
Don't worry. I know you're not. I'm playing. Scott, go ahead. Australian.
Okay, first of all, if you think for one moment, sir, you think you're gonna bring the Queen's tea back? No, we got rid of that shit in the 1800s, motherfucker.
Not bad. Fuck, a whole dialogue going on. You need to start making some clips like it. Can you do two different ones, or was that both of them? Or are we to receive another little gem?
I can try a southern one.
Yeah, go ahead. Crack on.
Hey, Cletus, brother, how about y'all go down to the store, get some guns, and I get the moonshine, brother?
funny. Yeah. If you, yeah, that would be. I don't know how to put it. What would that be? It's not cultural appropriation, obviously. I'm trying to think of like the newest wokey term that you could. Like, it's like a form of caricature or stereotyping that is almost offensive, but luckily it's of white people, so it's okay. According to the world, I mean, not my view. I just think all of it's fine, and we can be as appropriating as we want with cultures. If I want to wear a fucking sombrero, I will. But yeah, I love it. It's caricature. It's brilliant. Hey, Cletus. I want to get the girls and you get the shine. And not the black guy, if you know what I mean. The American.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I'm trying to make a lasagna.
Oh, lasagna.
What was that, Highlander?
I love lasagna.
Oh yeah, if it's done right. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think Crystal can actually cook though as well.
I can, yeah.
I'm really good at cooking.
Please tell me you're making your own cheese sauce and not just adding something from a jar.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
No.
I made everything else though, so it counts.
Oh man, the cheese sauce is the best part.
Wait, you made pasta sheets, but you didn't make cheese sauce.
Well, yeah, I make a lot of dough.
Bro, what the fuck?
I don't buy store-bought pieces. I make dough. It's very simple. It takes like an hour. You can make it for like 2 weeks.
I know that. I know how to do it. I'm just saying, why wouldn't you make the cheese sauce too? I know how to do that too. I do both. You've let everyone down, and you let yourself down, but mainly, you let down God, right? By the way, that was really harsh. I didn't mean that at all, obviously.
Don't worry, at the end of the day, we're all going to be judged by God separately. And I'll tell God to cook his own pasta.
Man, God eats the spaghetti god. What's that religion with the spaghetti monster in the sky?
That's not a religion. That's just people from Birmingham.
I thought that was just a thing that FTFE came out with.
Oh, fuck him.
I'd never heard of this spaghetti monster in the sky before he said it.
Well, yeah, man, it's like meant to be a religion. I guess that's Birmingham.
Huh?
You know, people from Birmingham follow it, apparently. Yeah, that was a good one.
That kind of explains it then, doesn't it?
Definitely. I reckon people that... You ever hear of Kanyeism?
Is that the people that follow Kanye West?
Yeah, man. Yeah, mental. Really mad. He is kind of weird, though. One day I saw him on that Kim Kardashian thing.
Yeah.
Someone had it on a woman in the family. And, bro, he was on the episode. So that's the only reason I really paid any attention. There was this weird scene, right, where they were in this amazing Latin village in, like, Panama or Colombia or somewhere like that. It was beautiful. Anyway, they were staying in this absolutely amazing, like, villa / like, old, very, very old, like, townhouse type thing near the beach. Right on the edge of, like, this very, like, private community type thing. And basically... And yeah, so basically, they were going to like a crazy event where it's like an amazing dance with all the flamenco, really crazy flowers, fruit everywhere, that type of deal, right? And the dress has got sent to the wrong place, and his daughter and like his daughter and like some other couple of girls had nothing to wear. And I kid you not, this dude was like, "Oh, that's alright. Like, we'll just throw in like a long t-shirt." She's like, "You can't wear a long t-shirt." And so he went and got this like big, like bulky ass long t-shirt from a shop. Got two of them. Got a pair of scissors, bro. Folded the t-shirt up in a weird way. Made like two weird cuts. Unfolded it. Started like folding it in another position. Like made loads of little cuts in it. Cut a few bits out. Pulled a few bits out. And he like pulled it inside out. And it literally turned into like this amazing dress, bro. Like that was like made out of t-shirt material that was cut, and it was like amazing geometric pattern. And he put it over the top of like another top, and I kid you not, it was like amazing. And then he did it like, and I was like, bro, what? Like, and he like did it again, like done another one for another person that looked different, and I'm just like, what did I just watch this man do? Like, it was like weird, bro. And I was like, maybe people saw that because it was kind of like, you know, next level.
Yeah, but did he not study? Did he not study fashion and design though?
I don't know, man. He was talented though. That's all I'm saying.
That would kind of explain that.
I've watched quite a lot of fashion design competition shows, and like he was, yeah. What I saw him do was like, I've never seen anyone else like do that. It was unparalleled, like what he was doing. Really, really, like just crazy. I've seen other people try stuff like it, but never do it the way he did it. Look at that. Matrix is in the house. Matrix Media J-Way. How you doing, bro? You good? Oh, he's muted.
My check.
You all good, mate?
I'm good, bro. I'm high and drunk as a motherfucker, bro. What's going on?
I'd say it is literally 3 in the morning for you.
I mean, if you ain't high and drunk, I don't know what the fuck you doing up at this time, bro.
True. That's true. Yeah. Unless you just woke up in England because it's only 8:30 or 8:13. But you know. But yeah, Kanye was definitely talented.
Maybe he knew how to do that because he does that for himself. Maybe he dresses up like that himself in private.
Mate, that's a hypothesis. I don't know.
You just never know.
I wouldn't tell the people that follow Kanyeism about that. They would. I don't know how they might be accepting, but they might be annoyed with you. I mean, like, that's their god, after all. Like, if someone made a religion about you and you're a celebrity, you would have to just come out and be like, people do not follow me. It is wrong. I am not a deity. Like, come on. It's sus if you don't do that, innit?
Yeah, it does seem a bit, delusional to let them worship you as a fucking god.
Definitely. Very, very weird. It's all about money, money, money. On the street, they always say it's not. Wait, where did I put that? Have you seen the new £50 notes that are plastic? Have they made them yet or not? I swear I saw one. No, I'm tripping. You still get the Scottish pound, like £1 notes. Highlander.
What did you say?
I said you still get the Scottish £1 notes.
Nah, they've been out of circulation for a time. I mean, you could probably buy a couple on eBay if somebody's selling them, but yeah, we haven't used pound notes for a long time.
I can't really use headphones, play things through them. That's just weird.
From everyone. So my doctor suggested I get COVID, and it
That's so weird.
The doctor suggested she got COVID.
That SNL thing, I don't know if you watched it or not. I need to what new perspective chucked it in there. Oh, it's like a comedy thing.
Hey, I've got a question. Hello?
The answer is no.
Well, I was going to ask if Yorkshire tea was the best tea, but apparently it's not.
See, told you the answer is no.
What's that? What is it? Was that what you were actually going to say, or was that just a
No, that was what I was going to say.
quip? That was all you were going to say?
Yeah. I'm grating cheese right now.
What type of cheese is it?
Parmesan? I don't know.
Really? Parmesan cheese, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Got
'Cause
another
it melts
type?
better.
But you got another type?
Yeah, I'm gonna put. I haven't got it out yet. Oh, mozzarella.
Okay,
I'm
that's
grating
okay.
mozzarella, and I'm gonna put parmesan on the top.
Good, alright. Because if you were putting only mozzarella, and I would have been like, well, where are you getting your cheese from? Because mozzarella objectively is not even cheese, it's just milk. But it's like nearly cheese, I guess. But yeah. The Parmesan will add an actual cheese flavor to it. If not, you want to use some extra mature cheddar. Extra mature cheddar. Extra mature, you know what I mean, brother? That be the time when you give the extra matureness over to the cheddar, you know what I mean, my friend? I mean, I have to tell you what you want to have to do with the cheese, my brother.
My cheddar.
My cheddar, brother, what you say? What you
Do I
say?
cook it with the foil on or off first?
Me finna to tell you what you have to do with the foil on the hot to the thing now,
And then
Crystal.
when do I put the foil on?
You put the
Is it at
thing
the
on
end?
the thing.
Hey, you're putting foil on lasagna.
Yeah, but you don't want it. You can
Yeah,
cook everything
you
else.
can listen. You can do that
without
to
not
protect the
burning
top.
it.
Yeah, you don't want to burn the top layer. What type of oven have you got?
It says chef on it.
Well, is it a gas oven? Is it an electric oven?
It's
A fan
electric.
oven?
It's,
Right.
Uh,
Fan oven?
Is it a fan
no,
assisted?
it's electric.
Is it a fan assisted electric oven?
I don't know. I'm not an oven enjoyer or something.
Well, every fucking item you buy in a shop, it says oven, and
I
then
didn't
it
buy
says
it. Mommy
it
bought
says.
it for me.
But every product that you buy in the world, Crystal, says oven or fan oven or gas. It
Yeah,
says
but I didn't buy
oven or
this.
fan. I get you didn't buy it, but like you have one of those ovens and you buy other shit, right?
Why don't you just look in your oven and see if there's a big fan at the back of it?
No, don't do that. That's fucking.
No, there's not.
There's not, right? So it's not a fan assisted oven.
It could still have a
No.
fan, by the way.
I'm
But
just
okay.
gonna put foil on it and then.
Well, if it would burn
And
normally,
pray.
you made the lasagna before, right?
I mean, I did, but it was awful.
Well, okay then. Maybe don't do it. What was wrong with it? Undercooked?
Don't worry.
Was
If
it
it fails, I'm
undercooked?
gonna blame all of you.
Was it undercooked though, Crystal?
No.
Because if it's a fan oven, it doesn't circulate the heat correctly. It has hot spots and shit like that. You objectively need a fan oven if it isn't one. Or get yourself like a gas cooker.
Ew, I don't want a fan oven. Why would I want a fan in my oven? Ew.
Because fan ovens are objectively what top chefs use, because that's the best oven that you can get.
I mean, I don't believe that. That sounds like a conspiracy, but okay.
Well, it's just objective.
What are you, a government agent?
Fact.
I don't believe you. Prove it to me.
Wait, I'm not an agent. What?
You sound like one.
What? No, I'm not. No, I don't. Sir, be quiet. Wait, sir, what?
If you find that your lasagna's cooking on the top too quick, then what you need to do is put it in a lower heat, but for a longer time.
Yeah, well, in Australia and England, we actually force things to happen because we don't have all day like you do in Scotland, all right, mate? Might be alright for you up there in the fucking Highlands, alright, mate? Maybe not down here for us. Alright. Yeah. Where are you? Over there. Yeah, lasagna reminds me of the Earth a little bit, though. It's got layers. Layers of, like, sediment, the mainstay, the building blocks, protein, right?
Plus, I don't put my top layer of cheese and sauce on until, like, the last maybe 10, 15 minutes.
So you're
Sorry,
really...
I didn't hear any of that. My headset, I unplugged it by accident. Sorry.
Highlander?
Hello?
I was just saying, when I make a lasagna, the last top part of it, I put it in the oven, and in the last 15 minutes of cooking, that's when I take the lasagna out and put the last top layer on.
Oh, why didn't I do that?
Yeah. Actually, that's how you cook it quicker, Crystal. I didn't know that you weren't doing that. That's why I was thinking, why are you doing what you're currently doing, with the foil or whatever. But
Don't
yeah,
worry, I live in like an Arabic area, so like I'm gonna get like a doner kebab or whatever if this fails.
you're gonna
I know
get
you
it
have
done.
that in Kingland.
Yeah, we do have doner kebabs. In America, they call them gyros or gyros.
Ew,
For some weird
ew.
fucking reason. Yeah, because they orbit on a spit, right? Is that why? Like a gyro, a gyroscopic fucking kebab on a spit. Wow, that seems like a weird thing to see. Do you not get doner kebabs over there in Australia? Like, what are you on about?
No, we do. There's like 15 of them near. They're near me.
Very good.
In it,
Bruv.
brother.
Do
I
you know
wish
what
I
we
could. I'm
call it?
trying to
People that
learn a
sound like
Scouser
that.
accent.
Give me a fucking bit of chicken and a can of Coke, mate. You know what I mean?
Alright, eh?
Alright, mate. Fucking calm down now, lad. You know what I mean? Fucking calm down. You fucking laughing at you, you little prick. Yeah? You met my fucking mate Stanley.
Stanley Blade.
Yeah. No, man. No fucking Blade, Lee. Trying to fit me up here with the feds, lad, eh? Why would you want to learn a Scouse accent? It's like the worst, objectively, the worst accent in all accents ever.
Because every British person unanimously hates them, so it can trigger lots of British people.
Oh no, we love Scouse people in England. Actual Scousers. The odd one.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the accent, you little dodo.
Yeah, we like
it.
We like the Scousers when they're not fucking stealing from you.
Which is never. That's why we hate them. Oh, brilliant. What a good way of saying it. I'm gonna say that to my next time I see my Scouse mate. He'll like that. He'll like that. He'll like that one though. He will.
Yeah, while you're there, call him a plonker. I love that accent. I love that word. I love calling people a plonker.
Yeah,
I would never call a Scouser. I would never call a Scouser a plonker.
Why not? Innit?
It's just not the right thing to do, you know? Like, it would make no sense. It would be like me calling. It'd be like me calling Highlander a pikey, you know?
Probably better to call. Yeah, probably better to call him a cunt.
Yeah, definitely. Nah, because a plonker's like a London thing to say, isn't it?
Plonker.
I'm not from London.
Are you from Birmingham?
No.
Do you wish you're from Birmingham?
No.
Hell no.
When I looked at the map of like where Russia would nuke, I was so happy that they had put a big fuck off one in Birmingham. Proper. Not that I'm wishing death or deletion on them. I'm on about.
Would the British government just say, "Thank you, Russia. We didn't like them either"?
Probably at the point. Probably at the point. Listen to that. Probably at the point that they do the nuclear war, then they start from north to south. They've left Scotland alone entirely. Thank you, Russia. Literally have as well. And then they just get one bomb in, and then they go, wait, fuck it, we're out, we're backing out. They get some info through, and they're like, wait, yeah, we're not going to do it in England. They stop. Birmingham's the only place that got hit. Would we forgive Russia? Probably.
Russia would complain and say, well, that was a waste of a fucking bomb. We want our bomb back.
They would like send us a charge for the favor that they did us, like an assassination for a nation.
Putin would be like, here's your invoice.
International deletion of a terrible city. 85.9 billion. English government goes, yeah, cheap. Maggie Thatcher rolls in her grave a little bit. And the world keeps moving not at all. Forevermore. I started saying that.
Earth definitely is not moving. That's one thing that is just foundational. It is just chilling. Maybe a little bit of tides, maybe an earthquake here and there, but it's the foundation.
If it's not spinning, is it like it's got to be moving, right? Because the seasons are in weird places.
No, the sun moves.
The sun moves.
The sun changes its declination angle in the sky and moves closer and further, causing the seasons throughout the year. It's just moving above us like a clockwork.
So I'm just imagining. Sorry, I was having a drink of water. I was just imagining, just a piece of paper on the floor, and then the sun is going around in a circle above the paper, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it does seem to circle Polaris at the center, yeah. And when you're in like the northern, like Arctic, while the sun is at the most northern position, the Tropic of Cancer, when those two line up, you get that 24-hour sun in the Arctic, and you can just watch it circle you, and it's all circling Polaris. So yeah, it does seem to be circling above the Earth. And now there's some different viewpoints. Some people think that it may not be, or some different ideas, but I do think it's circling the North Pole. Yeah, it's like hands of a clock. You know, it's like traversing the face of the Earth in a cyclical fashion.
But how do the seasons work? If we need to keep right. So you're talking about we have a piece of paper and then the sun's going around the piece of paper on top of it. How do the seasons work with the night and day cycle at the same time?
All right, so can you see the chat?
I can. Which one?
The live stream one text. That's one we use for most of the stuff for this live stream. So I just posted one there. So that's just a basic like Gleason's map. Azimuthal equidistant is what it's called, shortened for AE map. So that has like the North Pole in the middle and the continents coming out like spokes of a wheel. And then you see those three circles, the orange, red, and yellow.
I do, yes.
So the inner circle would be the orange one. That's called the Tropic of Cancer. And then the middle one, the red one, that's the equator. And then the outer yellow one is the Tropic of Capricorn. So the sun in this viewpoint it circles every day, and it makes kind of like a record player. you know, where it makes a slightly larger circle at each revolution, the way like a record player, you know, has, it's like all the grooves and it makes a slightly larger circle. So if the sun, let's say in the summertime for the people in the Northern hemisphere, so let's say, you know, July, August, that sun is going to be at the Tropic of Cancer in the inner ring. So that's why it's summer for people in the north, because it's right up, you know, closest to people in the north. It's bringing the most warmth, etc. And that's when it's winter for people in the south, like in Australia, that's their winter. And then every day the sun makes slightly larger circles, just like a record player, and it's going outward just a little bit every day. So eventually, 3 months later, it's at the equator, and that's called the equinox. That's why it's equator, equinox has it in the word. So that's during the equinox. And then 3 months later, it goes all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn on the outer ring. And when it's circling there, that's summer for people in the south. So the sun's closer to them. It's in the outer rim. So for them, it's summer. And then on the inner ring for the people in the north, that's when it's their winter. So the days are shorter. The sun's further away. It's lower on the horizon because it's further away. So and of course it's colder, you know, winter. And then it comes back inwards. So after it's at the Tropic of Capricorn for the southern summer, it then starts making, like a record player, little spirals coming inwards. It hits the equator again for the equinox, and then it comes all the way back into the Tropic of Cancer, the ring in the middle. And what I just described there is one whole year, 365 days. That whole cycle I just went through. And that's the seasons throughout the year in my understanding of it.
So with this same picture, on this graph, where would the moon be?
Well, the moon...
I understand everything about the seasons, but using the same picture, how does night and day cycle work on this graph? Or not graph, image. Model, that's a better word. Model.
Imagine a yin yang symbol. Kind of.
Well, like the sun and the moon would be going through their own. Like here, I'll post this one. This is like just a little animation. It does kind of show a sun and a moon. But so the moon is up there too, doing its thing. Now that same path, the whole thing I just described of the Tropic of Cancer and all that whole path, well, the moon does that every month. So it only takes 1 month for the moon to go all the way from the Tropic of Cancer, all the way out to the equator, out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. That all happens in 28 days.
Can you bring, maybe not, I don't want to put you on the spot, but can anyone that's listening, I want to see a model of the first picture with day and night cycles with the seasons as well. Because you need all that to work for it to be a model.
You can just download it.
What you've done now is you've given me two things that aren't in the same picture and claiming they work together. Why don't you show it to me working together in the same picture?
Do you want the why don't you just get the app? Get Dave Weiss's app.
I don't know who Dave Weiss is, but okay.
He's got one. It's like 99 cents or some shit. It's really cheap.
Don't you mean 99p?
I mean 99 cents. Me love.
Yeah, this is a screenshot from the app that he's talking about. So yeah, I mean, there's tons of different layouts that people have. Yeah, these kind of show sort of the clockwork.
Just describe this to me, because I don't know what I'm looking at. You need to describe it to me.
Well, that one has the zodiac on it. The second two that I sent don't have the zodiac. That has the one in the middle. The second one that has the sun and the moon. So basically, what it is, kind of like the hour hand and the minute hand on a clock. The sun and the moon are moving at different speeds. So even though they're all circling every day, they're moving at slightly different speeds. Therefore, they go through the phases. So you get the new moon, which is when the sun and the moon are right on top of each other. That would sort of be like when it's 12 noon on a clock, where the hour hand and the minute hand are right on top of each other. So that happens when it's the new moon, and that's when we don't see the moon at all. And then because they're moving slightly different speeds, they're going to start to separate from each other very slowly every day. So once that starts to happen, you're going to first get the crescent moon. You're going to start to get the waxing and waning cycle. And then when it's 180 degrees from the sun, because it's changing a little bit every day, once it gets 100 throughout the month, so halfway through the month, now it's 180 degrees opposite of the sun, and that is a full moon. So that's when we get the full moon effect. And then, of course, it continues, and then it makes the 3/4 position, and you get the gibbous and all of the different phases, and then you move back to the new moon. So basically, that's a 1 month process. So they're both circling every day, but throughout the month, they make that whole journey sort of like going all the way around the face of the clock, and they go from being on top of each other all the way to 1/4, to 180, to 3/4, then back to the beginning again. And then they keep doing that every month. So that cycles once a month, the lunar cycle.
So, a question for clarification. This might sound like a dumb question, but just humor me. I assume when the sun is on one side and the moon's on the other side, right? That's accurate to what your model represents, right? Is that correct? The sun's on one side of the Earth and the moon's on the other side?
That would be at a full moon. Yep.
At
the
a,
full moon
or
position.
I don't know, like just a random day, not like a eclipse or whatever. But
Well, you see on those, I see on the second and third one that I posted. See how the
I'm
second
looking
one?
at the third one specifically.
So on the second one, the sun and the moon are fairly close to each other. You see that little sliver of the moon just to the right of the sun. On the third one, the moon is like, it looks like it's about 160 degrees or so. Like it's not 180. So that would be like almost a full moon position on that third one, or it would be getting into full moon position a little before the full moon.
See, the reason why I asked is, the reason why I asked that was because we all know that the sun is lighting up half of the Earth, but what is keeping the other half of the Earth dark if nothing's blocking the sun on that side? Because in this model, one would assume that if the sun is directly above the Earth, if you look up, the sun's there. You go to the other, you go from, let's say, for example, you go from, instead of like Australia, right?
Did you
and
know
look up
that
and see the sun.
wait there? Did you know that the extinction of light point on the globe, right? You know that the sun would bleed through a lot further than what it actually does. That it doesn't just instantly stop. You know that, right?
Oh no, I'm just wondering.
The thing is,
Yeah,
I just want to know what.
the sun.
Wait. Before we get off topic,
No,
what is
I
making
want
half of
to respond to
the
it.
world dark? That's what I'm.
Right, yeah. I just want to respond to it real quick.
On
and
this
then
last one, right?
Or you can go next. All right, go ahead, man. You can go first.
On this last one, right? If you look at the sun, right, and the light reaches the number 35, where it says 2 at the bottom, that's a further distance than the sun to the actual center, where the sunlight stops, where the other half is in darkness. So what's making the light stop there, but travel all the way down to where the number 35 is?
Light doesn't just attenuate like forever, though. You know that, right? Even on the globe, it doesn't.
I'd have to understand which one you're talking about. You said
Still,
35.
You know
that's-
that
we know the light is traveling far enough to reach that number 35, right? So we know it can travel that distance, yeah, right.
Where?
Whether it can travel further or not is irrelevant, yeah.
What are you on about?
But we know it can reach that 35. So why is it not reaching further than the center point of this map? What's stopping it from going the same distance from the sun to 35 than it is from the sun to the middle?
Where's the 35? I'm still trying to figure out which one you're looking at. Which one?
Down the bottom.
Picture
See,
that says 6:42 p.m. Thursday, August 19, 2021. That one. I assume. And the 35 is on the clock. It says it's got the hours, but these are in the seconds. Like there's 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, and so on.
if you see the sun with the 12 at the bottom, then you just go 1, 2. The 35 is just above the 2.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean. On the one that he just reposted.
Yeah.
Okay, 235. Okay, so you're saying on this layout, you're saying why? If I'm understanding, you're saying why does the sun look like it's going more sort of north and south than it is east and west. Like it's cutting off right at the North Pole. Is that what you mean? And it looks like it's spreading in kind of an irregular way. Is that what you mean? Like it's not even? Or
Yeah. You would assume if the sun's traveling that distance, it would travel that distance in all directions.
But then we're assuming we know exactly what the sun does, like, and it's the nature of it, its directionality and all of that. We know that you guys say it's like a certain thing. We're not saying it is that thing. We don't know what it is or its nature. The bigger point to get to, though, would be the extinction of light. But light can't just travel forever, because Crystal's more worried about how that light isn't everywhere. That's a bigger point that we need to deal with, I feel like, right now. All right, Gia?
yeah, that was asked. Yeah, she asked that. So that is one factor. And then Highlander brought up this second factor as well. I mean, I actually think, okay, yeah, I have thoughts on both of those, but.
No, you could cover the Highlander bit. I just want to make sure we remember to get back to that. I'm not on about, cover it. I do.
Sorry, I thought that was what Crystal was trying to ask, but that's not how she was putting it across. That's why I asked it.
No, yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, it makes sense.
I apologize.
No, it's all good. I mean, to me, it makes sense that, I mean, the sun, I mean, I actually think it's an electromagnetic charging device, essentially. It charges the ether. It's an electrostatic, electromagnetic plasma emission to luminary. I don't think it's necessarily even a sphere or anything, but it emisses the luminiferous light that comes from it. Well, the luminiferous is not the best word because that's used with the luminiferous ether, but there's a slightly different word.
It's a pyramid in the sky, an
Luminous.
actual pyramid in the sky.
Luminous. That's the word I was looking for.
It's a luminous pyramid in the sky.
So
you just look at the back dollar. Look at the back of the dollar. How they depict the pyramid on the ground, and they depict the all-seeing eye as a pyramid in the sky. That's exactly what it is. It looks like a pyramid. That's what's actually above the firmament, above the waters above.
So I'll just clarify my question. Right? So it's.
Let's not try to confuse right now. Though. It's going too quick.
The reason why I'm asking about, I just want to know first, what is on all of these figures? What causes the dark side of the Earth? That's the first thing I need to know, and then I can ask more.
I would say, from my understanding of it, that like if you have a spotlight, even if you just take like your light for your phone or a flashlight or something, go into a dark room and lay out something on the ground, and then take the light and circle it above. If you get the proportions right and everything, you can get it to where it's really only lighting up one part of the room. Now it depends on how far that light spreads and how the angles of it and so on. But I mean that can be recreated fairly easily, where you just have a spotlight that's only lighting up. It's kind of like a street light. A street light only lights up a little local area of the street. That's why they have to have many of them, obviously, to keep lighting up areas. Otherwise, they would just have one street light. So in the same way, just viewing the sun like that, like a spotlight or like a local light, would imply that it would only be lighting up a local region, a couple 1,000-mile diameter circle. And we could get into, there's actually some interesting numbers on what that may be. But you would just have a range at which the sun would light up. And then if it's too far away or it's beyond your area, it's going to be nighttime because that light is not reaching you, because there's light attenuation. Light only travels so far.
It does on the globe. So... that one, Crystal. The globe, right? They admit that if light traveled forever, like you're claiming it would on a flat plane, it would do this on the globe too. You know that, right? And it doesn't. And they claim that. They tell us that the reason it doesn't light up more of the globe is because light doesn't travel forever and it can't continue to travel, because it would do, apparently. So you have the atmosphere, which is the thing that it also hits in order to light up, and there's no reason it wouldn't continue to do so. It's just that light doesn't travel forever. There is a point in which it doesn't continue anymore.
All right, because I just wanted to know, because before what was said, right, the picture above that by Geo at 1938. That one has the sun and the moon pretty close together. So, like,
I'm not
I was just,
defending any
it
of
wasn't.
these things here,
Well, I
by the
know
way,
that. I know that.
because
Like,
these are
I'm
like
just
just
wait.
depictions, I guess. I don't know.
I'm just saying, like, in my mind, it's not consistent because for it to be dark, something needs to be blocking the light. At the distance where
No, it
Earth
doesn't.
is from the sun, you would need something that blocks the light, and we can test that with shadows.
I think.
Now,
Are you talking
if
about
I
the
wait,
the
if
moon
I
being
go
lit?
back to the, if
Are
I
you
go
talk-
back to that's why we have moonlight, because the sun is being reflected off the moon, and it's moonlight.
Okay, so
Now,
for that, I don't think the sun is reflecting the light of the. Sorry, the moon is not reflecting the light of the sun, in my understanding, at all.
And either way, they're both.
It
but
only
then
does
the-
actually. Well,
Wait
it's
there.
really-
But the
Yeah.
light doesn't hit the moon in the way that you think it does now. They don't claim that. Like when you take a photo of the moon, then why don't you see the path of light from the sun to the moon in the sky now, even on a globe? Then, Crystal.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a
Because
scientist.
because sunlight isn't an actual ray of light like claimed. It literally is radiation apparently, and it doesn't get turned into sunlight until it hits the gas that's formed around a planet. That is why they say it's that way. Because we would have a huge beam of light from the sun to the moon, so that's irrelevant. It receives its light if it's from the sun, the same way that we do, by whatever there is emitted from the sun, the energy, that solar energy, is what does it once it hits the surface, but it's not going to create a pathway. That doesn't make sense. I agree, it kind of. On a globe, it doesn't make sense. There's a bigger problem there with the globe. We would have a very apparent thing there, but we don't. So we could then assume maybe it emits its own light. We don't know. But on a flat Earth, it's completely consistent and fine because it either works the way they say it does, right? Which, if you got a problem with that, you got a bigger problem with the globe than us. But people aren't necessarily claiming that the moon is emitting light from the sun. No one's necessarily saying that.
Is the
On
flat
our
Earth?
side.
You know, all right. So you know how Earth is on a rotational axis. Is the flat Earth on a rotational axis, or is it just sort of hanging out in space?
Well, we could. That is a little bit of a separate topic. I just want to make one comment on the sun and the moon thing. I mean, my understanding of how it works. I mean, on the heliocentric model, it sort of makes sense. I mean, you have the sun, you have the moon. The moon's being lit up by the phases. I mean, there are some other problems with like the way the light should be bleeding around the Earth and all this other stuff. But I think in general, their model saying that the sun is lighting up the moon, is at least somewhat of a decent explanation, at least in their model. But in my understanding of it, the moon is actually emitting its own light. It actually emits a cooling light. It's like a silvery gray cooling light. It actually cools the environment, actually absorbs infrared heat. And there are actually a lot of tests and experiments people have done trying to measure the moonlight. And that's a whole topic in and of itself, that many people have actually measured it several degrees cooler. For example, trying to measure the moonlight versus the moon shade. Because if you're in the shade in the, like in like a full moon, you're going to not have direct moonlight hitting it. Whereas if you're in the actual moonlight, so if the moonlight is cooling, then it would cool the one that is touching more. And a lot of people have done that and found that they did find that there was a difference and found that measured the moonlight being cool. But if the moon is emitting its own light, which I think is interesting because the sun and moon represent the masculine and the feminine. And so in the heliocentric model, the masculine, the sun, is emitting all the light and the moon is just a reflector. Whereas in my understanding of it, actually the moon, the masculine and feminine, the moon is actually emitting its own light. So that side of things, it's actually its own luminary. It's its own source of light. It's its own unique thing. It's not just necessarily just a reflector of the sun. And so the way that could be happening, in my understanding, is that the sun, and even if it's dark on the other side of the Earth where the moon is, but the moon is lit up, I do think the moon is lit up. It's like charged by the sun. There is like an electromagnetic charge, but the moon is actually, it fluoresces its own light like a crystal that actually fluoresces light, which is a whole nother thing because crystals actually fluoresce. It's called fluorescence, and crystals actually fluoresce their light when they're cold, and when they're heated, they stop fluorescing. So the fact that when the moon is the furthest from the sun, it's actually the brightest correlates with the way crystals actually work on Earth, like actual crystals and how they emit light in change with temperature. Whereas when the sun is right next to the moon, it's like it turns off. It's like it stops, fluorescing its light. So I do think there's an interrelationship between the sun and the moon, kind of in a charge fashion, like they're in like a cycle, like a charge recharge, and the way the angle of the light is correlated with the position of the sun, like the hands of a clock over the Earth. But it's not necessarily the sun lighting up the moon. The moon is actually fluorescing its own light in the angle of the direction of the sun. Sorry, I know that was kind of a lot at once.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate the explanation. I don't know much about the flat Earth model, but yeah, thank you. I don't agree with it, but
There isn't a full model at all yet. At all. So.
wait, but I've been told over and over and over again by flat earthers that they do have a model.
Well, like in the Bible, when they say that the greater light and the lesser light.
I don't know. I don't read the Bible.
Crystal, show me a more comprehensive model of the globe than what Shane's put in there of the flat Earth.
I just literally linked a video that shows how the day and night cycle works on a heliocentric Earth.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there are, just because we haven't got them here to show you right now, I've seen very comprehensive ones to do with the flat Earth too. There are whole like literally like whole games that have been made, like Stellarium has been made into a flat Earth version. There's all sorts of shit out there like this. You know, there's even one on a space flight simulator. There's a flat Earth.
No, I think we would like to have more information. I mean, I think, okay, so like the ancient cultures have always thought the Earth was a stationary planar surface and it wasn't moving, and the sun and moon move above, and the sun and moon are their own unique lights, and the stars and everything. And they've had slightly, variations on their ideas, but that was the foundation. And then the globe has come along and obviously asserted that it's a globe and all of that. But so, I mean, but just going off of the original understanding that humans have had since the beginning of time, that core foundational, the Earth is the ground, it's the floor of the universe, you got the heavens above, and all of that. That means that this lie is so huge that we've all been just born into it. And so a lot of us have just been realizing this in the last, 5 to 10 years, and coming, doing a lot of all kinds of tests, experiments, research, observations, deep thought on many levels, and a lot of various things that have been looked into and been to indicate that we're not on a globe, and that, it is an extended plane and so on, and that it's not moving. So if that's the case, that means that it's kind of like we're all in first grade. You know what I mean? Like we're all just trying to figure it out. Like we have what we have, but I mean, we need, there's a lot more work and research that would need to be done to start to even get to a point of building. Although people have built a lot of models. I mean, there's all kinds of different computer models that people have built, and a lot of different depictions and things. But we would need more resources, time, energy, research group, all of those things to be very active out, to be able to get the data that we would need to really start to put something together, especially like getting the real map. It's like we can't trust what the government's given us. And I don't think what they're giving us is true about what the Earth is. So that means that how could we just have an entire model right now? Like we've been deceived on a deep level, and we need to like essentially rediscover it.
All right. So, you mentioned something that sounded like a conspiracy theory, specifically about the government, and I want to ask something, right? Let's just assume that what you just said is true, and the government's hiding everything. Scientists, for example, geologists.
No, they don't need to be lying.
They're government agents because
a lot of them don't know.
No.
Everyone at NASA must be a government agent.
No.
I'm just wondering, my question to you is, how much would all of that cost, not just America or whatever country, but on a global scale? Because if there is this big ploy to keep humans to, start believing these wrong models, for example, scientists earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a year per scientist, right? If we multiply that by I don't know how many scientists there are in the world.
Yeah, they're
it's
making
probably a
weapons
really big
and having
number,
fun.
right?
Well,
Now,
I would say there's very few that have to know. I mean, there are certainly people involved in the deception, no doubt about it, but there's really very few that actually have to be in on it. So most scientists, quote unquote, they just believe it. Essentially, even like astrophysicists, they're given data that they then analyze, and they've never been to space, of course. And
Yeah. Can I just
even
say one thing?
geologists, or just real quick, like with like Earth sciences, they're not out there measuring curvature, and they're not doing that. You know, I mean, they are doing things on the Earth, but they're not really involved with like the shape of it. They just take it on face value. They just take the pictures from NASA. They assume space travel is real. So I would say that they're just being deceived, as many of us, we all are really, and they don't have the information to be able to test it or check it. And then they're usually being paid for a particular, job or particular testing or whatever they're doing. So no, they're not all in. I would not say they're all aware of it. There's only a very few that actually are at the top, and the rest of it is people that are believing it. And then like at NASA, a lot of those engineers and all those people, they don't know. A lot of them, I think they, think it's a globe. They're not all government agents, but there obviously have to be some people in play within the whole thing to be pulling it off at the top levels.
all right. So continuing on with the same train of logic, I've been told by many flat earthers, not just discussing with them. I've been told through I've listened to some debates with flat earthers and
Wait, can
people
I just say
claiming to
what
be
I was going to
scientists.
say? Can I
No,
say
what
what
about like
last
scientists?
point?
Wait. What about like soldiers and things like that? Now, I've been told that there's a bunch of soldiers that are guarding the ice wall. Now, they don't, they earn peanuts compared to all the government agents and all that. Why would they not just spoil the secret? You see what I'm getting at?
I understand. I wanted to just because I didn't get to address anything that said previously, in the last point, and I just really want a chance to do that. That's all. And that's what I was saying. I'll shut up and go on mute. Because the problem with the last question, and then we're just going on like loads of things have been said really quickly, and there's so much detail in there that we can't just run through it that fast. And with the previous statement, like how much money it would cost, well, the problem is that comes along with the assumption that the money that was spent to do with NASA ever went anywhere toward anything that was only ever needed to be used to trick us. Like, because the whole idea behind that is how much money would need to be spent for all these fake things to exist. It's like, what fake things? The fake things are fake. They don't exist. They didn't cost any money. And the parts that would cost money would be like research and development to make rockets, i.e. to convince people that they went to the moon. Well, the problem is that, no, that literally happened at the time when everyone was, in a massive race to create a delivery mechanism so that nukes could be put onto an enemy. And funnily enough, that was the moment we had a race for rockets, right? Well, yeah, it gave a secondary purpose and function as opposed to just convincing us that they went to the moon, right? It's the same for every other technology in existence also, and every field of science. They serve genuine purposes that are for capitalistic gains, and to make out that like it was all just to, trick us all would be ridiculous, and actually just really it's a bit of an ignorant sort of way of thinking about it, even, to be quite honest. It's a very shallow way, and I believe it's the same approach that you're maybe getting to the next part. And as well, why would they do it? Well, it could be it could actually be the thing, in fact, that it saves them loads of money to convince us of this. Maybe they have extra land that they don't want us to know about, immense amounts of resources, free energy, all of that. And we're all in the rat race doing actual physical manual labor. We're still more technically advanced and able to be more skilled with our hands than computers and robots. Still to this day, we are needed. So it could be more that they're trying to keep the status quo, the mice at the, wheel, women and children and men. Remember, because now women, they don't stay at home and look after the children. The state does that. They make sure they're very good at going next on to be slaves again. But maybe it's because it saves them that money. Maybe it's that reason that they do it.
Go ahead. Keep going.
No, I'm done.
I just did a little bit of quick math, right? I just calculated it. The average scientist's salary is around 80,000, and there's estimated to be around 8.8 million, according to ScienceBusiness.net. Now, if you calculate the salary for all of those people, that would be 7 and then 12 zeros. So that'd be 7 trillion, right? If I've done the math correctly. Now
Right.
I've yet to check how much like money the world makes in total, but yeah, I don't know. What I'm
Not
trying to
every
say is it
scientist
seems
is a
like
liar.
such a waste of money. It seems like
A
such a waste of
geologist isn't
money.
a liar. A geologist doesn't need to be a liar. None of these people need to be liars whatsoever at all. Like, the only people that really need to have lied to us potentially are the people that claim to have been places like the moon. Those people may have even and those people then come out and say, no, we didn't go to the moon anyway, and they lie, and they all say different things about what they observed while they went to the moon or on the ISS. So like, these people are shaky at best. They could be the ones that lied. But the idea that every scientist, chemist, every person that makes money in the science community is all paid just to lie to us about the Earth is ridiculous. They all do jobs that are unrelated to the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth isn't even a science question. It's a geometric thing that would need to be worked out through the same way that you would measure geometry. It's not even a science question. That's just factual. And the problem as well is you're talking about all of the, they didn't need to tell us to lie about the shape of the Earth. They didn't need to spend all that money on space either. That doesn't tell us anything about down here, really, and truthfully. And yeah, like, these people are still doing jobs from their positions of science. It doesn't take all of them being liars. Like, only the people that would need to be privy to information that makes they could all be making little things that are fake to do with it, thinking that it's real too, of course. You do realize, like, even Einstein looking out at space, it's not like he's actually looking at the Earth back and see it. Like, he's still observing what he's observing. The motions of the celestial bodies are still doing what they're doing. All of this is still legitimate, just not applied to the narrative. Do you
Alright,
get that?
so wait, yeah, I get that, but the thing is, we're scientists, right? According to theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss, the best thing that you can do in science, aside from a discovery, is proving your colleagues wrong. Meaning, like, your colleague creates a model, and then the person that created it tests the model, and then, for example, you see the model and you test it, and if it's wrong, they throw it out, right? Now, the reason why I say that is because with all of like the scientists in the world, they don't have to just be people at NASA, like geologists, all the people that are, doing all of these work that are given papers and things like that from the shady people, right? That's what I call them. Would you not think that they would they would find the mistakes after testing the models that they are given numerous times? Like,
Not really, because they're assumed. And Gio, I wasn't trying to take over the whole thing. To be honest, I didn't. Yeah, if you want to take it back over, you can. That's assumed. Like, so what you have here is, if you have a model and then you assume certain elements of it are true, right? Then it will work. You're not going to see the inconsistencies if you're not willing to change the paradigm in which you look at it through, the optic in which you're looking at it through. True science is done objectively without any form of bias. Well, with models, unfortunately, they only work if you assume the foundation of the model. That's effectively the way it works every time. And they don't do that or look at it from that lens. That's what we're claiming. We're saying that if you look at it from the lens that you're talking about, there are inconsistencies. And I believe they weren't picked up because science advanced so quickly, even, and naturally people were steered away from it. But as it advanced fast as well, I feel like that was the last thing that people were even worried about at that point. I feel like it's a quick insertion. It happened in a period more that was guarded by religious bodies than actual science. In fact, it was rejected, massively so. And then at some point, the Catholic Church and the Jesuits, who are the ones that came up with the Big Bang Theory, the globe, and all of it, are the ones that instituted it based off of a few fringe individuals, apparently, that you know, Copernicus and people like that, and you know, people before him. But they took him at first. They called him a heretic, wanted nothing to do with him. At some point, it fit their agenda, and they created Jesuit education orders and all of that. And my point is it was under a religious group. It wasn't a scientific reason that they instituted the globe whatsoever, and they asserted it very quickly. This happened in a quick flash, and before you knew it, people were on the globe. And from there, really, they built upon that with the celestial sphere and everything like that, which was based upon works that had already been done by the Arabic people, the people of the Middle East, and us, and the French. And you know, we went through those motions, and before we knew it, we weren't looking at the Earth anymore. We were looking into space, and it went on from there. But this idea that the model, you know, would have been shown to be wrong by one of the colleagues, it wasn't under this competitive sort of group setting in a university where the globe was really instituted as the model. It happened in an extremely conventional, orthodox, fundamentalist religious sect, and happened that way and was pushed out to society that way, and really wasn't questioned after a certain amount of years after that, which is natural.
All
So
right.
it's
So
not
I've got a
comfortable.
question on a different topic. Cause yeah. All right. Is that all right? I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just
No,
we're
yeah,
going down a
I was
dialogue tree
smiling.
that
Go ahead.
I respectfully that I don't care for. Anyway, so my next question is: assuming that flat Earth is true, what about all of the other planets in the universe? Are they flat, or is it just ours? And if it's
We
just
wouldn't
ours,
know.
why is it only
Why
ours?
would they be flat? Why would they be flat? Like we see. Why would they have to be even? Like I feel like.
Because okay, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say because you can't have your cake and you can't eat your cake too and have it or whatever.
You
Like,
literally can.
if one planet is flat, then they all have to be flat because it's not like, I mean, if you take God out of the equation, but if you just look at, for example, the data that even Christian scientists have, given, right? They've documented how they think that planets form, and they're all balls. Now, I just want to know from Flat Earth what are the other planets? Are they balls or are they flat? Like, yeah, thank you.
Well, we only really observe what we're looking at the end of the day. We have no way of traveling to these things to verify what they are at all. The moon, for instance, it appears like a sphere. Yeah, in nature, definitely. I don't feel like our planet's the same as like the sun. We don't have fucking like light emitting from underneath our feet. Doesn't seem, but yeah, generally we only observe these things optically. We don't see through telescopes with any form of binocular view. Or should I say, we see in a monocular type sense. We're not able to perceive 3D shapes through telescopes.
But she's also Craig. I'm sorry to interrupt. She's also coming from the perspective that she believed that what she's standing on, or what we're standing on, it's a planet like the lights in the sky, which is nothing that you see here looks like the lights in the sky that you see up in the sky. So for you to believe that when you look up and you see the luminaries doing what they do, and that's the same thing as the thing that you're standing on, that is a fallacy. The ground that you're standing on is not a light in the sky.
Yeah, like the very idea that those lights in the sky are planets, are spheres that are like the one we're on. That whole idea is just, I mean, I think it's ultimately just an assumption, and it's a model that claims that, and they've somehow convinced people that those lights in the sky are physical worlds because we're on a planet and we're in a heliocentric solar system, and those are other balls. But we really don't have any firsthand verification of that. Of course, the only way to go with that is to sort of trust, this government agency, NASA, essentially, who claims that they're probing out there and all that. We can see what it looks like from the ground. Like Mars looks like a little circle, and we can see what they look like. But that's really the extent of what we can verify. So anything beyond that would be a belief that that's what they are.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Oh, so for example, right? If we were to send a spaceship to any other planet in the universe, right? And then we
Wrong.
were to test it, would it, I'm granting you in this example that the Earth is flat. I'm granting that, right? I'm just trying to wonder, if they're not planets, what are they? Because
Luminaries.
what is a luminary? I don't know what it is.
It's a light. It's an effect that is being caused, and it's not a terra firma place that is billions or trillions of miles away, and the size of the ground that you're standing on. That's not what it is.
So would it be safe to say that the luminaries are things like the sun, but just I'm trying to wrap my head around this. I've heard this term before.
Like right out of the dictionary, the word luminary, one of the definitions is a celestial body, as in the sun or the moon. And another definition is a body object that gives light. Another definition is of or related to or characterized by light. So essentially, a luminary is a celestial body that emits light.
All right. If that's the case, now, all right. So we'll change topic, right? How about this? We talk about comets. Why are most of the comets? I say most, but why are all of the comets in ball shapes? Why,
Why can we trace meteorites based on the electromagnetic field of the Earth and energy points when it shouldn't really be able to do that? I don't know. There are lots of weird things. Why are comets sphere shaped?
Yeah, because
Someone
I'm
else
trying to
take
understand.
that one.
Are they sphere shaped or are they circular? Because like what? How are you getting?
Comets look like lights. They're lights actually. That it looks like a
Right.
light coming from the ceiling above, and you looking at a light. And some people make depictions and depict them as balls or the cartoons, and then you think that's what you're looking at. But when you look up and you look at the comet, it looks like a big light in the sky, across the sky.
Why is the contrail off of a comet like that one recently? It was like 3 miles wide or something, and the contrail was actually 1 million miles long. So we had this little thing, a little dot in the sky. Then we had a line coming out the back of it that was 1 million miles long. It looked insane. So they've got us thinking that they can hide this 1 million mile long line of light. That's what I'm really worried about right now. The little black, brown, like dot at the front of it. I don't even know what that is. It doesn't even look like anything at all. But this big 1 million mile long piece of light, like a slash in the sky, what is that?
The problem that I think she might be grasping at the moment is the claims of the sizes and the distances and the make of and the taste and the smell of these things are just pre-assumptions and suppositions, made up stories that you've been given. And then you get depictions attached to that. And with these depictions, they give you shapes and people standing on those things and things that are just cartoons. And that's why you might have this idea that these things are what they are not.
Do you think that's why people might think they can breathe on these planets? Because every time they see them, they're objectively breathing, they're smelling in the smells of like fresh air, whatever it is, right? Like, because people never think of like Mars as like a harsh place. Like you would never go there. You would never ever. No one ever goes, right, let's go to the worst place in the desert at the lowest point ever in the middle of nowhere and chill. No one does that. No one wants to do it. No one's planning trips for fun to the middle of Antarctica. But like, let's go to Mars. It's 10 times worse than them places put together in the day and at night. We've got both of the spectrum. People are happy to go there.
There's a reason why we say we go to Mars.
I know. I'm making the point though that like the
Yeah,
idea
TV
psychologically is
TV
positive.
programming. That's the reason. TV programming.
I know people tell me like it's like when they speak about it, it's always like in quite a positive light. It's never like if we had to go to Mars and somber music comes over. Like it ain't like that. But I don't want to go off the point. Let's stick to the point.
All right, I'm just trying to understand, right? If I grant you in the question that we have a flat Earth, right? Why would every like thing such as comets, I want to say planets, but if you disagree with that, that's fine. Just because I haven't been there, like we haven't been there, but whatever.
Because those
Why are
objects that you're
comets
looking
and
at,
meteors spheres if the Earth is flat? Surely everything would form in a uniform way.
you don't know those are spheres. You've been given cartoons that show you those things as spheres.
Wait,
You
no, we
don't
can
know those are
we can
spheres.
test that. Because, for example,
So
when meteorites
real
fall,
quick,
why are
just
they in balls? Why aren't they in frisbee shapes? Or yeah,
actually, meteors and comets are not the same thing.
I mean, I
So,
know
but
that, but
anyways, yeah,
I know
yeah.
that, but I'm just trying to
But
get across
remember,
the point.
I
Why
was
would
trying to
Earth
tell
be
you
special if the Earth is flat? Why wouldn't every
because
other planet in the universe be flat?
you have this idea that this place that you're standing on, that you're in, it's an object. Like those objects, like it's an object that you can give a shape or a size, but you actually don't know that. Like, let's say a meteor falls from the sky, a rock, an iron dioxide, which is normally what people claim that they are made of, iron, right? The Earth is not a rock of iron only, right? This place is way more than iron, right? A lot of different things. So to claim that this place is an object or 1 liter rock falling from the sky is completely wrong. It's a complete fallacy. So
An
when you look up
objectively,
and you see the phenomena called meteors, which is a light, like an electrical phenomena that it source all of the sporadic meteors. When you look at the sources of them, it's always 6 radiant sources in the sky, specific points in the sky, and that will be impossible on a spinning globe. Okay, because all of the meteors, you know how they post the meteor showers, because they always come from the same points in the sky, because it works in cycles, and these cycles are very precise, always repeat, just like all of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the sun rising on the east and setting on the west, or the moon, the moon cycles, the cycles of the wandering stars, the planets, and the cycles of the stars themselves. They're repeating cycles, and this whole thing is impossible on a spinning sphere going through space. The idea that you think that the thing that you're standing on is a sphere or it's shaped as a comet or a meteorite, that's because you've been given this idea, but you missing the point that what you're standing on is not an object that
generally,
you
let
can
me.
give
Wait,
you
no,
can
but
give
according to gravity, according to the way that gravity works, right?
Crystal.
Once things collide, enough in space, eventually they'll form a rock.
They will form
and then-
spheres. We understand. Listen, Crystal.
Yeah.
We understand it's to the center of mass, but there's a key point that you've not realized that's really silly about the question. You're asking why are meteorites or comets, spheres? Well, are you saying then where do they come from? Where do they claim they come from? They claim they break off of celestial debris. So are we claiming then now that a comet, and every comet, they don't claim that they're spheres, they claim they're broken pieces of rock, broken off of something that broke off of potentially a sphere. And so we're claiming that everything naturally breaks off in space, always in a natural sphere shape. No one ever claimed that comets were even sphere in nature. They claimed
Correct,
that
yeah,
broken
nobody's claiming
rocks.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no one's ever claimed that. So that's ridiculous to begin with. On the face of it, it's ridiculous. And they break off of off of spheres, and nothing can break off of a sphere into a sphere, so they wouldn't be spheres running through. And so if you have a rock's just a rock shape, right? There's going to be an object that's hard in lots of different directions, jagged around the edge. Okay, you specifically usually like a boulder because you have a high density piece that's there that's settled, and then that high density piece can't be broken, but the sediment around it that's weaker can. So that breaks off its mineral lines of settle in the rock. I know a lot about rocks. Anyway, and that would break off, and then it traveling through the medium of apparently space, which is vacated and vacant of gas, a privation of gas, apparently would be whittled down into something that would be more aerodynamic over time, as very small particles of the gas would have hit as it traveled through. And then as it hit our atmosphere, it would burn up slowly and become even more aerodynamic in nature before it eventually hits the ground and lands. So this idea that they're spheres and all that, that's just ridiculous rubbish. When they land, they're always very tiny, small pieces. They never resemble spheres. What we're left with usually is small pieces of metal that almost look like geometric shapes in nature, Aztecian, Mayan, and extremely crazy shapes, sharp in nature and everything, like crystals.
We know
Nothing like
yeah, but we kn-
spheres. I don't know what you're on about.
But we know why they become small little tiny baby objects because of the atmosphere, and that's not the point I'm trying to make. The original question was like,
It's a
why
badly formed question.
on a
that-
flat Earth model, why is every other planet a sphere except Earth?
But you take the point though that the thing with the comets is a silly point though, right?
Well, yeah, I get that. Right.
Right,
I
good.
want to. No one answered my question. Why is on the flat Earth model, Earth is flat, but why is the sun, the moon, all of the other planets, they're luminaries? Why are they all spheres?
The Earth
Shouldn't
is not
they
an
all be flat as
object.
well?
What you're standing on is not an object, and the term flat Earth, this weaponized term, these words that people write down on a piece of paper, this is not what you're in. This is not what this place is. You cannot possibly determine or ascribe just two words to the whole thing, what this place actually is. So when you say flat Earth, that actually comes with some type of pre-assumed imagery or idea that you're trying to debunk. But reality, this place is not a term, it's not two words. So try not to imagine something in your mind when you say flat Earth, and try to
No.
debunk that, because
I'm not
that is not what this
imagining.
place is.
We were talking about models, and people posted
But
pictures of
that's
models
my
of flat
point. This
Earth.
is this
I'm
place
looking at
not
the
is.
models when I say that.
But
And
that's what I'm trying to tell you, because
not
those are
trying to be
depictions of
disrespectful,
you.
but
No,
it
you
looks like a
don't.
pizza.
It's okay. I'm
It looks like a
speaking to you
pizza.
normally. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I know it looks like a pizza, but remember, those are depictions on pieces of paper or digital images, right? When you go to the real East level, you're not looking at a piece of paper or the depiction on a paper or on a computer. So when people is giving you an idea of something, is for you to visualize something in a sense, or to have an idea. But this place is not a cartoon on a piece of paper. So you gotta
I
you gotta
know that.
understand that.
I know
Yeah.
that, but I'm
It's
trying to
not an
understand.
object. It's not something that you can actually just depict completely and actually be very precise on a depiction, because as you have noticed, this is a huge place. It's very big. You cannot put it just on a piece of paper.
I mean, yeah, I know that, but look, the point, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, we've been to the moon, deal with it. And then when we were on the moon, we found out it was a sphere, and we worked out gravity works on the moon as well, right? So
Yeah.
the
That's completely incorrect. Because you haven't
then
been to
what
the
is
moon.
the
You
moon
don't
flat?
listen. You say it makes sense. You say it doesn't make sense, right? You say we've been to the moon. You haven't been to the moon. I haven't been to the moon, right? You
Yeah,
said
people that have
that
been
gravity,
alive
right?
have been to the
You
moon.
don't. Okay, so you say it doesn't make sense, right? And then you say gravity. You don't know what gravity is, do you?
Yeah, gravity is the attraction of large objects to smaller objects in space.
So you're
And
talking Newtonian gravity, huh?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right?
You know, Newtonian gravity has been superseded and debunked. It's a very like
How do you debunk?
because the up to date pseudoscientists, they don't use Newtonian, they use Einsteinian gravity, which is the warping and bending of space time. That's the up to date rhetoric at the moment. The
Now-
Newtonian was superseded over
Talking
100
about
years ago.
wait. You said
What you're claiming,
that
it's
we have
all
tested.
news.
No. Yeah, but
Yes.
you claimed earlier that you know you don't believe things because you haven't been there, and now wouldn't it? Can
No,
you
I
give
didn't
me
say
a
that.
test? Wait. Yeah, you did. You said
No, I
because
didn't.
we have not been to the moon.
You haven't been to the
you,
moon. I
me. Yeah, I
haven't
know
been
that.
to the moon. Those are facts.
Yeah, I know that. Now, anyway, right? Moving past that, what I'm trying to ask you is, you said they have debunked Newtonian gravity. Now, surely there must
Yeah,
be
because
an
it doesn't
experiment
work.
to test your theory of gravity. I can test mine. Everyone can test
My
it.
theory?
Pick up
You're
literally
claiming gravity. I'm not
anything
claiming
and drop
gravity.
it on the floor.
Yeah, but we're not claiming gravity at all. We're
You
just
are.
telling you that
That
your
wouldn't even
own.
be isolating
Yeah.
the variable of downward acceleration, just dropping something on the floor. You can't demonstrate gravity by using what's in contention.
Yeah, that's circular reasoning, though. That's
Right.
naming the. That's
You
naming
said
the
a lot of big
effect.
words when
the
it comes
cause.
down to your version of gravity or whatever you wanted to
No,
call it.
because
How do I
you're-
test that? How do I
listen,
test it?
listen, wait there. It wouldn't be, by having a non-variable situation like what in which you're talking. The problem is, right, is that the thing that's happening, which is something falling, that would be the effect. You're naming that effect gravity. What causes that to happen? The thing to fall, gravity, right?
She picked it up because
It's
right now I'm
circular
looking at
reasoning.
everything. I'm looking at everything around me, and look at everything around you right now. Tell me what's falling around you. Is anything falling?
Nothing, because
Exactly. So when you pick something up and you input that, when you pick the microphone up or the cell phone, and you input that energy into picking it up, right, from wherever it is in equilibrium, you pick it up and then you let it go and it falls, right?
Yeah.
So what about if
Congratulations.
you what about if you release a helium balloon? Does it go down or does it go up?
The energy that's in the helium lets it go up until the helium runs out.
But
Then
you're
once
saying
there's
gravity
no
causes
helium
things
in the
to go
balloon, the
down,
balloon falls back down.
but the helium, does it falls down again?
Yeah, it escapes.
The helium falls down.
The energy of the helium?
Yeah, there's no more energy.
What energy?
Well, it's because it's lighter than the air around it. It's mediums and densities.
Yeah, look, you just explained my point. There you go.
But that's not
helium
energy.
doesn't have an energy.
That's not gravity. That's not what gravity
Helium
claims.
has
No,
yeah, but
gravity is after the energy in the helium has been used up.
what energy? What
that
energy? There is
the
no
balloon will go
energy.
back down.
No, there's no energy in the helium balloon. It's not like an energy in there that makes it anti-gravity, right? There's not a force from the helium balloon that's enacted that makes it flow as if it is anti-gravity, at all, right? What do you mean the energy in the helium? It doesn't run out. The helium simply escapes from the balloon and it no longer is in the balloon. And then that balloon then falls back to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's less dense. Because it's more dense than the medium it's in. Okay, it's more dense than the medium it's in. The silicone that's left over, the rubber.
Yeah,
but the gas is
hold on. Right,
Yeah, but
before you move, hold on. Before you move off the helium balloon, right?
wanted to know there's no
Hold
force,
on a
though.
second. Hold on a second, right? Before you move off the helium balloon, right? Is the balloon itself not more dense than the helium and the air surrounding it?
No.
No. So you're telling me that the actual balloon itself is less dense than the air and the helium.
That's why it's rising.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
He's
What's
talking
wrong with
about the
it?
rubber.
You don't
He's
know
talking
why
about the
helium
rubber.
rises?
So why
He's
is
talking
it?
about the
Hold
rubber.
on. Right? You just said that the balloon itself is
It's
less
less dense than the
dense,
air around it.
right? right? So why is it that before you put the helium in the balloon, does the balloon fall? Because if the balloon itself is less dense than the air and the
Highlander, come
helium,
on, you
the
know how
balloon
energy
itself,
works.
before you
The
put
helium
helium
is
in it,
less dense than
should
the air.
rise.
Highlander, don't act like you don't understand what's going on here. And the helium in the balloon is a volumeric area of helium that when the balloon is encapsulated around it, therefore, then based on it being an encapsulated volumeric area of gas, that gas and that thing become like an object, and those gas molecules, right? They are seeking what the things around it are seeking to go below it, okay, and they're pushing it up, okay. So they're like, you don't understand what's going on. We're trying to show the crystal that there's no energy in the helium balloon other than the gas molecules, maybe, and whatever they're doing, but that actually the thing that makes the helium balloon go up is the density relation in this medium. Okay, that's all we're
Yeah,
trying to show.
and that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the density relationship. Because as far as I'm aware, the balloon itself, right, is more dense than the air and the helium. Yeah, because before you put the helium, hold on, before you put the helium in the balloon and you let the balloon go, what happens to the balloon? It
falls to the
falls
ground.
down, right?
Yeah.
So according to your logic, right, the balloon must be more dense than the air. Yeah, and if the helium is less dense than the air, that's why it rises. Therefore, by logic, the balloon must be more dense than the helium. Yeah,
this is a
because it's
ridiculous
more
point.
dense than the air. Therefore, the balloon itself is more dense than the air and the helium that's inside it. Therefore, according to your logic, the balloon should always fall to the floor.
Hey, Highlander, are you just like, are you making like the craziest straw man, or are you really misunderstanding the whole concept?
No, I'm just going based on your logic. Yeah.
No.
Are you just trying to pick out something he said so you could like pin him to like what some kind of miswording that you got in your head about what he said?
Yeah, we should just move on. This is ridiculous.
It's like a
reverse epiphany.
Yeah. The volume of the helium is way more than the volume of the balloon, right? The mass of the material is overridden by the amount of volume of helium in the balloon. You don't get that?
This is akin to misequivocating like me tying a rope around an anvil, and then me getting like some form of a helicopter that's able to lift up the anvil, right? And then for whatever reason, because I then make the helicopter out of materials that equal to less than the weight of the anvil, that then the engine that's still got the capability of producing the same amount of torque and horsepower wouldn't be able to lift the anvil. It's like,
I think this analogy is crazy, man. You're going way too deep with the helicopter analogy. Just talk about the helium being
How
the
much
less
helium
dense
would
than
you
the air
need to
above.
lift the anvil balloon?
Yeah, but that's another question. But the whole
That's a
idea is
lot.
ridiculous. That because someone said that the balloon is less dense than the air, and they didn't really mean the material of the balloon. He's like, no, you said the material. The material is denser. So that by that logic, then it always would fall, no matter how much helium. What? That was crazy, Highlander. I expect more from
Well,
you
it
in this
stretches
conversation for a
too,
while.
right?
Please.
It's a stretching.
Yeah, in my mind, what I would have said, I would have just cut a tiny little flap out of the balloon, the little rubber balloon, and let it flap in the wind, and been like, "Look, that's how much." I don't know, whatever.
It's just a anyway. Let's not get.
Are you
Let's not
trying to tell
entertain
me
that.
that you have to tie the balloon at the end? I don't believe it.
You said the material is more dense, so it always would be because it's up there more dense still.
but we would, if he's trying to
Where
claim
the
that
balloon-
gravity should always grab it and pull it down to the ground, then it's like, well, okay, whatever. Well, I could rub that same balloon on my head if it wasn't filled with helium, rub it on my head, stick it to my chest, and I could literally leave it there all day, and apparently gravity is not strong enough to displace this balloon from my chest for
Right.
whatever reason.
And think about how little static
the reason
electricity.
why
And I
is
could put a
because
feather on it, and I could put a
wait.
feather on it, and it would displace that weight. Just 10 milligrams will displace an electrostatic charge that connects a balloon to your chest. That's the average size of a normal balloon.
Yeah,
And
that's the other thing. Crystal,
You're talking
you
about
know that
escape
there's
velocity.
Crystal, the idea of the electrostatic charge being so much more powerful than what they claim the power of gravity is, right? So just a
10 to
little
the
bit of rubbing that balloon on your head will make it stick to the wall, right? And that's very little charge of electrostatic
10 to the
electricity.
38
Yeah,
power
it's like
stronger.
ridiculously more strong than what they say gravity is, right? So another idea is that there's an electrostatic environment that we live in and that grounds itself. That's why they call it the ground, right? And that there may be a slight pull in that direction
There's
for
a
that
bias.
reason.
Yep.
Beyond, yeah, it could be a bias of some sort. I'm not saying that's necessarily what it is, but that's another option. That's a lot more viable because it could be tested. It could be shown to be the case, especially with just like a small example like electrostatic balloon on the wall. So these are things that we can actually show. Gravity is now this concept of bending and warping of space-time. They don't even claim it's mass attracting mass anymore. And you're just learning that. So you're learning things about your own paradigm from us right now. But then you're also saying that like, oh, well, of course we did this, of course we did that. Like we haven't looked into these things. I sent you a bunch of information, by the way, still, Crystal.
Oh,
A lot
sorry.
of those things.
I'm cooking a lasagna, so I'll have a look at it later.
It's what you
No,
asked for
I'm not
the
saying
other
look
day.
at it now. I'm just saying you've had time since you were here last to do
So
that. And a
demanding.
lot of these questions are totally answered in that information I sent you, by the
Yeah,
way,
but, like,
if you want to look
it just-
hear more.
It just sort of like it just doesn't make sense to me, right? So you
Well, not
you're
until you
conflating-
actually look at the information, right?
And then it will make less sense.
Obviously.
And then ultimately
Yeah.
more sense.
She
But
likes to
before,
win, so
wait,
cool.
before you were conflating escape velocity with something else. I don't know. You're talking
No,
we
about-
never said
sorry,
anything about escape
that's
velocity.
rude.
You
I didn't
did.
mean to say nonsense.
Nobody said escape
you talk-
velocity. So how could we conflate it?
Fight or flight
No,
response.
the whole thing about if you like rub a balloon on your head or whatever, the reason why it
Right.
sticks to your head is yes,
Static
because of
charge.
the static charge, but you need escape velocity to go up. You need to put energy into the system to go up.
No, but I'm not on about a helium balloon.
Oh, what do you?
I said if you get a normal balloon, take the helium away, get a normal balloon, right? Then that normal balloon that would usually fall to the ground if I let go of it, right? I rub it against my head, it will stick to my chest. Then I am able to displace that balloon that's on my chest. Gravity isn't able to, but I am able to with 10 milligrams of weight when it's concerning a normal size everyday party balloon and the electrostatic charge gathered from rubbed on the head, right? And because I'm able to displace that static charge with only 10 milligrams of weight, that just proves the immense weakness of gravity in comparison to electrostatics, which they admit is 10 to the 38th or 39th power weaker than gravity. That's just electrostatics. Electromagnetism, I believe, is on a magnitude even higher. But the point is that we have this we have a currency that flows downward into the ground with an electromagnetic frequency of the earth. We know its resonance has been categorized and understood for a long time, and the variation in that that frequency is called the Schumann resonance that we've measured in terms of that for a long time. Then we have a lot more that works with the correlation of the earth and the electromagnetic field. Remember earlier the meteorite showers that Gemsy was talking about, they're able to be predicted based on that electromagnetic field and different energy points that we have detected on that field. So there's a lot to do with the earth that relates back to this, right? The celestial movements of the celestial bodies, all of that. And it seems that this could be related to our directionality. We have relative density as well that allows for why things, are either rising or falling in a medium. Then we have this bias toward down that all electrics clearly show that they wish to go to the ground, which is the direction of down objectively. So, there are other things for us to look into here. Gravity is not the be all and end all. That was all.
Micro macro kind of idea is here you can observe shit falling to the ground, and in astronomy, where every ground is falling towards every ground in a delicate dance. That's
We know the oldest theory of mass attracting mass. The theory would be that if I dropped a basketball toward the ground, that the Earth was actually rising up to meet the basketball. And they say the only reason that the Earth really didn't move, it did by the microscopicest amount, but that the idea would be that if you were to drop a something small towards something small, for instance, right? The reason why they used to believe, so it's a better way of putting it. They used to actually believe that if you dropped a pencil, right, toward the ground, the reason it fell faster than if you were to drop a shoe was actually because mass attracts mass, right?